no longer cared and followed Xin Jizi's words and asked, "Who are the other three parties and why did they tell me this in advance?" Zhuan Jizi also turned his gaze back to Zhou Xingdou and said in a deep voice, "Nether King Palace, Sword Realm, Buddha Realm." When he heard these three names, Zhou Xingdou narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't know much about the Nether King Palace, but he knew more about its power than ordinary people. Xin Heavenly Daosect's classics did not write much about the Nether King Palace, but he had read about some great battles in the early Yuan dynasty from the Zhou family, one of which was related to the Nether King Palace. There is no way to know the details, and only some outlines are left about the Buddhist forbidden Zen. In the early Yuan dynasty, there was not only the Buddhist immortal power of 10,000 Buddhist temple in the Buddhist realm, but also the other immortal Buddhist power called Dainichi Zen Temple, and this Dainichi Zen Temple was once located in the absolute beginning Tao realm. In the past, Buddhism was not as shrinking as it is now. There are still many Buddhist schools, large and small, with many believers in the world. The decline of the power of Buddhism is all due to this ban on Buddhist meditation. Due to the passage of time, no one knows the cause of the incident, and the description of the battle can only be described in a few sentences. Dainichi Zen Temple angered the Nether King Palace. The next day, the Nether King Palace sent troops to destroy Dainichi Zen Temple at absolute beginning. Zen was banned in the world. Thousands of Buddhist temples dared not disobey, and hundreds of millions of Buddhists shrank in Buddhism. Although there are only a few words, it is enough to prove the power of Nether King Palace. Destroying immortality and banning the world are just a few words, but the lines of these words are stained with the blood of the Supreme Being and contain the lives of many living beings. But this time, Nether King Palace came to watch the ceremony together with Buddha Realm. Even Xingdou felt it was a bit weird last week. The most important thing is that the Xian Heavenly Dao sect has no intersection with the Buddha Realm, and the Buddha Realm has not set foot in the absolute beginning Dao Realm for many years. Moreover, the Nether King Palace had already closed the Mountain Lock sect due to the extermination of the Buddha. He had not been born in the previous life, but now he came out of the mountain to watch the coronation of Dao Child of Heavenly Dao sect, which made people confused. As for Jianyu Zhou Xingdou, he didn't pay much attention to it. Tianzhou was one of the three great sword immortals in the early Yuan dynasty. Jianyu sent people to watch the ceremony of Luoxia sword immortal's first disciple to be crowned Dao Child, but there was nothing wrong with it. Regarding the behavior of Nether King Palace, even Xin Jizi was a little confused inside. The Nether King of the Nether King Palace came today in person with the second in command of the Nether King Palace, the Protector Ming, and the Prince of Nether God. It was really to give them face. Even I don't know what they want to do. The people from the Buddha realm have also arrived. The head of the Buddha, Tianfo Zun, brought his disciples from the 10,000 Buddhist temple and bumped into the Nether King. It was really interesting. Speaking of this mystery, he looked at Zhou Xingdou again and said, "But I didn't show up to greet you, but I'm here to tell you this." "Do you know why?" Zhou Xingdou pondered for a few moments before he stared and said, "Could it be that the Taoist master wants to cause a conflict between the Buddha realm and the Nether King Palace, and test the Nether King Palace first? The matter of destroying the Buddha and banning Zen may not be known to ordinary people, nor is it recorded in the Xian Heavenly Dao sect, but Xin Jizi must be aware of it. Therefore, Zhuan Jizi is not ignorant of the outside situation, but deliberately wants the Nether King Palace and the Buddha realm to conflict, because if Zhuan Jizi does not come forward to mediate on behalf of Xian Heavenly Dao sect, then the Nether King Palace and the Buddha realm, which destroys the Buddha's forbidden Zen, will definitely fight a fight." "That's right, there is indeed such a level." Xin Jizi nodded, looking at Zhou Xingdou with a teachable look on his face, but still added, "But if that's all, I don't have to let you go out of seclusion in advance. I'm afraid the purpose of coming to the Buddha realm has something to do with you." Zhou Xingdou frowned and said with some confusion, "I probably haven't interacted with Buddhist people." No wonder Zhou Xingdou is puzzled. Since his birth, he has basically had no contact with Buddhism. If he really wants to contact him, only his battle slave Fahai practices Mahayana Buddhism. But Fahai summoned him through the system himself, and had no connection at all with Buddhism in the early Yuan dynasty. Xin Jizi narrowed his smile, looked at Zhou Xingdou and said jokingly, "You should know about the destruction of Buddha and Zen in the Nether King Hall. Do you know where the original site of Dainichi Zen Temple was destroyed? Zhou Xingdou really didn't know where the original site of Deri Zen Temple was, but now Xian Jizi had said that the purpose of coming to the Buddha realm was related to him, and also mentioned the original site of Deri Zen Temple, which made Zhou Xingdou have a guess in his mind. It can't be the Great Yin Dynasty. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows, with a slightly speechless look on his face. Zhuan Jizi also confirmed Zhou Xingdou's guess. Yes, when Dainichi Zen Temple was destroyed, its original site was plowed by the then Nether King's Hall, and the ground was scraped 3 feet away, turning it into a wasteland with no one to take over. It was later occupied by the ancestors of the Great Yin Dynasty. Many years later, the spiritual energy of the wasteland revived, and the Great Yin Dynasty was established. Seeing that Zhou Xingdou was still in this posture, Zhuan Jizi shook his head slightly. The surging momentum and aura disappeared instantly, and he sighed quietly and explained. It goes without saying how powerful Zhou Xingdou's recovery power is. Not to mention the secret of the immortal technique, which is now the master body of the 7th layer of the divine elephant's prison suppressing power, which can make him invincible. Fight 100 battles without danger. Zhuan Jizi's body was flowing with unfathomable aura, and a powerful aura enveloped Zhou Xingdou. And if we dig deeper, the land in the Great Yin Dynasty belongs to the Nether King Palace. The gambling fight is just my guess. They may have other methods. Just ask the people stationed there to be careful. Zhou Xingdou showed disdain on his face, thunderbolts flashed in his eyes, and his voice was cold and stern. I Xian Heavenly Dao Sect, have no fear. Buddha Realm, Nether King Palace at worst, we will start an immortal war. I won't let you give in. I'm afraid that you won't be able to hold on. Although the Buddha in Foyu appears for the first time, I can see the invincible way he is cultivated. If Foya brings him here today, it is estimated that he will survive. I have the intention of fighting with you, and I will use the land of the Great Yin Dynasty as a bet. If you only fight against that Buddhist disciple, I am not worried about your strength, but those who dare to fight you today are not ordinary geniuses. If after everyone challenges you, and your condition is not perfect, Buddha Realm will fight with you, you should how? Will I let him win? Zhuan Jizi also showed some helplessness, sighed and continued. Zhuan Jizi took a deep look at Zhou Xingdou. Even at the beginning, among his peers, he was not afraid of any existence, no matter how divine child, prince or Buddha. Now, no one who is not an emperor or an ancient freak would even think of fighting with him in the same situation. When Foyu and the Nether King Palace met just now, the two just had a friction and did not conflict. It is possible that some kind of agreement has been reached between the two. Otherwise, even if the treasure land of the Great Yin Dynasty is unoccupied, the Budheo I don't dare to live in the realm of absolute beginning. And you should understand that there are many people who will challenge you today. Those from the sword domain, the Prince of Hades brought by Nether King, and even some other unnamed geniuses all want to use the name of Xian Heavenly Dao Sect to become famous. Promote the world. Zhou Xingdou also softened his expression and nodded. It's not that Zhou Xingdou was arrogant, let alone that his divine elephant's prison-suppressing power, the giant elephant, is now perfect, casting the body of a master, and the realm of soul formation power. As long as you don't compromise, no one can force you in Xian Heavenly Dao Sect. Zhou Xingdou still dismissed it and sneered. Zhou Xingdou remained unmoved, staring straight at Xian Jizi. Even though he was surrounded by a powerful aura, he still looked at Xian Jizi coldly. Zhuan Jizi also showed his edge at this moment and said in a deep voice. Or are you planning to ask me to give up that land? The Buddha realm has been wanting to expand outwards for many years, but has always been afraid of the Nether King Palace and has not found a suitable land. Now that Dian has been destroyed by your Zhou family, and the Zhou family has left Chuyuan, they may want to ask you for that land. Block Enclave. Zhou Xingdou's words were rude and even offensive. Xian Jizi was not angry, but he stopped smiling and said a little seriously. Just be confident, I'm just giving you a heads up. I challenge you to fight today. You will not refuse no matter what, otherwise you will be suppressed. As long as you agree, if they win, not only will their Buddhist disciples become famous and gather invincible power, but they will also gain the enclave of Deri Zen Temple as a strategy that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. I will tell them to be careful, but Xian Heavenly Dao Sect doesn't care about anything? The intelligence network of Xian Heavenly Tao sect now suspects that this person is a genius who was sealed in the Buddhist realm in the past. Now that he has broken the seal, he may fight for the throne of Tianqin in this life and cannot be underestimated. Zhuan Jizi also knew that this topic could not be discussed further, so he changed the topic. Do you think I, Xian Heavenly Tao sect, can't even protect my own Tao child in front of the Buddha realm? I know that you possess a Taoist body and have amazing fighting power, but these 10,000 Buddhas are probably not simple. I have never heard of any Buddhas in the Buddha realm before. Speaking of this, Zhou Xingdou's eyes were filled with chills, and he continued in a deep voice. You should know where I have asked people to transfer the Zhou family's legacy. Do you think I will give it to you? Hearing this, Zhou Xingdou's face turned slightly grim, and his silver-white eyes full of purple energy looked directly at Zhuan Jizi and said, What I am least afraid of in my life is will fighting. Zhuan Jizi then explained a few more words, the main purpose of which was to tell Zhou Xingdou to be careful. After all, Zhou Xingdou is the Tao child of Xian Heavenly Tao sect, and Xian Heavenly Tao sect can manage it, but the land of the Dian dynasty is a bit difficult to handle now that the Zhou family has left Chuyuan and the Nether King Palace has been reborn. After all, Xian Heavenly Tao sect is an upright person from a well-known sect, a leader of the righteous way. He is a master in everything, not to mention that there are two immortals standing opposite him. Although Xian Heavenly Tao sect is not afraid, he must be more cautious. The main reason is that the ownership of the land is a bit complicated. Originally it belonged to Dainichi Zen Temple and belonged to Buddhism, but later the Nether King Hall destroyed Buddhism and forbidden Zen and destroyed Dainichi Zen Temple. This land was nominally the spoils of the Nether King Hall. However, after experiencing the battle to destroy Buddhism and ban Zen, the Nether King's temple was also severely weakened. It immediately closed the mountain and locked the sect, but did not take over the territory of Dainichi Zen Temple. But in name, this is still the spoils of the Nether King Palace. In addition, the treasure land was scraped 3 feet away by the Nether King Palace and turned into wasteland. There is no other immortal to make plans. Later, this treasure land was occupied by the Great Yan dynasty. At that time, the Nether King Palace was still closed, so it naturally ignored it. Not long ago, because of Zhou Xingdou, the Zhou family's affiliated forces slaughtered the Dian dynasty. Logically speaking, the territory of the Dian dynasty was the Zhou family's spoils. However, Nether King Palace did not explicitly say that it did not want this land at the beginning, so the ownership of this land was a bit complicated. But in fact, it doesn't need to be complicated. If the Zhou family had never left Chuyuan, I'm afraid the Nether King Palace wouldn't care about this, and the Buddha realm wouldn't even dare to take advantage of this territory. But now that the Zhou family has left Chuyuan, this matter has become complicated. Because the Zhou family has left, Zhou Xingdou alone is not enough to make these immortals fearful and lacks enough weight. They may not know whether the Zhou family will come back, but as long as there are no faults in what they do, it doesn't matter even if the Zhou family comes back. After all, they are not going to directly hurt Zhou Xingdou. What's more, the Zhou family left so suddenly and took away most of the affiliated forces. I'm afraid they won't come back again, and Zhou Xingdou may have become an abandoned son. Even in Zhou Xingdou's heart, he felt that he was now an abandoned son of the Zhou family. Even if Zhou Wuji of the Zhou family had other unknown reasons and had to leave Chuyuan, if Zhou Xingdou was left alone in Chuyuan with only some servants, then Zhou Xingdou would in fact be no different from an abandoned son. The weight of Xian Heavenly Tao sect Tao child is not heavier than that of the young master of the Zhou family, because Xian Heavenly Tao sect can reason, but the Zhou family does not have to. Now Zhou Xingdou has essentially lost his identity as the young master of the Zhou family, which has contributed to today's situation. Zhuan Jizi's face became a little complicated when he heard this, and after a few breaths of silence he said, This is what Zhou Xingdou has always wondered. Zhou Xingdou has also seen other immortal ancestors, such as those in the Holy Land of Huanyu, where the ancestors also occasionally appear. Several immortals have arrived, and it's time for you to show up. I've told you what I need to say to you, so you can decide for yourself. Even the world thinks that there may be hundreds of ancestors in the Xian Heavenly Tao sect Profound Heaven Peak and the Profound Heaven Dharma realm. This is why Xian Heavenly Tao sect is called the deepest foundation among the supreme immortals by the world. For example, today when several immortals gathered together in Xian Heavenly Tao sect Tao child was crowned, no ancestor showed up to take charge. It was all up to Xian Jizi to take charge of the overall situation, which was contrary to common sense. However, this wavering was suppressed by Zhou Xingdou in just a moment. At this moment, the arrow was already on the string and he had to shoot. Moreover, this was something that he did not need to judge. Whether there is any problem with Zhuan Jizi, the Taoist master will know when the time comes. Zhuan Jizi said with a deep tone. Now in the profound heaven legal world, there are only 3 ancestors, and they have all entered a state of complete slumber. Even if you want to wake them up, you will have to pay a huge price. They cannot be moved unless they are in danger of destruction. Having said this, Xian Jizi didn't seem to want to answer anymore. He ignored Zhou Xingdou's attempts to ask questions again and slowly walked into nothingness and disappeared, leaving only the lingering sound in Zhou Xingdou's ears. But now Xian Jizi's words were extremely sincere, and his ashamed look didn't seem like he was faking it. This made Zhou Xingdou's suspicion of Xian Jizi waver. Zhou Xingdou's brows trembled when he heard this, and then asked. But Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows at this moment, because in his guess, Tian Zhou and Ling Sanqiu should have deliberately planned to leave in order to monopolize power. Where are the ancestors of Xian Heavenly Dao sect? Could it be that they have all been sleeping and unable to wake up? Xian Jizi looked at Zhou Xingdou with a look of shame in his eyes. He took a long breath and said with emotion. Xian Heavenly Dao sect. How could the Taoist peak masters who had abdicated the throne be dead? They must have somewhere to go. Zhuan Jizi is like a mystery, coming and going without a trace, and no one can understand his thoughts. You are already the Dao child of Xian Heavenly Dao sect. It doesn't hurt to tell you. On the other hand, if Xian Jizi really betrays Xian Heavenly Dao sect, then the entire Xian Heavenly Dao sect will be overturned. When you stand high enough, you will find that a world, even a great world like Chuyuan, is too small after all. But judging from the information revealed by Xian Jizi today, I am afraid that the position of the Taoist master of Xian Heavenly Dao sect is not a good position. All this happened too suddenly. Even though Zhou Xingdou didn't feel much now, he was still a little uncomfortable for a while. So Xian Heavenly Dao sect, no ancestor can use it. They all went to the Emperor Ancestor to fight, and those who took turns outside the Chuyuan territory returned in endless chaos. But now Zhuan Jizi said that there are only 3 ancestors in the profound heaven Dharma realm, and they have entered a state of complete sleep, which is inconsistent with Zhou Xingdou's knowledge. However, there is almost no sign of the ancestor of Xian Heavenly Dao sect, and he has never appeared. The so-called ancestor who was on duty outside the territory does not seem to have come out of Xian Heavenly Dao sect. After all, it was difficult for him to understand the Taoist master of Xian Heavenly Dao sect. Even after talking with him for so long, he couldn't feel what his attitude was. So where did the ancestors of Xian Heavenly Dao sect go? Where did the ancestors who took turns outside the territory come from? Zhou Xingdou narrowed his eyes, looking at the place where Xian Jizi disappeared, and thousands of thoughts surged in his heart. In the 2 lives since joining Xian Heavenly Dao sect, no ancestor has attended various major events in Xian Heavenly Dao sect, which is very unusual. The junior sister Tian and junior brother Ling mentioned by Zhuan Jizi are none other than Tian Zhou, the master of Zhoushuan Peak and Zhou Xingdou's master, and Ling Sanqiu, the master of Feng Tianyang and the master of Zhoutian Peak. What Xian Jizi is carrying may be heavier than Zhou Xingdou imagined. Profound heaven has ancestors but seems to have no ancestors, and as the leader of the righteous path, it overpowers the entire absolute beginning Dao realm. How does it do this? It's a pity that junior sister Tian and junior brother Ling are not here. Otherwise, even if all the immortal sect masters from all directions are here today, they would still have to hide their heads and tuck their tails between their legs. But before that, Zhou Xingdou had some questions that Zhuan Jizi needed to answer. After Xian Jizi sighed with emotion, he slowly answered Zhou Xingdou's question. In the Xian Heavenly Dao sect, the central area under the 3 peaks of the sect, a large open space was cleared today. The long-dusted profound heaven altar was full of glory today, with divine patterns and talismans intertwined, connecting heaven and earth. Nearest to the profound heaven altar, there are 5 exquisite and distinguished seats. In the center of the seat, the Nether King, wearing thick blue and black armor, sat in the seat. His profound and mysterious aura covered the entire seat. His heroic face was still extremely indifferent, without any emotion. Next to the Nether King, the white-haired and silver-haired guardian of the underworld sat in the second seat, while the ordinary-looking prince of the underworld, as a junior, stood on one side, staring at the profound heaven altar, as if waiting for someone to appear. The seat on the left side of the Nether King Hall is a stooped old man in civilian clothes. His face is full of wrinkles, his eyes are slit, and he looks very old. But behind the old man, there is a red-gold divine sword with exquisite patterns on his back. It exudes the sword intention of piercing the heaven and the earth, making it impossible for people to look directly at it. Seeing this sword, one can conclude that the person sitting here must be someone from the sword domain, and next to the decrepit old man, there is a young man standing. His face cannot be said to be handsome, and he is even a bit clown, even worse than the ordinary-looking prince of Hades. Although the young man stood upright, there was a sense of sloppiness between his eyebrows. The robe on his body was a bit ill-fitting and was much wider than his body. The robe hung down to the ground and was stained with a lot of dust. The seat on the right is where Zhou Xingdou's old acquaintance, Yin Yang Grotto Heaven, is sitting. Bai Yulong has lost the arrogance of the past and stands there with a docile look on his face. He looks harmless to humans and animals, and is extremely attentive and courteous. The person sitting in the chair speaks. Now that the Universal Holy Land and the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven have formed an alliance and are busy with the Taisher defense line, the Yin Yang Cave Master naturally has no time to bring Bai Yulong here. The man sitting at the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven seat is a man who looks to be in his 40s or 50s. His hair is strangely black on one side and white on the other, even his eyebrows and beard. Those eyes are also the same as the white jade dragon, one black and one white yin and yang divine eye. At this moment, they are looking at the white jade dragon. What is revealed in the yin and yang divine eye is not the meaning of yin and yang, but the meaning of love. The last seats on both sides of the 5 noble seats are the Buddha realm and the Xinwu sect. The Buddha realm was originally arranged to occupy the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven seat, but Tianfu Zun Jingtai strongly refused. It seemed that he did not want to be too close to the Nether King Hall, and finally chose the last seat on both sides. As for the Xinwu sect, as a powerful force, he was originally not qualified to sit at the same table as the immortals from all directions. However, it has a good relationship with Xian Heavenly Dao sect. What's more, now that the Zhou family has left Chuyuan, although they have taken away the affiliated forces from the Taisher Dao domain, there are still leftover affiliated forces from other domains. The person who was crowned as the Xian Heavenly Dao sect Dao child today is the young master of the Zhou family. The Xinwu sect is equivalent to replacing all the affiliated forces and attending the Zhou family who left Chuyuan. Naturally, it cannot be replaced by common sense, and the other 4 immortals have not. Opinion. However, the number of people present today from the Xinwu sect was the largest among the 5 parties, with a total of 5 people. There is no need for Yuan Tian to say more, but he, who is now advanced to the Supreme Realm, did not sit down today and stood on the left and right with the leader of the Xinwu sect. Among the 3 people sitting on the seats, one of them was the old Taoist Tian Hui who was powerful in Dian that day, and the other one seemed to be the ancestor of Xinwu sect. Sitting on the main seat of the Xinwu sect is a man who looks to be only middle-aged. This man does not dress like the 2 Xinwu ancestors beside him, like Taoist priests. The eyes contain vicissitudes of life that do not match their appearance. If you observe carefully, you can find that the middle-aged man's exposed neck and palms are covered with shocking scars. There is even a slight depression on his neck, which seems to be a scar that has healed after being beheaded. After the distinguished seats of the 5 parties, there are some large and small forces, including Fong, Li, and Ning, the 3 aristocratic families that rely on Xian Heavenly Dao sect. Although they are making waves in their respective territories, in front of Xian Heavenly Dao sect, the 4 directions are immortal, and even the gods in front of Wu Zong, it was somewhat worth mentioning. Today, Xian Heavenly Dao sect's disciples, inner and outer sect law enforcers, elders, etc. gathered on both sides of the profound heaven altar to witness the major events of their sect today. Ning Yu is naturally among them. Although she acts as an agent for Jiuxuan Peak affairs, she is still not qualified to approach the profound heaven altar, because it is a place where only the real Peak Masters, Tao Masters, and Dao Child can set foot. Buzz. A ray of light lit up above the altar of profound heaven, and the long-lost Zhuan Jizi finally appeared at this moment. As soon as the figure surrounded by Dao appeared, the void screamed, causing the originally noisy sound to disappear immediately. The people who were discussing with great interest all fell silent involuntarily. For a time, countless eyes were all looking at the immortal figure on the altar of profound heaven. The people in the 5 distinguished seats, some opened their closed eyes, some focused their eyes, all focusing on Xianjizi. But Xuanjizi smiled slightly and raised his hands towards the 5 seats. The clan is busy with affairs, so I just got away. I have neglected you all with my mystery. Please forgive me. Of course, words are inevitably said on the scene, although even if they are said, those who don't hide it will still be dissatisfied, but at this time, no one will express it in public, otherwise it will be a trick. And since I can come to attend the ceremony of Xian Heavenly Dao Sect, I naturally won't care about these little things. Even the extremely dissatisfied Protector Ming just curled his lips and didn't say much. It's just that today's protagonist is not Xianjizi, the Taoist master of Xian Heavenly Dao Sect, but now that Xianjizi has appeared, today's protagonist should also come out. Sure enough, not long after Xuanjizi finished speaking, a thunder dragon suddenly appeared in the sky and earth. Boom! A thunder suddenly resounded in all directions, followed by an indifferent voice that sounded like the might of heaven. Seniors and peers have come to pay homage to this Dao child. It is a great honor for Zhou. Thunder flashed everywhere, and the black calamity clouds above the clear sky carried the will of God, covering 100 miles in radius. Boom! Roar! Heavenly punishment thunder pillars suddenly rose from all around the profound heaven altar, hundreds of millions of giant elephants roared in the void, and the power of the stars turned into endless starlight and splashed into the world. At this moment, various visions surged into the sky above the altar of profound heaven, and a tall and slender figure slowly emerged among the various visions. At this moment, the immortals from all directions, various forces, and the huge crowd of Xian Heavenly Dao Sect disciples present here are all attracted by this figure. Amid various visions, Zhou Xingdou stepped out wearing the punishing Thunder Emperor armor, and the surrounding space was shaken. Function's handsome face was extremely indifferent. Those silvery white eyes full of purple energy, without a trace of ripples, but with endless depth, blessing the power of heaven surging between the eyebrows, just like the god who carries out punishment on behalf of heaven. Zhou Xingdou suddenly appeared in front of everyone like the brightest star in the night sky. His appearance seemed to carry an unparalleled momentum, shocking the entire scene. Every young prodigy present was originally a leader in their respective fields, but at this moment, under Zhou Xingdou's huge power, they seemed so small and lackluster. Zhou Xingdou's body exudes a kind of terrifying truth that cannot be ignored. His eyes are like the deep starry sky, full of mystery and indifference, making the air here seem to become solemn with his arrival. Some young geniuses who once thought highly of themselves lowered their heads silently at this moment, with an indescribable feeling of awe in their hearts. Only at this moment did they realize that there was a huge gap between themselves and Zhou Xingdou. This gap was not only reflected in strength, but also in temperament and state of mind. In front of Zhou Xingdou, they were like a group of faint stars looking up at the sun, and could only appreciate the out-of-reach brilliance from a distance. Even on the 4 immortal seats, there are those peerless geniuses who once frightened everyone and thought they were unimaginably powerful. At this moment, he was completely covered by the dazzling light blooming from Zhou Xingdou, as if he suddenly became no longer so intimidating. Sitting in the Nether King's seat in the center of the most respected position among the 5 parties, Nether King's face was still as cold as ice, but he couldn't help but raise his head and cast his gaze towards where Zhou Xingdou was. The guardian sitting next to Nether King looked at Zhou Xingdou with an interesting expression, his eyes shining with curiosity and expectation. Only the Prince of Hades looked at Zhou Xingdou on the altar of profound heaven with a somewhat displeased look on his face. His eyes that stared closely at Zhou Xingdou were full of fighting spirit. Not only the Prince of Hades, but also the young man from the Sword Realm and the Buddha from the Buddha Realm were all staring at Zhou Xingdou at this moment, cheering up as if the long-awaited target had finally appeared. Sure enough, not to mention the 10,000 Buddhas and sons of Buddha, the heavenly Buddha could not help but look at Bai Yulong with a gloomy expression at this moment. But at this moment, Bai Yulong's expression changed drastically, but he suddenly said to the Buddha realm seat. But in the final analysis, Bai Yulong is just a junior, and the Yin Yang Grotto heaven is more than a step weaker than the Buddha realm 10,000 Buddhist temple. There is indeed some capital clamoring. Now that Bai Yulong is so insulting, Tianfu Lord has to think about whether their Buddhist realm has not taken action for too long. Anyone feels that they can scold the bald donkey, and everyone wants to step on it. Amatba, the divine child of Yin Yang Grotto Heaven, does the donor feel it is disrespectful to say this? But on the contrary, Bai Yulong's grandfather seemed to be very satisfied with his grandson's arrogance. He looked at Bai Yulong nodding frequently, showing a little pride. Bai Yulong's complexion suddenly changed when he heard this, which had something to do with him. He also instantly understood that his words were probably heard by his elder brother, and he felt regretful and wanted to slap himself in the mouth for saying anything nonsense. What's more, he still relies on his grandfather to make up his gambling capital. Now, even if he knows he is losing, he can only bite the bullet and come out. Moreover, the person who spoke was the second-ranking figure in the Nether King Palace, Protector Ming, who was at least qualified to call him a bald ass. This move of Bai Yulong undoubtedly made the originally calm 10,000 Buddha stunned. He looked at Bai Yulong with some confusion, wondering if this person had a brain disease. Standing on the altar of profound heaven, Zhou Xingdou naturally noticed Bai Yulong, but he did not say hello, but slightly arched his hands in all directions like a mysterious figure. Bai Yulong actually wanted to just bow his head and remain silent. However, his own grandfather who came with him this time wanted to temper himself, and he did not dare to make his old man unhappy. After all, when his father hammered him in the future, he would still need his old man. Protect. Why did Zhou Dao child divert trouble to the east? Could it be that he was afraid? Everyone is probably waiting for Zhou to show up today. If you want to fight with Zhou, then Zhou won't beat around the bush. If there is anyone who wants to fight. The voice of the 10,000 Buddhas is not loud, but it reaches everyone's ears clearly. Having said this, Zhou Xingdou put down his hands and looked indifferently at Prince Pluto, the young man from the Sword Realm, and the son of 10,000 Buddhas. After a pause, he turned to Bai Yulong. However, Bai Yulong is not stupid. He is much younger than his peers present, and his realm is naturally lower. Now he has just entered the realm of a saint, and then he cursed at the disciples of 10,000 Buddhas. After all, in the eyes of 10,000 Buddhas, his move can be regarded as a rescue for Bai Yulong. Otherwise, with Bai Yulong's age and cultivation, whether he is fighting against the Sword Domain, the Nether King Palace or any one of himself, he will be fighting against the stone. The Buddha's light behind the head of the heavenly Buddha is strong, with his hands clasped together. The majestic Buddha's sound points directly to the Yin and Yang Grotto Heaven. Bald head, what are you barking at? Are you looking down on me? If you want to fight, you should go through the White Jade Dragon level first. I am not in the mood to fight cats and dogs. Nether King Temple can just call them 10,000 Buddha's temple a bald donkey. After all, Nether King Temple once exterminated Buddhism and Banzen, and people in Buddhism are really afraid of it. Although Yin Yang Grotto Heaven is immortal, it is still somewhat different from the Buddha realm. Now it is insulting the Buddhas of 10,000 Buddha's temple one by one. It is somewhat insulting. Aren't you afraid that the Buddha realm will hold grudges? The people present looked at Bai Yulong with strange eyes at this moment. Although most of the people present today were from the absolute beginning realm, they basically knew a little about the immortal forces in the world. Only Bai Yulong, who was sitting at the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven, had no intention of fighting. After all, he was not interested in being his elder brother's target. Regarding Zhou Xingdou's appearance, he just gave a thumbs up in his heart, lowered his voice, and said in an extremely low voice. As he spoke, he slowly raised his long, narrow and dazzling golden divine eyes, and stared directly at the majestic Zhou Xingdou above the void without fear, as if he was deliberately provoking. Nowadays, Zhou Xingdou's pupil power is so profound that even if the aura of the 10,000 Buddha's body is round and flawless, it can still be seen that he has even entered the realm of basic accomplishment of Buddhism. I am afraid that he has entered the level of the enlightened Arhat in Buddhism, which is the realm of the great sage. It's just that what he wants to say is not the polite words just now, but straightforward. On the other hand, the old man who arrived with Bai Yulong and sat on the main seat showed a slightly interesting look. He did not say anything to stop him, but was somewhat moved. As expected of my eldest brother, he can really show off. Bald donkey, how dare you suppress your realm and fight with me? Just before Bai Yulong could react, 10,000 Buddhas took a step forward from the seat in the Buddha realm, with a smile on his delicate face with red lips and white teeth. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this, and then turned his attention to this uninvited guest, the disciple of 10,000 Buddhas. Furthermore, Zhou Xingdou is his boss after all, but this bald donkey actually said that his boss is afraid, and he, Bai Yulong, refused. Faced with the verbal pressure from Lord Tianhua, Bai Yulong's grandfather raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. The yin and yang Tao charm around him was flowing endlessly like a surging ocean, and there was even a hint of arrogance in his deep eyes, one black and one white. Excessive? Ha ha ha. Bai Yulong's grandfather laughed heartily, and the sound was deafening, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. You're just a bald monk. What's wrong with my grandson calling you a bald donkey? Don't you still have hair? Everyone present was shocked. No one expected that this old man from Yin Yang Grotto Heaven would be so tough, without caring about the face of 10,000 Buddhist temple in Tianhua Zun, and his words were full of provocation and sarcasm. Bai Yulong beside him also had a calm expression, as if he had long been accustomed to such scenes. Even if Lord Buddha was in such a state of mind, he could not help but laugh out of anger at this moment. He suddenly stood up from his seat, his face became extremely cold, as gloomy as if he could drip water. The whole body of Tian Buddha was shrouded in rich Buddha light, and the Buddha's thoughts around him were rising like surging waves. He gritted his teeth and said 3 words good in succession. Okay, the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven is indeed well deserved today. I want to teach you how powerful your so-called Yin Yang great grinding is. Bai Yulong's grandpa was not afraid either, but continued to taunt the heavenly Buddha. Humph, you, a bald monk, do you want to see how powerful your grandfather and I are? His words were full of contempt and teasing. It seemed that he did not take Tianhua Lord into consideration at all. He continued with a face full of teasing. But it's okay. It just so happens that your grandpa and I still lack a donkey to grind, so let me see if a bald donkey who practices Buddhism is better at this than an ordinary donkey. After saying that, Bai Yulong's grandfather burst out with an extremely powerful aura, which shocked people and shot straight to the sky. A spectacular yin-yang Tai Chi diagram slowly rose between heaven and earth. This yin-yang Tai Chi diagram covers the sky and the earth. As it rotates slowly, various opposing concepts such as life and death, yin and yang, positive and negative, etc., are constantly intertwined and changing. Even the boundless Buddha's intention released by a being as powerful as the heavenly Buddha seems so insignificant in front of the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram presented in front of you at this moment. This kind of power far exceeds the limit that the Supreme Realm world can achieve. Even the guardian of the Nether King Palace, who has been calmly watching the show, can't help but be moved at this moment. The late old man from the Sword Domain couldn't help but change his color at this moment. Although Xian Jizi's words were to maintain the dignity of Xian Heavenly Dao Sect, he also gave Heavenly Dao Sect a step up from the side. And the person who made this sound is none other than Zhuan Jizi sitting on the altar of profound heaven. After a while, Bai Yulong's eyes flickered, and he suddenly remembered the identity of this young man from the Sword Domain. At this time, Zhuan Jizi's face was stern, and he no longer had the gentle demeanor of the past. Endless lines were flowing in those pupils, staring closely at the people below, and shouted in an extremely stern tone. At this moment, Lu Dazhu, who was listening to Bai Yulong introduce his background, still had a smile on his face. However, when he heard such a kind reminder from the young man from Sword Domain, Bai Yulong couldn't help but become curious about this person. Could it be that you all regard my mysterious Heavenly Dao Sect as a battlefield for you to fight at will? As for Bai Yulong, he naturally felt like Ming Jinger. He knew very well that he was definitely no match for 10,000 Buddhas. However, at this moment, a deafening and turbulent heaven and earth supreme fairy sound suddenly sounded. There is supreme coercion in his voice, which is awe-inspiring. But when Bai Yulong called out his real name, his expression suddenly changed, and he immediately retorted loudly, "What the hell? Lu Dazhu? Who is Lu Dazhu? My name is Lu Dazhu." But at this moment, a cold voice sounded from the seat of the Nether King Hall, breaking the slightly noisy scene. Many powerful people present could see this. Once the battle between Yin Yang Grotto Heaven and Tianhua Zun started, there would be almost no suspense about the outcome. At this moment, even the disciples of 10,000 Buddhas could not help but stare at the young man from the Sword Realm. Even he did not expect that this person actually knew his details so well. But Brother Bai, the 10,000 Buddhas Buddha is no ordinary person. He is an ancient freak sealed up by the Great Zen Temple. He was brought back to the Buddhist realm by the 10,000 Buddhas Temple. Just because of these words, the atmosphere at the scene instantly became more lively. Many people couldn't help but snicker and whisper to each other about the unique and good name of this disciple of Fan Jianxian. Could it be that you are Lu Dazhu, one of the three great sword immortals, the most famous disciple of Hua Qingxian, the mortal sword immortal? After all, he was just someone who was teased by his eldest brother Zhou Xingdou and forced to the stage by his grandfather. At this moment, there was only one person in his eyes, and that was Zhou Xingdou, who was high in the sky and looking at them indifferently. Even if his strength is suppressed to the same level as yours, with his body nourished and tempered in the ancient divine source, I am afraid you will still be difficult to become his opponent. Bai Yulong's grandfather snorted coldly, but he stopped and didn't say anything else. When he sat down again, the yin-yang tai chi diagram rotating between the sky and the earth disappeared instantly, but after that, he looked at the Buddha with sadness. At first glance, it seems that this matter is not over yet. This voice seemed to come from outside the 9 heavens, and also seemed to come from under the 9 netherworld, carrying endless majesty and shock. After all, the power gap shown by the two sides just now was obvious. If they really took action, Tianfu Zun would probably be hung up and beaten by the old man with black and white hair. Daolin. Enough. Looking at this young man from the Sword Realm, Bai Yulong searched his intestines and rummaged through his memories. While speaking, he cast his eyes towards Bai Yulong beside him, and then said, "The Prince of Hades couldn't hold it anymore at this moment. He didn't care about the conflict between Yin Yang Grotto Heaven and 10,000 Buddha's Temple, nor did he care about the name. But if peerless experts like Grandpa Bai Yulong and Tianfu Zun take action here, he will definitely not sit idly by." However, Tianfu Lord secretly breathed a sigh of relief and nodded slightly towards Zhuangzi holding the Buddha salute. "It's really interesting. The outside world is much more interesting than our sword domain. The poor monk is rude, don't blame Master Xian." Whether it was the rapidly rotating yin-yang tai chi diagram or the movements of the heavenly Buddha, they all came to an abrupt end at this moment. All the extremely powerful aura and power were suppressed by this voice in an instant. Today was the important ceremony of the Xian Heavenly Tao sect. He could have turned a blind eye to the disputes and fights among the younger generation of disciples. But in this moment of silence, the young man from Sword Realm who had been silent all this time showed a look of interest, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said softly. The Prince of Hades stepped out in one step and stepped on the sky. "Ming Jiuyao, Prince of the Nether King, please fight Zhou Dao child." The Prince of Hades took one step forward, his body was like a ghost, but he stepped into the void with extremely powerful power. His eyes were as sharp as lightning at this moment, and he was locked on Zhou Xingdou, with a strong fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. I saw Prince Pluto cupping his fists at Zhou Xingdou, gazing at him and saying in a deep voice, "Ming Jiuyao, Prince of the Nether King, please fight Zhou Dao child." Zhou Xingdou originally thought that there would be more commotion below, but he didn't expect that the Prince of the Underworld would be so impatient. However, he just stood quietly in the void. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou did not have any aura fluctuations on his body, but it gave people a feeling of being as deep as the ocean and unfathomable. The reason why he said at that time that he wanted the challenger to pass Bai Yulong's test first was just to tease Bai Yulong. Of course he knew that with Bai Yulong's strength, he was naturally no match for these three freaks. What's more, the Prince of Hades was more polite than he thought. Naturally, he would not refuse, and there was no need to refuse. Therefore, facing the challenge from Prince Hades, Zhou Xingdou smiled slightly and said indifferently, "You are allowed to fight with this Dao child." Zhou Xingdou's words contained a kind of contemptuous and aloof temperament. He placed himself in an absolutely high position and regarded accepting challenges as a gift to his opponents. This attitude made the Prince of Hades feel angry. A cold light flashed through the eyes of the Prince of Hades, and his originally stern face became increasingly gloomy, with a hint of anger in his voice. "Then please ask Zhou Dao child for advice." Having said that, the exquisite and gorgeous blue armor of the Prince of Hades lit up slightly at this moment. The extremely thick blood and strength slowly revived from his body, and a terrifying holy power rose up, revealing the realm of the late great sage. Undoubtedly. At this moment, the atmosphere in the audience was tense. As the two people spoke, there seemed to be an invisible pressure hanging from all directions. The geniuses from all the factions present held their breaths and concentrated at this moment, no longer talking among themselves, quietly watching the fierce battle that was about to break out. In fact, the reason why the two seemed to be dragging their feet just now was not because they were really stalling for time or hesitating, but because they wanted to use others to act as a touchstone to test Zhou Xingdou's strength. But when Prince Pluto, who was facing Zhou Xingdou, found out that Zhou Xingdou was only in the Holy Realm, he did not feel relaxed at all. Instead, his face became more solemn and dignified. The green flame giant fist broke through all obstacles with overwhelming force, causing a deafening extreme sonic boom and bombarding Zhou Xingdou directly. At this moment, Prince Hades gently raised his palm, and a powerful and suffocating force spurted out from his body. Not only the geniuses of the major forces, but also Lu Dazhu, the disciple of the Sword Realm Mortal Sword Immortal, and the disciples of 10,000 Buddhas, were all staring at Zhou Xingdou and Prince Hades in the sky. This green flame burned blazingly, emitting an astonishing high temperature, causing the surrounding space to melt. Seeing the power of the great saint on the Prince of Hades, even Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly, not out of fear, but rather speechless. Boom! Interesting. The void was shaking violently. The figure of the Prince of Hades was like a tight long bow, and his clenched fist was like an arrow ready to go. The reason is for no other reason than that the level of cultivation Zhou Xingdou displayed at this time was only at the early stage of the Holy Saint. The power of this punch is really extraordinary. If an ordinary saint touches it even slightly, he will be seriously injured, and may even be wiped out. Zhou Xingdou is afraid that he will be doomed this time. And in this sea of thunder, a powerful thunder dragon of heavenly punishment emerged at the historic moment. It raised its head and roared, its sound shook the sky, and its contempt for the common people was frightening. Only Bai Yulong's eyes shrank when he saw the power of the great sage and the Prince of Hades. He was glad that the Prince of Hades didn't listen to his elder brother and get over him first, otherwise he would have been beaten a lot today. What's more, the mysterious Prince Ming Jodio of the Nether God also appeared for the first time when he came out of the Nether King's palace, so it was perfect. Buzz. This heavenly punishment thunder dragon circled and danced in the air, and finally landed on the heavenly punishment thunder emperor armor worn by Zhou Xingdou, exuding endless ferocious power. After hearing this, everyone else seemed to agree deeply with what the old man said. They nodded in agreement with regret on their faces. Even the heavenly Buddha sitting high on the lotus platform in the distance had a faint smile on his lips, and turned to the 10,000 Buddhas beside him and said softly. After all, before this, although there were many rumors about Zhou Xingdou, the young master of the Zhou family and Xian heavenly Dao sect Dao child, there seemed to be no actual cases of him defeating other peerless geniuses. The energy and blood all over his body boiled, forming a surging river of energy and blood, flowing rapidly around him. At this moment, an old man sitting in the seat of the powerful forces couldn't help but shook his head slightly, sighed and said, "It seems that Xian Tianli Dao sect has no successor. It is not groundless, this person is definitely not your opponent." There seemed to be a reflection between heaven and earth, and a dazzling thunder streaked through the void. Immediately afterwards, the vast and boundless holy power swept out from around his body like a surging wave. At the same time, a supreme power of heaven also followed. It ripples out. The countless thunder pillars that originally surrounded the profound heaven altar suddenly turned into a turbulent sea of thunder. Zhou Xingdou stared indifferently at the Prince of Hades, whose body was burning with green flames. A flash of lightning suddenly flashed in his silver-white eyes filled with purple energy. Now that Prince Pluto has taken the initiative to express his willingness to take the lead in challenging Zhou Xingdou, it is naturally the best thing. However, facing such a shocking scene, the people below did not show much surprise. On the contrary, many people could not help but frown, and even Lu Dazhu felt a little surprised. Immediately afterwards, the extremely hot cyan flames intertwined with the powerful and heavy qi and blood, converging into a giant cyan flame fist. After he entered the Holy Realm, saints were indeed worthless. Even the younger generation of the great saint capital has already reached this level after he was reborn. The whole world seems a little unreasonable. But it doesn't matter, after all, I am even more unreasonable. In an instant, the palm that Prince Hades had just raised was violently grasped, thousands of green flames burst out in the void, and the energy and blood in his body also roared like thunder. They also want to see what are the strengths of these so-called immortal forces and peerless geniuses. And the surging chi and blood seemed to be ignited again as it flowed, and a ball of extremely hot blue flame suddenly rose up from the body of Prince Hades. Zhou Dao child, please. Facing the powerful Changyan giant fist that was coming straight at him, Zhou Xingdou still had the same calm look on his face, showing no signs of disturbance. According to common sense in the monk world, the holy saint has almost no chance of winning against the great saint. What's more, he is an immortal genius and a great saint. They are both geniuses who can fight across borders. It is almost impossible to cross the border. But Zhou Xingdou has long been unable to estimate based on common sense. His Divine Elephant's prison-suppressing power giant elephant chapter has not yet been completed, and he can only pretend to be in the Holy Realm, and he can compete with Xian Heavenly Dao Sect, the first person under his command, and the half-step Supreme Wan Daokuan. Have equal shares. What's more, now that Zhou Xingdou's giant elephant particles have reached 840 million, the Holy Realm has been consolidated, and the body of the 7th layer master has been transformed into the Divine Elephant's prison-suppressing power. I saw Zhou Xingdou facing the green flame giant fist and just gently raising one finger. Boom! The brilliant power of heaven reverberated between heaven and earth at this time. A thunderbolt as wide as a long river suddenly crossed the sky, and it instantly became gloomy and heavy. Above the sky, the black clouds of calamity are billowing, constantly gathering and condensing. The endless aura of heavenly punishment is like a surging wave, emerging from all directions in an endless stream, completely covering the entire Xian Heavenly Dao sect in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a huge finger popped out from the calamity cloud. This finger was surrounded by the power of heavenly punishment, and was covered with dense lightning patterns, exuding a heart-stopping and terrifying pressure. The giant finger is extremely ancient, and the boundless power on it reverberates, shaking the void, containing the ruthless will of God to destroy everything, like a broken sky pillar falling, crushing towards the green flame giant fist. Boom! These ripples spread around like water waves, and the collapsing void set off waves of ripples. After a moment of silence, Prince Pluto slowly raised his head, stared at Zhou Xingdou with complicated eyes, and sighed deeply and said. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in 3 feet in front of Zhou Xingdou, but just when he wanted to take action again and collide with Zhou Xingdou with physical force, he saw the thunder sea around Zhou Xingdou suddenly rolling violently. When it rises, it feels like a pot of boiling water. You must know that this is a battle between the holy sage and the great sage, and they are not fighting in the same situation. For this reason alone, the Prince of Hades can be considered a loser. The fierce confrontation between them made the surrounding space unstable, with the void constantly breaking and causing ripples. The sound was like thunder, deafening and terrifying. After witnessing Zhou Xingdou's defeat of Prince Pluto, the face of Tianfuo Lord that was originally as calm as water became slightly serious at this moment. There was a hint of worry in his eyes. He couldn't help but ask the 10,000 Buddha's Buddha beside him. In fact, when the Thunder Emperor's finger and the green flame giant fist collided, his figure was already galloping towards Zhou Xingdou like lightning. Immediately afterwards, the Thunder Dragon suddenly hit the blue armor worn by the Prince of Hades at a speed as fast as lightning. He finally managed to stabilize his body, but he was already in a state of embarrassment. I saw him looking down at the armor that had turned pitch black and full of scorch marks, his brows furrowed and his eyes filled with shock. The major forces who originally thought that Zhou Xingdou had no chance of winning were now amazed at Zhou Xingdou's power and were amazed. But even so, everyone was shocked, because Zhou Xingdou's strength was too terrifying, and the Thunder Emperor finger was evenly matched with the giant Cyan Flame Fist, and died together. Therefore, whether it was the Thunder Emperor's finger or the Heavenly Punishment Thunder Dragon that spontaneously activated after the Prince of Hades approached, although it was powerful, it was not as what the Prince of Hades said. Without armor, it would inevitably cause serious injuries. The Thunder Emperor's finger collided with the giant green flame fist, making a crashing sound that resounded throughout the world. The collision was like two stars colliding with each other, emitting endless brilliance and dazzling light. This made it possible for even a being as powerful as Tianfo Zun to notice anything strange at this time. The power of these thunder punishments is astonishing, and each one contains the ultimate destructive power. The method of defeat of Prince Hades was extremely exquisite, and coupled with the formations arranged by Xian Heavenly Dao sect, it covered up the fluctuating aura caused by part of the battle between him and Zhou Xingdou. The Buddha's pupils of the 10,000 Buddhas were shining with golden light, as bright as a torch, and stared in the direction of Zhou Xingdou. His face was always as calm as water, and now he said with a confident and calm smile. What Prince Hades did this time undoubtedly strengthened Zhou Xingdou's momentum. When the disciples of Xian Heavenly Dao sect saw Zhou Xingdou fighting against the immortal prodigy and asking him to voluntarily admit defeat, they all cheered. But it was obvious that the Prince of Hades would not give up. This move not only shocked everyone, but also made Zhou Xingdou frown. If you were to face Zhou Xingdou, how confident would you be? The power of heavenly punishment and the green flame are intertwined, like two giant dragons fighting each other, refusing to give in to each other. After saying these words, Prince Pluto's face was not too sad. He even hugged Zhou Xingdou and returned to his seat in the Nether King's palace very freely. He knew very well that the Prince of Hades still had some strength left, and he didn't even attack with all his strength. The terrifying residual power wave swept across instantly, as if it was about to tear the entire world apart. But in just this short moment, the majestic and extremely ferocious thunder dragon that was entrenched around Zhou Xingdou suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. Of course, he naturally used the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique casually, and did not take this battle too seriously. With his current strength, even against the great sage, he would not have to revive the various powers in his body. This blow was so powerful that it seemed to tear the entire world apart. The Prince of Hades was caught off guard and was repelled by more than 100 feet. As a perfect physical practitioner, Zhou Xingdou can sense the terror contained in the qi and blood of Prince Hades. I am afraid that he is not far away from the realm of perfect physical body. The heavenly punishment thunder dragon of that level cannot hurt him, and it will never hurt him. It is impossible to retreat it 100 feet away. Fortunately, most of the residual power was blocked by the Xian Heavenly Dao sect formation. Otherwise, most of the geniuses present would have been completely wiped out by the residual power of these two forces. With the Buddhism I practice, I will not be afraid of his so-called thunder punishment power at all. Moreover, judging from the battle just now, Zhou Xingdou set up a sea of thunder around him, and he distracted himself and condensed a thunder dragon to protect the law. As for the body, I'm afraid his body is weak. Countless rays of purple thunder shot out from the sea of thunder, overwhelming the sky and hitting the Prince of Hades like dense arrows. I lost. If I didn't have this armor to protect me, this blow would have seriously injured me. The Prince of Hades was caught off guard by the sudden thunder, and his body suddenly stagnated, and his originally extremely fast movements were temporarily stagnant. As he spoke, 10,000 Buddha looked at Zhou Xingdou above the void, and the soft golden Buddha eyes became sharp. If I can find the right opportunity to fight him hand-to-hand, then I will be fully confident that I can defeat him, or even kill him. Lord Tianhua heard the words and nodded slightly in agreement. After all, even in his opinion, Zhou Xingdou had set up so many means around his body to prevent others from getting close, and his body was not weak, but it was definitely not strong. Moreover, when he looked at the stars in the Zhou dynasty, he had no physical body, and the power of qi and blood was not at its peak. It was extremely ordinary, unlike physical cultivation. In terms of physical body, it was impossible to defeat the 10,000 Buddhas who had been nourished by the ancient divine source for thousands of years. Thinking of this, the Buddha felt a little calmer in his heart, and then turned to face the 10,000 Buddhas and said, "Since you are confident, then it is up to you to challenge directly, so as not to cause unnecessary complications." The conversation between Tianfo Zun and 10,000 Buddhas was naturally blocked and not allowed to be heard by others. Otherwise, if Zhou Xingdou heard it, he would probably laugh out loud. Although the 10,000 Buddha did not speak, judging from the expression on his face, it was obvious that he had acquiesced to the instructions and arrangements of the heavenly Buddha. However, he is not the only one who wants to play against Zhou Xingdou. At this moment, Lu Dazhu, who was sitting in the sword field seat, could not restrain his inner impulse and eagerly wanted to take the initiative to invite Ying to join the battle. But just when Lu Dazhu was about to step out of his seat to ask for a fight, the old man from the sword domain suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly, and his originally cloudy eyes instantly became extremely sharp. He waved his arm, and a powerful force suddenly burst out, blocking Lu Dazhu forcefully. Lu Dazhu was caught off guard and took a few steps back suddenly, looking at the mysterious old man with a look of astonishment on his face. But the old man didn't explain too much. He just shook his head slowly at Lu Dazhu and signaled him not to fight. And at this moment, the 10,000 Buddha's Buddha moved, and he suddenly appeared above the void, with a dazzling golden Buddha lotus blooming under his feet, holding his body steadily. With a faint smile on his face, 10,000 Buddha's Buddha looked calmly at Zhou Xingdou, who was still puzzled by the behavior of Prince Pluto, and said calmly. As soon as Zhou Xingdou said this, countless people below him applauded, and some of the disciples who admired Zhou Xingdou, the true successor of Jiuxuan Peak, even yelled and cursed directly at the seats in the Buddha realm. If that's the case, then why bother fighting? If your 10,000 Buddha's temple has it, you can just send troops to get it. Zhou Dao Child is indeed very talented. The ruins of Dainichi Zen Temple are originally owned by the Buddhist sect. However, our Buddhist sect has no intention of taking over the jurisdiction of Qingxiu and the Buddhist domain and has allowed others to occupy it for a long time. Now it is time to take it back. The 10,000 Buddha's Buddha is certainly not a stupid person. He did not respond according to Zhou Xingdou's words and said that this place was the territory of the Dian dynasty. Instead, he stated straightforwardly that this was the former site of the Dian temple and that this place originally belonged to Buddhism. How could he be afraid of some ancient weirdo, 10,000 Buddhas and Buddhas? If his temper were different in the past, he would have taken action boldly just when tens of thousand Buddhas and Buddhas were sophistical. Oh? All Buddhism? Donor Zhou, please don't refuse. Since it is a gambling fight, there must be something to bet on. The young monk knows the rules, so he will not let Donor Zhou suffer. Donor Zhou was joking. Buddhism is not a demonic sect, so it will naturally not start a war that endangers living beings. Whether it was the people of Xian Heavenly Dao sect or other major forces, they all looked at the seats of 10,000 Buddha's temple in the Buddha realm at this moment, especially the people of Shenwu sect, whether it was Yuan Tian or the old Taoist Tian Hui. Looking at Tianfu, his expression was extremely bad. He deliberately emphasized the two self-proclaimed Dao child in his words in order to remind the world that he was the Dao child of Xian Heavenly Dao sect and the young master of the Zhou family. There was no shortage of magic weapons and medicines. Ordinary things cannot impress him. The 10,000 Buddha's expression was slightly stagnant at this moment, but he soon recovered his smile and continued. He glanced at the 10,000 Buddha's Buddha lightly, and the words Zhuan Jizi had said to him before flashed through his mind. The 10,000 Buddha's fighting spirit was not pure. Zhou Xingdou's words seemed sarcastic, but they also raised the stakes to some extent. Oh? What do you think I, Dao Child, will lack? An emperor weapon? An elixir of death? Or is it that the 10,000 Buddhist temple is going to bet against me with the emperor weapon? Hearing this, Zhou Xingdou sneered in his heart, and the fish took the bait. As soon as Zhou Xingdou said this, the whole audience was in an uproar. When the 10,000 Buddha's disciple heard this, he did not panic as his inner thoughts were exposed. Instead, he calmly clasped his hands to Zhou Xingdou and said with a leisurely smile on his face. Zhou Xingdou's eyes narrowed slightly and he sneered. As for the way to deal with it, I was naturally prepared for it. The 10,000 Buddhas continued. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Xingdou put his hands behind his back, raised his head slightly, stared at 10,000 Buddhas with a condescending look, and his words were as cold as the biting cold wind. Zhou Xingdou was not irritated by one or two crooked words from others. He only saw the corners of his mouth raised slightly and sneered. However, Tianfu Lord behaved extremely calmly, with no wave of emotion on his face, as if he had already expected such a situation to occur. Zhou Xingdou's current reaction was expected by Tianfu Zun and 10,000 Buddhas. After all, they had already considered Zhou Xingdou's refusal to accept gambling. And even if Zhou Xingdou doesn't say anything, the Buddhist disciples of 10,000 Buddhas will speak up and fight with Zhou Xingdou, so this statement is not even a revelation to the Buddha realm. There was still a faint smile on the face of 10,000 Buddha's Buddha with red lips and white teeth. He didn't care about other people's reactions and said calmly, "Amatba, little monk Yuan Zhen, please fight Zhou Dao child." In an instant, speculations and discussions arose, and many people turned their attention to the seats in the Nether King Hall. Some people were wondering why the Nether King Hall, which once destroyed the Buddha and banned meditation, did not respond at all. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou responded in an extremely cold tone. In fact, all this was originally part of his plan, but Zhou Xingdou revealed it first. Emperor weapon is naturally impossible. In fact, the young monk had prepared the bet at the beginning, but now it seems that he cannot impress the donor. After Zhou Xingdou heard this, he immediately came back to his senses, and his silver-white eyes filled with purple energy instantly became cold. After all, in the realm of absolute beginning, most people prefer Zhutian Xingdou, the Tao child of heavenly Tao sect, rather than Buddhism. But since 10,000 Buddha's temple wanted to bet, he naturally had to raise the price, because from the beginning the prey was not Zhou Xingdou, but the so-called 10,000 Buddha's temple. The young monk doesn't want to show off his shame anymore. It's better to do it in one step and directly satisfy almsgiver Zhou to save trouble. "Monk, are you asking me to fight, or are you planning to make a bet with me over the land of the great Yin dynasty?" When Tianfuo Lord heard this, his expression changed. He seemed to have guessed what the 10,000 Buddhas were going to use to raise the stakes. But now that he was in full view of everyone, he could not stop him with words. He only hoped that the 10,000 Buddhas would be sensible and not do anything because of it. A small loss brings a big loss. But he saw the corners of 10,000 Buddha's mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. His golden Buddha eyes, as bright as the stars, stared at Zhou Xingdou closely, his eyes revealing incomparable confidence and determination, as if Zhou Xingdou would never be able to refuse him as long as he mentioned the bet. Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity. Where did this disciple of 10,000 Buddhas come from such strong self-confidence? Does he really intend to use the world-suppressing Buddhist soldiers of 10,000 Buddha's temple as a bet to compete with himself for this treasure? Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou's interest became more and more intense. He eagerly wanted to know where the confidence of the 10,000 Buddhas came from, and at the same time, he was secretly looking forward to what the other party would say next. Finally, under the expectant eyes of thousands of monks, 10,000 Buddhas opened his lips and slowly uttered 5 words. "There is no life in the future." These 5 words were like thunder, exploding in the hearts of everyone present. The legendary Future No Life Sutra is the most revered and supreme secret Buddhist scripture in 10,000 Buddha's temple. It belongs to one of the 3 worlds Tathagata Sutra, the Sutra of the Future. Only future Buddhas, that is, those who become disciples of the Buddha, are qualified to practice this sutra. It is an absolute secret that will not be passed down. Even Zhuan Jizi, who had been sitting firmly above the altar of profound heaven, as calm as an immortal, with the presence of the old god, could not help but suddenly open his eyes that were originally hazy at this moment. In his pair of deep Taoist pupils, the Taoism rotated rapidly like a stream of light, flashing with an astonishing brilliance. In an instant, he cast his gaze on the heavenly Buddha on the seat of the 10,000 Buddha's temple, and there was an indescribable surprise in his voice. "Meaning? Is this true?" At this time, the Tianfuo Lord's face was extremely gloomy and ugly. He never expected that the 10,000 Buddha's Buddha would actually use the world-facilitating heritage of the 10,000 Buddha's temple as a bet, and it was also the Future No Life Sutra in the 3 worlds Tathagata Sutra that Buddhism has regarded as the foundation since its inception. If 10,000 Buddha's temple regrets it, then don't blame me, profound heaven, for using thunderous means. After all, before this, everyone felt that Buddhism was too despicable and shameless. But now? Not only were the major forces arguing with the disciples of the mysterious heaven sect, but even the other 4 noble seats looked at the Buddha realm seat in surprise. Only the Nether King and the well-dressed chief of the Shenwu sect remained motionless and helpless. Sadness without joy. Yes, Tao Child agreed to this bet. You must know that the preciousness of the 3 worlds Tathagata Sutra has, in a sense, surpassed that of the world-suppressing Buddhist soldiers of the 10,000 Buddha's temple, the peerless emperor weapon held by the Tianqin Great Emperor of Buddhism in the past, and the Wei Tuo Great Emperor. Emperor Tianchu. After a slight hesitation, Lord Tianfuo continued to add, but his tone seemed very reluctant and helpless. At the same time, his eyes were fixed on 10,000 Buddhas Buddha Ziyuanshan, but his eyes were extremely complicated. The great sage versus the sage, he has the advantage. Tisk, TSK, look at this situation. Wanfo Temple is determined to get the original site of Dainichi Zen Temple this time. How dare you even place a bet of this level? The 10,000 Buddha's disciple is still extremely confident, and the corner of his mouth curls up. Seeing Zhou Xingdou agree, Zhuan Jizi looked at Tianfuo Lord's unkind expression and threatened. But having said that, since you dare to place such a heavy bet, it means that 10,000 Buddhas must be very confident to defeat Zhou Dao Child. Otherwise, who would be stupid enough to risk such a precious thing? What's more, taking out such earth-shattering chips for a big gamble will greatly enhance and improve their current reputation and image of Buddhism. No one dared to accuse Buddhism of being shameless anymore. Instead, they all marveled at how generous Buddhism was and wanted to take back the ruins of Dainichi Zen Temple at all costs. Now he has the Ziwei Taiwan Sutra inside and the Divine Elephant's power to suppress the prison outside. He only lacks a supreme method of spiritual cultivation. It can only be said that the disciples of 10,000 Buddhas are here to provide help in times of need. Even Zhou Xingdou almost laughed out loud, but he quickly suppressed the corners of his mouth that he wanted to raise, looked at the extremely confident 10,000 Buddha's Buddha opposite him, and said with a little disdain, "Zhou Dao Child does not need to worry. The future No-Life Sutra was lost before the birth of the young monk. Now the future Lifeless Sutra of Wanfo Temple has been completed after the birth of the young monk. The young monk is qualified to use him to make it." 10,000 Buddhas used the future No-Life Sutra as a bet to compete for this precious land. What's more, he completed the last sutra of the future Immortal Sutra for the Three Worlds Tathagata Sutra for the 10,000 Buddhas Temple. His status is even more respected than him, the head of the Buddha, and he does have nominal rights to the sutra of the future Immortal Sutra. Zhou Xingdou finally smiled and shouted boldly. After all, the disciples of 10,000 Buddhas are just disciples of Buddha, not the current Buddha. Judging from the strength of Zhou Xingdou and Prince Pluto at that time, even if he had hidden clumsiness, 10,000 Buddhas was still confident of defeating Zhou Xingdou. In the future Wuxing Sutra, even the Tianfuo Lord, the head of the Buddhas, may not be qualified to use him as a bet. This skill touches the secret of time and the method of spirit, which is what Zhou Xingdou lacks now. When everyone present saw this, they immediately exploded and started talking among themselves. What's even more interesting is that now people have begun to follow the trend of 10,000 Buddhas and call that precious land the ruins of Dainichi Zen Temple. What Yuan Chan said are all the ruins of 10,000 Buddha's temple. The poor monk really has no right to interfere. The fish had bitten the hook, so Zhou Xingdou naturally stopped covering up, not to mention that he never considered that he would lose. No, that's the supreme Buddhist scripture. Buddhism is really spending a lot of money this time. The tragedy at Dainichi Zen Temple must have cast a huge shadow on them. Not to mention whether Xian Jizi and others would agree with his repentance in front of everyone, and whether it would have any impact on the reputation of Buddhism. Even if the future No-Life Sutra exists like this to him, it is still extremely tempting, because the future No-Life Sutra in this world is different from Fahai's Mahayana Buddhism. Its essence is not a Buddhist scripture, but a practice. Even Yuan Zhen could not be persuaded, because Yuan Zhen was not just an ordinary Buddhist. As an ancient freak of Dainichi Zen Temple, he was more like a symbol of Dainichi Zen Temple. I have to say that 10,000 Buddha's plan, which is a white wolf with nothing to show for it, may seem a bit foolish and risky on the surface, but in fact it has benefited a lot. It kills two birds with one stone. If nothing unexpected happens. He seemed to be quite worried about the current situation, but he was unable to regret the bet made by 10,000 Buddhas. In fact, 10,000 Buddhas is not stupid, because in his eyes, how can a genius like Zhou Xingdou compare to an ancient freak like him? So the bet is actually just a bait to get Zhou Xingdou into the game. Can you afford this bet? Faced with such an unabashed and straightforward threat from Xian Jizi, Tianfuo Zun's face became very ugly. Although 10,000 Buddha's Buddha Ziyuanshan once vowed that he had full confidence and certainty in defeating Zhou Xingdou, the huge risks brought by this gamble still made Tianfuo Zun feel worried and restless. At this moment, the Buddha has no choice but to silently pray to heaven in his heart, hoping that the 10,000 Buddhas can live up to everyone's expectations and win this crucial battle. Otherwise, if you lose this competition, you will really lose the watermelon today and not even pick the sesame seeds. However, now that the matter has come to this, Tianfu Lord has no choice but to bite the bullet and nod his head, and responds to Zhuangjizi by saying, Master Xingdou, please rest assured that we Buddhist disciples have always strictly observed the precepts and will never do anything that violates our promises. Although Tianfu Zun's voice was firm, the helplessness and anxiety revealed in it were difficult to conceal. Several strong men who knew Zhou Xingdou's terrifying strength had joking expressions on their faces. At this moment in the void, Zhou Xingdou raised the corners of his mouth slightly with a faint smile. He raised his hands as clear as glass and gently stroked the huge thunder dragon of heaven's punishment hovering around him. Those silver-white eyes full of purple energy looked at the equally confident 10,000 Buddha's Buddha, and said with a hint of joking, Let's take action. Let me see how strong this so-called ancient freak is. Is it really as invincible as the legend says? Zhou Xingdou's voice was not loud, but it sounded from all directions, as clear as the sound of heaven, as if announcing the beginning of this battle to everyone. After hearing this, the disciples of the 10,000 Buddhas did not say anything more. Because he knew that at this moment, he must use practical actions to prove his strong strength, so that the Buddha could feel at ease. Just as Zhou Xingdou finished speaking, a loud noise that shook the world was heard. Om Ma Ni Ba Mi Hum. This is the supreme six-character mantra of Buddhism. At this moment, it resounds loudly between heaven and earth, as if the entire void is trembling with it. A dazzling golden sun suddenly appeared on the back of 10,000 Buddhas' heads, like a dazzling scorching sun hanging in the sky. He just raised his eyebrows slightly, raised the corners of his mouth, and said with a half-smile. Following Zhou Xingdou's movements, a huge finger from the sky rolled down like a pillar of strength and struck the swastika Buddha seal. In the endless calamity clouds, the sky-high Thunder Emperor's finger poked out from the clouds again. This suction force is like a black hole, continuously devouring the energy released by the Thunder Emperor finger. His Thunder Emperor finger was swallowed by the swastika Buddha seal of 10,000 Buddhas. Faced with such a shocking turn of events, Zhou Xingdou remained calm and didn't even show the slightest surprise. However, the Thunder Emperor finger that appeared this time was completely different from before. It is no longer just a collection of ordinary thunder and punishment, but the whole body is shining with deep purple light, as if it contains endless power of heaven. The true power of divine punishment is finally revealed at this time, and its terrifying power makes people tremble in fear. This Buddha seal is densely engraved with ancient and solemn Buddhist scriptures, exuding an unparalleled powerful aura and sacred Buddha light. And the golden lotus under his feet bloomed with countless brilliant and colorful lights, which made people dazzled and felt like a true Buddha in this world. But at this moment, two heavenly punishment Thunder Emperor fingers appeared again from the dark clouds of calamity. Carrying the endless power of heavenly punishment, they all struck at the large swastika Buddha seal that was guarding there. The lingering power caused the void to crack, and clicking sounds came and went. The face of 10,000 Buddhas with red lips and white teeth suddenly showed a bit of ugly color, and the Buddha seal between Sumeru shattered under the bombardment of 3 Thunder Emperor fingers. Moreover, this finger was not aimed at the swastika-shaped Buddha seal, but was directed towards 10,000 Buddhas. However, Zhou Xingdou's raised finger suddenly erupted into a low and shocking buzzing sound, as if infinite power was reviving. One seal quickly returned to the top of 10,000 Buddha's head, trying to resist the incoming Thunder Emperor's finger, while the other seal continued to rush towards Zhou Xingdou without losing momentum. This made the face of 10,000 Buddha's Buddha, who had just gained the upper hand, change. He quickly made mudras with both hands, drawing one hand inward and pushing the other hand outward. Zhou Xingdou's fingers, as clear as glass, were suddenly covered with thunder patterns, exuding the ultimate power of ancient heaven, as if containing endless power. The smile on Zhou Xingdou's face faded, and then he raised his palm and pointed forward with a finger. The big swastika Buddha seal that was separated was back in time, and the Thunder Emperor's finger struck the Buddha seal, and there was a thunderous roar that shook the sky and the earth. Almost instantly, the hands of the 10,000 Buddhas who were originally clasped together suddenly moved, and a huge swastika Buddha seal that shone with mysterious brilliance was instantly condensed and formed. Immediately afterwards, the second and third buzzing sounds echoed through the sky one after another. Suddenly, a dazzling purple energy rose into the sky, like a purple dragon surging in it. On the contrary, when the Thunder Emperor's finger hit the swastika Buddha seal, the latter suddenly turned upside down, as if it had turned into a bottomless pit, producing an indescribable powerful suction force. Buzz buzz. Boom. Call out. A loud sound cut through the space resounded, and the Buddha seal that rushed towards Zhou Xingdou was pierced by a black-purple spear burning with fierce underworld flames. However, this time, the Thunder Emperor finger that Zhou Xingdou used was not as effective as when he fought against the Prince of Hades before. Accompanied by 3 buzzing sounds, thunder and punishment fell like a sea from the sky and the earth, covering the battlefield between Zhou Xingdou and 10,000 Buddhas, and the rumbling thunder continued. The Thunder Emperor's finger, which was originally as huge as a sky pillar, was completely swallowed up in the blink of an eye and disappeared without a trace. Buzz. Following his movements, the huge swastika Buddha seal suddenly expanded crazily, and when it seemed to cover the sky and the sun, it suddenly split into 2 parts. As it rotated rapidly, the shadows of 18 arhats could be vaguely seen flickering in it. They seemed to be blessed by the great Buddha Dharma, and they suddenly rushed towards Zhou Xingdou like a meteor piercing the sky. This time, even if the Buddha's seal was reversed, it was unable to swallow the Thunder Emperor's finger composed of the heavenly punishment, but it was still in a stalemate for a while. Oh. Interesting. The golden Buddha's eyes of the 10,000 Buddhas were focused, and he couldn't help but look up, only to see darkness in the sky, and the black clouds of calamity rolling endlessly. And the spear remained unabated, carrying a sharp will that penetrated everything, pointing directly at the 10,000 Buddhas who had been breached by the 3 Thunder Emperor fingers to defend the Buddha's seal. At this moment, Lord Tianfu's expression changed, and he realized that Zhou Xingdou probably didn't even show 50% of his strength in that battle just now. The Thunder Emperor's finger, which was composed of heaven's punishment, was more than twice as powerful as before. What's more, the black and purple spear burning with netherworld flames attacked so sharply that there was nothing in the world that could resist it. Space, void, and all tangible objects that passed by the tip of the spear were pierced by the spear. This kind of power is definitely the divine ability, which is more powerful than the Thunder Finger. However, Zhou Xingdou did not use it in the battle with the Prince of Hades. I am afraid he deliberately hid his clumsiness. Even at this moment, Lu Dazhu, who was sitting on the sword field seat, was also shocked. He suddenly realized why his senior would stop him from taking action. This Zhou Xingdou is indeed extraordinary. The Prince of the Underworld just now did not force out Zhou Xingdou's true combat power at all. If he had asked for a fight because of his misjudgment at the time, then he would probably be the one bearing such a fierce offensive now. At this moment, Lu Dazhu looked at 10,000 Buddhas and shook his head, sighing. 3 heavenly punishment thunder fingers, coupled with the weird spear, the seal of 10,000 Buddhas has been broken, and I'm afraid they will be defeated. The old man sitting at the head of the sword domain with the divine sword on his back retreated a little, and looked at Lu Dazhu with a sharp look, and his voice was extremely hoarse. Watch carefully, that Buddha won't be defeated so quickly. People in the Buddha realm know very well how powerful those who have cultivated the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra are. Now, in the eyes of Tianfu Lord, Zhou Xingdou is bound to lose, and the treasure land of the Great Yin dynasty is already in his pocket. Zhou Dao Child is really good at hiding his clumsiness, and the young monk has to reveal his trump card. No need, how can the young monk take advantage of Dao Child? It's enough to take back the original site of Dainichi Zen Temple today. Face the spear of Hades that penetrates everything, is sharp, burning with fierce underworld flames, and pierces the chest. The great forces in the absolute beginning Dao realm were indeed knowledgeable, and they immediately revealed the methods of the 10,000 Buddhas. I saw the 10,000 Buddha with his hands clasped moving at this moment. His seemingly slow but extremely fast movements were as natural and smooth as flowing clouds and flowing water. Zhou Xingdou also looked at 10,000 Buddhas with curiosity at this moment. He wanted to know what other methods this ancient freak had. Before he finished speaking, the statue of the Great Sun Tathagata behind 10,000 Buddhas moved instantly. But the surprise turned into joy in an instant, and the worry and melancholy in Tianfu Zun's eyebrows also disappeared in this moment. But 10,000 Buddhas shook his head and said with a smile, "Interesting, do you want to increase your bet? With the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra, this Dao Child can add a Zhou family treasure house." But in just this moment, the golden sun behind the 10,000 Buddhas suddenly burst out with a dazzling light of enlightenment of the Dharma, as if it was going to illuminate the entire world. The 10,000 Buddhas, who endured the overwhelming thunder and punishment coming from all directions, did not show any panic at all, but appeared calm and composed. But at this moment, he really had to use it, because once the battle was defeated, not only would the inanimate sutra fall into the hands of others in the future, but the ruins of Dainichi Zen Temple would also not be recovered. Amit Ba. A Buddha's voice suddenly sounded, and the sound of the Buddha was extremely majestic. It was as deafening as a yellow bell, and as melodious and far-reaching as a morning bell or evening drum. Its sound was so majestic that the surrounding space shook violently, setting off waves of huge waves. At the same time, the huge statue of Great Sun Tathagata behind him also started to move with the actions of 10,000 Buddhas. The Buddha statue bloomed with dazzling light, like a rising sun, illuminating the entire space. Under the illumination of this Buddha's light, everything looks so sacred and solemn. For Zhou Xingdou, whether 10,000 Buddhas Buddha has a trump card or not, the outcome is the same. It would be best if he can be allowed to raise again. Although he doesn't like Buddhism, he is still very interested in the ultimate technique. I saw this golden Buddha statue pointing to the sky with one hand, and pointing to the earth with the other hand. A powerful will to dominate the sky and the earth was like a torrent, roaring from the Buddha statue. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling golden sun shadow replaced the original mantra, burning in his pupils. As the sword domain old man expected, he was faced with 3 Thunder Emperor fingers that stood like giant pillars and pressed directly above his head. But after finishing all this, the 10,000 Buddhas did not show any joy. On the contrary, a deep helplessness and bitterness appeared on his face. He stared at Zhou Xingdou quietly and let out a long sigh again. For a moment, the Thunder Emperor's finger hovering above the head of 10,000 Buddhas and the Hades spear resting on his chest also seemed to feel the influence of some kind of power. It's actually the Manhwarecap Sutra. This is a secret that is not taught in the Manhwarecap temple except for the independent 3 generations Tathagata Sutra. It can be called the number 1 fighting technique in Buddhism. The sound of the Buddha turned into countless Buddhist mantras, and the densely packed golden Buddhist sutras spread out like ripples, destroying the endless thunder and punishment that surrounded and suppressed them, causing the Thunder Emperor's finger and the spear of Hades to stop for a moment in front of him. Since he recovered from the ancient divine source, he has not exposed this sutra and has been hiding it from 10,000 Buddha's temple in order to one day reopen Dainichi Zen Temple. At this moment, 10,000 Buddhas, who had originally closed his eyes, suddenly opened his Buddha eyes shining with golden light, and the Buddhist truths flashed across his eyes like lightning. They first made a low buzzing sound, as if they were resonating with the Buddha's light. Subsequently, the divine ability determined by these 2 moves was swallowed up and dissipated by the light of the Great Sun Buddha in full view of the public without any warning. Unless the situation is urgent, the disciple of 10,000 Buddhas really does not want to use the Manhwarecap Sutra. After all, he has not passed this sutra to 10,000 Buddha's temple. This made Protector Ming, who was unmoved even though the 10,000 Buddhas Buddha had just told him that he had the future unborn sutra, looked at the 10,000 Buddhas Buddha with a somewhat unkind look in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the golden sun turned into a huge golden Buddha statue with majestic appearance. Because the future immortal sutra belongs to the entire Buddhist sect, but the Manhwarecap Sutra belongs exclusively to the Buddhist lineage of Dainichi Zen Temple. Now it is undoubtedly a bit eye-catching in front of the Nether King Hall of Dainichi Zen Temple. I saw him slowly stretching out his hands and clasping his hands in front of his chest, then he closed his Buddha eyes that were shining with bright golden light, and sighed quietly. Not just others, even the heavenly Buddha on the seat in the Buddha realm looked surprised when he saw the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra performed by the disciples of 10,000 Buddhas, as if he did not know that the disciples of 10,000 Buddhas had completed this sutra. Zhou Xingdou didn't show anger when he heard the words of the 10,000 Buddhas Buddha, which seemed to be being taken advantage of, and acted like a good boy. Instead, he said with great interest, "The Buddha's spirit that covers the sky and the sun permeates the entire heaven and earth, as if the world is enveloped in solemnity." Countless dazzling golden lotuses suddenly appeared in the void. These golden lotuses shone with golden light, and were as intoxicating as the wonders in a fairyland. At the same time, a melodious and solemn Sanskrit sound hit Zhou Xingdou from all directions like a waterfall. This sound was like the sound of nature, making people feel a deep shock and awe. At this moment, the 100-foot-tall Buddha statue of the great sun Tathagata suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou, showing his compassionate look. However, behind this image of mercy, there is endless majesty and murderous intention. I saw that huge Buddha's hand slamming down like an ancient divine mountain. Its power was earth-shattering and shocking. Wherever the Buddha's hand passed, the space was shattered, and the void was torn apart abruptly, as if the whole world was about to be overturned. The world seems to be in danger of being turned upside down. But Zhou Xingdou, who was facing the bombardment of the great sun Tathagata Buddha statue, had an indifferent expression. In an instant, he grabbed hard with both palms, and two spears appeared in his hands, one of which was the spear of the god of Hades burning with fierce underworld flames. But the other pole is silvery white with blue light, surrounded by countless electric arcs, and filled with brilliant heavenly power. This is the spear of the Thunder Emperor in the Thunder Emperor's treasure art. One spear carries punishment for heaven, and one spear opens hell. I saw these two divine ability spears with completely opposite powers being merged together by Zhou Xingdou, and the brilliant power of heaven and the fierce underworld flames were splashed wantonly. The combination of these two forces caused the heaven and earth to mourn, and the sun and the moon to eclipse. Under these many strange phenomena, a spear with black and purple patterns mixed with silver and white thunder patterns exuded unparalleled power and sternness. The destructive power of the world appeared in Zhou Xingdou's hands. The mere appearance of this spear, which is composed of the spear of the Thunder Emperor and the spear of the god of Hades, causes the surrounding space to collapse. Anyone with a low level of cultivation will be blinded by the sharp meaning on it. And Zhou Xingdou didn't talk nonsense, staring coldly at the giant Buddha's hand that was crushing towards him. He waved his arm lightly, and the spear in his hand shot out like a bolt of lightning. The spear passed through the void, and wherever it passed, it seemed as if the curtains were torn apart. The surrounding aura quickly dissipated, and the space seemed to be annihilated. Call out! A sharp sound broke through the air, and the spear slammed into the giant Buddha's hand at an alarming speed. In an instant, a shocking scene happened. The spear penetrated the entire Buddha's hand easily like an extremely sharp silver needle penetrating the fragile tofu. At the same time, the surface of the Buddha's hand was instantly covered with countless fine cracks. These cracks spread like spider webs, making the entire Buddha's hand look shaky. However, this is not over yet. The momentum of the spear did not weaken at all. It continued to sprint forward, following the Buddha's hand and piercing the entire arm of the majestic Buddha statue of the great sun Tathagata unimpeded. Immediately afterwards, the spear penetrated from the shoulder of the Buddha statue, and with a fierce momentum, it went straight towards the Buddha's head of the great sun Tathagata Buddha statue. Rumble! Accompanied by a deafening loud noise, the entire arm of the huge Buddha statue of the great sun Tathagata suddenly collapsed, and the fragments scattered on the ground like raindrops. The struck Buddha's head let out a shrill cry, as if telling some unwillingness and pain. But at this moment, behind Zhou Xingdou, 10,000 Buddhas held a large swastika Buddha seal and came at full speed. When the swastika Buddha seal was turned upside down, it drained away the thunder pool that Zhou Xingdou had set up to protect the surrounding body. At this moment, the 10,000 Buddha's Buddha looked solemn and muttered words, as if he was performing a mysterious and powerful dharma. Just when he was still 3 feet away from Zhou Xingdou, the heavenly punishment thunder dragon that had been hovering quietly around Zhou Xingdou seemed to be suddenly activated and pounced towards 10,000 Buddhas without any warning. Facing this sudden heavenly punishment thunder dragon, 10,000 Buddhas had already prepared himself. After all, the Prince of Hades lost here, so he did not dare to slack off at all. I saw a dazzling golden sun condensed behind him in an instant, and it rushed towards the menacing thunder dragon with thunderous momentum. In an instant, the thunder dragon and the sun collided fiercely in mid-air, making an earth-shattering noise. At this time, 10,000 Buddhas, who had been chanting words in his mouth, also stopped chanting, and then took a step forward resolutely, passing through many obstacles, and finally entered within 3 feet of Zhou Xingdou's body. Ever since he saw that Zhou Xingdou's divine ability could be used so easily, but he had to use the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra, he understood that he might not be able to win quickly in a duel with mana. Now, the only way to quickly defeat Zhou Xingdou is to break through Zhou Xingdou's body protection and physically confront him. Immediately afterwards, 10,000 Buddhas used all his strength and shouted angrily. There is a Buddha in the West. He is 6 feet tall. My Buddha is compassionate and bless me. Along with this roar, the whole body of 10,000 Buddhas emitted a layer of dazzling golden light. Finally, he shouted those 4 words in a low and solemn voice. The great sun Tathagata has a 6-foot-long golden body. At this moment, the body of 10,000 Buddhas suddenly began to expand violently. In the blink of an eye, his originally ordinary body seemed to be covered in a layer of dazzling golden paint, exuding a luster that was impossible to look directly at, as transparent as golden glass. At this moment, the faces of 10,000 Buddhas also underwent astonishing changes. The image of red lips, white teeth, compassion and kindness has disappeared, replaced by a majestic and angry look, like an angry-eyed King Kong. At the same time, countless mysterious Sanskrit Buddhist scriptures were engraved on his golden body like tattoos. Every word shone with sacred brilliance, as if it contained endless Buddhist mysteries. At this moment, it seems that the disciples of 10,000 Buddhas are no longer just Buddhists, but have transformed into real Buddhas and come to the world. Even if all this happened in an instant, how could Zhou Xingdou not notice that the disciple of 10,000 Buddhas was approaching him? He was just curious about why this disciple of 10,000 Buddhas was so persistent in wanting to get close to him. Even the statue of great sun Tathagata is given up not to be destroyed by oneself, but also to stay close to one's own body. Now looking at the 10,000 Buddhas, who was 16 feet tall, golden in color, and bursting with great physical power, Zhou Xingdou almost laughed out loud, and then he realized that this guy actually wanted to physically collide with him. I don't know whether he was confident in his physical fitness and martial Tao, or was simply overwhelmed by joy. At this moment, 10,000 Buddha smiled confidently. Zhou Dao Child was approached by the monk. You have been defeated. After saying that the body of the 10,000 Buddhas was like a Vajra with angry eyes, the body of the true Buddha came into the world, sounded a bell, and punched Zhou Xingdou in an instant. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou couldn't suppress the sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. He smiled contemptuously and said, "It's really time to end." He originally just wanted to play for fun. If 10,000 Buddhas didn't get close to him, he might have to take several moves to defeat this ancient freak. But now that this disciple of 10,000 Buddhas chooses to have a head-on collision with his own body, he is seeking death. Zhou Xingdou stared at the surging 10,000 Buddhas with cold eyes. He suddenly took a step forward, as if he was integrated with the whole world. As he took this step, a terrifying force burst out from his body. Behind Zhou Xingdou, the shadow of a majestic giant elephant suddenly appeared. Roar! This giant elephant has a huge body and exudes a heart-stopping pressure. Its roar is deafening and resounds through the sky. It seems to be able to penetrate the 9 heavens and roar down to the stars. And its 4 thick legs are like the pillars of heaven, standing firmly on the ground, as if they can suppress all evil under hell. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou's flawless body, which had been tempered countless times and returned to its original state, also showed its true horror. The energy and blood spurted out of Zhou Xingdou's body like a boundless ocean, and like a volcano erupting, forming a blazing and dazzling blood light. This bloody light was like the scorching sun in the sky, shining in all directions and sweeping across with unparalleled power. Wherever it passed, the void was torn open, revealing black cracks, as if it wanted to swallow the entire world. 840 million giant elephant particles were all stirring at this moment, and an invincible divine power completely revived in Zhou Xingdou. The divine power was swaying between his arms, completely stirring up all time and space. Zhou Xingdou let out a hearty laugh, and punched 10,000 Buddhas like stars falling from the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The whole world resounded with endless buzzing. At this moment, the sky was dark and the earth was dark. Even if there was a formation to block it, everyone below felt the sky and the earth shaking. At this moment, both the people from the major forces and the existences on the distinguished seats from the 5 parties showed expressions of shock. Even the Nether King, who had always been extremely indifferent and motionless, was moved when he saw the energy and blood power emanating from Zhou Xingdou. Xian Jizi was also a little surprised. Even he did not expect that the physical power of Dao Child, who was about to be crowned in his sect, would be so strong. The vicissitudes of life of the Shenwu sect man also lit up at this moment, with a look of surprise on his face. Only the heavenly Buddha on the Buddha realm seat was so shocked that he almost couldn't sit still. His hands could no longer hold the Buddha's ritual calmly, and the armrests of the seat he was tightly grasping were full of cracks. And when 10,000 Buddhas faced Zhou Xingdou's earth-shattering and unparalleled punch in person, he was completely stunned for a moment. At this moment, in his eyes, Zhou Xingdou was like a majestic and solemn god of power descending into the world. That shocking punch seemed to occupy the entire world, eclipsing everything else. In comparison, the 6-foot-long golden body and the punch he threw out seemed as insignificant and powerless as a young child. Only at this moment did he realize how wise he was. He originally thought that Zhou Xingdou was physically weak and that he would quickly shoot him down as long as he fought hand-to-hand. But now, the body that I am so proud of is like an ant in front of this god of strength. Thinking back to the confident plan that I made when I bet on the future of Wuxingjing in order to get Zhou Xingdou into the game, it seems ridiculous now. It turns out that I was never a hunter, but a prey. Boom! Boom! Zhou Xingdou's fist collided with the fist of 10,000 Buddhas, and the two collided with an earth-shattering sound. However, the outcome of this battle was actually decided before the fight. I saw that the so-called 6-foot-long golden body instantly shattered into pieces and turned into countless golden fragments scattered everywhere. The endless Buddhist intention was also wiped out under the impact of Zhou Xingdou's powerful divine power. This is simply overwhelming strength. All the power related to 10,000 Buddhas and Buddhas are extinguished at this moment. It is no lie for Zhou Xingdou that he can defeat all magic with one force. Just when everyone thought the battle was not over, Zhou Xingdou suddenly retracted his fist at this moment. 10,000 Buddhas and Buddhas were still standing on the same spot, motionless, neither being knocked away nor moving even a step. His fist still maintained the posture of blasting out, and his whole person seemed to be frozen in time. Click, click, click. But when Zhou Xingdou shook his head and turned around, countless fine cracks suddenly began to appear on the body of 10,000 Buddhas, and these cracks quickly spread throughout the body like spider webs. The rich life essence and holy power dispersed from the cracks in the bodies of 10,000 Buddhas and returned to the heaven and earth, causing the spiritual energy here to surge. The scene was also completely silent at this moment, and everyone was shocked and speechless. It has been sealed in the ancient divine source for countless years, and has cultivated the first Buddhist practice, the Great Sun Tathagata Sutra. The physical body can be transformed into a 6-foot-long golden body, and the 10,000 Buddhas can realize the Arhat realm, the great sage. Unexpectedly, within 3 feet of Zhou Xingdou, his golden body was broken by one punch, and all his energy was drained from the blow. And what about Zhou Xingdou? The holy first realm was broken through not long ago, and even the punch that broke Zhengliu's golden body didn't even have divine ability, it could only be regarded as martial Dao. Then when he breaks through to the great sage, how tyrannical will he be? Will the world's geniuses be able to succeed? Is that bald donkey dead? At this time, a voice broke the silence. Bai Yulong looked curiously at the 10,000 Buddha's Buddha whose body was covered with cracks and whose energy was overflowing, and asked his grandfather. Grandpa Bai Yulong shook his head and then explained. It's not possible for a great sage to die so easily, let alone an ancient freak. But it's a good thing that your elder brother saved his hand and stopped his punch in time, otherwise Tulu Temple would have chosen another Buddhist disciple. Yin Yang Grotto Heaven's words brought everyone back to their senses. Everyone present was in an uproar and noisy. The most excited person was undoubtedly Xian Heavenly Dao sect. With Zhou Xingdou alone, who dares to say that the Xian Heavenly Dao sect is still in trouble? Under the uproar of the whole audience, the body of 10,000 Buddhas gradually fell, and countless crystal fragments fell from it. The heavenly Buddha instantly appeared next to the 10,000 Buddhas, held it up with Buddhist Dharma, and condensed a golden lotus. He slowly moved the 10,000 Buddhas into the golden lotus, for fear that if the 10,000 Buddhas were stronger, the 10,000 Buddhas would be completely shattered. Immediately, Lord Tianhua looked at Zhou Xingdou with an extremely cold look, but before he could get angry, Zhou Xingdou said calmly, "Hand over the future inanimate sutra." If it weren't for the future Wuxing Sutra, Zhou Xingdou would never have closed his fist just now. He would have completely annihilated this ancient freak named 10,000 Buddhas. But even so, the condition of 10,000 Buddhas is not very good. The Dantian meridians are all shattered, the essence is completely overflowing, and there is only a little vitality hanging on the life. Even if he is cured, he will probably be a disabled person. Can't give it. Tianfu Lord's low and cold voice seemed to come from the endless abyss, and his eyes were full of anger. Whatever the disciple of 10,000 Buddhas said, he was also a disciple of 10,000 Buddha's temple. Although the two were fighting for bets, it was ultimately a competition, not a battle of life and death. Zhou Xingdou was so ruthless, how could he keep Tianfu from getting angry? What's more, Zhou Xingdou's physique is obviously so strong, but he has always kept it hidden. Zhou Xingdou during the battle with the Prince of Hades, and Zhou Xingdou during the gambling battle with the 10,000 Buddhas, were not as strong as the same person at all. This made him doubt that Zhou Xingdou had teamed up with the Nether King to set a trap for their Buddhist sect. When Zhou Xingdou heard this, his originally indifferent face instantly turned gloomy, his brows furrowed tightly, and his silver-white eyes filled with purple energy revealed a biting chill, like two sharp swords. Stabbed straight at the heavenly Buddha in front of him, who is known as the head of the Buddha. Facing this powerful man at the peak of creation, Lord Zhou Xingdou showed no fear. He straightened his body and looked at the opponent without flinching. There was even a faint sneer at the corner of his mouth, and his tone was full of disdain and disdain. Ridicule. Oh? Do you, 10,000 Buddha's temple, want to go back on your word? His voice was not loud, but the power contained in it was enough to condense the air around him. This is the Xian Heavenly Tao sect. Even if the current Buddha comes, Zhou Xingdou will not be afraid, let alone the heavenly Buddha. Just as Zhou Xingdou finished speaking, a majestic and cold voice suddenly came, as if coming from the land of Jodo, with a heart-stopping chill. If the 10,000 Buddha's temple is unwilling to hand it over, then so be it. The Nether King Palace can destroy the Buddha's forbidden Zen, so my mysterious heavenly Tao sect is not a bad idea. The person who spoke was Xian Jizi, the Taoist master of Xian Heavenly Tao sect. At this moment, Xian Jizi's whole body was buzzing with Taoism, and his eyes contained unparalleled coercion and confidence. As these words came out, Xian Jizi suddenly burst out with an earth-shattering momentum, crushing towards the Tianfu Lord like a surging torrent. Tianfu Lord felt this terrifying power, and his body trembled involuntarily, as if there were 3 mountains and 5 ridges weighing on his back. Cold sweat was pouring down from his forehead, and he was secretly complaining in his heart. He was not as angry and gloomy as before, and his whole face was full of fear. It was terrifying. When facing the pressure of Xian Jizi, Tianfu Lord realized how powerful Xian Jizi was. This kind of fear from the heart was something that even the current Buddha of Wanfo Temple could not make him feel. How powerful is this mystery? The Buddha also spoke tremblingly at this moment. Tao Master has misunderstood. It's not that the poor monk is unwilling to give. The poor monk does not have the future lifeless sutra. Only Yuan Shan has the qualifications to inscribe the future lifeless sutra's inheritance. Zhuan Jizi glanced at Tianfu Zun lightly. Then wait until he wakes up. If you don't hand over the bet today, you and that family of Buddhists won't have to go back to the Buddhist realm. You can settle down in my Xian Heavenly Tao sect. After saying that, Zhuan Jizi waved his sleeves, and the great pressure on Tianfuzin suddenly disappeared. Tianfuzin breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't even have time to wipe the cold sweat on his head before he respectfully saluted Zhuan Jizi and Zhou Xingdou. Don't worry, Taoist master and Tao child, our Buddhist sect will never break our word. The Buddha Tian's posture was extremely low, and Zhou Xingdou didn't want to be oppressed in public, so he stopped caring about him. Seeing Xian Jizi and Zhou Xingdou, the heavenly Buddha didn't say anything more. He quickly returned to his seat in the Buddha realm, holding up the golden lotus that wrapped the 10,000 Buddhas. Recently, most of the major forces present looked at the 10,000 Buddhas temple with ridicule and disdain. Today, the 10,000 Buddhas temple can be said to have lost both its wife and its troops. Even Zhou Xingdou felt a little sad about the 10,000 Buddhas temple. Even though it was a place of supreme immortality, the 10,000 Buddhas temple seemed to be worse than the ordinary immortal forces. It always behaved in an extremely humble manner. Today, it can be said that it has lost the face of all the immortal forces. However, this will not make Zhou Xingdou pity the 10,000 Buddhas temple. After all, he is here to plot against himself. He does not have the so-called Holy Mother's heart, and only has the heart to play with the Holy Mother. Zhou Xingdou was looking down at the crowd below. His voice seemed to come from 9 heavens away. It was cold and ruthless, but it also exploded in everyone's ears like rolling thunder. You guys, do you still want to fight? After the battle between Zhou Xingdou and 10,000 Buddhas, naturally no one dared to ask for a fight. Even Lu Dazhu, who was originally eager to try, was extremely silent at this moment. No one among the Tianjiao present wanted to face Zhou Xingdou's shocking ultimate punch, because it was no different from seeking death. Zhou Xingdou's words lingered around the world, but no one answered for a long time. Lu Dazhu's careless look disappeared from the sword domain seat, and he sighed. It's a pity that senior brother went to Taisher Dao domain to look for the successor of the absolute sword immortal. Otherwise, if he were here, he might not be Zhou Xingdou's opponent. Speaking of this, Lu Dazhu looked at the majestic Zhou Xingdou in the sky, rubbed his chin curiously and murmured. By the way, isn't Zhou Xingdou the first disciple of the Luoxia sword immortal? Why does he use fists instead of swords? And he doesn't have the extreme sharpness of a sword cultivator. Zhou Xingdou naturally didn't pay attention to Lu Dazhu's muttering. In his eyes, whether it was the Prince of Hades or the son of 10,000 Buddhas, they were all capable of fighting with him. Only Lu Dazhu could not enter his eyes. Not to mention that his strength is not as good as that of 10,000 Buddhas, or even inferior to the clumsy Prince of Hades. Just his sword cultivation is a tragedy for Zhou Xingdou. In Zhou Xingdou's eyes, a swordsman with Lu Dazhu's strength was no different from a mortal without any skills. As long as he wanted to, he could defeat his swordsmanship at any time. After all, his own unique sword vein is the nemesis of sword cultivators in the world. But what is most important to Zhou Xingdou now is not the future lifeless Sutra, the Prince of Hades who was defeated for no reason, nor the Buddhist realm, nor the mysterious Nether King's palace. There is only one person he really cares about now, and that is Xian Jizi, the Taoist master of Xian Heavenly Dao sect. Now that no one has accepted the challenge, Xian Jizi will crown himself, and he has completely confirmed the position of Xian Heavenly Dao sect Dao child. It's time for me to consider when to activate the Taoist Inquiry Bureau. Now that the Nether King is here in person, the old man in sword domain cannot see the depth, and the 10,000 Buddhas temple is also ambitious, and there is no telling what he will think when the Taoist master asks. Needless to say, Shenwu sect and Yin Yang Grotto Heaven will definitely stand on their side, but I don't know if the three immortals can suppress it when the time comes. But there are also benefits. The three immortals are here. If Zhuan Jizi really has a problem today and evil spirits invade profound heaven, it will also be a strength. It's a pity that the sect's grand formation has always been controlled by the formation hall, but no one from the formation hall showed up today, nor did the other two halls. I don't know if there will be other changes by then. Xian Jizi did not notice anything unusual about Zhou Xingdou. He looked at the ancient sun shining on the 9 regions above the dome, nodded and said slowly, "Xingdou, the auspicious time has come, enter the altar and be crowned." Zhou Xingdou also instantly dispelled the confusion in his heart, put his hands on his back, and walked forward easily. At this moment, he seemed to be integrated with the surrounding space, and his figure gradually became blurred, and finally disappeared into the void. When he appeared again, he had arrived at the center of the profound heaven altar. At this moment, the profound heaven altar suddenly erupted with dazzling light, and countless mysterious runes and patterns emerged from all directions, converging into a dazzling sea of light. Accompanied by bursts of melodious and ancient Taoist sounds, these notes are like the sound of nature, reverberating throughout the Xian Heavenly Dao sect. People who heard this Taoist sound immediately felt that their souls had been greatly purified and enlightened. Their thoughts became extremely clear, and the distracting thoughts in their minds disappeared without a trace. Some people were even influenced by the Taoist sound and couldn't help but sit down cross-legged and began to understand the profound truth contained in it. Some people even directly entered the state of enlightenment. Zhou Xingdou stood quietly in the center of the profound heaven altar, feeling the rich Taoist atmosphere around him. Even at this moment, he slowly closed his eyes, listened carefully to the beautiful sound of the Tao, and immersed himself in the endless mystery of the great Tao. In an instant, Xian Heavenly Dao sect, which was originally calm as water, suddenly became turbulent. But Bai Yulong was dumbfounded at the altar of profound heaven. He still agreed with the first half of the sentence, but if he hadn't heard the latter words with his own ears, he really wouldn't have known that he was talking about his eldest brother. These words are like the dazzling stars in the night sky, shining with dazzling light and deeply imprinted in the depths of his soul. Every word contains endless mystery and power. It seems that as long as you understand the true meaning, you can master the most powerful method in the world. Everyone knows that Xian Heavenly Dao sect has always been indifferent. How strong Tianji or Zhuangjizi's generation was. Nowadays, the younger generation has many crotches. Even except for Zhou Xingdou's generation, no one among the disciples is in the Holy Realm. Zhou Xingdou did not blush at Xian Jizi's words. He felt that he was indeed right. And Yuan Tian, who was sitting with the Shenwu sect, couldn't help but blush for his young master. After all, he was Zhou Xingdou's confidant, and he was involved in Zhou Xingdou's big and small affairs. But then Zhuangjizi changed the subject. As soon as he finished speaking, the profound heaven jade crown began to tremble slightly as if it had received some kind of induction. Then, it made a buzzing sound. Zhuangjizi took a long breath, raised his hands and saluted all directions, and the Taoist voice sounded like thunder. Fortunately, the great Tao blessed him, and profound heaven got his disciple Zhou Xingdou, the proud son of heaven, who reached the Holy Realm at the age of 21, possesses the supreme Tao body, and has unparalleled fighting power. He is also extremely intelligent, has a transcendent understanding, and is pregnant with an innocent child. With a heart, the injustice in the world has stopped, the war has ended since the beginning of time, and the merits of all sentient beings have been achieved. His character can be called a sage in this world, and his kind heart has made the world weep with pity. Zhou Xingdou also opened his eyes at this moment. His silver-white eyes full of purple energy looked at profound heaven's jade crown, his pupils condensed, and he shouted. Xian Jizi's voice was low and powerful at this moment, as if every word contained endless power and profound meaning, which made people awe-inspiring. Fortunately, the world didn't know about these deeds, and Zhou Xingdou was praised by the world for mediating the war between the two immortals in Taisher Dao domain. Of course, Bai Yulong, who has learned a lesson, will not show off his flaws anymore, but just curses in his heart. After all, if Zhou Xingdou really hears what he is saying, he may suffer. In an instant, the profound heaven jade crown turned into a dazzling aurora, rushing towards Zhou Xingdou like lightning. In the blink of an eye, this aurora had arrived beside Zhou Xingdou, and then surrounded him tightly at an astonishing speed. Enslaving fellow elders, brainwashing young girls from good families, seizing the Lu family and their wives, snatching the crown prince and queen of the Dian dynasty, etc. None of these things have anything to do with the words describing Zhou Xingdou, but each of them is it was all done by Zhou Xingdou. Xian Jizi also appeared in the center of the profound heaven altar at this moment. He stood steadily in front of Zhou Xingdou, his expression solemn, as if he was carrying an immeasurable burden, and he slowly said, "The chief of Jiushuan Peak, the first disciple of Luoxia Sword Immortal, the young emperor of the Zhou family, Zhou Xingdou is the profound heaven Dao child." Therefore, most of the people present did not feel disgusted after hearing this. Instead, they all looked at Zhou Xingdou with respect. I saw that the long river of spiritual energy surrounding Xian Heavenly Dao sect began to roll violently, setting off waves of turbulent waves. The immortal plants growing in the sect also swayed, as if cheering for joy, and the spiritual birds living in the mountains and forests even chirped in unison. Seems to be congratulating Zhou Xingdou. At the same time, a brilliant and dazzling light suddenly shone above the sect protecting formation, which was so brilliant that it was dizzying. Immediately afterwards, Profound Heaven Peak, Zhoutian Peak and Jiushuan Peak, three fairy mountains floating above Zhoutian, unexpectedly shot out a dazzling divine flower at the same time, like three sharp swords that cut through the sky, shooting straight towards located in the center of the profound heaven altar. What kind of character can be called a sage in this world, and his kind heart makes the world weep for him? This horse riding is simply a fart. As profound heaven Dao child, I should fight for profound heaven to win the heart of heaven in this world and dominate the 9 realms for tens of thousands of years. What is even more astonishing is that there are two simple characters engraved on the top of the jade crown, profound heaven. These two characters are written vigorously and powerfully, like dragons and phoenixes dancing, revealing a kind of supreme majesty. But everyone in this world says that profound heaven has no descendants and no successors. Although there are over 10,000 disciples, none of them can take on the important task. Xuanji is ashamed to be the master of profound heaven. But Xian Jizi did not stop talking, and said with a guilty look on his face, "If you observe carefully, you can find that there seems to be a series of laws flowing inside the jade crown, exuding a terrifying charm. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a roar, like thunder that penetrated the ears and resounded through the sky. As long as you take a look at it, you can feel the endless mystery and profound mystery contained in it. It is the blessing of profound heaven that such a true dragon genius enters my profound heaven. My Zhuangjizi is the Taoist master of profound heaven, representing the ancestors of profound heaven, the 2 peaks of 9 heavens and 9 mysteries, the 5 halls of profound heaven peak, and the 2 inner and outer gates. At the same time, a row of words full of simplicity and mystery flashed through Zhou Xingdou's mind, the 9 profound heaven book of creation. Having an innocent heart? Having a naked heart is almost the same. When these 3 divine flowers came together, they instantly merged into a treasure that exuded a mysterious atmosphere. This treasure is light cyan in color and is engraved with exquisite dragon patterns and twinkling cloud and star patterns, just like a rare treasure. At the beginning of the first Yuan, the 2 emperors of 9 Xian and 9 heavens established Xian Heavenly Tao sect. Over countless years, Xian Heavenly Tao sect experienced endless ups and downs, but still firmly sat in the ranks of the supreme immortals of the first Yuan. The human venerable of the world is one of the righteous leaders in the world honored. Zhou Profound Heaven Creation Book is the Taoist lineage of Xian Heavenly Tao sect. Its power involves creation and is one of the supreme skills in the world. According to common sense, the 9 Profound Heaven Book of Creation should be taught to him in an extremely solemn and serious way, but what is unexpected is that this teaching was actually completed through the Profound Heaven Jade Crown that crowned him. The moment Zhou Xingdou put on the Profound Heaven Jade Crown, a powerful Taoist charm instantly poured into his body, shocking the whole world. Under the guidance of this Taoist rhyme, it seemed that he did not need to deliberately comprehend the 9 Profound Heaven Creation Book. The row of ancient words in his mind was like an enlightenment, and he understood the cultivation methods of the 9 Profound Heaven Creation Book, deeply imprinted on his heart. With the blessing of the Profound Heaven Jade Crown, Zhou Xingdou's already noble and domineering temperament now has a touch of detachment. This unique and intricate temperament makes his whole person full of mystery, but at the same time it also gives people a sense of reclusiveness. A feeling of independence and aloofness. However, at this moment, Zhou Xingdou did not focus on the 9 Profound Heaven Book of Creation in his mind. Instead, after slowly exiting the state of enlightenment, his eyes fell directly on Zhuangjizi, who was looking at him with a pleased smile on his face, his eyes slightly condensed. In an instant, an ancient jade pendant suddenly appeared on Zhou Xingdou's hand behind his back. As soon as the jade pendant appeared, it was immediately held tightly by Zhou Xingdou and instantly turned into pieces and flew away. At the same time, Qing Yanjing on Zhoushuan Peak and Fan Gaokuan on Zhoutian Peak both looked solemn, as if they had been waiting for a long time. Almost at the same moment, as if they had received a common instruction, they all worked hard to activate the formation disc in their hands. On the altar of profound heaven, Zhou Xingdou's face was full of sternness. He stared closely at the mystery in front of him, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Zhuangjizi, are you betraying profound heaven?" Zhou Xingdou's voice was not loud. At this moment, under the blessing of the mysterious and powerful power of the profound heaven altar, his words resounded throughout the entire Xian Heavenly Tao sect like a bell. When the people under the altar heard this, they were all shocked. They were whispering to each other and discussing, with expressions of astonishment and confusion on their faces. Even those people sitting on the immortal seats of 5 directions looked at each other with surprise. Even the Nether King tilted his head slightly, looking at the 2 people on the profound heaven altar with a little doubt in his eyes. They really couldn't figure out why Zhou Xingdou suddenly said such words. Which drama will Xian play in Heavenly Tao sect? The Tao child of Xian Heavenly Tao sect asks the Tao master of Xian Heavenly Tao sect if he has betrayed profound heaven. This is like the prince of a mortal dynasty asking the emperor, does his majesty already want to rebel? It is generally confusing. There was something strange in these words, and the whole scene became extremely tense, and the atmosphere was so solemn that it seemed to be overwhelming. Everyone's eyes were focused on Zhuangjizi, wanting to see how he would respond to Zhou Xingdou's question. Zhuangjizi, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression. He was neither confused nor panicked by Zhou Xingdou's words. He just stood there quietly, seemingly not paying attention to everything around him. At this moment, the two towering immortal peaks of Zhoutian Zhoushuan suspended on the top of the sky suddenly began to tremble violently. It was like a big earthquake, and the entire space was shaken. On top of these two fairy peaks, the mysterious formation that was originally hidden seemed to be activated, shining brightly in circles from top to bottom, surrounding the peaks like a ring. The light of these formations contains an extremely powerful force of will, which is gradually gathering and condensing. In the blink of an eye, two thick beams of light rose from the tops of Zhoutian Peak and Zhoushuan Peak at the same time. They soared into the sky like two giant dragons and rushed straight to the sky. When the two light pillars reached a certain height, they actually merged between the two peaks of Profound Heaven Peak, and quickly transformed into a dazzling light pattern. This light pattern shone with a strange light, opening and closing like a crack, and where it opened and closed suddenly released an unparalleled ancient aura. These breaths are surging like a torrent, spreading to all directions, making people feel an aura that comes from an extremely sacred time and is extremely majestic. Zhuan Jizi stared closely at the mysterious light pattern, with a complex light flashing in his eyes. The strong principles that originally surrounded him began to decline sharply the moment the light pattern appeared, as if being swallowed by an invisible force. And his unfathomable aura and power, and the Taoist rhyme that burst out like a torrent, are now like being tightly strangled by the throat by an invisible hand, disappearing completely. Zhuan Jizi's ruddy face with an immortal air now turned white rapidly, losing all color in an instant and becoming as pale as paper. His whole aura quickly withered, and the originally surging vitality seemed to have been drained away, replaced by a state of weakness that could not be concealed. This sudden change caught people off guard. In the blink of an eye, the peerless and powerful man who was once as unfathomable as a god and as if he had appeared in the world of immortals was now crumbling like a candle in the wind. However, in the face of such a shocking turn of events, Zhuan Jizi did not feel angry or panicked at all. His expression was still as calm as water, and his indifferent and detached appearance seemed not to be affected by his physical condition. However, at the corner of his slightly raised mouth, there was a faint bitter smile. He did not ask Zhou Xingdou why, nor did he explain anything, he just murmured to himself. Tao Master asked me, have I finally reached this point? Zhuan Jizi's originally loud and shocking voice became weak and powerless at this moment, as if it would float into the air at any time. Under the altar of Profound Heaven, everyone's jaw dropped in shock at this sudden scene, and they became confused for a while. Even the protector of the Nether King Palace looks extremely ugly at this moment. The Nether King Palace and Xian Heavenly Dao Sect are both immortals in the absolute beginning Dao domain, so they naturally have a deep understanding of the Overlord Xian Heavenly Dao Sect. At this time, he naturally recognized what Zhuan Jizi was encountering now. The Taoist Questioning Bureau Zhou Xingdou actually launched the Taoist Questioning Bureau on Zhuan Jizi. The master of Zhoutian Peak is no longer here. How did he do it? But at this time, the people of Xian Heavenly Dao Sect could no longer sit still. One by one, the true disciples, deacons, and elders stood up and rushed to the Profound Heaven altar, but they were all blocked by the power of the Profound Heaven altar. He could only yell at Zhou Xingdou inside. Zhou Xingdou, what are you going to do to Taoist Master? You actually attacked Taoist Master, Zhou Xingdou, you are a son of a man in vain. The prestige of Zhuan Jizi and Xian Heavenly Dao Sect can be said to be at its peak, extremely respected, and awe-inspiring. However, although everyone has not yet understood the reason, it is obviously not a good thing to witness Zhuan Jizi's sudden loss of breath after Zhou Xingdou asked questions, and it must be related to Zhou Xingdou. Especially when Zhou Xingdou, who had just completed Dao Child's coronation, acted like this at this moment, two words could not help but come to everyone's mind: seize power. This speculation exploded in people's minds like thunder, causing an uproar. Everyone was talking a lot, and their eyes were filled with shock and confusion. The word seize power itself has a strong Machiavellian color, implying that a power struggle is about to begin. As the newly appointed Dao Child, Zhou Xingdou's behavior is particularly eye-catching at the moment. This made the disciples who originally celebrated Zhou Xingdou's becoming Dao Child agitated. They began to whisper among themselves and question Zhou Xingdou's motives and purposes. Some people think that he may be coveting the power of Taoist Master and trying to replace him. Some people think that this is a misunderstanding, or there may be something hidden. At this moment, the whole scene fell into chaos. Representatives of many major forces felt that something was not good, and they immediately stood up and left quietly. Others frowned, obviously not knowing how to deal with the situation in front of them. Some even showed strong curiosity, wanting to see what will happen today. The Tianfuo Lord in the Buddha realm seat wrinkled his eyebrows slightly, but showed an elusive smile at the corner of his mouth, which was both mocking and sneering. At the same time, his footsteps began to move slowly backward, as if he was planning to take advantage of this opportunity to sneak away quietly with the golden lotus that was nourishing the children of 10,000 Buddhas. There was also a hint of depth in the cloudy eyes of the old man from Jianyu, as if he was thinking about something. Only Shenwu sect and Yin Yang Grotto Heaven are still in a state of confusion at this moment. Shenwu sect and Xian Heavenly Dao sect have been friends for generations, but they are affiliated forces of the Zhou family. How can they not be confused when such a situation occurs? Even Master Tianhui and the other ancestor wanted to forcefully attack the profound heaven altar to see what happened. But he was stopped by the well-dressed man at the head. In the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven seat, Bai Yulong's eyebrows twitched. He finally understood why Zhou Xingdou had warned himself and Wan Tianzhou in advance so that they would not come to the Xian Heavenly Dao sect to watch the ceremony. Facing those restless disciples who were losing their minds and attacking the altar of profound heaven, Ningyu was finally unable to hold back. The aura all over her body suddenly exploded, and the pressure of the supreme realm burst out in full force. On her body, an extremely fierce sword intent seemed to pierce the sky, pressing towards the troublemaking disciples with endless majesty. At the same time, the magic sword hanging on her waist was also unsheathed at this moment, like lightning streaking across the night sky, causing the surrounding space to emit waves of low buzzing sounds. In an instant, a dazzling sword light cut through the sky with astonishing force, like the Milky Way pouring down from the sky. The power contained in this sword light is extremely terrifying, and its sharpness is beyond imagination, as if it can cut off everything in the world. Even the old man in the sword field couldn't help but look at this sword intent. The sword light finally struck hard between the profound heaven altar and the rioting crowd, cutting out a bottomless chasm and forming a spectacular sword energy waterfall. This sword energy waterfall stood in front of everyone like a natural barrier, exuding a heart-stopping pressure that made the rioting disciples not dare to cross the thunder pond easily. At this moment, Ningyu's face was cold, and her voice was filled with incomparable majesty. The two peak masters and Tao child now suspect that the Tao master has betrayed profound heaven. This is the Tao master's question. It is the ancestral system of profound heaven. If there is no problem with the Tao master, everything will be fine. How dare you go against profound heaven? Altar, do you think that the law does not punish everyone? Now that his disciples are rioting, Ningyu has to explain everything. However, Ningyu was upright and had a personality that would rather bend than bend. Everyone knew that she replaced Luoxia's sword immortal as the agent of Jiushuan Peak. Her actions immediately calmed down the disciples who were in a mess. A deep voice also came from Zhutian Peak at this moment. Zhutian Peak can prove Elder Ning's words. Zhutian Peak's chief Fang Tianyang reported his death. Taoist Master Xian is suspected of colluding with the Chaos Cult, and Zhou Dao Child launched the Taoist Master's Inquiry Bureau. This is a decision reached by the two peaks at the same time. Then Fang Daoquan's figure appeared in front of the profound heaven altar. His appearance was like a bombshell, instantly detonating the atmosphere of the whole place. The words he spoke were like thunder piercing the sky, causing the disciples who had been temporarily quiet because of Ning Yuez's majesty to fall into an uproar again. However, what was different from before was that these disciples were no longer rioting at this moment, but instead had faces filled with shock and disbelief. Each of their mouths opened so wide that they could almost fit an egg into them. In a short period of time, these disciples were hit by so many shocking news one after another. Some of them could not bear the huge psychological pressure and collapsed directly to the ground. What? Chief Fang is dead. The Taoist master actually colludes with the Chaos Cult? How is this possible? All kinds of exclamations and doubts resounded throughout Xian Heavenly Dao sect, echoing in everyone's ears. What happened in front of them really exceeded the limit of everyone's imagination, making them feel extremely confused. At this moment, the mysterious light pattern hanging high above the dome and formed by the intersection of the light pillars between the two peaks suddenly burst out with an incomparable ancient talisman. This talisman seemed to contain endless mystery and power, and rushed into the peaceful sect-protecting formation of Xian Heavenly Dao sect at an astonishing speed. In an instant, the originally calm formation seemed to be ignited, blooming with a dazzling brilliance. Countless dense and complex runes spread like flowers from the sky, illuminating the entire space in a dazzling way. This sudden change caused all the forces that were about to leave to stop and look at what was happening in front of them in shock. Even Tianfu Lord, who had originally made up his mind to take advantage of the chaos to escape from this place, couldn't help being stunned at this moment, standing there with his eyes wide open. There is no other reason. At this moment, Xian Heavenly Dao sect protecting formation has been fully activated and extremely murderous intention is sweeping in like a storm, and at the same time, there is a steady stream of endless terrifying power and Tao intention in the formation. Gathered and condensed. These murderous intentions and Taoist intentions were like an overwhelming net, locking almost everyone present into it, preventing them from daring to move rashly. When the Tao Master Questioning Heart Bureau is activated, all forms of existence in the Xian Heavenly Dao sect, whether they are living creatures, souls, or invisible spirits and information, are strictly prohibited from escaping or leaking the slightest bit. Nowadays, the profound heaven formation has been fully revived. It has no murderous intentions and does not recognize anyone. Anyone who leaves will be strangled. The entire sect has become a place that can only be entered but cannot be stepped out. The formation operates completely on its own, and no one can control it in the slightest. It can only return to normal after the Tao Master's inquiry is over. The current Xian Heavenly Dao sect is like a cage with a closed way out. People from the outside may still have a chance to break into it, but those trapped inside have no chance of getting out unless the profound heaven formation is completely defeated. But this in the profound heaven formation, which is the power of the profound heaven Dharma realm, founded by the Emperor Ancestor, and completed by countless formations and geniuses from generations of Heavenly Dao sect, is one of the top formations even in the entire Chuyuan. If you want to completely destroy and defeat it, unless the great Emperor of Tianqin or the Emperor Weapon of the Resurrection Jida takes action, it is just a pipe dream. At the same time, compared to the noise and chaos outside the profound heaven altar, where people were panicking and shouting and making noises, the profound heaven altar was extremely quiet, as if time had frozen. Zhou Xingdou stared closely at the mystery in front of him, with a bitter smile on his face, but he remained silent and said nothing, only shaking his head slightly. It has to be said that Xian Jizi's calmness made Zhou Xingdou a little uneasy, which made Zhou Xingdou frown and asked in a deep voice, "Taoist Master, don't you have anything to say or explain?" Zhou Xingdou's voice echoed in the empty profound heaven altar, as if he wanted to break the uneasy silence. Buzz. Moreover, Zhuan Jizi has been taken away by the ancestral spirit of profound heaven, which has proved that the Taoist questioning mind game has not failed. This sound was like a bell resounding through the sky, not only shocking the surrounding void, but also instilling awe in the hearts of all who heard it. Fa Haiyan Jing Yuan Tian Xing Yue, get down Daokuan quickly. The disciples of Xian Heavenly Dao sect were all kneeling on the ground at this moment. They may not have known what this spirit body was before, or even knew that such a spirit body existed in Xian Heavenly Dao sect or the existence of the profound heaven Dharma realm. Why the ambush today? Whose zone's profound heaven formation is operating autonomously at this moment? It only attacks those who leave the Xian Heavenly Dao sect and cannot control it. And in the light door, the light suddenly rippled, and an extremely majestic figure stepped out of it, but this figure had no substance. It could even be said that it was not a human form, but a light spirit body composed of a totem. The moment Zhou Xingdou finished speaking, Fa Haiyan Qing Yanjing suddenly appeared on the left and right sides of Fang Daokuan. Dozens of stars flashed around Fang Daokuan, and Yuan Tian stepped out from the seat of Shenwu sect. Zhou Xingdou's eyes widened. With just this sentence, he could conclude that there was nothing wrong with Zhuan Jizi's 8th level and that the news that Fang Tianyang was dead was false. This moment is undoubtedly the time when Xian Heavenly Dao sect's defense is at its weakest. As long as the profound heaven ancestral spirit appears, even if it cannot open the Taoist questioning heart, with the existence of the profound heaven ancestral spirit, destroying the Taoist questioning heart will not pose a threat to oneself. Zhou Xingdou's voice was almost a growl, and the vertical lines between his eyebrows burst out like a stormy sea, and anyone could hear the anger. When these sacred ancient lights shine on people, the feeling cannot be described in words. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou felt a chill and panic in his heart, but these feelings were instantly replaced by anger. Zhou Xingdou had been tricked. However, Fang Daoquan didn't make any move at this moment, but a ghostly smile suddenly appeared on his face. Moreover, the questions asked may touch the foundation of a monk. If the person being questioned is innocent and outsiders grasp the fundamentals, it can be said to be a huge hidden danger. This extremely ordinary sentence contained countless information to Zhou Xingdou. It exploded in Zhou Xingdou's heart almost instantly, making his mind tighten up. A sense of uncertainty suddenly spread from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, making him feel uncomfortable. His hair stood on end and his scalp was numb. But at this moment, a name appeared in their hearts: Profound Heaven Ancestral Spirit. At the same time, a disc-like divine pattern suddenly appeared under Xian Jizi's feet. The divine pattern lit up slightly, and a beam of light instantly enveloped Xian Jizi's body, and Xian Jizi disappeared in front of Zhou Xingdou. Protect yourself and the Xian Heavenly Dao sect disciples. Santang has ambushed the Luo family. Those people, it's time to come. This kind of light is not dazzling, on the contrary, they appear extremely gentle, just like the warm spring sun shining on the earth. Seeing Xian Jizi being brought into the Wenxin Bureau by the Profound Heaven Ancestral Spirit, Zhou Xingdou felt a little relieved. Zhuan Jizi had always been indifferent and silent, which made him a little uneasy and a little afraid that the Wenxin Bureau would fail. However, now that the Profound Heaven Ancestral Spirit appeared, he was dispelled. Zhou Xingdou was uneasy. Today is the coronation of his own Dao child. Does the other party already know that he will activate the Tao Master Questioning Heart on Zhuan Jizi? The two Peak Masters are not here, the Tao Master Questioning Heart Bureau is activated, and both the Profound Heaven Ancestral Spirit and the Taoist Master Zhuan Jizi are restrained. Naturally, the Questioning Bureau does not involve questioning in public, but the Profound Heaven Ancestral Spirit brings the Taoist Master into the Profound Heaven Dharma Realm. Only with the power of the Dharma Realm can one distinguish the truth or falsehood of Zhuan Jizi's words. And Xian Jizi, who accepted the questioning so calmly, probably never betrayed Profound Heaven at all. It is more likely that he already knew that there would be chaos in the Luo family today, so he sent Santang to ambush him. Today, Dao Child is crowned, and Santang, who has never appeared at Profound Heaven Peak, is not in the sect at this moment, but is ambushing the Luo family. But just when Zhou Xingdou relaxed a little, Xian Jizi's voice sounded in his ears. This light door is really too big, as wide as half of Jiushuan Peak. A sacred and ancient light emanates from its interior, which penetrates the portal and illuminates the entire world. But he saw Zhou Xingdou clenching his fists, veins flashing in his hands, and there seemed to be endless thunder and punishment flashing in his silver-white eyes surging with purple energy. At this moment, a figure flashed in his mind, and he shouted instantly. It is a kind of majesty that makes people feel close and warm, and also gives rise to countless respects. Then why is there chaos today? When this majestic spiritual body appeared, the aura of endless vicissitudes and grandeur enveloped the world, and there was an indescribable kind and majesty. Yes, it was kind majesty. It's as if every cell is surrounded by this warmth, making people feel unprecedented comfort and peace. Just like a newly born baby, it is gently cared for by the amniotic fluid in the mother's body, giving people an unparalleled sense of security. Between Sumeru, the light pattern began to merge and change rapidly, and finally turned into a light door engraved with ancient divine patterns and talismans, towering into the clouds. Unfortunately, Zhou Xingdou did not receive an answer, because at this moment, the light pattern hanging in the sky made a buzz that alarmed the passing void. Zhou Xingdou took a few deep breaths, and his terrifying energy and blood seemed to become extremely hot due to emotions at this moment, and kept roaring and gurgling as the waves flowed around him. All kinds of domineering true intentions are rising at this moment. He has been playing tricks on others, and today he was played by others, and this person is the key person to unlock the Taoist questioning mind game, Fang Daoquan. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou remembered Fang Tianyang's words before he died. At that time, Fang Tianyang said to him in shock and fear, "There are not many people who can be trusted." Zhou Xingdou never doubted Fang Tianyang's words, because Fang Tianyang was actually cursed. The fear and inner demons were not just an act, and he did indeed lose his life, his true spirit collapsed, and he would never be reincarnated. Looking at it from the beginning, Fang Tianyang saw Xian Jizi appearing in the Luo family. This incident revealed many unreasonable facts. He was disturbed by too many external factors at the time, but he did not delve into it too deeply. If a serious disaster strikes today, there is only one possibility, that is, someone leaks what happened today. And knowing that today Zhou Xingdou will launch a Taoist inquiry into Xinjizi, everyone who knows except Feng Daoquan is unlikely to betray him. Moreover, something was not right with Feng Daoquan from the beginning. Although he was furious about Feng Tianyang's death, he later chose to unconditionally believe Zhou Xingdou's words. What's more, he didn't have much suspicion about Xinjizi at first, but Feng Daoquan kept using his words, deeds, and insinuations, making Zhou Xingdou more and more suspicious of Xinjizi. Looking at everything now, is Feng Daoquan, who even Feng Tianyang doesn't want to believe, worthy of his belief? At the same time, Feng Daoquan, who was surrounded by everyone, had a weird, ghost-like smile on his face and said leisurely, "Originally, I wanted to play with you for a while longer, but now it seems that this is no longer necessary." As soon as he finished speaking, Fahai standing aside suddenly changed his expression, and his whole body exuded dazzling Buddha light. I saw him forming seals with his hands and muttering something in his mouth. In an instant, a huge true shadow of a heavenly dragon emerged from behind him. It was the mighty heavenly dragon. This powerful Tianlong bombarded Feng Daoquan at an extremely fast speed, causing ripples in the space wherever it passed. Almost at the same time, Yuan Tian and Cheng Yanjing also took action instantly. For a time, the Buddha's light filled the air, the Tao seals were like the sea, the power of the law was splashed out like free money, and all kinds of mysterious formation patterns and smart marks covered the entire world. These rays of light intertwined and collided with each other, forming a powerful force that could destroy the world and sweep towards Feng Daoquan. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Feng Daoquan remained calm and composed, and there was even a sneer of disdain on his lips. Just as all the attacks were approaching, Feng Daoquan's body emitted an extremely strange force. The power of this force far exceeded his half-step supreme realm cultivation level. It was an ominous force that could destroy everything, as if it were a strange force coming from the endless dark abyss. Whether it is the boundless Fahai Buddha Dharma, the overflowing dragon power, the mighty true shadow of the heavenly dragon that blasts towards Feng Daoquan, or the attack launched by Yuan Tian using the obscure but exquisite Tao seal. Even the overwhelming killing formation composed of millions of spiritual seals condensed by Qin Yanjing was unable to resist this mysterious force. In an instant, the true shadow of the mighty Tianlong collapsed, the Tao seal turned invisible, and the formation instantly disintegrated. Even the power of law contained in the attack was swallowed up and destroyed at this moment, disappearing between heaven and earth, as if these attacks had never appeared. Such a strange and tyrannical power made everyone change their color, and the disciples of Xian Heavenly Tao sect were more frightened than shocked by the sudden changes of their law enforcement elder Feng Daoquan. Because everyone can see that the power displayed by Feng Daoquan is definitely not as powerful as Xian Heavenly Tao sect. Zhou Xingdou frowned even more at this moment. Looking at Feng Daoquan, whose aura was rising continuously and his whole body was filled with strange power, he shouted coldly, "Who are you?" One heavenly venerable and two supremes were besieging him. Among them, Fahai's Dharma was superb, the mighty Tianlong had the ability to fight across the ranks, and Qing Yanjing's killing array was beyond the realm of measure, but they were unable to do anything to this person. Even if Feng Daoquan's real power increases dramatically, he still won't be strong enough to compete with Fahai, Qing Yanjing, and others. Feng Daoquan grinned ferociously, and did not answer Zhou Xingdou's words. He waved his sleeves, and endless strange power vibrated, causing the heaven and earth to stir. Fahai, Yuan Tian, Qing Yanjing, and the dozens of star ghost guards, he was instantly shaken back by this power. The corners of Feng Daoquan's mouth raised slightly, revealing a ferocious smile, but he did not respond to Zhou Xingdou's words. Immediately afterwards, he gently waved his sleeves, and an indescribable and strange force suddenly burst out, as if it was going to tear the whole world apart. This powerful force made the world tremble. Fahai, Yuan Tian, Qing Yanjing, and the dozens of Xingyo guards were unable to resist this force and were instantly shaken back. At this moment, a long and eerie roar resounded between heaven and earth. The ancestral fire is clear, the ancestral light shines, the loving Father of Chaos, immortal for eternity, enlightens people and clears their hearts, the Su people understand their nature, the divine voice leads the way, the boundless pure land, pity the world, wandering and helpless, benefits all things, only because of chaos. Along with this long roar, the expression of the guardian in the Nether King's palace suddenly changed. He seemed to have thought of something, but just as he was about to take action, the Nether King sitting in the front seat suddenly frowned. The next moment, a jet-black light suddenly emerged. The light exuded all kinds of heart-stopping ominous auras, and quickly enveloped all the seats in the Nether King Palace. At this moment, the representatives of the major forces and the people in the other 4 seats could no longer sit still. Tianfazin's eyes widened, filled with shock and fear, and he exclaimed, "Chaos cult!" At the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven seat, Bai Yulong's grandfather quickly protected Bai Yulong behind him, his face became extremely heavy, as if he was facing huge pressure. At the same time, a yin-yang tai chi diagram covering the heaven and earth and containing the power of endless reincarnation of life and death emerged again. At the position of the sword field, the hunched old man also stood up suddenly. The originally dull eyes suddenly flashed with sharp light. The exquisite red-gold divine sword he carried on his back seemed to have revived instantly at this moment, emitting a loud sword sound that shook the world, shocking the swords in the hands of everyone present to tremble. As for the well-dressed man from the Shenwu sect, looking at the ominous black light shrouding the Nether King's palace, endless killing intent burst out in his eyes. "Tianhui, Tiansong, protect the young master, I will go and check it out." Having said that, the vicissitudes of life man suddenly rushed into the ominous black light that others were afraid of coming into contact with. Seeing the vicissitudes of life man rushing into the ominous black light, Tianhui and Tiansong, who were sitting at the Shenwu sect seat, looked at each other with solemn expressions and were speechless. As Fang Daoquan roared, a commotion suddenly broke out among the representatives of major forces and the disciples of Xian Heavenly Dao sect. The eyes of a deacon in the Divine King Realm in Xian Heavenly Dao sect suddenly became extremely hot, and he couldn't help but follow Fang Daoquan and recited a mysterious spell. "The ancestral fire is clear, the ancestral light is shining, the chaotic father is immortal, and will last forever." Immediately afterwards, an unexpected scene happened. This divine king-level deacon actually killed his close friend who had been with him day and night without any warning. At this moment, something happened to a couple of true disciples from Zhoutian Peak among the chaotic crowd. The Jurchen's face suddenly turned cold, and the long sword at his waist was unsheathed like lightning, and struck the man next to him on the neck with lightning speed. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and the big head rolled to the ground. The poor man could not believe until his death that the woman he loved so much would swing the butcher knife at him so decisively and ruthlessly. However, what is even more horrifying is that a weird smile appeared on the face of the Jurchen who had just killed her close lover with her own hands, and she murmured softly. These seals intertwined and merged with each other in mid-air, eventually forming a huge and terrifying mysterious light. This mysterious light is composed of countless mysterious lines and runes, exuding heart-stopping power. Friends kill friends, fathers kill sons, and husbands and wives fight each other constantly. In just a few breaths, blood rains all over the sky outside the altar of profound heaven, and the blood flows everywhere. As the two waved their whisks, Taoism suddenly surged between heaven and earth, as if thousands of giant dragons were rising into the sky. The two old Taoists were mumbling words at the same time, forming seals with their hands, and dazzling Tao seals shot out from their hands. Mysterious light tore open the curtain of heaven and earth, and bombarded Fang Daoquan with the force of destroying heaven and earth. Wherever he passed, the void shattered and the sky and earth lost color, as if the end of the world was coming. This is a supplementary update for the Master's certification sent by Juyu Shangxia last month. As for guarding this matter, it is most appropriate for the Xingyo guards to do this kind of thing. After all, when they were in the Holy Land of Huanyu, the Xingyo guards prevented any casualties among the many disciples of the Holy Land. Fang Daoquan, who once again shocked Fahai and others away, turned his attention to Zhou Xingdou, who looked gloomy in the profound heaven altar, and grinned. That smile was chilling. They held whisks in their hands, their postures were as tall as pine trees, and they looked at Fang Daoquan with sharp eyes. They exuded extremely surging and profound Taoist charms from their bodies, and like two door gods, they cut off Fang Daoquan's gaze towards Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou's face turned dark at this moment. He ignored Fang Daoquan and immediately shouted to Xing Yue. Yuan Tian, who was slightly less powerful, spurted out a large mouthful of blood as black as ink on the spot, and most of his own aura instantly withered. Moreover, the power possessed by Fang Daoquan seems to be gradually increasing with the passage of time. And such things continue to happen among disciples, and even among representatives of major forces. As for Zhou Xingdou's current combat power, even if he almost killed the ancient freak with one punch, it was undoubtedly useless to Feng Daoquan, who could not do anything to Fa Hai from the venerable realm world or Qin Yanjing, the great master of the formation path. It has no effect at all. What's more, with the power of Xing Yue, it is almost impossible to compete with Feng Daoquan today. Unless all 108 Xingyo guards are present, or the Xingyo commander is still in the early Yuan, there is no way he can withstand the powerful enemy in front of him. Facing the attacks from Master Tianhui and Master Tiansong, Feng Daoquan finally put away his smile, and the extremely dark and profound runes in his hands made a buzzing sound at this moment. The two old Taoists are not long-winded, and not to mention that everyone in the Chaos cult wants to kill Zhou Xingdou in the profound heaven altar, but the Shenwu sect will not agree. However, at this moment, the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven and Sword Domain, who were in posture, did not take action against Feng Daoquan, but stared closely at the ominous black light that enveloped the seats in the Nether King Palace, with solemn expressions in silence. Silent. If the current situation continues to develop, I am afraid that even Fa Hai and others will find it extremely difficult to stop the progress of the first ancestor Feng Daoquan. On the seat of Shenwuzong, old Taoist Tianhui and old Taoist Tiansong appeared in an instant between Feng Daoquan and the profound heaven altar. Even without Xian Jizi's instructions, Zhou Xingdou would never have allowed such a thing to happen. These Xian Heavenly Dao sect's disciples were all his future properties, but nearly 100 of them died in this blink of an eye. What did Zhou Xingdou do? Not angry. The moment this rune appeared in front of everyone's eyes, except for those strong men whose strength had surpassed the supreme realm, everyone present could not help but tremble violently, and all kinds of negative emotions surged like a tide into their minds. Have pity on the world's people, who are helpless, but benevolent to all things, only because of chaos. The bright stars transformed by Xing Yue suddenly appeared like lightning above the chaotic heads of the Xian Heavenly Dao sect disciples. The ancient stars instantly erupted with endless coercion, suppressing the disciples and lifting them up with the power of the stars. Guard! Before he finished speaking, the strange power of Feng Daoquan burst out, and an extremely dark and profound rune suddenly condensed in his hand. Xing Yue protects students from profound heaven disciples. Even Fa Hai and others felt a thick layer of haze cast deep inside their hearts at the moment the rune appeared, and an extremely uncomfortable feeling lingered in their hearts. What is even more chilling is that the strange power lingering around Feng Daoquan is awakening in an endless stream, as if it will never stop. Under such circumstances, no one can predict when this mysterious power will reach its peak. Zhou Dao child, why don't you and I have a fight to see if you can still be evenly matched with me this time? These two roars exploded like thunder, causing the entire space to tremble slightly. But this did not make Zhou Xingdou feel relaxed at all. Today's Feng Daoquan is a bit too weird. Even Fa Hai and others can't suppress it with all their efforts. How dare you? Presumptuous. I saw Feng Daoquan waving his sleeves again and bursting out with that weird and unpredictable power, forcefully repelling the attacking Fa Hai, Yuan Tian, and Cheng Yanjing. But fortunately, these nearly 100 people were unprepared at first and were attacked and killed by people close to them. The latter were all on guard, so the current losses are not that big. Saying this, the Jurchen didn't stop at all and continued to kill the people around him. The moment the extremely dark and profound rune buzzed, it hit the oncoming mysterious light like a black meteor. In an instant, half of the sky seemed to be swallowed up by endless darkness and gloom, and it was as dark as ink. And in this darkness, countless strange divine patterns spurted out from the runes, spreading around like surging waves. These divine patterns are intricate and unpredictable, and their shapes are so strange that they have never been seen before, which makes people feel fear and make their souls tremble. Many people even had weak legs and could hardly stand because they could not bear the pressure. Boom, boom, boom. There was an earth-shaking loud noise. I saw those mysterious lights full of mysterious lines and the extremely dark and profound runes at the moment of collision. The two forces refused to give in to each other, erupting with unparalleled terrifying power. Even the void in the past seemed to feel the impact of this terrifying energy, and began to tremble violently. The whole world was shaking, as if it was about to collapse. As the residual power of the terrifying fluctuations gradually dissipated, mysterious light particles and dark particles still remained between heaven and earth like smoke. The extremely dark and profound rune flew back into Fong Daoquan's hands like a returning bird, but its color became obviously lighter. Fong Daoquan's expression was no longer so arrogant, and he became much more serious at this moment. He looked at the old Taoists Tianhui and Tiansong opposite and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect that the two ancestors of the Shenwu sect would have reached the venerable realm, but I underestimated you." Master Tianhui snorted coldly, as if Fong Daoquan was very disdainful. "If you think that we and other members of the Zhou family are useless, and you actually want to attack the young master in front of us. If it weren't for that weird power, you would have been wiped out." Fong Daoquan was not impressed by Tianhui's disdain, but smiled again. "Even so, the two of you can't help me if you join forces. Your power is being consumed, and my ancient god's power is constantly increasing." What Fong Daoquan said is true. Although the strange power in his body has not risen as rapidly as before, it is still increasing. As one goes and the other goes up, old Taoist Tianhui and old Taoist Tiansong can really do nothing to him. Hearing this, old Taoist Tiansong looked at Fong Daoquan and sneered, saying disapprovingly, "When my master and Nether King break through your weird black light, in the hands of his old man, your so-called ancient god's power is useless." After saying that, old Taoist Tiansong made a sudden move, and old Taoist Tianhui also had a tacit understanding with him, almost waving the fly whisk at the same time as old Taoist Tiansong made his move. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou did not pay much attention to the battle between Tianhui Tiansong and Fong Daoquan, because he knew that if he wanted to mess up the heavenly Dao sect, just one Fong Daoquan would not be enough. Moreover, when Zhuan Jizi entered the Taoist questioning bureau, the second half of what he said was, "Those people are coming." But now Zhou Xingdou can only wait and cannot even leave the profound heaven altar. His strength is no longer enough in front of these powerful people, and even his own war slaves can no longer intervene. As Zhou Xingdou expected, Fong Daoquan sneered after receiving the bombardment from Master Tianhui and Master Tiansong. "Do you really think that no one from our divine religion will come today? You will all die today." At this moment, Zhou Xingdou suddenly felt an extremely special divine message. This spiritual sound transmission is completely different from what is usually heard. It is not transmitted directly into the ears, but is transmitted through some mysterious medium. And this medium turns out to be the system. In an instant, an urgent voice exploded in Zhou Xingdou's mind like thunder. "Master, go quickly, leave Shin Heavenly Dao sect quickly, don't stay for a moment." This voice was full of anxiety and tension, and it also made Zhou Xingdou feel strange. But if someone can transmit messages to him through the system, he can only be his war slave. The voice was unfamiliar to him, but he had never heard it before, yet it was his war slave. Zhou Xingdou guessed who this person was without even thinking. It was the war slave he had never seen before, Luo Belian of the Luo family. To make Luo Belian so anxious that he even uses the system as a medium to transmit messages, it means that the Luo family, which has been hidden for countless years, may take action. This undoubtedly made Zhou Xingdou's heart tremble, but even if he wanted to leave at this moment, he could no longer leave. The profound heaven formation could only enter and exit, and even he was no exception. Zhou Xingdou had to admit one thing at this moment, that is, if he stepped out of the protection of the profound heaven altar at this moment, he would become a burden. However, since he knew that the enemy was coming, Zhou Xingdou also hurriedly shouted to Ning Yueze and Qing Yanjing. "And Ning, and Jing, return to Zhoushuan Peak quickly and protect yourself in cold clothes." Zhou Xingdou was more worried about Luo Hani than his own safety. Injuring his woman was a sign of a man's incompetence. Although there is still Xiao Zhuanfeng's alien great sage war slave in Zhoushuan Peak, this does not make him completely reassured. What's more, he had a hunch that Ning Yueze might not be able to intervene in the upcoming battle. It would be better for her and Qing Yanjing to retreat to Zhoushuan Peak and let Qing Yanjing use the Zhoushuan Peak formation to defend against foreign enemies. Ning Yu also recovered from the situation in an instant. She immediately understood what Zhou Xingdou meant and rushed back to Zhoushuan Peak with Qing Yanjing. However, just when they arrived at Zhoushuan Peak and activated the Zhoushuan formation here to its strongest state, something unexpected happened. Almost a few years later, the 9 celestial immortal peaks hanging high in the sky were suddenly shrouded in a thick black mist. This black mist seemed to have mysterious magic power, causing the Zhutian peak formation that was originally full of sacred aura to become unrecognizable in an instant. Those originally solemn and holy runes turned into strange dark divine patterns at this moment. Along with bursts of buzzing sounds, black mist quickly spread. At the moment when the black light intertwined, a deep and dark crack appeared at the bottom of Zhutian Peak. In an instant, the whole world seemed to have fallen into chaos, and an indescribable ominous aura filled the air. Even Zhou Xingdou, who was in the altar of profound heaven, could not help but feel an inexplicable depression and discomfort at this moment. Immediately afterwards, countless black shadows poured out from the huge crack like a tide. They were as dense as a swarm of locusts that covered the sky and swooped down overwhelmingly. As these black shadows gradually approached, people finally saw their true colors clearly. They turned out to be monks. However, what is even more chilling is that in this sea of people as dark as locusts, every person is filled with holy power that surges like the sea. Their bodies are covered in dark mysterious lines. These lines contain the same strange power as Fang Daokuan, and they are constantly flowing. There are more than 1,000 monks, but no one is weak to the holy realm. Seeing this scene, even Zhou Xingdou, who has always been calm, couldn't help but his pupils suddenly shrank. Thousands of powerful monks with holy realm levels. Such a huge number, even if all the saints from Xian Heavenly Dao Sect, Huanyu Holy Land and Yin Yang Grotto Heaven were added together, it would probably be difficult to reach. Looking at the numerous monks emerging from the cracks and fighting fiercely with Master Tianhui and Master Tiansong, Fang Daokuan had a sarcastic look on his face, and grinned wildly. Zhuan Jizi thinks he is extremely smart and thinks that by sending the third hall to set up an ambush in Tianqizu, he can stop the Luo family from taking action. But he never expected that I had already secretly interconnected Zhoutian Peak's formation with Luo family's law manifestation. The expressions of Old Taoist Tianhui and Old Taoist Tiansong also turned ugly for a moment, not because they were afraid of the Holy Realm, but because since the other party can bring out so many Holy Realm monks, there must be many more powerful ones. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou didn't even need to give an order, he just saw the huge mighty Tianlong law manifestation flashing out from behind Fahai. At the same time, Yuan Tian quickly used the magic formula to summon millions of magic seals. Relying on the unparalleled tacit understanding that the two of them have cultivated over hundreds of years in the secret realm, no more words are needed at this moment. Fahai's whole body exudes strong Buddha light, like a Buddha who has come into the world. A Zen staff suddenly appeared in his hand, its body shimmering with Buddha light, and the power of the surrounding laws also resonated. Accompanied by the roar of the phantom of the mighty dragon, Fahai held the sky-holding Zen staff, shrouded by the law manifestation of the mighty dragon, and rushed straight towards the gathering place of thousands of holy monks like a burning meteor. The vast ocean of saints. At the moment Fahai suddenly rushed out, the millions of law marks gathered by Yuan Tian suddenly began to tremble violently, and in an instant inspired countless dazzling, brilliant mana light pillars. These mana light beams were like dense raindrops, fiercely bombarding the crowded sea of saints. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by bursts of earth-shaking loud noises, Fahai from the Venerable Realm used his powerful law manifestation to attack, and Yuan Tian, whose strength had reached the supreme state of perfection, launched a fierce attack from a distance. Thousands of saints were immediately blocked from advancing, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of them evaporated out of thin air and disappeared. However, what is unexpected is that Yuan Tian, who originally had a trace of blood left at the corner of his mouth, suddenly spurted out a large mouthful of blood. What is even more surprising is that the blood spurted out this time is completely different from before. It is no longer as pure and clear as before, but is mixed with some strange blood that looks like black threads. If you feel it carefully, you can actually detect a hint of ominous breath wafting out of it. But at this time, Yuan Tian had no time to care about his own injuries. Regardless of his internal injuries, he used his magic power and shouted at Fahai. Stop it, these people have a strange aura, and their contamination is unknown. Fahai couldn't help but frown after hearing Yuan Tian's urgent shout. In fact, even without Yuan Tian warning him, he had already noticed that something was wrong. You know, since he cultivated to become heavenly venerable, the Qing Tian Zen staff in his hand has been released from the seal and became a heavenly venerable weapon. But just when he hit the sea of saints and dozens of saints died, the Qingtian Zen staff was immediately eroded and contaminated by a strange force. The Qingtian Zen staff also fell from the power of a heavenly venerable weapon to an ordinary supreme weapon in an instant. On his law manifestation, which was originally a magnificent and majestic Buddha light, little black spots began to appear. These black spots spread quickly like a plague, covering a large area of the law manifestation in the blink of an eye. Moreover, Fahai could feel that his strength had dropped sharply, and it was even difficult to reach 50% of his peak level. This scene is so weird and bizarre that it is jaw-dropping. But those saints had no intention of flinching, nor did they feel fear or timidity because of the tragic death of their companions. On the contrary, with blazing flames burning in their eyes and crazy looks on their faces, they charged towards Fahai without hesitation. You must know that what is standing in front of you is an extremely powerful heavenly venerable. Just the Buddha's light it protects around the body is enough to make the body of an ordinary monk melt away in an instant. But these saints turned a blind eye, as if they were not afraid of death at all. As each saint falls, the black spots on Fahai's body will increase by 1 point. Just a few dozen breaths have passed, and the once majestic and domineering Dawei Tianlong Dharmakaya has been almost completely swallowed up by the black spots. This situation gave Fahai a headache at the moment, but he still showed no fear. Even if his breath continued to fade, he still frantically killed the strange saint beside him. However, his declining strength has made his efficiency in killing enemies extremely low. Now he can only kill nearly 100 people. For the thousands of strange saints who are still numerous, the effect is extremely low. What's more, if this continues, he may not even be able to stop the ominous erosion, let alone kill the enemy. Zhou Xingdou also had a stern look on his face. This kind of ominous erosion could not be touched by others. Fahai could hold on until now because his Mahayana Dharma was showing its power. If he had been replaced by an ordinary heavenly venerable of the first Yuan dynasty, he would have been completely eroded by the ominous influence at this time. This kind of erosion is something that even Zhou Xingdou is afraid of, let alone others. Old Taoist Tianhui and Old Taoist Tiansong were fighting fiercely with Fang Daoquan. Yin Yang Grotto Heaven by Yulong's grandfather was not only guarding against the unknown black light, but also trying to frighten the sword domain and Tianfuo Lord. Otherwise, he might have already taken action against Fang Daoquan. Although the representatives of the major forces calmed down the sudden changes in the people around them, looking at the sea of more than 1,000 strange saints, those who wanted to help were powerless, and those who could help did not dare to act rashly. But at this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Zhou Xingdou's ears. Ding, the host battle slave Fahai killed 98 intermediate monks blessed with the power of chaos, and received the reward luck value, 490. Zhou Xingdou's stern face was instantly moved. He didn't expect that these strange saints were like demons, and they would be rewarded with luck points after killing them. Zhou Xingdou quickly asked the system program in his mind. System, kill those saints. Will the bad luck corrode me? It's no wonder that Zhou Xingdou is cautious. This ominousness is so weird that he has to treat it with caution. After all, there is no one around him to dispel the ominousness for him. The reason why he is not worried about Fahai is because Fahai is the war slave he summoned. Even if he dies completely, as long as Zhou Xingdou is still there, he can be reborn in the system. Ding, now that the system has been repaired for the second time, if ominous dares to corrode the host, it will only become nourishment for the system. After Zhou Xingdou heard this, he took a step forward without hesitation and left the impregnable profound heaven altar resolutely. Zhou Xingdou left the protection of the profound heaven altar, and Fang Daoquan, who had been paying attention to Zhou Xingdou, suddenly noticed. This made his eyes suddenly light up, and he quickly waved the extremely dark and profound mysterious rune in his hand, and in an instant, Zhou Xingdou was locking. At the same time, old Taoist Tianhui also noticed Fang Daoquan's actions. He immediately displayed a powerful Taoist technique, suddenly shot out a frightening Taoist seal, and bombarded directly towards Fang Daoquan. Not only that, Tian Som Lao Dao made a prompt decision and crossed directly in front of Zhou Xingdou, shooting out a mysterious light with amazing power and violent fluctuations, making Fang Daoquan completely unable to get even an inch away from Zhou Xingdou. It's a pity that this is not the time for Zhou Xingdou to say thank you, but Zhou Xingdou transforms into thunder and comes to Yuan Tian in an instant, shouting at Fahai, who was blocking thousands of strange saints. Fahai, get out of the way. Fahai naturally did not hesitate to respond to Zhou Xingdou's order. Even if his power was now dry, he still used up the last bit of Buddha's power to scare away the enemies around him. At the same time, as if there was a tacit understanding, Yuan Tian quickly stretched out a hand into the void, pulled it hard, risking the risk of injury, and fully mobilized the power of Dao and Law to strike hard through the air. He suddenly pulled Fahai, who was about to lose his strength, back from the Sea of Saints. However, the moment Fahai was successfully pulled back, all the divine power surging around Zhou Xingdou burst out in an instant. The bottomless holy power, the vast and majestic power of heaven and earth, the power of the dazzling stars, the prison-suppressing chi that suppresses everything, the indestructible domineering sword intent, the perfect body and divine power with blood and blood, and the brilliant divine punishment. With the power of thunder, these extremely terrifying forces exploded at the same moment. Although Zhou Xingdou's own strength is far inferior to Fahai in the Venerable Realm, the powers he possesses are a natural nemesis for those evil spirits and ominous things. And the fact that he is not afraid of the unknown is enough to make him even more effective than Fahai, the heavenly venerable, in front of thousands of strange holy realms. Various strange phenomena flashed through Zhou Xingdou's silver-white eyes filled with purple energy. The prison-suppressing sword peak suddenly appeared in his hand, and a ruthless, domineering and powerful true intention rose up in the world. Punishment. 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 At this moment, punishing heaven's Taoist body has revived to the extreme. An ancient, distant and mysterious whispering sound can be heard between heaven and earth. Endless thunder patterns are flowing and bursting out from the vertical lines between the eyebrows. 840 million giant elephant particles are boiling together, and the meaning of the absolute sword makes Xian heavily Dao countless swords and sect made sharp and piercing whine sounds. All of these were merged into the prison-suppressing sword peak at this moment, and there was another roar between heaven and earth, making the thousands of fanatical and strange saints slightly stunned. Countless true meanings evolved, and various strange phenomena burst out. Zhou Xingdou raised his sword horizontally, and an extremely complex terrifying power burst out from the prison-suppressing sword peak. Cut! An earth-shaking roar suddenly burst out from Zhou Xingdou's mouth, as if it was about to tear the entire world apart. The giant sword in his hand emitted a heart-stopping scarlet light at this moment. This sword contained all of Zhou Xingdou's power and was his most powerful strike so far. It combines various mysterious skills and divine ability skills he has gained through years of practice, and developed the heaven-punishing sword through the veins of the absolute sword. Every trace of power in this sword is so complex and terrifying, intertwined and entangled with each other, forming an indescribable power. Buzz. With the swing of the prison-suppressing sword peak, the surrounding void violently agitated, setting off pieces of violent void winds. Immediately afterwards, a huge sword light suddenly erupted across the sky and the earth, and the destructive power it contained was the ultimate. Wherever the sword light passed, the space was twisted and broken, everything was swallowed up, and endless terrifying waves suddenly erupted, slashing towards thousands of strange saints. Those weird saints who were the first to bear the brunt of the fanaticism seemed to have regained some consciousness under this sword, showing extremely frightened expressions. They struggled desperately to escape back, hoping to be attacked by the sword light, but it was too late. They could only watch the terrifying and huge sword light getting closer and closer, and finally struck down hard on them. Wow! In an instant, an extremely terrifying energy wave erupted from the place where the sword blade came into contact with the saints. This fluctuation was like a surging ocean wave, quickly spreading to all directions. Lightning flashed and thundered in the sky, and endless thunder and punishment poured down like a stormy sea. The prison-suppressing energy and blood energy surged in the sword light, turning into an extremely heavy sun and crushing it. The dazzling stars streaked across the sky like shooting stars, crashing down hard. Countless domineering swords roamed the world and all kinds of monstrous visions are constantly appearing. Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but feel weak at this moment, and then climbed up again in an instant, and then the system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! The host killed the middle-level Chaos Power-blessed monks, 237 people, and received the luck value reward, 2370. Yuan Tian, who was supporting the weak Fahai next to Zhou Xingdou, suddenly had a sparkle in his eyes and immediately began to flatter him out of habit. But he forgot that blood was still gushing out of his mouth, and his words were unclear. Young master, Galugu, you are truly an outstanding figure in the world Gugupu. This sword amazed almost everyone, and representatives of major forces kept exclaiming. How is it possible that he didn't use all his strength when he was fighting against 10,000 Buddhas? His power seems not to be affected by the unknown, but even the heavenly venerable mana is suppressed by the unknown in the sea of thousands of saints. Isn't Zhou Child afraid of being imbued with bad luck? The Supreme just killed dozens of people, but his vitality was severely reduced and he was seriously injured and could not heal. The most shocked person present was the person from the Sword Realm. The old man carrying the red gold divine sword even turned his eyes away from the unknown black light at this moment, and his sharp eyes locked on Zhou Xingdou instantly. Lu Dazhu, who was behind the old man, opened his mouth wide at this moment, his face filled with surprise, and he stammered and exclaimed. Absolute, the pulse of the absolute sword. Lu Dazhu's face was dull, which made him think of death. He never thought that Zhou Xingdou actually possessed the sword vein. The young emperor of the Zhou family, the Dao child of Xian Heavenly Dao sect, the first disciple of Luoxiao Sword Immortal, is actually the descendant of Zhu Sword Immortal? It's just that Zhou Xingdou didn't care about the exclamations of these people. Killing 203 saints with one sword is impressive, but these 237 people only reduced a small part of this strange sea of saints. There are still 800 or 900 exist. However, since he has cultivated into the divine elephant prison suppression realm and now has his power changed to the 6th layer, Zhou Xingdou was not afraid of this kind of locust battle at all. The sword just now was indeed his strongest attack, but he has a specialization in the art. For this kind of group battle, there is a better way. Before the strange vision in the sea of strange saints completely dissipated, Zhou Xingdou suddenly let out a long roar. In the blink of an eye, the 840 million giant elephant particles in his body boiled completely, and all the power in his body was transformed into the prison-suppressing chi at this moment. The endless prison-suppressing energy suddenly exploded behind Zhou Xingdou, causing the whole world to tremble. An extremely evil and heavy force suddenly formed behind Zhou Xingdou. The divine elephant prison suppression power has never been an upright and righteous method. The king of elephants, stepping on the Ganges sand hell, is called the holy heaven, boundless in stature, and eternally invincible. This is the meaning of the elephant's prison suppressing power. It contains the power of heaven as well as the power of hell. Nowadays, the power of suppressing prison and the meaning of Hades contained in Zhou Xingdou are actually derived from the power of hell in the final analysis. The divine elephant's prison suppressing power is a mysterious power that interweaves good and evil. Now Zhou Xingdou has practiced the divine elephant's prison suppressing power in the giant elephant chapter, which brings this evil to the extreme. It can be said that the divine elephant's prison suppressing power is the most evil stage. However, Zhou Xingdou has never shown the extremely evil side of the divine elephant prison suppressing power. This is the first time he has used the 6th layer of the modern power method of the divine elephant prison suppressing power. People can't even tell who is evil compared to the portal behind Zhou Xingdou and the weird saint. Just when this terrifying portal appeared, an evil aura that could not be described in words instantly filled the air. However, even if these evil ghosts attacked the sea of strange saints in overwhelming numbers and killed most of the strange saints, the deaths and injuries of these evil ghosts could only be described as tragic. The door to hell, which was dozens of feet high, suddenly flashed in front of the strange sea of saints. The scarlet and terrifying vortex in the door was like a huge mouth that preyed on people. As soon as it opened, there was an endless flow of the Styx. Water gushes out of it. Because these evil ghosts have no sense at all, even Zhou Xingdou who summoned them is extremely difficult to control. After all, his current level of divine elephant prison suppressing power is too low. In the blink of an eye, a creepy and ferocious portal suddenly appeared behind Zhou Xingdou. The water of these Styxes is dark black, turbulent, and majestic, like a giant dragon that is endlessly galloping. They rushed toward the strange saints with overwhelming force, tearing apart the space wherever they passed. Fortunately, the evil spirits summoned by the gate of hell who killed the strange saints were also attributed to himself by the system. It would be a big loss if he was not counted. The sound of thousands of ghosts crying and howling resounded through the void, like a tragic song from the 9 nether hells, which made people's hair stand on end. Unless communication summons the real demon god in hell, if these evil spirits cannot be controlled, they will continue to look for living beings to kill after they finish killing the enemies in front of them. And located in the center of the portal is a deep scarlet vortex that is constantly rotating, like a bloody mouth that selects and devours people. Ding the host kills the mid-level Chaos Power-blessed monks, 130 people, and gets the luck value reward, 1300. And his soul is not enough to support him to control so many hell creatures, and he can only barely issue simple instructions. Now, no matter who it is, their evaluation of Zhou Xingdou will rise to a higher level after seeing this scene. If it weren't for the unknown and treacherous, just based on the power they showed, I'm afraid an ordinary saint, not to mention Yuan Tian and Fa Hai, could grind these thousands of saints to death. If you observe carefully, you will find that there is not only ordinary river water in the Styx River, but also countless evil spirits with different faces and shapes. These evil spirits exuded stench and evil aura, and opened their stinking bloody mouths to pounce on those strange saints. Fortunately, these evil spirits were only summoned by Zhou Xingdou, and the losses were also the losses of those in hell, otherwise he would have been heartbroken to death if he had been the Xing Yue. Zhou Xingdou listened to the system prompts and looked at the strange saint who had been mostly killed by evil spirits. His stern face softened a little. But this was enough for the strange saints in front of him. After all, Zhou Xingdou could now see that these saints relied on their strange powers to achieve saint-level power. It is like an invisible weight, pressing heavily on everyone's heart, making the surrounding air become solemn. But for Zhou Xingdou, it was a bit reluctant to summon so many evil spirits from the gate of hell. At this moment, everyone was looking at the scene in front of them in horror, and their hearts were involuntarily filled with fear and hatred for this gate to hell. This aura is extremely complex, containing various negative emotions such as extreme, evil, bloodthirsty, and destruction, which makes people shudder. Of course, if Xing Yue had taken action, there would probably not have been such heavy casualties, but the method of killing someone with ominous connotation was really weird, and Zhou Xingdou didn't want to use Xing Yue to kill him. Gate to hell open. With such a summoning method, one person is against a sect, and one person is an army. It is an extremely terrifying method wherever he goes. Ding the host killed 370 intermediate monks blessed with the power of chaos, and received a luck reward of 3,700. Now Zhou Xingdou can only reach the perfection of the giant elephant. The gate of hell can communicate with the creatures in the Ganges sand hell. They are not strong. They can only barely reach the strength of the early saints, and they are still the kind of false saints who have no power to communicate with heaven and earth. Therefore, in front of this dense and countless evil ghosts, there was almost a one-sided slaughter. The entire sea of strange saints was covered by the black tide composed of evil ghosts. Countless screams were heard, and black blood was sprinkled across the sky. This ferocious portal is the color of noble black gold. It is tens of feet high and more than 10 feet wide. The surface of the portal is carved with countless weird and twisted runes. The countless runes flow around to form a hideous and terrifying image. The devil's face exudes a dark and deep light. Just as the terrifying atmosphere was filling the air, the gate of hell behind Zhou Xingdou made a low roar. The whispers of demons interweave in the ears, like the whispers of evil power, making people fearful. Almost every time a weird saint is killed, 3 or 4 evil ghosts will die. At the same time, the ominous explosion when those weird saints die will instantly turn several evil ghosts into pus. Zhou Xingdou's eyes flashed with scarlet blood, and he roared like a bell. At this moment, the god's prison-suppressing power was driven to the extreme by him. The extreme evil power was like a surging torrent. The harsh music of Hades suddenly sounded. The power of hell was aroused at this moment, quickly converging with the evil power and interacting with it. Blend. But at this moment, the extremely deep and dark crack below Zhutian Peak suddenly began to become restless, as if something was about to move inside. In an instant, a melodious and warm laughter came from the crack. Xingdou, aren't you afraid that I will be angry when you kill my men like this? Although this sentence was neither loud nor quiet, and the tone was extremely gentle, it made Zhou Xingdou, whose expression had just softened, become extremely stiff in an instant. In his originally shining silver eyes, purple energy surged like waves. He stared at the crack, his eyes wide open, as if he wanted to see the scene inside through the crack. When Fang Daoquan heard this voice, he suddenly showed a sense of surprise, and even the strange power in his body increased a little. He knocked away the old Taoist Tianhui and the old Taoist Tiansong with one blow, and laughed. Ha, everything is going to end. Before Feng Daoquan could finish his words, countless creepy and terrifying auras came out of the extremely deep and dark cracks. Immediately afterwards, monks wearing strange black armor walked out of it. The number of these monks is so large that they seem to be endless. Each of them exudes an extremely powerful and unpredictable power of law, which is like a surging torrent, crushing in all directions. At this moment, no matter who it was, there was a look of horror on their faces. Even the old man from the Sword Realm was no exception. He was originally paying attention to the ominous black light that shrouded the Nether King's palace, but at this moment he had no time to pay attention. The red gold divine sword in his hand kept making buzzing and trembling sounds, as if he felt an unprecedented threat. The appearance of these people made even the Buddha realm's heavenly Buddha couldn't help but take 2 steps back. There is no other reason than that the power contained in these monks wearing strange black armor has far exceeded the scope of the Holy Realm. And the power of law surrounding them clearly shows that they are all strong men of the Supreme Realm. According to a rough calculation, there are actually 120 statues. 120 Supremes, many of them heavenly venerable Tao venerable. What a powerful force this is. However, these 120 supreme experts in the Supreme Realm wearing mysterious black armor turned a blind eye to the strange saints who were being brutally massacred by evil spirits, and did not even launch any offensive against Zhou Xingdou and others. Even the evil spirits who were summoned from hell and only knew how to kill could not help but express deep fear at this moment. But for such a seemingly ordinary person, there is a smile on the corner of his mouth that makes people feel uncomfortable, and he is filled with imperial power that overwhelms everything in the world and suppresses all things. Why, I haven't seen you for a long time. Could it be that Xingdou, my nephew, doesn't recognize my uncle? Not only Zhou Xingdou, but also the entire Xian Heavenly Tao sect could not believe that such a person would actually appear in such a situation at this time. The Lord of the Sword Domain asked him 3 times to become the master of the Sword Domain, but he refused every time. Yet, surprisingly, this man is very different from the others who have stepped out of the cracks. And behind this commoner man, a middle-aged man with sharp eyes like an eagle and a fierce wolf-like expression walked out. He was wearing an extremely simple white cloth, and his appearance was unremarkable, which could even be said to be extremely ordinary. Immediately afterwards, a figure slowly walked out of the dark crack. This man exudes a kind of gloomy and profound imperial power, but the strange thing is that he always follows the common man, as if his status is slightly inferior. He entered the demon realm alone, killed 300 demon venerables, and walked away after severing the demon sky sect's formation. Master Lingfeng? How could he be Master Lingfeng? The Absolute Beginning Sword Emperor's heart was broken with one sword, causing the Absolute Beginning Sword Emperor to disappear from the world. But this kind of person is extremely gentle to his own disciples. He was once an inner disciple of Xian Heavenly Tao sect and fought a life-and-death battle with a quasi-emperor independent cultivator. So much so that the void in heaven and earth in the past began to tremble, making bursts of mournful sounds. After completing this feat, the supreme warriors took a step further and placed their clenched fists on their chests, then bowed deeply and faced the direction of the crack, as if they were waiting for a more noble person to come to the world. Zhou Xingdou was also staring at the man in cloth at this moment, with an expression of disbelief on his face, and he even wondered if he hadn't seen clearly. And those Xian Heavenly Tao sect disciples who were closely protected by Xingyo guards screamed in horror. The moment these 2 people appeared, the entire scene fell into fear. Feng Daoquan welcomes the Peak Master, and congratulates the Peak Master for his great achievement. Instead, they stood respectfully on both sides of the crack, raising their arms in unison. Looking at Ling Sancho's face that still seemed a bit friendly to him, Zhou Xingdou suppressed the chill and said with some complexity. His appearance is as featureless as a glass of boiled water, truly a return to nature. His words were very kind and not so grand, but they made Zhou Xingdou feel chilled. Ling Sancho also looked at Zhou Xingdou, or in other words, the only person present who deserved his attention was Zhou Xingdou. He showed a slightly teasing look and said to Zhou Xingdou. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying energy spurted out from the crack, as if it was about to swallow the entire world. However, Feng Daoquan did not take advantage of the victory to pursue the victory. He even ignored Zhou Xingdou, who was unguarded, and rushed to the bottom of the stairs in a hurry. Seeing the man in cloth with joy in his eyes, he bowed down with a plop. Old Taoist Tianhui and Old Taoist Tiansong were also slightly distracted by the appearance of these two people. Fang Daokuan saw the right time and blasted them back, and they accepted the attack of the terrifying rune. Those with weak cultivation in each force were so frightened that their legs became weak and they collapsed directly to the ground. The law ladder stood firmly in the center of the crack. If such a person were among the crowd, it would be difficult for others to notice him, let alone leave a deep impression. Because the commoner man in front of him, who was called Lord Ling, was Ling Sanqiu, the lord of Zhoutian Peak who had been missing for a long time. In an instant, the terrifying power of law that could destroy the world burst out from their hands, but it was not used to attack, but condensed into a magnificent ladder of law. Uncle, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for so many years, you would have become a slave of a cult. Ling Sanqiu and Zhou Xingdou had not had much contact with him, but they all agreed that his uncle was an outstanding person. The old man from Sword Domain was staring at that extremely ordinary figure with all his concentration. He saw the long red gold sword on his back appearing in his hand in the blink of an eye. He solemnly said as if facing a powerful enemy. The three heroes of profound heaven, Kaitian Yida Ling Sanqiu, Taishang Chenglong, Zhuangjizi, possesses supreme divine ability and exquisite Taoism. No one dares to fight against Taishu Guan, which is known as the number one in divine ability. Luoxia Sword Immortal and Tian Zhou'er were the first of the three great sword immortals in the early Yuan dynasty. The great sword cultivators of the previous era were almost killed by them. With one sword to open the sky, Ling Sanqiu, the path of the sword is all over the world. The three heroes of profound heaven, the most dazzling and supreme talents of the previous generation, can be said to be known to everyone in the early Yuan dynasty. Not to mention the entire Chuyuan, the geniuses who were close to the absolute beginning Dao domain and the great Dao domain were all frightened when they heard the names of the three heroes of profound heaven. At this moment, Grandpa Bai Yulong's face was also frighteningly gloomy. He deeply agreed with what the old man from Jianyu said, and further added. Ling Sanqiu, the most dazzling swordsman prodigy of the previous generation, even the heavenly king who was famous and arrogant outside the region at that time, in terms of swordsmanship attainments, is probably a little inferior to Kaitian Yishideo. The wrinkled face of the old man from Jianyu twitched slightly, revealing a bitter and helpless smile. Then he turned to look at Grandpa Bai Yulong and said seriously, Brother Bai, don't worry about the old man causing chaos, and don't worry about the black light anymore. If you and I don't work together and join forces to fight against the enemy, I'm afraid we may not be able to get out alive today. Ling Sanqiu, who was standing on the ladder of laws, did not show the slightest displeasure because of Zhou Xingdou's sarcasm, and did not pay attention to the small actions of Sword Domain and Yin Yang Grotto Heaven. He still said to Zhou Xingdou with a smile, Master Nephew, there are some things that you will understand only when you reach a certain level. But I really didn't expect that the technique you are practicing now is so evil and weird. As he spoke, Ling Sanqiu's eyes swept towards the ferocious evil spirits who were still fighting fiercely in the gate of hell. He frowned slightly, and suddenly, the whole world was filled with an unparalleled and extremely fierce spirit. At that moment, on the battlefield where the hell demons and strange saints were fighting, a dazzling cold light suddenly passed quickly. Everyone looked in shock, and saw that the gate to hell, which was originally as solid as a rock and impregnable, had broken into two halves in the blink of an eye. This sudden change made everyone stunned. In the blink of an eye, the originally blue sky was instantly dyed a dazzling fiery red color, like a blazing sea of flames. And among the fiery red, a huge, red-gold terrifying sword light that covered the sky slowly poked its head out, as if it was going to tear the whole world apart. When the old man from Jianyu and Grandpa Bai Yulong saw this domineering spear, their pupils shrank and they exclaimed, Yin Yang Great Mill, Grinding Heaven Mill Emperor. Red Sky Sword, hold on. When the spear was poked out, billions of spear lights erupted from the tip of the spear, surpassing the rest of the world. Even the heaven and earth seemed to feel the huge threat and let out bursts of mournful sounds. Yin Yang Grotto Heaven takes over as Cave Master by Jinglong, Sword Domain Sword Slave Qi Tian, and only 3 transformations as Quasi-Emperor. I will send you to destruction today. Almost at the same time, the demons from hell who had been motionless as if they had been cast a restraining spell suddenly moved. Upon hearing this, Dark Master Naluel looked calmly at the incoming red gold sword light and the Yin Yang Great Grind. he stepped out in an instant. Countless gloomy and cold sky-high spear intentions appeared behind him, and then a long spear as black as ink appeared in the world. At the same time, the yin and yang grotto heaven also moved. With this roar, Bai Yulong's grandfather's Taoism burst out to the extreme, and his black and white eyes flashed. Click! Following the roar of the old man from the sword domain, the red-gold sword light suddenly fell from the fiery red sky like lightning, stabbing towards Ling Sanqiu, who was standing firmly on the ladder of law. Its speed and power are so fast that it makes Ba Huang's sword intention surrender, which is shocking. But even in the face of such an offensive, Ling Sanqiu still smiled lightly, and it seemed that nothing could shake his smile. In the end, the yin-yang taiji diagram covering the heaven and earth turned into a big grinding wheel, which is the yin-yang grotto heaven's strongest divine ability, yin-yang big grinding wheel. The extremely evil power of hell between heaven and earth was swept away in an instant, leaving only dead silence in the entire world. Immediately afterwards, a gust of breeze blew by, and the countless evil ghosts from hell, whose heads were missing like a sea wave, instantly turned into ashes in midair and dispersed without a trace. This ability to control power so accurately and terrifyingly made everyone present unable to describe their inner shock in words. However, what is surprising is that those strange saints who fought hard with the evil spirits of hell are safe and sound at this moment. In the blink of an eye, those hell demons who were still biting and fighting like crazy seemed to have been cast a restraining spell, and they all stood frozen on the spot. Immediately afterwards, a shocking and deafening wail of ghosts suddenly sounded, as if it was about to break through the clouds and reach the sky. It was like a meteor falling from 9 heavens away, crushing directly towards Ling Sanqiu with the power of destroying the world. Their ferocious and twisted heads were separated from their bodies in an instant. The fracture was extremely smooth, and not even a drop of blood was spilled. He just said softly to Lord Luo, who was looking at him like a hawk beside him, "Master Luoan, I'll leave those two to you. Today I want to have a good chat with this nephew I haven't seen for a long time." With a crisp sound, the huge door to hell at the front of the battlefield suddenly opened without warning. The god-marked inscription on the spear suddenly erupted into a sky-swallowing black light, and an unparalleled shock from the gun body shook the heaven and earth, pressing towards the wilderness in all directions. The yin-yang tai chi diagram covering the heaven and earth and containing the endless power of life and death suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and quickly shrank and became smaller, but became thicker and thicker. Wherever it passed, neither space nor void could withstand its pressure, and they all collapsed and dissipated into nothingness. The yin and yang mill rotates extremely fast, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. The two chi of yin and yang complement each other, and seem to have the power to obliterate all things in the world. At this moment, on the ever-shrinking yin-yang tai chi diagram, the yin-yang Dao meaning is growing crazily like a surging torrent, reaching an extremely terrifying level in the blink of an eye. Quasi-Emperor Weapon. However, at this moment, the old man from Sword Domain suddenly moved. The red gold divine sword he was holding tightly in his hand suddenly came out of its sheath. In an instant, a sharp sword that could burn the void was like a surging wave. It generally sweeps over and stirs up the world. Lord Naluo snorted coldly. The expressions of Chitian Sword Slave and Bai Jinglong suddenly changed. Unexpectedly, Dark Master Luo could tell their realm at a glance. At this moment, I saw the red gold sword light that pierced the sky and burned the world, and the yin-yang great mill that was enough to obliterate all things in the world, and the billions of spear lights released by the quasi-emperor weapon spear in Lord Luoin's hand. When they collided, an earth-shaking loud noise was instantly caused. In an instant, countless miserable wailing sounds echoed in the void, as if coming from the 9 nether hells. The originally majestic and indestructible red gold sword light and yin-yang grinding machine were now riddled with holes and dilapidated. And the devouring black light inspired by the quasi-emperor weapon spear was like a ferocious beast opening its bloody mouth, mercilessly swallowing the shattered yin-yang great mill and red gold sword glow. For a moment, the sound of mourning echoed through the sky, but it suddenly stopped in an instant. The whole world was shrouded in the hideous shadow of the gun, which was horrifying. Chitian Sword Slave and Bai Jinglong looked at each other and knew that it would be difficult to be good today. A quasi-emperor holding a quasi-emperor weapon was extremely terrifying. Yin-yang Grotto Heaven does have a quasi-emperor weapon, but no one would take a quasi-emperor weapon out for a walk every day. What's more, today is originally to attend the Xian Heavenly Dao Sect ceremony, and Bai Jinglong is even less likely to come with a quasi-emperor weapon. Even if the Red Sky Sword Slave is accurate, he may not be able to use the emperor weapon. He practices the Sword Slave finger technique and only worships one sword in his life, which is the Red Sky Divine Sword. At this moment, the Red Sky Divine Sword is still far from being a quasi-emperor weapon, and it is simply not enough to compare with a quasi-emperor weapon. But in the Emperor realm, no one is weak. There is no way to retreat, so how can they spare their lives? Not to mention that at this moment, he is just a quasi-emperor of the same level, but even a quasi-emperor of the highest level, why wouldn't he dare to attack him? The Red Sky Sword Slave tightly held the Red Sky Divine Sword in his hand, with an indifferent smile on his face and said, "Fight for your life, brother Bai." Bai Jinglong didn't speak, but the surging yin and yang Dao in his hands gave him the most perfect answer. However, in stark contrast to the fierce battle between Zhutian Sword Slave, Bai Jinglong, and Luo Anju, the surroundings of Zhou Xingdou were unusually quiet and chilling. Those weird saints and the black-armored supremes all stood motionless, as if time had frozen, showing no sign of launching an attack. Even Zhou Xingdou himself could clearly hear the rapid breathing of Yuan Tian and Fa Hai beside him due to their severe injuries. At this moment, Ling Sanqiu jumped up gently from the ladder of laws. His movements were extremely slow, and he landed in front of Zhou Xingdou like a banished immortal. He still had that leisurely, carefree smile on his face, as if all the commotion happening in front of him had nothing to do with him. Seeing this scene, Yuan Tian and Fa Hai immediately became nervous as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They endured the serious injuries caused by the ominous erosion and tried to stand in front of Zhou Xingdou, but Zhou Xingdou raised his hand to stop him. The moment Zhou Xingdou raised his arm slightly, two supreme medicines, which exuded a strong medicinal fragrance and were said to be the ultimate healing medicine, suddenly appeared in front of Yuan Tian and Fa Hai. Immediately afterwards, a low and clear voice came into their ears: "Take the White Jade Dragon and return to Jiushuan Peak quickly." Faced with such a turn of events, Fa Hai and Yuan Tian couldn't help but be stunned, but they quickly came back to their senses. The two of them quickly swallowed the precious supreme medicine in front of them, then instantly picked up the White Jade Dragon sitting on the Yin Yang Grotto Heaven seat, and rushed towards Jiushuan Peak. Despite their doubts, they followed Zhou Xingdou's instructions without hesitation. Now that the profound heaven array has been completely revived and can only enter but cannot exit, Ling Sanqiu thinks that what Zhou Xingdou did is meaningless. It is just the difference between these people dying early and dying later. Ling Sanqiu raised the corners of his mouth slightly and stared at Zhou Xingdou with a half-smile. In his state, Zhou Xingdou's voice transmission is no different from shouting loudly in public. Even if he doesn't listen specifically, it will still reach his ears. However, Zhou Xingdou seemed extremely calm and composed at this moment, as if he had already expected this situation. How can such a person be so unashamed, except for immortal venerable? So at this moment, Zhou Xingdou had a lot of curiosity and doubts about the uncle in front of him who had been missing for a long time and who was about to overthrow Xin Tianli Dao sect when he appeared again. What is surprising is that no one, whether it is the strange saints present or the black-armored supremes, stepped forward to stop Fa Hai and others from leaving. Ling Sanqiu shook his head slightly and took a deep look at Zhou Xingdou. He didn't know why the little guy in front of him was trying to trick him, but he still said without hesitation. Zhou Xingdou also said without giving in, "Of course I don't care, and what you do makes no sense at all." Zhou Xingdou didn't say anything, he just looked at Ling Sanqiu's eyes and made an expression as if he wanted to hear the details. As he spoke, he explained to Zhou Xingdou with a hint of joking. "Zhuangzi, he is indeed a good Taoist master, but he may not be without bad deeds." "Oh? Could it be that Master Xian Dao is like you and has joined the chaos cult? Does Master care about these little things?" Ling Sanqiu squinted his eyes and sighed with a little melancholy. "In my eyes, you are the villain." Zhou Xingdou suddenly realized this, and his heart suddenly sank. At this moment, his heart was as calm as water, and he smiled at Ling Sanqiu and said, "Do you know why the Heavenly Dao sect has been around since the founding of the sect, but it has only been used once?" Ling Sanqiu raised his eyebrows slightly, half smiling but not smiling. "Ah, you are so bold. You dare to send someone else a message in front of me and openly leave the field to treat their injuries. Do you think Zhuangzi can still come out?" Even Fang Daoquan, although he looked anxious at the moment, could only watch them go away and never intervened. Yes. Zhou Xingdou frowned, but still followed Ling Sancho's words and asked. But then he showed that indifferent smile and said towards the faint light pattern between the two immortal peaks of Zhoushuan Zhoutian. What's more, there is Nether King, the strong man from the Shenwu sect. If they break away from the unknown black light, they will probably be enough for Ling Sancho to drink a pot. He won't tell you that when he was able to suppress Taishu Guan with his divine ability, he sneaked into the profound heaven Dharma realm and secretly learned half of the 99 profound heaven book of creation. Ling Sancho looked at Zhou Xingdou, his smile disappeared for some reason, and he said with a hint of meaning. How can someone like him understand the true meaning of chaos? There is no problem with Zhuan Jizi now. The Taoist master asked how long his heart can hold him. At that time, not only will Zhuan Jizi be freed from the trap, but the profound heaven ancestral spirit will also have its hands free. But in this world, who can have a clear conscience? Master, if you are like this, are you afraid that the villain will die from talking too much? Some things cannot be weighed even if they are not weighed 4 or 2, but if they are weighed they cannot be beaten even if they weigh 1,000 pounds. He climbed from being a direct descendant to Tao child and now he has been a Taoist master for a long time. Even if the ancestors knew about this, they would not bother to ask about it. The person who can conduct Taoist inquiry is the selfless profound heaven ancestral spirit. Do you think the profound heaven ancestral spirit will easily let go of breaking into the profound heaven legal world and steal the secrets of the 99 profound heaven creation treasures from it? After saying that, Ling Sancho looked at Zhou Xingdou with a trace of mockery in his eyes and continued. I would also like to thank you, my nephew. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have been able to invade Jiushuan Peak and launch Dao Master questioning on Xin Jizi, which would immediately render Xin Heavenly Dao Sect's only immortal combat power useless. Even Zhou Xingdou's face darkened a bit when he heard this, but he did not give in and said, Yeah, I didn't expect that my master would be so ruthless that he would even scheme against his own disciples to the point where they will never be reincarnated. However, no one knew whether it was because these words touched a certain string deep in Ling Sancho's heart that his normally calm face suddenly showed a hint of chill. In an instant, this place seemed to have turned into a freezing ice cellar, and even the surrounding space seemed to be frozen into ice. But in an instant, Ling Sancho's face turned pale and he said extremely calmly, Tianyang didn't die because of my plot. It's just that he had bad luck, and the curse on him was not caused by me. Seeing Ling Sancho being so hypocritical, Zhou Xingdou said with a sarcastic expression. But he didn't have to die, right? Even if you use Feng Daoquan to spread this false information, I will probably fall into the trap. Ling Sancho's expression trembled slightly, but he still strongly denied. Whether you believe it or not, I have never plotted against my disciples, and I, Ling Sancho, have never been so crazy and crazy. Zhou Xingdou's eyes were slightly bright at this moment, and he immediately spoke out. Why did Feng Tianyang die? Why did you join the chaos cult and subvert the Xian Heavenly Dao sect? But Zhou Xingdou's words did not make Ling Sancho's mood change. Instead, he stared at Zhou Xingdou. Those eyes were extremely calm, and could even be said to be extremely indifferent. Do you think you can shake my mind? As he spoke, Ling Sancho showed a mocking cold smile. I am just saying this, not because you are trying to shake my mind. You have to remember that a monk at my level cannot be tricked. Zhou Xingdou was not discouraged, nor was he frightened by Ling Sancho's psychotic mood. He just nodded slightly and said, Been taught a lesson. But when it came to this, Ling Sancho changed the subject. While Ling Tian became more and more excited as he spoke, gritted his teeth and said. Zhou Xingdou fell into silence as he looked at the insane Ling Sancho. Sure enough, Feng Tianyang's death could not be avoided by Hui Ling Tian. Of course, he was still skeptical of Ling Sancho's words. Why are you doing this? You could have told me directly and he didn't have to die. At this time, a ghostly sound sounded in Hui Ling Tian's body. This situation is enough to make people despair. Hui Ling Tian's face showed resentment, sadness, and confusion. He could not always care about Feng Tianyang's death. It has something to do with the person in your old acquaintance Hui Ling Tian, who is one of the 12 gods of the divine religion. So Feng Tianyang died because of your plot. Why did you lie to me? Fong Tianyang died because of its plot. When things happen here, I will personally take action to eliminate him. Huo Lingtian said extremely angrily. As long as you have more time, you can have more variables. This is the only thing Zhou Xingdou can do. There is no grass anywhere in the world. There are countless beauties outside the territory. Why do you have to fall in love with a man? Do you think I don't know that you have been delaying going outside the territory because of this Fong Tianyang? He originally thought that all this was a coincidence, so he felt relieved about Fong Tianyang's death. Zhou Xingdou was slightly stunned. Now he really felt that his uncle was a lunatic. Just now, he said with a mocking face that he couldn't trick him, but now he directly revealed everything, including who the person in Huo Lingtian was. So clearly explained. Huo Lingtian, don't be confused about priorities. If it weren't for me, how could you have achieved what you are today? If it wasn't for this god who helped you, you would be nothing but a useless person now. But now he found out whether Fong Tianyang died because of a deliberate plot or by his benefactor, which he couldn't accept. But the scary thing is that Zhou Xingdou is now really unable to control this lunatic. Now that the profound heaven formation is fully revived, no news can be spread. Even if he wants to recruit the Zhou family's servants, he can't spread the news. At this time, the ghostly voice suddenly snorted coldly. Ling Sanqiu is basically a half-crazy madman now, but it is normal. After all, being able to betray Xian Heavenly Dao sect and join the Chaos God cult proves that he is crazy. This cold humming sound was like a drum in the evening and a bell in the morning. It stirred up in Huo Lingtian's sea of consciousness, shaking his soul and causing his angry expression to become painful for a moment. Compared to Xian Heavenly Dao sect, who only had the old, weak, sick and disabled side left, it was indeed a win-win situation. No wonder Ling Sanqiu dared to delay like this. Even Zhou Xingdou couldn't find a way to break the situation from within. Otherwise, how could he delay time with Ling Sanqiu again? Although Ling Sanqiu is still polite to him now, it doesn't mean that he won't hurt himself. He probably just wants to satisfy his desire to talk, or find someone to show off his achievements to. The ghostly voice also became extremely cold at this moment. If you are still stubborn, don't blame this god for being ruthless. But I still have to tell you. After Ling Sanqiu said this, his eyes pierced the void like a knife and looked outside. Today, Xian Heavenly Dao sect, as a Dao child, fell into a trap and opened the Taoist question to Xian Jizi. Helping Ling Sanqiu to hold Xian Heavenly Dao sect back, Zhou Xingdou, who is now the only one with immortal fighting power, is undoubtedly the best choice. 1,000 secret saints, 102 supremes, and even the Dark Lord Luo who fought alone with the Quasi-Emperor weapon and suppressed the Red Sky Sword slave and Bai Jinglong, and the Kaitian Yida Ling Sanqiu. At the same time, Huo Lingtian, who was 10 miles away from Xian Heavenly Dao sect, felt a chill all over his body, but at this moment, he looked extremely ugly and said to himself. At the beginning, he led 7 God Masters and 24 Secret Masters to invade Chuyuan, but they were all killed in the tunnel by Emperor Qin. A trace of his soul was taken away by the turbulent flow of the void and ended up in the absolute beginning by accident. If you honestly go outside the territory, bring your original destiny back to the divine religion, and help me to be reborn, you will have a bright future with the protection of God in the future. A person who can even betray the sect that adopted him and even plot against his own senior brothers is not worthy of Zhou Xingdou's complete trust. Then you don't need to plot him to death. His existence obviously can't affect you. I also said that I will go outside the territory immediately after rescuing my mother. For this reason, Zhou Xingdou had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue asking. I'm even more curious about why my uncle betrayed the Xian Heavenly Dao sect and joined the Chaos cult. Zhou Xingdou asked this not entirely because he wanted to delay time. He was really curious about why Ling Sanqiu did this. Why did he want to subvert Xian Heavenly Dao sect, just to join the Chaos God sect? What's more, he is the master of Zhoutian Peak and is the core of the Xian Heavenly Dao sect. He will definitely be ranked among the ancestors in the future, but it is a bit hard to understand. Regarding this question, Ling Sanqiu did not deliberately avoid it, but said with a half-smiling look. This is a very simple question. When one place cannot help you and you will face death in the future, and another place that can help you offers you an olive branch, will you refuse? Zhou Xingdou was not very satisfied with Ling Sancho's answer. He looked at Ling Sancho deeply and said, "In my eyes, my former master is an outstanding person. He fought for his disciples against the quasi-emperor. He is not someone who was afraid of death." This statement that the uncle is an outstanding person made Ling Sancho sneer. "Do you know how much it costs to be a great person? Everyone in the world knows that I won't fight or grab, but no one knows the pain I suffered from being stuck in the 10 transformations of the quasi-emperor for nearly 100 years? As he spoke, Ling Sancho showed a bit of jealousy on his brows. "Myself, Xian Jizi and my junior sister are collectively known as the 3 heroes of profound heaven by the world, but in the eyes of the sect, there are only 2 heroes." Zhuan Jizi was chosen as a Taoist master with his scheming mind and excellent character. His junior sister was a master of swordsmanship and had peerless talent and was favored by the ancestors. Although she was not a Taoist master, she was also taught the 99 profound heaven book of creation. I am the only one who has gained the false reputation of being gentle, courteous, and frugal, but in the end I am neither good nor low, and the heavenly sword in my hand cannot reach the sky, nor can I find a career below. I entered the demon realm alone and killed 300 demon venerables, defeated the demon Skysex formation, and was seriously injured in dying. The absolute beginning sword emperor's heart collapsed and he could not come out, but his origin was damaged. Fighting for the life of the inner sect disciples, the quasi-emperor almost died. Ling Sancho came up with all his achievements, but his face became colder and colder, and the chill on his body became heavier and heavier. But something changed in the end. Zhuan Jizi and my little junior sister relied on the teachings from the ancestors and have already escaped into a realm that even I can't see through. But I am stuck in the quasi-emperor's 10 transformations for hundreds of years. I can't make any progress. I can only watch the people who have been with me gradually destroy me. Beyond. I don't ask for heaven's heart, great emperor. I understand that I don't have the luck to win heaven's heart. But why does the sect know clearly that as long as the 99 profound heaven creation book is taught to me, I will be able to understand it and use the sword to enter the sword path outside the territory? The great emperor realm world, but still refuses to teach it to me." At the last sentence, Ling Sancho's voice was almost like a growl. His originally leisurely and plain face was now extremely gloomy and terrifying. "It's not a request, it's a threat. So you actually want to invite me to join the chaos cult? Just for the 99 profound heaven creation treasures in me?" Maybe Ling Sancho didn't mind it too much at the beginning, but after he repeatedly made military exploits and continued to show his strength, he still couldn't get the favor of the ancestors to teach him scriptures. But Zhou Xingdou could not help but laugh, and his expression became more stable at this moment. Zhuan Jizi was able to secretly learn half of a chapter. Since Ling Sancho knew this, he should also know how Zhuan Jizi secretly learned it. Wouldn't it be better to follow it, so why would he join the chaos cult? Ling Sancho's hand covered the middle-aged Tianling and said with a faint smile, "Don't worry about scarcity but inequality." Ling Sancho shook his head and said calmly. This middle-aged face was extremely unfamiliar to Zhou Xingdou, but even so, he could still tell who this person was at a glance. His silver-white eyes full of purple energy looked at Ling Sancho and he suddenly felt cold. However, as an exception, his master Tian Zhou'er was also taught the 99 profound heaven book of creation, which has always been a knot in Ling Sancho's heart. But Zhou Xingdou did not show shock, but instead smiled indifferently. Luo Balian was in the enemy camp, and with the methods of the Chaos God cult, it was only a matter of time before he was exposed. Do you still have a choice now? If you don't betray Xian Heavenly Dao sect and join the Chaos God sect, you will definitely die today, but if you join and offer the 99 creation book, I can keep you and the little guys from Jiushuan Peak. Ling Sancho is almost a famous figure now. How could Zhou Xingdou not understand? Ling Sancho returned to that uncomfortable light smile, pointed at the 120 black-armored supremes, and then looked at Master Luoan, who beat Chitian's sword slave and Bai Jinglong until they vomited blood, and then said slowly, "Whom you think I would be as shameless as Xian Jizi, not to mention that the old thief Xian Jizi is also lucky and his methods cannot be copied." "Not entirely. I need someone to talk to. I also want to see if the Zhou family is really as rumored and cannot be shaken by chaos." Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows and asked, not knowing whether it was ridicule or disdain. So you want to threaten me with this person? So, nephew, you should understand now why I have told you so much. Zhou Xingdou also had a somewhat moved expression on his face at this moment, and he had some understanding of Ling Sancho. This middle-aged man has an upright face, but his clothes are in tatters, his body is covered with scars, and his bones are deep in the wounds. His breath is sluggish, with more air coming in and less air coming out. He has been tortured for a long time. Then why don't you learn Zhuan Jizi secretly? When you become an ancestor in the future, even if you are discovered, no one will ask. And his own cultivation has been stuck for a long time, unable to break through, but Xian Jizi and Tian Zhou'er have continued to improve, surpassing him by a lot. Before Zhou Xingdou could complain in his heart, Ling Sancho looked at Zhou Xingdou and suddenly showed a strange smile. The three heroes of profound heaven were juxtaposed, but they were treated differently. If Xian Jizi had become a Taoist master and received the 99 Profound Heaven creation book, Ling Sancho might not have thought much about it. Ling Sancho suddenly showed disdain. Even among his peers who were defeated by him and not as good as him, they kept catching up with him. It would be strange for Ling Sancho not to feel resentful. However, Zhou Xingdou had other doubts and said. But Ling Sancho did not hide his admiration for Zhou Xingdou in his eyes. Such methods and talents were worth fighting for, not to mention that Zhou Xingdou also had the 99 Profound Heaven Book of Creation that he cherished so much. I'm really curious as to how you managed to get someone from the Luo family to tip off the news for you. If he hadn't revealed his flaws today, I really wouldn't have known that you were hiding a hidden thorn in my hands. This middle-aged man is also Zhou Xingdou's never-seen war slave, the only native war slave of the Chuyuan dynasty, Luo Balian of the Luo family. Moreover, the 99 Profound Heaven book that I learned secretly is incomplete and useless to me, and I don't even bother to learn it secretly. Before Zhou Xingdou could reply, Ling Sancho raised his hand slightly, and a middle-aged man suddenly appeared under his palm. And to be honest, Luo Balian, who has been exposed in the Luo family and is only in the realm of a saint without any emotions, is really dispensable to Zhou Xingdou. The corners of Ling Sancho's mouth were raised slightly, revealing a sinister smile. His hand that was originally caressing Luo Balian's Tianling cap suddenly closed gently and held Luo Balian's head firmly. At this moment, an extremely sharp blade intent quickly penetrated into Luo Balian's head along his fingertips like lightning. The moment the tiny blade intent penetrated his head, Luo Balian's originally sluggish face suddenly became extremely ferocious and twisted, and his eyes were filled with scarlet bloodshot eyes, as if they were about to burst. Veins popped up on his face, his muscles twitched violently, and bursts of shrill, blood-curdling screams came out of his mouth. This sound was like the roar of evil spirits from the depths of hell, resounding all around, making people feel fear and chill in their hearts. But no matter how Luo Balian struggled, he seemed to be locked in Ling Sancho's grasp and could not escape even a single step. Master nephew, what is Master's skill like? It accurately stirs his sea of consciousness and soul, but makes him either alive or dead. How wonderful is that? Ling Sancho turned his gaze to Zhou Xingdou, his tone full of teasing, half mocking, and half threatening. However, Zhou Xingdou was not frightened by Ling Sancho's methods, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly at this moment. Suddenly, Zhou Xingdou was seen holding the prison-suppressing sword peak tightly in his hand, and he revived again in an instant. But what is unexpected is that the target of the prison suppression sword peak this time is not Ling Sancho, but Luo Balian, who is being tortured, in agony and constantly making inhuman screams. In an instant, there was only a deafening loud noise, and thunder roared above the giant sword, resounding through the sky. Its speed was as fast as the speed of light, and it galloped unstoppably towards Luo Balian, who was under Ling Sancho's palm. In the blink of an eye, the extremely wide sword blade hit Luo Balian hard. The power contained in this blow was earth-shattering. The huge and overbearing divine power bombarded Luo Balian like a surging torrent, instantly shattering his body into pieces. For a time, blood mist filled the air and flesh and blood flew everywhere. Ling Sancho was only curious about Zhou Xingdou's sudden move, not surprised at all, because in his eyes, Zhou Xingdou's movements, which were as fast as the speed of light, were as slow as a snail. The reason why he didn't stop him was because he wanted to see what Zhou Xingdou wanted to do. But he didn't expect that he would actually kill his subordinate with his own hands. This was undoubtedly a sign of despair in Ling Sancho's eyes, because he felt that Zhou Xingdou felt that he couldn't save this subordinate, so he wanted to relieve him of his pain. At this moment, the smile on Ling Sanchio's face became even bigger. But his smile froze in the next second, because what he didn't expect was that the action of the prison-suppressing sword peak did not stop. After shattering Luo Bailian's body, it actually erupted with an extremely destructive power, directly killing Luo Bailian. Everything about the 100 refined soul and soul will be annihilated. Zhou Xingdou had a sarcastic look on his face. It's almost time, your time is up, Zhou Xingdou. But Ling Sanchio was not angry, he just looked at Zhou Xingdou deeply and said. At this moment, the smile on Ling Sanchio's face became even colder. Zhou Xingdou stopped being polite at this time and directly called the other party's real name. The purple energy in his eyes was instantly replaced by the dazzling brilliance of stars. Immediately afterwards, the phantom of the ancient star abandoned the disciples of Xian Heavenly Daosec without any warning, and rushed straight towards Zhou Xingdou like a meteor burning with blazing flames. In just an instant, this mysterious and powerful formation quickly reversed. 120 black armored supremes worked together to activate the power of the formation. I don't care about betrayal, but no one can give me the bargaining chip to betray me. In this case, Ling Sanchio naturally did not intend to talk nonsense. Ha, the Zhou family has left Chuyuan, do you still think you are the former young emperor? Xingyo, possessed. But at the same time, Zhou Xingdou retreated very quickly, retreating in the direction of Xingyo guards and Xian Heavenly Daosec disciples. As he retreated, he issued an urgent order that resounded throughout the world. Speaking of this, Ling Sanchio paused for a moment, then looked at Jiaxuanfeng and said with a faint smile. He interrupted Ling Sanchio's words mercilessly with a cold and stern voice. Asked rhetorically. Before he finished speaking, the ancient star shadow that had been quietly guarding the disciples of Xian Heavenly Daosec suddenly began to tremble violently, accompanied by bursts of low buzzing sounds. My uncle is still not ruthless enough in his heart, and those moody and psychotic emotions are just a cover-up for the fact that he is not ruthless enough. Reverse the Nine Heavens peak formation immediately and completely open this crack. Before he finished speaking, he saw that the formation above Zhutian Peak, which was originally filled with black energy, suddenly underwent earth-shaking changes. Zhou Xingdou still had a cold expression on his face, showing no fear at all. Instead, he said with extremely murderous intent. You are indeed more suitable to be a villain than me. When Zhou Xingdou heard this, there was only a trace of fluctuation in his silver-white eyes filled with purple energy, but instead, there was an endless surge of killing intent. In addition, a new force called Thunder Punishment Palace has arisen in the Deep Valley and it seems to be related to you. Ling Sanchio, do you know that the Zhou family cannot be shaken? This method is used to threaten Zhou Xingdou. To be honest, some of the team members are trying to do something wrong, and Zhou Xingdou will only disdain it. He stared closely at Ling Sanchio. Although he was silent, the deafening and brilliant sound of Dharma seemed to be coming from all directions. Immediately afterwards, Ling Sanchio turned around to face the group of black-armored supremes behind him, and his voice sounded cold and majestic. You may not care about him, but what about the people above Jiushuan Peak? You know what? I hate it when people threaten me, especially when my lover is threatened. Ling Sanchio smiled disdainfully and didn't take Zhou Xingdou's words seriously. As countless ominous forces were continuously injected into the extremely dark and terrifying cracks below Zhutian Peak, the cracks began to expand violently, and it seemed as if countless terrifying figures were surging inside, ready to pour out in an instant. Uncle, your means of doing evil are very low level. Ling Sanchio's eyebrows widened. Even he did not expect that Zhou Xingdou would directly annihilate Luo Bailian's spirit and soul, leaving Luo Bailian without even a chance to be reincarnated. Even he could not help but laugh at such a ruthless method. Between Sumeru, an extremely strange and ominous black light spurted out from the formation, like a surging torrent of darkness, quickly covering the entire Zhutian Peak. This black light contains endless ominous power, as if it wants to swallow all life. Ling Sanchio sneered and sarcastically looked at Zhou Xingdou with an indifferent expression, as if he were looking at a dying person. They must be very important to you, and your senior sister Luo Hani, you seem to love her very much. His patience was finally exhausted by Zhou Xingdou at this moment, and what Zhou Xingdou said clearly expressed his choice. Zhou Xingdou could not be subdued. The 97 ancient stars transformed by the Star Guardians are now like the brightest pearls in the night sky, emitting stunning dazzling starlight. They gradually approached Zhou Xingdou in an indescribable way, as if attracted by an invisible force. As the distance gets closer, these stars begin to shrink, but their light becomes more intense. In this magnificent scene, the sky and the earth are filled with endless stars, like the Milky Way flowing. It is so beautiful. These stars were like agile elves, dancing lightly and pouring into Zhou Xingdou's body together with those ancient stars. Zhou Xingdou's body is like a huge container, containing this powerful and mysterious energy. Every star seems to be integrated into his body with the accumulation of years and endless mysteries. At the same time, Ling Sanqiu also noticed Zhou Xingdou's movements, but he still did not stop Zhou Xingdou, but looked at Zhou Xingdou's movements with a sarcastic face. I saw that below the towering Nine Heavens peak, an extremely dark and ominous crack was constantly expanding and surging, and finally opened completely, forming a huge black hole. In an instant, countless terrifying and ominous black fog surged out like a flood that broke a bank, and spread quickly in the blink of an eye, covering the entire world. These black mists seem to be alive, they are rolling and twisting, exuding a creepy atmosphere. But at this time, something strange happened around Zhou Xingdou. Just as he was concentrating on accepting the steady influx of star guards and star power, a figure quietly appeared behind him. This person turned out to be Feng Daoquan, who had been waiting impatiently for the opportunity. He was seen holding the rune exuding a mysterious dark atmosphere in his hand, with a ferocious smile on his face. In an instant, the dark rune suddenly shone with a black light as deep as the ocean, and struck straight at Zhou Xingdou's back. At this time, even if Master Tianhui and Master Tiansong discovered Feng Daoquan's sudden attack, it was too late and they had no time to rush to rescue. But Zhou Xingdou remained calm. Even when he noticed the fluctuations behind him, he remained extremely calm, because at this moment, the last of the 97 ancient stars transformed by the Star Guardians merged into Zhou Xingdou. Within Xingdou's body. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, it seemed that the entire starry sky was shaken. In the endless wilderness 9 days away, stars suddenly shined with all their brilliance. Zhou Xingdou's aura also rose to its peak at this moment, becoming deep and vast in an instant, as if connected with the stars in the entire universe. The dark runes that were blasting towards Zhou Xingdou with all their might were suddenly stopped in mid-air as if they were being restrained by a big invisible hand. Before Feng Daoquan could react, the dark rune that had once been a strong opponent of the two creation statues seemed to have lost its support at this moment. It suddenly fell apart in a matter of seconds and dissipated into countless fragments. Immediately afterwards, Feng Daoquan felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and was horrified to find that a spear full of destructive power had pierced his body. This spear contained endless destructive power, like a surging torrent raging in his body. Even his own strange and unpredictable power could not resist the invasion of this destructive force at this time. This scene couldn't help but make Master Tianhui and Master Tiansong drop their jaws. The two of them worked together to fight for a long time, but they couldn't help it. Feng Daoquan, who even took the opportunity to seriously injure the two of them, died like this. The spear of destruction was so fast that they didn't even see where it was shot or where it came from. Ling Sanqiu did not pay attention to Feng Daoquan, who was wrapped and torn apart by the power of destruction. Instead, he looked at the dazzling starlight with an interesting expression. "It's interesting, nephew, you actually have such a method. I really underestimated you, ha 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 ha." At this moment, the starlight gradually dissipated, and Zhou Xingdou's figure slowly emerged, but it made everyone feel a little strange. His whole body was covered with mysterious and ancient lavender lines, which exuded an indescribable aura. 97 ancient stars burst out with endless imperial power that overwhelmed the world, but they quietly revolved around Zhou Xingdou, seeming to simulate some kind of supreme formation. However, the most astonishing thing is Zhou Xingdou's eyes. At this time, they have turned into a brilliant starry sky, seeming to contain the ultimate mystery. Between his eyebrows, a silver-purple vertical line flashed with the ultimate majesty of heaven, making everything between heaven and earth become dignified, making it almost impossible to breathe. Ling Sanqiu's eyebrows also showed a slightly solemn look at this time, but he still looked at Zhou Xingdou curiously and said, "Is this your trump card? Logically speaking, even if those 97 people merge with you, they cannot deduce you to your current situation." Zhou Xingdou just looked at Ling Sanqiu indifferently. Now he could not rely on anyone else but himself. The Xingyo guards have the ability to possess people, or they were established to provide power for Zhou Xingdou. But once upon a time, there was no opportunity worth using for Zhou Xingdou, and there was no need to use it. Because this is not without cost, although the price is not borne by himself but by Xingyo, Zhou Xingdou is also a little reluctant to use it. But now he had to use it, even if the 108 Xingyo guards were not gathered together, and there were 11 people monitoring in Jinji and Lin Mansion, even if the possession was not in a perfect state. But there really was no other way. Even if he tried his best to delay time, he couldn't wait for a change, so he had to make the change himself. Of course, he also wanted to thank Ling Sanqiu. His threatening words made him angry and aroused a trace of the mighty power of the stars hidden in Zhou Xingdou's body. Otherwise, even if he is possessed by 97 star guardians, he will not be able to reach the Dao venerable level of power. This also allowed Zhou Xingdou to be able to control a trace of the mighty power of the stars in the sky caused by his anger. Although it was incomparable with when he fought with Tian Jizi, he could withstand a trace of power when he was possessed by Xingyu. He did not need to pay such a heavy price. He cannot truly control the power of the stars in the sky. If he wants to use it, he can only use it completely, and even this may not work. Now a trace of anger may be enough, because although Zhou Xingdou still doesn't know what level of strength he has reached, but judging from the imperial power bursting out from the 97 ancient stars surrounding him, he is afraid that he has the power of the imperial war. Others may not be able to see or understand Zhou Xingdou's current explosive power. But this was too familiar to Ling Sanqiu, and a smile that seemed to be self-deprecating and sarcastic appeared on his face. The 10th transformation of the Quasi-Emperor. I spent endless efforts and went through a lot of hardships to achieve it, but you were able to successfully achieve it in an instant. This really makes me feel a little ashamed. While speaking, a simple long knife covered with ominous divine patterns suddenly appeared in Ling Sanqiu's hand. He gently stroked the blade. In an instant, an unparalleled blade intent shocked the endless knives in the world. The law caused the sword path of heaven and earth to appear in the world, making a buzzing resonance. Ling Sanqiu tightly held the ancient long knife covered with ominous divine patterns, and his expression changed drastically in an instant. At this moment, he exuded a shockingly sharp and cold aura, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. He stared at Zhou Xingdou indifferently, and a cold and biting voice came from his mouth. But having the strength of the Quasi-Emperor's 10 transformations does not mean that he can control it, not to mention that there is still a gap in the 10 transformations of the Quasi-Emperor. Feeling the forbidden power of Chuyuan in his body now, the corners of Zhou Xingdou's mouth raised slightly, and a faint smile appeared. However, facing Ling Sanqiu in front of him, he just raised his hand casually. At this moment, a mysterious sound that seemed to come from the endless universe above the 9 heavens resounded in all directions. This voice is like the roar of a god, with endless majesty and indifference. In the same situation, I am undefeated. This sentence seems to be Zhou Xingdou's response to Ling Sanqiu's words. As the sound fell from the sky and the earth, the 97 ancient stars around him suddenly bloomed with all their starlight, emitting bursts of deafening roars. At the same time, Zhou Xingdou's slightly raised palm trembled slightly, and an earth-shaking terrifying imperial power quickly condensed in his hand. This forbidden power exuded an aura that made the world's hearts palpitate. At this moment, everyone under the Quasi-Emperor its a weak leg. In an instant, the spiritual energy in the entire Xian heavenly Dao sect was drained out, and even the eternal and endless river of spiritual energy became dry and exhausted at this moment. Everything around Zhou Xingdou's palm seemed to be distorted by this forbidden power. Wow! At this moment, the will of heaven and earth trembled and fell like rain. At this moment, an indescribable will of heaven actually appeared in Zhou Xingdou's hand that condensed the terrifying imperial power. This kind of will is full of endless ruthlessness and majesty, as if the law of heaven is coming in person, and seems to be unstoppable. However, what is even more surprising is that this will also vaguely contains a contradictory will to destroy God. The mixture of this complex will and the terrifying imperial power in Zhou Xingdou's hands caused endless waves of terror to spread across the sky, and even the fully revived profound heaven formation violently agitated at this time. Call out! Suddenly, an extremely terrifying calamity light shot out from Zhou Xingdou's palm. Although this calamity light is only the size of a bowl, it possesses immeasurable ultimate power. The calamity light exudes the terrifying will to destroy God, even the sky will tremble because of it. This is the innate divine ability that Zhou Xingdou has never used before. Heaven Punishment Tribulation Light. The appearance of the heaven punishing tribulation light caused a sense of destruction to surge into the hearts of the world involuntarily, as if the heavens were collapsing and doomsday was coming. It was despairing. The moment the calamity light shot out, the ancient long knife covered with ominous divine patterns in Ling Sancho's hand began to tremble. In an instant, the earth-shattering, ghost-crying, and divine howling sword intent surged like a raging wave, soaring straight into the sky, as if it was about to tear the entire starry sky apart. At the same time, the imperial power around Ling Sancho was completely revived at this moment. An unparalleled sharp sword light poured down like a waterfall, overwhelming the sky and the earth with majestic momentum. It was like the creation of the world. With an indestructible power, it struck fiercely. The light of punishment and tribulation that destroyed the world. In this stunning sword light, the deep black lines flow endlessly, revealing a mysterious and ancient atmosphere. But it also has a majestic meaning that is groundbreaking, exquisite and unstoppable. Boom boom boom. The moment the heaven-punishing tribulation light collided with the sky-opening saber, a shock shook the world. With the self-punishment tribulation light and the sky-opening sword light as the center, a burst of extremely terrifying fluctuations burst out, and everything around him was turned into nothingness under the bombardment of the two forces. Even Lord Luo, who was holding the accurate emperor weapon from a distance and suppressing Zhutian sword slave and Bai Jinglong, his expression changed at this moment, and he was almost pushed away by the wave of fluctuations. Zhutian sword slave and Bai Jinglong were even worse, being pushed directly to the boundary of the profound heaven formation by the fluctuations, but this also gave them a chance to breathe. Under the suppression of Master Luoan, who was holding a pitch-black spear that was almost emperor weapon level, both of them were now covered in scars, their clothes were in tatters, and there was a faint black energy emanating from the scars, blocking the healing of the scars. But compared to their own injuries, they were more surprised that Zhou Xingdou actually fought Ling Sancho to an even tie. Although they don't know how Zhou Xingdou suddenly transformed from the Holy Realm to a powerful quasi-emperor, that person is Kaitianidao Ling Sancho, one of the three heroes of profound heaven. Even among the entire top quasi-emperors, there are only a handful of them. How can it not be surprising that Zhou Xingdou, whose strength has been improved by external forces, is evenly matched with him? Even Dark Lord Luo was not in a hurry to continue the offensive against Zhutian sword slave and Bai Jinglong at this moment. Instead, his face was so gloomy that he ignored his opponents for a moment and rushed directly towards Jiushuan Peak. Zhou Xingdou's starry eyes flashed slightly, and he stood still amidst the fluctuations. Even his hair was not messed up. Looking at Ling Sancho with extreme indifference, the divine voice sounded from all directions. "Uncle, I thought you got some benefits from joining the Chaos Religion. Now it seems that not only did you get no benefits from joining the Chaos Religion, but your strength is actually not as good as before." After Ling Sancho glanced at the punishing tribulation light and the sky-opening saber light that were exhausted at the same time, he couldn't help but show a little surprise, but this emotion was quickly suppressed by him. In response to Zhou Xingdou's sarcastic words, he just said with a faint smile, "My nephew is very good, but I don't know how many more times you can use this method?" Zhou Xingdou's heart sank when he heard this, and Ling Sancho finally realized that although he now has the power to rival the quasi-emperor's 10 transformations, he still wants to fight against such a supreme quasi-emperor like Ling Sancho. Divine ability and other enlightenment realms are simply impossible. Can't keep up. Only the innate divine ability that he has now ascended to the 10th transformation of quasi-emperor and awakened the punishing heaven Dao body is not limited by perception, and his power is only judged by realm. However, the heaven-punishing tribulation light is indeed very restrictive, because it consumes the power of the Tao body and cannot be replenished by external force. It can only be used 3 times a day. But even if he was guessed, Zhou Xingdou still didn't take it seriously, and the divine voice resounded throughout the world like the mighty power of heaven. "I still have many methods, but I'm afraid that you, uncle, won't be able to handle it." As he spoke, Zhou Xingdou suddenly raised his palm, the imperial power surged like a sea, and the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique was operating to the extreme. At this moment, all the moves of the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique were condensed in this poem. The Thunder Emperor points out that the thunder turns into stars, the 9 tribulations demon-killing thunder, and the heavenly punishment thunder. The 4 most powerful forms of the Thunder Emperor's treasure are blended together at this moment. Endless thunder and punishment strikes down the sky and the earth, and it actually breaks away the energy that envelopes the world of black mist. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou reached out with his palm towards Ling Sanqiu, and suddenly the thunder of heaven and earth appeared in the void and started to stir. In an instant, thunder rumbled in the void, as if the entire world was shrouded in thunder. On Zhou Xingdou's arm, when he stretched out his palm, a purple thundercloud suddenly appeared and quickly wrapped around it, and countless Thunder Emperor fingers flashing with ferocious thunder patterns appeared from it. In the void, the power of thunder emerged endlessly, condensing into dazzling thunder stars around Zhou Xingdou's palm. However, what these stars contain is not the power of the stars, but what surges within them is the thunder of the supreme yang and the extreme power. At this moment, a blazing and dazzling lightning suddenly rose, and countless thunder spears began to condense and take shape. The power on these thunder spears is as hot as burning flames, enough to scorch everything in the world. The rolling sky punishment turned into a thunder dragon hovering in the palm of the hand, and the first 4 moves of the Thunder Emperor's treasure seemed to have turned into the 4th layer Thunder World, surrounding Zhou Xingdou's palm in layers. This is the 5th form of the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique, the secret of Thunder Path 4th layer Heaven. But facing Zhou Xingdou's palm, which was full of the secrets of Thunder Dao and superimposed on the 4th layer Thunder World, Ling Sanqiu showed a hint of disdain. His simple long sword covered with unknown divine patterns shook slightly, and the sword was like a sea of a strange black light flashed, wrapping the entire blade. Ling Sanqiu only slightly raised his long knife wrapped in black light with one hand, and slashed it down in an instant. His movements were extremely casual and easy, and he didn't even move at all except his wrist. But even so, a horrifying wave of air blew between the heaven and the earth, and a heart-stopping dark sword light that was enough to cut the sky struck Zhou Xingdou's palm superimposed on the 4th layer Thunder World at high speed. Wherever this dark sword light passed, the void was torn open, forming a deep crack, as if it was going to split the entire world in half. Ning Yu is not a lazy person, and she also understands what Qing Yin Jing means. If no one stops the Dark Lord Luo, Zhou Xingdou may be in chaos. Lord Luoan, who had already disappeared, appeared at this moment, and his target was Jiuquan Peak. In Jiuquan Peak, Qing Yin Jing, who was in charge of this formation, felt as if he had been hit hard, and suddenly a mouthful of precious blood sprayed out. Luo Hani and Ning Yu wanted to step forward to help, but they only felt the ground shaking. The Quasi-Emperor spear in his hand, which was as black as ink, exploded with extremely huge imperial power at this moment, like a roaring black dragon, fiercely bombarding the formation of Jiuquan Peak. Zhou Xingdou's expression was calm, and he suppressed the bone-chilling pain. Fortunately, he had already perfected his master body. Although he could not really become as perverted as his own self-cultivation Quasi-Emperor, the sword that struck him made him feel better than just now. Most of the energy consumed was restored. When Zhou Xingdou's extremely thunderous palm touched the dark sword light, a chill instantly surged into his palm. Thinking of this, Ningyu took a deep look at Qing Yanjing, although now she didn't know how Qing Yanjing, who was just the supreme realm, could block Luoanju, who couldn't even block the red sky sword slave and Bai Yulong. The entire immortal peak began to shake violently, crumbling, as if it might collapse at any time. In the palm of Zhou Xingdou's palm, the secrets of the Thunder Path gathered together again, forming the terrifying Thunder Path 4th layer Heaven, which fiercely blasted towards the sword light in front with unparalleled power. The formation of Jiuquan Peak buzzed violently, constantly bearing the impact of this terrifying power. In an instant, countless black lightning spear tips burst out from the spear, pouring down like a heavy rain. My mother, if I had known that I was here to pester my father, even Grandpa Quasi-Emperor would be unable to withstand this, and the formation of Jiuquan Peak would not be able to withstand it for long. But Ling Sanqiu's offensive would not stop at this moment, and suddenly another dark sword light slashed out. Boom! The two collided and made an earth-shattering noise. In the void, lightning overflowed, the sword light shattered, and the entire Great Dao trembled. And now the one who is really withstanding the greatest pressure is Zhou Xingdou. If Zhou Xingdou is defeated, Ling Sanqiu will be unstoppable. The pressure it exudes makes people breathless, as if it is the light of death coming from the abyss of hell, with endless murderous intent and aura of destruction. Bai Yulong even slapped his legs anxiously and said angrily. However, at this moment, a huge buzzing sound suddenly came from Zhoushuan Peak. However, when he took a closer look, he was surprised to find that a deep black bloodstain had appeared on his originally crystal-clear jade palm. He could even see the white bones inside, and countless small black lines followed the bloodstain. Quickly spread to the entire palm. But now there was no other way, so he had to drag the panicked Luohani into the Zhoushuan palace. Zhou Xingdou is protected by the god of Hades, and his whole body is shining with mysterious and powerful starlight, as if the god has descended into the world. Everyone hide in the Zhoushuan palace. The Peak Master's sword intention remains there, and it may be possible to stop the quasi-emperor for a while longer. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou does not have emperor weapon-level weapons on his body. To be precise, the Zhou family has quite a few, but it is impossible for him to carry everything with him. In an instant, the shocking fourth-layer thunder world in his palm suddenly burst open, and endless thunder light surged out, but it was unable to withstand the power of this sword light. Buzz. Ning Yuze didn't care about the rules now, so she immediately grabbed Luohani and shouted to the others. The punishing Thunder Emperor armor on his body was also completely activated at this moment, emitting endless thunder, and every thunder contained the power to destroy the world. Please. At the same time, a biting pain came from his palm, and Zhou Xingdou subconsciously turned around and retracted his palm. If the guess is correct, the ancient long sword covered with unknown divine patterns in Ling Sanxiu's hand must also be the quasi-emperor weapon. Zhou Xingdou would be unable to resist it with his bare hands. Fahai and Yuan Tian, who were sitting cross-legged on the side and had just used supreme medicine to stabilize their injuries, looked shocked. Their injuries caused several mouthfuls of black blood to spurt out. It's too late. Mistress retreats first. Yan Jing will risk her life to stop him for her master. Qing Yanjing raised her eyebrows, wiped the scarlet blood from the corner of her mouth, her delicate body remained motionless, and said with a heavy voice. However, it is definitely not a wise choice to resist this sword light. Suddenly, the music of Hades suddenly appeared in the world. Zhou Xingdou sat firmly in the void, and the prison-suppressing divine glory suddenly appeared, and a shadow of Hades enveloped Zhou Xingdou's body. Fahai dragged his body that was seriously injured by unknown erosion and didn't seem to want to retreat. He wanted to stay here with Qing Yanjing to resist Lord Luoan, but he was directly picked up by Yuan Tian and rushed into the Zhoushuan Hall. Bai Yulong had no choice but to gather all his holy power and shouted, "Grandpa, do you want your grandson to die?" With that said, Bai Yulong hugged his fists towards Qing Yanjing and retreated into the Zhoushuan palace with everyone. Why couldn't Bai Jinglong hear his grandson's call, and how could he not see Lord Luoan attack Zhoushuan Peak? But now, the 120 black armored supremes who originally reversed the formation have blocked him and Qi Tian sword slave. Moreover, the 120 black armored supremes are in a strange position, with weird postures, forming a square. Weird battle formation. At the top of the battle formation is a simple black flag. This black flag is full of divine power. It is probably not ordinary among the ranks of quasi-emperor weapons. Those weird saints have now joined the representatives of major forces and the disciples of Xian Heavenly Dao sect. The black mist spewed out from the cracks under the Zhoutian Peak formation, and it seemed to be alive, sweeping towards the living beings. When touched by the black mist, mana and life were being lost to an insignificant degree. How could Zhou Xingdou not care about Zhoushuan Peak, but fighting against a strong man like Ling Sanxiu, how could he be distracted? The only good news now is that the Guardian of Hades can offset some of the damage of that simple long sword, giving him something to do capital to fight with Ling Sanxiu. But Ling Sanxiu's combat power was really terrifying. Even so, he was completely suppressed. What's more, Zhou Xingdou's power was brought up by external forces. This kind of power could not last long. Moreover, the Star Guardian possessed by him may not be able to withstand the damage of Emperor grade level for too long, and may automatically break away from the possessed state. This made Zhou Xingdou feel anxious. Click. Under the terrifying offensive of Master Luoan, who was holding the Emperor weapon, the formation of Zhoushuan Peak made a sound of being overwhelmed. In the end, it could no longer hold up and collapsed and shattered in an instant. However, just when Lord Luoan tried to step into Zhoushuan Peak suddenly buzzed, and billions of spiritual seals rose up like a tide and were engraved between heaven and earth. Qin Yanjing's figure slowly emerged like a peerless divine maiden. There was still blood on the corner of her mouth that had not been wiped clean, but her beautiful eyes were full of perseverance and unyielding. Lord Luo stared at Qin Yanjing, who came out of Zhoushuan Peak, and his originally confused expression instantly turned into a bit of laughter. On his ferocious face, like an eagle watching a wolf, he began to laugh unbridled and wildly. The laughter was deafening and resounded through the sky. Ha 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 ha, Supreme? I thought there would be some great means, but I didn't expect it was just a Supreme. Luo Anju's laughter was full of contempt and ridicule, as if he was laughing at Qin Yanjing's overestimation of his abilities. How far is Supreme from Zhuandi? There is almost a difference between an ant and a god. Now, a woman from the Supreme Realm stands in front of a quasi-emperor holding a quasi-emperor weapon. How can she not make Lord Luo laugh? Not to mention Luo Anju, even Zhou Xingdou's face changed when he saw Qin Yanjing's appearance, even though he knew that Qin Yanjing was the Grand Master of the spiritual formation, and his strength could not be measured by his realm. But this does not mean that Qin Yanjing can use the power of the formation to fight against the quasi-emperor, and it is a quasi-emperor like Luo Anju that even Qitian sword slave and Bai Jinglong cannot withstand. Anju Luo couldn't stop laughing, but when he looked at Qin Yanjing, there was a bit more appreciation in his eyes. Little girl, with your courage, if you intend to join the chaos cult, I will spare your life. Qin Yanjing remained silent. There was no expression on her beautiful and gentle face, but she exuded a heart-stopping aura. Her jade hand was slightly raised, as if it was lifting the entire void. At this moment, an unimaginably powerful force burst out from her fingertips. This power is completely different from the primary system. It is full of endless mysteries and depths, as if it comes from an unknown world. In an instant, time and space were shaken, and the heaven and earth shook violently. An endless and heavy breath enveloped this space like a towering mountain, making people breathless. Even Zhou Xingdou and Ling Sanqiu, who were stirring up the great Tao of heaven and earth and fighting to the death, couldn't help but look sideways in shock. Lord Luo's face also changed drastically in an instant. His original arrogant smile disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. He felt unprecedented pressure, and the quasi-emperor's spear in his hand made a low buzz, and the violent emperor's power came to life again. But at this moment, a huge giant that exuded an extremely ancient aura suddenly appeared in the originally empty void. It seems to have transmigrated from ancient times, carrying endless mysterious power, and crashing towards Lord Luoan like an ancient sacred mountain. At this moment, when Zhou Xingdou saw this behemoth, his face did show a hint of joy. Because apart from Qin Yanjing, I am afraid that only he himself knows what this thing is. I saw that the behemoth turned out to be an endless huge stone tower. It was majestic and majestic, towering into the clouds, slowly pressing down from the sky, carrying an indescribable power of suppression, and pressing directly towards Lord Luoan. The Pagoda of Pagoda. But at this moment, between Zhou Xingdou and spirit partitioning, Ling Sanqiu's half-smiling words rang in his ears. My nephew is so brave, he dares to spirit partition in front of me. Suddenly, Zhou Xingdou felt a chill in his chest, and then came an extremely terrifying force. Only then did Zhou Xingdou realize that Ling Sanqiu's long knife with unknown black light had already slashed into his chest. The guardian of the underworld was torn to pieces at this moment, and the punishing Thunder Emperor's armor was torn open at this moment, and it was actually chopped on Zhou Xingdou's chest. Boom! The sudden blow caused Zhou Xingdou to be thrown back hundreds of feet, and a mouthful of star-filled blood spurted out from his throat. After Zhou Xingdou came back to his senses, he used all his strength to exert the mighty power of the stars in the sky, and then managed to stabilize his body. The 97 ancient stars surrounding him at this moment were already bright and dark, and small cracks appeared on the stars at this moment. This also made Zhou Xingdou's face turn completely cold. He was indeed careless. Now the injury on his chest has begun to interfere with the fusion between him and Xingyo. The mighty power of the stars in the sky has almost reached its limit. But it was naturally impossible for Ling Sanqiu to stop because of Zhou Xingdou's poor condition. His majestic figure instantly chased after Zhou Xingdou, and a burst of extreme brokenness echoed in the world. The void turned into powder, and the long knife wrapped in the ominous black light was raised high at the moment. The piercing god screamed, and the sky seemed to be divided into two halves at this moment. The long knife struck down, and the blade intent, which was boundless and sharp and filled with terrifying power, struck at the top of Zhou Xingdou's head, as if to split it in half. But in such an emergency situation, Zhou Xingdou suddenly closed his eyes, held his breath and concentrated, forgetting about the extremely terrifying knife that took his life. In his current state, he can only strike with one more blow, and the Xingyo guards will break away, and the trace of the mighty power of the stars in the sky will disappear. In this situation, he had no choice but to be careless. All his methods had already been used on Ling Sanxiu, but they had no effect at all. He had to admit that Ling Sanxiu was indeed the most invincible among the quasi-emperors. For this last blow, he must surpass all the previous attacks, whether it was punishing heaven tribulation light, or thunder Dao fourth layer heaven. Even if they were combined, they would never be able to defeat Ling Sanxiu. So Zhou Xingdou can only take risks at this moment. Zhou Xingdou slowly closed his pair of eyes, which seemed to contain the entire galaxy of stars in the universe, and his arms began to shake slightly. With the movement of his arms, the surging imperial power disappeared at this moment, and in an instant, the endless blood and boundless divine power gradually awakened from his body surrounded by stars. At this time, the scene of the fierce battle with Tianjizi began to appear in front of his eyes. At that time, he tried his best to revive the great power of the stars in the sky, and his whole body exuded a heart-stopping aura. At that time, his attacks had surpassed divine ability and magic in the ordinary sense. Every move contains a power that is close to Taoism. This kind of attack has surpassed all methods in the world. The sword that punishes the sky, the magic of the Thunder Emperor, and the divine elephant that suppresses the prison were all forgotten by Zhou Xingdou at this moment. Only the moment when he punched was in his mind. During the recollection, an idea flashed in Zhou Xingdou's mind, and the right fist covered with lavender ancient lines suddenly clenched at this moment. In an instant, an unparalleled power burst out from him, as if the entire universe was trembling. I saw that the 97 ancient stars around him, which were already dim and full of cracks, were shining with dazzling light again at this moment. These lights were intertwined to form a dazzling light pillar that shot straight into the sky. This made Lord Luoan, who originally disdained laughter, extremely angry. Faced with Zhou Xingdou's fierce and unstoppable punch, Ling Sanxiu's sharp and shattering knife that originally wanted to kill Zhou Xingdou, whether it was the overwhelming blade intent, the terrifying power and the extremely ominous and strange light, they all came to an abrupt end under this punch. Saying that, Lord Tianfu glanced at Zhoushuan Peak, then looked at Qitian's sword slave and Bai Jinglong behind him and said solemnly. Zhou Xingdou's fist was densely covered with tiny cracks. The injuries left on his body could no longer be suppressed at this moment and exploded, causing blood to flow out of his mouth. Ling Sanxiu also seemed to be frozen at this moment. His movements were frozen when the long knife was struck, and his whole person was still on the spot, with only a look of horror on his face. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou had entered a state of selflessness. Even when facing the blade so close at hand, he only had one feeling. Old thief, if my son were here, I would suppress you with one hand. And this golden lotus also firmly caught Zhou Xingdou, who fell from the void. An extremely gentle Buddha power burst out from the golden lotus of Buddha's light and injected into Zhou Xingdou's already dilapidated body, lifting Zhou Xingdou's life from his near-death injuries. Zhou Xingdou also looked puzzled. Even he did not expect that Tianfu Lord would stabilize his life, but in the end he sighed weakly and thanked. Logically speaking, Zhou Xingdou deposed the disciples of 10,000 Buddhas and gambled on the supreme scriptures of Buddhism, not to mention that he did not give face to Tianfu and 10,000 Buddhas. Even if Tianfu didn't take action to stabilize Zhou Xingdou's life, there was nothing wrong with him. At this time, a divine voice descended into the world and said. With the appearance of this ray of light, the void in the past let out endless screams, and the surrounding void began to twist violently. Chaos cracks spread like a spider web with Zhou Xingdou's fist as the center. This punch seems simple and unremarkable, with no rules to follow. It is like a childish punch thrown randomly when playing, and it is also like an ordinary blow from an ordinary person. However, it is such a simple punch that contains endless mystery and power. The domineering aura it exudes is heart-stopping, as if it can crush everything in the world. The golden lotus of Buddhism is the first to stabilize life. Although it cannot restore Zhou Dao Child's injuries, it can save his life. Hearing this, Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly on his pale, paper face. Lying in the Buddha's light, he raised his head as much as he could to look at Ling Sanqiu, who was still frozen there. He felt a little uneasy in his heart for a moment. Is this Kaitian Yida really defeated? The figures of the Xingyo guards emerged, but at this moment they seemed to have maintained the same insubstantial form. Each figure turned back to its true form, but then became limp like mud, and one after another fell powerlessly to the ground shrouded in endless black mist. Girl, this dark master will definitely kill your whole family in the future. However, Tianfu Lord waved his hand and did not say those false words. He said bluntly. Zhou Xingdou's eyes also opened at this moment, and the bright stars had disappeared, replaced by billions of Taoist thoughts. No need to thank the poor monk. The poor monk is also afraid that if something happens to Zhou Dao Child, it will be difficult for Ping Monk and Yuan Chan to get out of the Xin Heavenly Dao sect. But at this moment, on the battlefield of Jiushuan Peak, Qin Yanjing waved her fingers with all her strength, and the pagoda of Pagoda kept pressing down. Lord Luoan held the Quasi-Emperor spear on the Pagoda of Pagoda, but the Quasi-Emperor weapon-level spear was struck by that ancient boundless force. The suppressive force bends it. Tianfu Lord looked at Zhou Xingdou with extremely complicated eyes, but in the end it turned into a sigh. Zhou Xingdou suddenly felt his right fist sink. At this moment, the power of the endless stars in the universe seemed to be blessing him. Thank you, Master Jingtai. What's more, the situation is still not optimistic. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou seemed to have been completely evacuated, and was no longer able to float in the air. He and the Xingyo fell into the ground shrouded in endless black mist. Zhou Xingdou also came to his senses at this moment, and punched out instantly. The wind of the fist roared past, tearing open the void, and billowing chaotic energy spurted out from it, like a surging torrent, heading straight towards Ling Sanqiu in front of him. Sweep away. At this moment, all the terrifying fluctuations around the two people calmed down, leaving only a death-like silence. Among the golden lotuses, a person who he never expected to help appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou. Qin Yanjing's cold face also became a bit angry because of these words. At this time, a golden lotus with Buddha's meaning suddenly rose up in the endless black mist. Under the Buddha's light, it squeezed the black mist away and opened up a pure world. Under the Buddha's light, the 97 star guards were stable. Come down to the pure heaven and earth. I am the Tao. Heavenly Buddha. The first of the two to make any movement was Zhou Xingdou, who was pumping his fists. At this moment, his aura began to stir, and the infinite star power in his body overflowed, and the 97 ancient stars surrounding him exploded. Click, click, click. 3 consecutive shattering sounds resounded throughout the world, and Ling Sanqiu, who was frozen in place, finally made a move at this moment. I saw that the simple long knife wrapped in the unknown black light was broken inch by inch at this moment, as if it could no longer withstand some huge force, and finally broke into countless fragments and scattered everywhere. At the same time, Ling Sanqiu's body also began to undergo surprising changes. His skin seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, and ferocious cracks spread across his body. Blood spurted out, turning him into a bloody man in an instant. And these emperor's blood did not flow freely, but condensed into thick blood mist in the air, permeating the surroundings, forming a strange and bloody atmosphere. The emergence of this situation undoubtedly made Zhou Xingdou's side look overjoyed at this moment. After all, the opponent's highest combat power, the 3 heroes of Profound Heaven and Kaitiani Dao Ling Sanqiu, would definitely be seriously injured even if they did not die. But Zhou Xingdou's face did not show any joy, instead it turned extremely ugly for a moment. Even he himself didn't know how powerful his punch just now was, but now it seemed that it was still not enough to kill Ling Sanqiu. As long as Ling Sanqiu doesn't die, they are the ones in danger now, because even if it is a dying quasi-emperor with 10 transformations, no one can resist it now that Zhou Xingdou has lost all his magic power and Xing Yue can no longer possess him. Like a bloody man, Ling Sanqiu's body rose and fell with rapid breathing. Zhou Xingdou's punch just now almost killed him. If Zhou Xingdou hadn't been unable to survive in the end, he would have died today. At this moment, the fear of that punch still remained in his eyes. That punch was so close to the extreme that only the great emperor could possibly punch it. But then, Ling Sanqiu suddenly laughed. His laughter was like thunder, resounding throughout the world. The sound waves turned into substantial power, and the sound stirred up and shocked the world. However, there seemed to be some indescribable bitterness hidden in this laughter. Today, Ling Sanqiu is like a magic sword that creates the world, and like an emperor who is admired by all living beings. His presence makes people feel an indescribable majesty, as if he is the master of this world and controls all the power of life and death. Buzz. However, at this moment, at the pinnacle of all the ways, the way of heaven suddenly emerged, and its sacred sound resounded throughout the world, like a bell, ruthless and indifferent. Things from other worlds dare to act cruelly in front of me. The scars on his body miraculously healed at this moment, and he became no longer ordinary, but extremely powerful, like an unshakable mountain, overlooking all living beings. The godless power that had been accumulating in Ling Sanqiu's body suddenly stagnated. His whole aura declined sharply, like a mountain collapsing. His majestic, emperor-like demeanor seemed nondescript in front of the holy voice of heaven. Old God, the deal is done, my true spirit will be dedicated to chaos. When this matter is over, he can go outside the territory to complete the emperor's path. Zhou Xingdou's face was as pale as paper at this moment. How could he not know what Ling Sanqiu's words meant? How could Ling Sanqiu not know the rules of Chuyuan Chang Emperor? Everything was as he expected. Now, for him, just crippling the power of the great emperor is enough. After all, the only obstacle to him now is Zhou Xingdou. Feeling the power that he had longed for, Ling Sanqiu's heart swelled to the extreme. This sacred voice of heaven carries supreme authority, just like the operating rules of the entire world. With just one word, the great Tao of the sword of heaven and earth that spans hundreds of millions of miles collapsed instantly, and all the strange scenes suddenly disappeared when this sacred voice of heaven was sounded. Stop! Then a cry of blood and trembling sound echoed through the sky. The majestic pagoda of the pagoda trembled violently at this moment, and let out a loud and mournful cry. In an instant, it was unable to fight back and was driven into the void by the sword light and disappeared. Although Dark Master Luo was under great pressure from being suppressed by the ancestral pagoda of the Buddha, he was ecstatic about Ling Sanqiu's move to become emperor. He quickly shouted to Ling Sanqiu, who was enjoying the surge in power. But now, not only can those who have exhausted their life source be unable to use the word secret, but their own recovery power has also been suppressed by the ominous power of the scars on their bodies. Even swallowing the treasure medicine is useless. Is this the power of the great emperor? Even the incomplete great emperor has surpassed countless quasi-emperors. But then he looked at the majestic pagoda and sneered. The only way is for someone to forcibly input the source of life for him, otherwise even he will not be able to recover from such extreme ruin. Now you should call me Holy Master. Ling Sanqiu's voice echoed in the endless void, with a sense of determination and helplessness. It was as if he had made a difficult decision that would completely change his destiny. Tianxin has not yet appeared, and people from the early Yuan dynasty must not be emperors. Master Jingtai, Ling Sanqiu is afraid that he will step into the emperor realm. Please help me restore the origin of life. Billions of miles between heaven and earth are shrouded in the great Tao of the heaven and earth sword. The endless, sharpened supreme blade intent is like a torrent running through ancient and modern times, spanning the eternal sky, shocking everyone's hearts. As Zhou Xingdou expected, as soon as Ling Sanqiu finished speaking, it was as if a mysterious and powerful shackle was suddenly broken on his body. Lord Tianhua's face trembled when he heard this. Zhou Xingdou's words were like a thunder exploding in his mind. He had no time to think and did not care about balancing interests. He immediately obeyed Zhou Xingdou's words, regardless of the damage to his own origin. The source of his own life was injected into Zhou Xingdou's body. But Ling Sanqiu's expression was not too surprised. It seemed that everything was within his expectation. At this moment, he looked at his body with a smile on his lips. As he spoke, Ling Sanqiu waved his hand, and for a moment the sky wept with blood, and the great Tao screamed mournfully. A beam of supreme sword light filled with overwhelming force directly hit the pagoda of the pagoda. Ling Sanqiu's face suddenly showed a hint of displeasure, and he looked at Lord Luo with cold eyes. At this moment, Ling Sanqiu exuded an unparalleled and supreme imperial power. Around his body, there was a power that transcended the world, which was constantly brewing and accumulating. There was a bit of joy and enthusiasm in his eyes. Lord Ling, please help your subordinates. After the punch just now, Zhou Xingdou's life source has been exhausted. Otherwise, how could he use the Buddha to hang up his life? With his recovery power, as long as it is completely wiped out, he can recover instantly. At that moment, the entire Chuyuan world was shaken, as if it was ushering in an earth-shattering change. The great emperor was shot down by heaven before his path was opened, causing countless creatures to feel sorry for him. Qing Yanjing, who was controlling the pagoda of the pagoda, suddenly felt an irresistible backlash coming like a tide, instantly flooding her whole body. The billions of spiritual seals between heaven and earth shattered and dissipated in an instant, like a gorgeous but cruel fireworks feast. The originally dazzling divine light on her body dimmed instantly, and was replaced by deathly silence and darkness, as if all life was being swallowed up at this moment. A large mouthful of blood spurted out from Qing Yanjing's mouth, and the bright red drew sad arcs in the air, as if it were a witness to the loss of her life force. Her breath became extremely depressed, like a candle in the wind that might be extinguished at any time. However, despite suffering such a heavy blow, Qing Yanjing's eyes still showed determination and unyielding, without the slightest hint of regret. Zhou Xingdou naturally could not turn a blind eye to all this. He looked at Qing Yanjing anxiously, his heart full of worry and anxiety. At this moment, Tianfuo Lord is infusing him with the power to restore the origin of life, but the progress is extremely slow and has not yet reached 1/10. At the same time, all the members of the Xingyo guards had passed out and died on the cold ground. If it had not been for the intentional protection of Tianfuo Lord, they would have been swallowed up by the strange black mist and lost the last hope of survival. Chitian Sword Slaven by Jinglong, under the Black Flag offensive launched by the 120 Black Armored Supremes, had already been invaded by unknown things. Now they are still alive thanks to the masters Tianhui, Tiansong, and several powerful forces. Powerful aid in. The major forces in Xian Heavenly Dao sect disciples screamed in agony, almost being suppressed overwhelmingly by the strange saint. What's more, the scene of Ling Sanqiu becoming emperor just now caused an atmosphere of despair to envelope the entire Xian Heavenly Dao sect, making everyone's heart feel like it was covered by the shadow of black mist. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou understood what true powerlessness was, but he was really unwilling to give in. How could he be willing to lose like this? Call out. Almost at the same time, Luo Anju, who had escaped from the suppression of the pagoda of the Buddha, suddenly threw out the quasi-emperor's spear in his hand. The quasi-emperor's spear was unparalleled in power, flashing with endless black thunder, tearing apart the curtain of heaven and earth, and burning the endless void. During the buzzing, only a popping sound was heard. The quasi-emperor's spear flew away like a black meteor, and with astonishing speed and accuracy, it pierced into the heart of Qing Yanjing, who had fallen into the void due to the force of the backlash. In an instant, endless power of destruction burst out from the quasi-emperor's spear, like a surging torrent, completely annihilating Qing Yanjing's remaining trace of life. At the last moment of her life, Qing Yanjing turned her head with difficulty and her eyes fell on Zhou Xingdou. A gentle smile appeared on her face covered with blood. However, as her pupils gradually diverged, all the power in her body also overflowed, and her breathing finally stopped completely. The quasi-emperor's spear pinned Qing Yanjing's body to the void, and the endless wind of the void whizzed past like a resentful spirit, blowing at Qing Yanjing's lifeless body. The smile on her face was frozen at that moment, like an eternal sculpture. The corpse swayed feebly in the wind, as if it might drift into the vast void at any time. Luo Anju looked at the scene in front of him, and an uncontrollable pleasure surged in his heart. His laughter echoed in the void, full of pride and ridicule. Ha 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 ha, crazy woman, isn't your son very powerful? Can't he suppress me with just one hand? Why are you dead now? Do you think you can compete with me with your meager strength? It is simply a dream. His voice was like a demon's roar, making the entire void tremble. However, Qing Yanjing's body was always suspended there quietly without any reaction. Her eyes were empty, as if she had completely separated from the world. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou's eyes were extremely empty, as if he had lost his soul, and he was staring quietly at Qing Yanjing's corpse swaying in the wind in front of him. His heart felt like it was pierced by thousands of fine needles at the same time, and severe pain instantly spread through every cell in his body. However, this pain only lasted for a moment before being overwhelmed by a boundless killing intent. The pair of silver-white eyes that originally shone with purple energy were now filled with endless blood-red, and extremely angry emotions spewed out like a volcano. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Accompanied by a low buzzing sound, suffocatingly powerful forces suddenly surged through Zhou Xingdou's body, as if he was about to revive. This power was so huge that the heaven and earth trembled, all realms were frightened, and even the indestructible profound heaven formation buzzed in pain, as if it would collapse at any time. At the same time, the Tianfu Lord, who had been injecting the source of life into Zhou Xingdou, was also knocked away by the terrifying power at this moment. Although his face was full of shock, he still shouted anxiously. Calm down with your current physical condition. If you forcefully perform exercises, you will definitely die. Ling Sanqiu naturally kept paying attention to Zhou Xingdou's situation. When he saw Zhou Xingdou, who was extremely angry, he couldn't help but sneered. Do you know why I didn't kill you right away? That's because I want you to witness the people you cherish die tragically one by one in front of your eyes. Ling Sanqiu also had endless resentment towards Zhou Xingdou, who almost put himself to death and forced him to completely dedicate his true soul to the ancient gods of the Chaos cult in exchange for the path to the great emperor. Ling Sanqiu was determined to plunge this profound heaven-endowed child into complete despair, to make Zhou Xingdou's mind collapse, and to let him die in despair after being tortured. As for the great power in Zhou Xingdou, he didn't care at all. No matter how powerful the quasi-emperor's 10 transformations were, could he be as powerful as the great emperor? Even the incomplete great emperor cannot be defeated by any existence under the great emperor. At this moment, Ling Sanqiu's face was extremely ferocious, and his voice was bone-chilling, echoing between heaven and earth, constantly stimulating Zhou Xingdou's soul. Zhou Xingdou's eyes were red, and he was gnashing his teeth. His voice was full of endless hatred and anger, and he roared hoarsely. Ling Sanqiu, I want you to die. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou could no longer care about anything. Even though his body was extremely dilapidated and he couldn't bear even a trace of the power of the stars in the sky to revive, he still chose to fully recover. Even if the next price is death. The void was so fierce that not only the entire Chuyuan, but also the rolling sea of chaos outside the territory was boiling at this moment, and even the heavens were shaken by it. But at this moment, a cold and ethereal fairy voice sounded in Zhou Xingdou's ears. You want to die. The moment this cold and ethereal fairy sound sounded in Zhou Xingdou's ears, Zhou Xingdou suddenly felt that his connection with the mighty power of the stars in the sky was cut off by something. The boundless mighty power that washed over Zhou Xingdou was cut off like rootless water at this moment and dissipated in an instant. This sound put Zhou Xingdou in a trance, and his eyes, which were close to losing his mind and were left with only madness, became slightly clear at this moment. 2 lines of blood and tears fell from the corners of his eyes, and the hoarse voice seemed to be trembling and growling. Master, kill them, I want them to die, I want them to die. As you wish. This time, this cold and ethereal fairy sound was no longer limited to Zhou Xingdou's ears, but was like a thunder that shook the earth, transmigrating layers of obstacles and resounding throughout the entire world. The fairy sound is lingering and the lingering sound is lingering, as if announcing to the world the arrival of some irresistible force. For a moment, time and space seemed to freeze, and the whole world fell into a strange silence. The profound heaven formation was originally operating at full strength, but at this moment it seemed to be choked by an invisible hand and stopped suddenly. And the strange black mist that enveloped the entire Xian Heavenly Tao sect was even more vulnerable to this fairy sound. In just an instant, it melted away like white snow in spring, all the visions disappeared without a trace at the same moment, and clarity and tranquility were restored between heaven and earth. Ling Sanqiu's originally ferocious face revealed a trace of unconcealable fear the moment he heard this fairy sound. His eyes widened, his face full of shock and disbelief. However, before he could react, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded. The profound heaven formation unexpectedly opened at this moment, and countless dazzling fairy lights were like a fairy sword, whizzing down from the 9 heavens and shooting straight into Xian Heavenly Tao sect. These fairy lights are surging like torrents. Wherever they pass, the void is shattered and everything gets out of their way. With unparalleled power, they illuminated the entire Xian Heavenly Tao sect, and made everyone feel an unprecedented shock. In front of this powerful force, everything seemed so small and insignificant, even Ling Sanqiu who made them despair. Under the fairy light, the strange saint and the black-armored supreme suddenly began to crumble like clay sculptures. The ominous power stained on everyone's body spilled out from their bodies as if the ice and snow melted at this moment, and then burned into smoke. And among the billions of fairy lights, a peerless and cold fairy shadow emerged, with peerless splendor and stunning coldness, overwhelming the country and the city, and incomparable beauty. In front of this fairy figure, any adjective is pale and powerless. She is 9 heavens' profound maiden, and one look at her is a gift. This figure is also the sword master of Xian Heavenly Dao sect, the master of Jiu Shan Peak, the Luoxia sword immortal who was the leader of the 3 great sword immortals in the Chuyuan dynasty, and Zhou Xingdou's master, Tianzhuo. Ha 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 ha, are you pitying me? Buzz. At this moment, Commander Xingyo suddenly raised his head, and his originally ethereal voice became as cold and gloomy as the 9 netherworld. Tianzhuo also saw through Ling Sanqiu's current state, which made her eyebrows move slightly, and her cold face also showed some confusion. I will definitely make it impossible for him to live or die. While the sky and the earth were humming, the Milky Way was falling, shining with hundreds of millions of starlights. A terrifying imperial power that made the universe tremble burst out from around the Xingyo commander, directly suppressing Lord Luoan. I no longer care about the rights and wrongs. I promised my disciples to let you die. Senior brother, I never thought it would be you. But in that void, Qin Yanjing's body was nowhere to be found, and even his quasi-emperor spear had disappeared. He has clearly become the emperor, so why does he still feel fear when facing Tianzhuo? He has obviously broken the imperial path. This couldn't help but make him extremely nervous, and he kept observing his surroundings. Tianzhuo appeared from the billions of fairy lights in the 9 heavens, and everything was eclipsed in front of her. Her extremely bright and beautiful eyes were looking at Ling Sanqiu with extreme indifference, and the fairy voice also became as mysterious as the 9 heavens. Ice cold. Ling Sanqiu suddenly laughed because of Tianzhuo's words, his laughter filled with hatred and jealousy. In an instant, he looked at the cracks under the Zhutian peak that were now illuminated by the immortal light, and a trace of anxiety flashed through. And feeling the stinging pain of the fairy light shining on his emperor's body, looking at the figure like 9 heavens' profound maiden, his state of mind completely collapsed. They had clearly reversed the Zhutian peak formation, and the crack had been completely opened. Logically speaking, the army of Chaos God called sleeping in the Luo family should have appeared by now. But until now, apart from the black mist spitting out from this crack, not a single being has descended. And at this moment, above the Buddha's golden lotus, an illusory figure was kneeling at the feet of Zhou Xingdou, and the illusory, low voice said full of guilt and sorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xingdou turned his gaze to the frightened Lord Luo. The murderous intent in his eyes was as real as reality. If eyes could kill, then Lord Luo would have died thousands of times. But at this moment, Tianzhuo's unparalleled face turned cold, and his voice was extremely calm. Luo Anju was trembling all over at this moment. The power of Tianzhuo was too great. He was the first of the 3 great swordsmen in the early Yuan dynasty. His swordsmanship was beyond the world of the early Yuan dynasty. He didn't think Ling Sanqiu could withstand such a prestigious reputation. Tianzhuo's voice was very calm, as if the person in front of her was either her former senior brother or a powerful false emperor, or she had never cared about these things. How is it possible? How can you be so powerful? But have you ever thought about why? Just when Lord Luo was tensed and panicking, he suddenly felt an extremely terrifying murderous intent shrouding him, and a tall figure with a star-robed face appeared in front of him. When Ling Sanqiu faced his former junior sister Tianzhuo, who was also the master of Xian Heavenly Dao sect, he could not maintain his imperial power at all. His eyes were full of disbelief. The late arrival of rescue resulted in the death of Mistress Jing. You deserve to die for your crime. In an instant, an extremely tall phantom rose up behind Commander Xingyo, and countless galaxies emerged above the phantom, turning into a starry sky that covered the sky and covered the earth. I don't need you to die, but the person I want to kill her will not die well. What you asked for was the false emperor, so you betrayed profound heaven? Indeed, you and your senior brother have already settled into the emperor realm, but I only asked for a false emperor. It's really ridiculous. However, Zhou Xingdou was hugging Qin Yanjing's already cold body tightly at this moment, and his voice was as cold as a ghost. This gave him a bad premonition, but at this moment, he suddenly felt that he had lost contact with the quasi-emperor's spear, which made him look hurriedly at Qin Yanjing, who was originally nailed to death in the void. Impossible, you clearly went outside the territory, and it promised me that it would hold you back. Ling Sancho's face turned crazy and he roared ferociously. Ling Sancho was getting more and more frightened at this moment. His supreme blade intent, which created the world and was capable of destroying the world, turned out to be useless when facing Tian Zhou. Even without the Luoxia sword immortal using his sword, just the fairy light surrounding Tian Zhou can easily wipe out his blade intent without a trace. He stared at the scene in front of him with his eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe that all his attacks were so fragile in front of this former junior sister, as vulnerable as rotten wood. They were once known as the three heroes of profound heaven, but now that he has broken through the 10 transformations of Quasi-Emperor and entered the Emperor realm, why is he no longer able to fight back in front of Tian Zhou? This filled Ling Sancho's heart with despair and helplessness, and he felt as if the whole world was against him. He has given everything he has, betrayed his sect, betrayed his own world, worshipped the Chaos God cult to subvert the Xian Heavenly Dao sect, and dedicated his true spirit to the ancient gods. Why did he do so much? But in the end he couldn't compare to Tian Zhou. This is so similar to the beginning. Even if Tian Zhou did nothing, he could win the favor of the ancestors, but he worked 100 times harder, but got nothing. This is all unfair. The hatred in Ling Sancho's eyes grew deeper and deeper. He gritted his teeth and tried desperately to exert more powerful power, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break through the mysterious fairy light around Tian Zhou. This made his face turn as pale as paper, big beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and his body began to tremble slightly. Why? Tian Zhou shook his head slightly, and finally spoke at this moment. The fairy voice was still cold and calm. There is no reason or why, the world is just like this. After finishing speaking, Tian Zhou waved his sleeves gently, and the surrounding time and space seemed to be frozen, stagnating for an instant. Billions of dazzling fairy lights condensed into an unparalleled supreme sword intent at this moment, which was sharp enough to pierce the world and overwhelm all sword intent in the world. The power of this sword intent soared straight into the sky, tearing the sky apart, causing chaos to pour in, heaven to scream, and countless fairy swords in the world to buzz. However, at this critical moment, the profound heaven legal world suddenly shook violently. I saw the mysterious light pattern that was originally suspended between the two immortal peaks of Zhoushuan and Zhoutian, and kept sending out bursts of urgent voices. Junior sister, please be merciful, let him live. It's a pity that Tian Zhou didn't waver at all because of these words. That supreme sword intent was as dazzling as the sunset falling from the sky. Without any hesitation, it stabbed straight towards Ling Sancho, who had fallen into a state of madness. In an instant, this supreme sword intent penetrated Ling Sancho's powerful imperial body, causing Ling Sancho's figure to freeze in place again. The next moment, the great Tao of the sword that originally appeared between heaven and earth suddenly collapsed and shattered into pieces at this moment, and all the great Tao of heaven and earth screamed loudly. The godless majesty surrounding Ling Sancho also collapsed at this moment like a crumbling tower in Jade World, disappearing into thin air. His spirit and soul were transformed into nothingness in this moment, as if they had never existed. Only a dilapidated emperor's body is left, remaining alone in the world, witnessing the glory of the past. This emperor's body lost its vitality and became dim, as if all its vitality had been drained away. It stands there quietly, seeming to tell the stories of the past and the vicissitudes and injustices of the years. Xian Jizi's figure suddenly appeared in front of Ling Sancho's body. Looking at the completely dead Ling Sancho, his face was gloomy and he looked at Tian Zhou with a stern look. Why do you want to kill him? He is my junior brother, your senior brother, the peak master of Xian Heavenly Dao sect. Even if he is executed, he must be judged by the ancestral spirit according to the sect's rules. Tian Zhou did not answer Zhuan Jizi's question. His cold celestial immortal face remained motionless, but instead, his bright beautiful eyes grew cold. You lied to me. The second foreign hall and the ancestor have no suspicion. You deliberately pushed me away so that Ling Sancho could complete this game. Hearing this, Zhuan Jizi's originally gloomy expression suddenly froze. But before he could speak, Tian Zhou's fairy voice sounded again. Profound Heaven Feng Santang fought against the autumn wind outside the Luo family and did not take the opportunity to attack the Luo family. If General Zhu Sha hadn't led the imperial army to attack the Luo family, the evil emperor hiding in the Luo family would have already entered the Xian Heavenly Dao sect. At the same time, the fierce battle between Commander Xingdou and Lord Luo Dark had come to an end. The battle was a one-sided massacre. Lord Luo's horrific body, chopped into pieces as fine as mud, is the most powerful evidence. His body was shattered and scattered around, as if swept by a strong wind. Every piece of flesh and blood reveals misery and horror, making people afraid to look directly at it. Lord Luoan's head was filled with endless fear and pain. His face was distorted and his muscles were tense, as if he was experiencing unspeakable torture. Commander Xingdou held his head tightly, digging his fingers into it, using all kinds of methods, as if he wanted to convey all the pain and fear in the world to him. However, Luo Anju could only endure it silently. His mouth was slightly open, and he wanted to shout but could not make a sound. This is not because he doesn't want to shout, but because his body has long been imprisoned by the powerful power of Commander Xingdou, and even his voice has been deprived of him. Only those huge, bloodshot eyes could prove the tremendous pain he was suffering now. Those eyes were shining with despair and pleading, which made people shudder. The people from all the major forces breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, with a look of relief on their faces. They looked at Tian Zhou in the billions of immortal lights with admiration, and loudly called out the name of Luoxia Sword Immortal. Nearly half of the people in Xian Heavenly Dao sect died in the battle, and they all sat on the ground in despair, not knowing what to say. Bai Jinglong, Zhutian Jiannu, and others also breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking about what happened today, even if they exist like this, they can't help but feel a little scared. Luo Hani and others in Zhoushuan Palace also walked out of Zhoushuan Peak at this moment. Luo Hani rushed in front of Zhou Xingdou, but when he saw Zhou Xingdou holding Qing Yanjing's lifeless and cold body, his heart ached. Luo Hani's face showed sadness, and a few tears fell from the corners of his eyes. And Jing. Ningyu next to her also had a sad look on her face and said in a deep voice. The vitality has been extinguished, the soul has dissipated, and the true spirit has been lost. Even if the Lord of Tianfeng takes action, he cannot save her. Hearing this, Luo Hani stepped forward and grabbed Qing Yanjing's hanging jade hand, and shed a few tears. At this moment, she was not jealous of Qing Yanjing being held in Zhou Xingdou's arms, because she knew that Aunt Jing died for her, which made her burst into tears for a moment. Zhou Xingdou was just silent at this moment. Qing Yanjing is the war slave summoned by the system. As long as Zhou Xingdou's immortal system remains alive, the war slave will be reborn in the system. But even so, Qing Yanjing's death gave Zhou Xingdou a huge impact. When he saw his woman being crucified in the void and he was helpless, the pain made him not want to experience it again. Moreover, the rebirth of a war slave from the system is only theoretical. Zhou Xingdou has never used it, and it is not clear whether the reborn Qing Yanjing is still the former Qing Yanjing. All this is unknown. But he still raised a hand and wiped the corners of Luo Hani's eyes, but he didn't know how to comfort her, let alone himself. And at this moment, on the top of the endless vast sky, Xian Jizi's brows furrowed tightly, as if there were endless worries condensed in it. In front of him, there was a unique fairy sword lying across the world, exuding a heart-stopping aura, locking the chi around him firmly. The fairy sword shone with a brilliant fairy light that made the world tremble, as if telling its power and majesty. I haven't solved the problem of Taoist master. How did you escape from the profound heaven Dharma realm at such a coincidental moment? Tian Zhou's fairy voice became colder and colder, and the anger contained in it was clearly palpable. Her eyes were cold as ice, staring at Xian Jizi, as if she wanted to penetrate his soul. More importantly, you once personally promised me that you would never let Xingdou encounter any danger. However, now that something has happened to Xingdou, you have broken your promise. As the words came out, Tian Zhou's fairy voice became more and more cold, carrying a kind of coercion that could not be ignored. Facing Tian Zhou's questioning, Xian Jizi's face became more and more gloomy. He stared at Tian Zhou quietly. Although his voice was plain, he revealed a hint of helplessness that was difficult to conceal. So, in the final analysis, it's still because of Zhou Xingdou. Although he is in danger and was seriously injured, isn't he still safe and sound now? At this moment, he is not only the Tao child of the Xian Heavenly Tao sect, but also has the most complete 99 profound heaven creation book that can only be obtained by a Tao master. His reputation will also shock the Chuyuan. I will not wrong him today. Zhuan Jizi's face became more and more serious. He ignored the supreme sword lying in front of him and kept questioning Tianzhou. Tianzhou's dazzling beautiful eyes looked at the crying Luohani, then at Zhou Xingdou, who was silent and pale as paper, and Qing Yanjing in his arms. The fairy voice was still as cold as the 9-day black ice. But his people are dead. After Zhuan Jizi heard what Tianzhou said, an incredible smile appeared on his face, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. His eyes widened and his voice was full of doubts. His people are dead? Then, Xian Jizi pointed his hand to the Xian Heavenly Tao sect disciples below who were covered in bruises and looked exhausted, and shouted in an urgent tone. Her eyes were full of affection, as if there was endless tenderness flowing in them. Her voice was as melodious as the sound of nature, but it also contained a hint of sarcasm. Look at these people, they are all the elites of our Xian Heavenly Tao sect in today's battle. Our Xian Heavenly Tao sect suffered heavy losses, and most of the disciples of our Xian Heavenly Tao sect have died on the battlefield. Bah! The woman in front of her seemed to be aware of Zhou Xingdou's gaze. She smiled softly, slowly moved her cheek closer to Zhou Xingdou, and whispered in Zhou Xingdou's ear. There was endless sorrow and anger in his voice. Yun Jinji. Puff. He wanted to find out what was going on. However, his physical weakness prevented him from expressing his inner doubts and pain. And her own purple gold precious blood was continuously pouring out from the blood hole in her heart, flowing along the dark gun barrel and onto her jade hand, dyeing her snow-white clothes red. At this moment, the owner of this face is showing a charming attitude. But what about you? Now you come to question me just because there is a person next to your apprentice, and he is not one of our Xian Heavenly Tao sect. Zhou Xingdou suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face, which was originally as pale as paper, became even paler at this moment. At this time, Tianzhou's face became colder and colder, like frost. Her beautiful and majestic face revealed a chill that was heart-stopping. Zhou Xingdou could feel that his life was passing quickly. He tried to speak, but only a hoarse gasp came out of his throat. However, he could clearly feel the endless destructive aura emitted by the spear, which completely swallowed up his remaining vitality in just an instant. His vision gradually blurred, but he could still recognize the face in front of him. It was an extremely familiar face, with narrow red phoenix eyes slightly raised, revealing a unique charm. But suddenly, an astonishing change occurred on the Buddha's golden lotus when no one was prepared at all. A spear as black as ink stabbed out from Zhou Xingdou's back like a ghost. At this point, Zhuan Jizi's face turned livid, and his words exploded in the air like thunder, almost roaring. Zhou Lang, all this is fate. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Xingdou's consciousness gradually became blurred. Chapter 340 No Cure. All this happened on Mount Sumeru, so fast that it was beyond imagination. Everything around seemed to be frozen. Faced with this sudden change, there was no reaction at all. It can even be said that their time and space were completely frozen. Star-Lord. Commander Xingyo was the first to come to his senses. His voice roared like a volcanic eruption, filled with endless anger and shock. Almost at the same moment, a sharp blade shining with the light of the stars appeared out of thin air, like lightning across the sky, breaking through the solidified time and space at an astonishing speed, and slashing straight towards Yun Jinji. However, facing this extremely fierce attack, Yun Jinji stood still. Her eyes were cold and firm, and the quasi-emperor spear in her hand flashed with a frightening black light. She pulled the spear out of Zhou Xingdou's chest without hesitation. Her movements were quick and decisive, without any delay. As the spear was pulled out, countless purple gold precious blood gushed out like a fountain, splashing all over the world. Goodbye, little man. At this moment, Yun Jinji gazed deeply at Zhou Xingdou, as if she wanted to engrave his figure in her heart forever. There was a strange sense of attachment and affection in her voice, and the words came out with a heartbreaking determination. As the words fell, Yun Jinji's figure began to gradually become illusory. Her beautiful face seemed to be looming in the air, as if it could disappear at any time. The galaxy blade that slashed towards her passed through her plump body without any hindrance, like catching the moon in a well. However, strangely, nothing substantial was cut off or destroyed, only an invisible force was surging in the air. In the blink of an eye, Yun Jinji's body completely disappeared, like a wisp of smoke drifting away in the wind. If it weren't for the quasi-emperor spear that fell to the ground and was stained with blood, there wouldn't even be a trace that she had ever been in this world. The originally peaceful Buddha's golden lotus suddenly underwent an astonishing change, which instantly attracted the attention of Zhuangzi and Tianzhou, who were confronting each other in the sky. Tianzhou's stunningly beautiful and unparalleled face suddenly turned as pale as paper at this moment. She didn't even have time to pay attention to Xianjizi's questioning. In an instant, she descended on the Buddha's golden lotus with endless fairy light. When Tianzhou saw that Zhou Xingdou's vitality was disappearing at an alarming rate, her eyes, as bright as stars, trembled violently. She raised her slender hand without hesitation and continuously injected billions of shining fairy lights into Zhou Xingdou's broken body. These immortal lights burst out with extremely pure and high-level life essence, desperately trying to maintain Zhou Xingdou's dying fire of life. The entire Xiantian Dao sect also reacted at this moment, exclaiming, "Star! Brother! Owner! Young Master!" Countless figures surrounded the entire Buddha's golden lotus. There were disciples of the Xiantian Taoist sect, old Taoists of the Shenwu sect, and people from various major forces. At this moment, they were all looking at the Buddha's golden lotus with concern. Fai Hai and Bai Yulong were eager to rush into the golden lotus of Buddha's light, but were blocked outside by the pressure emanating from Tianzhou. They could only watch it all with anxiety and worry. Luo Hani was now dazed. She had already been crying in grief, but now she couldn't bear the shock for a moment. Tears kept streaming down her cheeks, but she was so sad that she couldn't make any sound. The pain in her vertebrae made it difficult for her to breathe, and her whole body was numb. She wanted to reach out and grab the figure wrapped in fairy light, but she only grabbed nothing. It's useless. He has lost his life force. The ominousness has completely destroyed his essence. Even if he takes the immortality potion, it will only keep him alive for a short while. Zhuangzi's figure suddenly appeared on the golden lotus of Buddha's light. He looked at Zhou Xingdou, who was constantly being injected with fairy light, shook his head gently, and a trace of regret and helplessness revealed in his eyes. Roll! At this moment, a roar resounded through heaven and earth, shaking people's hearts like thunder. This voice came from Tianzhou, her anger gushed out like a volcano. The immortal sound that contained endless power made the world tremble. When Zhuangzi heard the roar, he was shocked. He could feel Tianzhou's anger, and he dared not underestimate her powerful strength. He quickly stepped back to avoid being hurt by Tianzhou's power. With the infusion of endless fairy light, Zhou Xingdou's physical condition seemed to gradually improve. However, at this moment, Zhou Xingdou's face showed a hint of unspeakable bitterness and a somewhat relaxed smile, as if he had already seen through everything. He murmured to himself in a very weak and feeble voice. He's right. I'm really beyond help. No one could understand Zhou Xingdou's true situation at this moment better than himself. His vitality had been cut off, his life force had been lost, and the ominous aura had completely eroded his soul and dantian. Even if the supreme immortal light continued to pour into his body, they could not save the dying fire that was like water without roots and tree without source. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou was more like a strange state of last gasp. Tianzhou's originally beautiful face was now filled with an unprecedented madness. This was the first time in her life that she had such an expression. She mercilessly scolded Zhou Xingdou. Shut up! If the master says you can still be saved, then you must be saved. The great power of the stars and heavens left by my father is useless. Don't waste your efforts. Zhou Xingdou suddenly raised his head in the dense fairy light and looked at his master, whom he had been thinking about day and night. A hint of teasing appeared on his pale face. Zhou. I've always wanted to call you that, ha ha ha. Tianzhou also had a pale face. At this moment, she realized that everything was in vain. The endless fairy light could not even be injected into Zhou Xingdou's body. In a trance, he waved away the millions of immortal lights, gently stretched out his hands to hold Zhou Xingdou's body in his arms, and showed a reluctant smile on his face. If you want to scream, you can keep screaming from now on. Feeling the tenderness and warmth coming from the cold body, Zhou Xingdou let out a long breath. His eyes were so blurry that he couldn't even see Tian Zhou's face. His voice also became extremely weak at this moment. Zhou, please help me take care of my Thunder Palace. Zhou Xingdou turned his head with great reluctance. Even though his eyes were extremely blurry, he could still find Luo Hanyi's location. Please take good care of Hanyi for me. I feel sorry for her. At this point, Zhou Xingdou was already barely breathing, his eyelids were getting heavier, and he was extremely sleepy. Figures flashed before him one after another, making it hard for him to resist. Grandpa, Uncle Chin, Grandpa Dad, Dad, Mom, Mom. Chapter 341, The Fire of Life Extinguished. Zhou Xingdou. The ominous black light covering the seat in the palace of Pluto suddenly broke apart at this moment. A figure clad in dark blue armor, emitting an endless and heavy mysterious aura, broke through the sea of people outside the golden lotus of Buddha's light and rushed into the golden lotus of Buddha's light. When Zhou Xingdou heard this familiar yet unfamiliar voice, a distant scene appeared in front of his eyes. He was an extremely heroic man, walking towards me with steady and firm steps. He was tall and mighty, exuding an incomparable temperament. The man walked up to Zhou Xingdou's parents, whose images were already blurred, and carefully took Zhou Xingdou from their arms. He looked down at the baby Zhou Xingdou, his eyes full of love and joy. Zhou Xingdou was held in the man's arms and felt a warm breath. He looked at the man curiously, his eyes revealing his confusion and exploration of this world. But then he heard the man burst into laughter. Ha, little guy, you will be my nephew from now on. The picture freezes at this moment, and Zhou Xingdou's mouth curls up slightly with a smile. He uses up his last bit of strength and utters the last words with difficulty. So it's my Uncle Ah. Before he finished speaking, the last bit of strength in Zhou Xingdou's body seemed to dissipate. His eyes slowly closed, and his body drooped weakly in Tian Zhou's arms, like a withered petal, quietly falling. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Buzz. 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 Accompanied by a series of dull humming sounds, the various great ways of heaven and earth seemed to have sensed some kind of call and appeared in time, emitting mournful cries. At the same time, the countless stars in the universe also wept and trembled as if they had received a huge impact. They emitted a dazzling light. These stars are shining with strange light, some are red, as bright as blood, while others are shining with purple light, as beautiful as a dream. Countless strange phenomena shook the entire world. At this moment, both mortals and powerful people stopped what they were doing and stared at the sky quietly. Inside the Thunder Punishment Palace, Princess Ironfan suddenly felt a pang of pain in her heart, and an invisible grief enveloped her and spread throughout the entire Thunder Punishment Palace. Princess Ironfan's eyes trembled, and she said in disbelief. Impossible, how could the master? At the ruins of the Great Yin Dynasty, after a long and arduous effort, Chen Nong finally completed the task of moving all Zhou family affairs here. However, at this moment, he suddenly froze. Not only him, but Tianyin, Master Wei and Yooka-Lai also looked surprised in a strange way, as if time had frozen at this moment. Yuji Li's fingertips flashed with light that alternated between bright and dim. His face was filled with fear, and his trembling voice revealed an emotion of disbelief. How is it possible? The young master's life fire is extinguished. Master Wei's voice also trembled slightly. He couldn't believe what he heard and muttered to himself. This is impossible. The young master was clearly in Xiantian Dao sect to receive the Daozi coronation ceremony. How could an accident happen? After a moment, Chen Nong could no longer suppress his inner grief, and he let out a heart-wrenching roar. Aha, who is it? His eyes were filled with endless sadness and anger. Tianyin's originally dull face was now shrouded in a violent aura, and the words he blurted out were filled with murderous intent. Kill! Kill them if they enter Xiantian Dao sect. Xiantian Dao sect will be blamed no matter what. At this moment, the bow and arrow behind him exuded an astonishing murderous intent, shooting straight into the sky, and even the heaven and earth were shocked and trembling. Zhutian Dao sect did not conceal the news of Zhou Xingdou's death, and the news quickly spread throughout Chuyuan. Not long after the Zhou family left, Zhou Xingdou, the young master of the Zhou family, was killed at the scene of his coronation as a Taoist in Xintian Taoist sect. This kind of thing undoubtedly made people think too much. This undoubtedly plunged the entire Chuyuan into endless turmoil. The news quickly fermented, causing countless storms in the major realms and domains. The First Realm. In the tent of the Holy Land of the Universe, at the camp of the Yin-Yang Allied Forces, Wan Tianzhou frowned and looked at the guardian beside him. How long can the remaining power of the Zhou family last? The guardian beside him said with an unpleasant expression. The evil demons have already swarmed towards the passage, and the defenses set up outside the domain have collapsed. The remaining strength of the Zhou family can only last for another half a month at most before it will be completely consumed by the unknown. Wan Tianzhou rubbed his brows and breathed a sigh of relief. Half a month is enough. The coalition forces from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven and our sect's Chaos Domain are on their way back. We should be able to make it in time. At this point, Wan Tianzhou suddenly remembered something, smiled warmly and asked. Oh, by the way, has there been any news from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven? My eldest brother should have been crowned Daozi today. When the guardian heard this, his body trembled, his face showed a look of sorrow and he was speechless for a long time. Wan Tianzhou immediately panicked upon seeing this. A bad premonition came to his mind, and even his voice became urgent and sharp. What happened? Tell me quickly. The guardian's body was shaking like a sieve, but it was not because of fear, but more because of inner sorrow. His voice was also shaking. News came from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven that Xintian Dao sect was attacked by the Chaos cult, but fortunately Tianzhou intervened to quell the chaos. However, just after the incident was over, a mysterious man took advantage of the situation and sneaked in, attacking the already seriously injured Zhou Xiaodi. Emperor Zhou's heart was shattered, and was completely corroded by the ominous force. His life force was cut off, and he had already sacrificed himself. What did you say? When Wan Tianzhou heard the news, his pupils suddenly contracted, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. His originally rosy face instantly turned as pale as paper, and then he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Upon seeing this, the guardian hurried forward to help, but was swung aside by Wan Tianzhou. At this moment, Wan Tianzhou's face became extremely hideous and distorted, and he roared in grief and anger. Investigate. 9 Dao realms. 18 realms. 24 immortals. Search the 9 heavens and 9 underworlds, find this person. At the same time, in the Pantheon, the Lord of the Pantheon had a nervous and anxious look on his face, and was saying something to an illusory shadow. The shadow was extremely blurry, as if shrouded in a layer of hazy mist, but it exuded a heart-pounding aura. It was tightly wrapped by a blood-red sun, which emitted a dazzling light, like a burning golden sea of fire, which made people dare not look directly at it. The pressure it exuded was as heavy as a mountain crushing an egg, as if the entire world was suppressed by its momentum. The sunlight that fell like a waterfall was dazzling and the aura was shocking. Don't scold me yet, it's not a bad ending. Chapter 342 continue. The Lord of the Pantheon was extremely respectful to the shadow in front of him, and his attitude was extremely humble. Fighting Demon Supreme, please forgive me for crossing the myriad mysterious realms to disturb you during the critical period of your awakening. The shadow's face could not be seen clearly, only a very brief and indifferent voice without any emotion was heard. What is it? Hearing this, the Lord of the Pantheon seemed to be relieved and said slowly. The situation in Chuyuan has changed drastically in recent days. Under the mediation of the Zhou family's young emperor, the Huanyu Holy Land and Yin-Yang Cave Heaven have not only put aside their hatred in war, but also reached an oath of an offensive and defensive alliance. As he spoke, the Lord of the Pantheon paused, and inadvertently raised his eyes slightly to try to see the expression of the shadow, but he still only saw a vast expanse of confusion. The shadow's voice was still indifferent and brief. Good. The Lord of the Pantheon continued cautiously. The supreme immortal Zhou family left Chuyuan, leaving only the Zhou family's young emperor in Taichu Xintian Dao sect. However, in recent days, the Zhou family's young emperor has been crowned as Daozi. The Shadow's voice was slightly moved when he heard this. Good thing, send me a gift. The Lord of the Pantheon lowered his head and swallowed nervously. I'm afraid I can't deliver it. Reason. The blurry face finally turned towards the Lord of the Pantheon. His tone became much colder as the golden sun surged, but he was not angry. The Lord of the Pantheon gritted his teeth and said, when the young emperor of the Zhou family was crowned, the head of Zhoutian Peak, Ling Sanqiu, colluded with the chaos cult. The shadowy voice became indifferent and brief again at this moment. Continue. However, the assassin Pantheon's lord's forehead was covered with sweat, and he continued to speak. After the situation calmed down, an unknown being used the chaos cult's quasi-emperor spear to kill Emperor Zhou with one shot. The shadowy figure paused for a moment, and then another voice came out. Continue. Tian Zhou'er used the 9-9 creation immortal light, but still failed to save Emperor Zhou. Tian Zhou'er rebelled against Xiantian Dao sect on the spot, pointed her sword at Xiantian Dao sect's Taoist master Zhuangzi, and cut off Zhuangzi's left arm with one sword. Continue. Tian Zhou'er took the Zhoutian Peak of Xiantian Dao sect away and actually joined an unknown force located in a remote place in Tianxian Shengzhou, the Fatian Lei Palace. Later, Zhou family servant Tianyin, the arrow of extermination, arrived and pierced through the Xiantian formation with one arrow. Together with Wu Fatian, the ancestor of the Shenwu sect and the immortal martial god, they almost flattened the Xiantian Dao sect. If it weren't for the Xiantian ancestor spirit asking the Xiantian Dao sect's ancestors to mobilize their power, they would have almost killed Zhuangzi on the spot. At this point, the robes of the Lord of the Pantheon were already soaked. He was very clear that although the voice and breath of the phantom in front of him had not changed, his emotions were still not right. This made him extremely nervous, and he kept searching his memory for the information of the past few days. And the shadow still only had one sentence, or two words. Continue. The Lord of the Pantheon wiped his sweaty forehead anxiously, constantly thinking about what else he hadn't said. Finally, under the high pressure, he finally remembered one thing. All the remaining affiliated forces of the Zhou family have gone crazy, searching everywhere for the chaos cult in Chuyuan, almost with the mentality of preferring to kill rather than to be wrong. All the forces and families that were suspected were destroyed. And they are all looking for a woman, who seems to be named Yun Jinji. After saying this, the Lord of the Pantheon breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he had already told everyone all the news that had come today, and this existence should be quiet. But before he could think for a while, the extremely cold voice sounded again, still with two words. Continue. The Lord of the Pantheon suddenly looked panicked and stammered, unable to speak. Then an extremely terrifying aura enveloped him, making him feel the breath of death in an instant. The feeling of near death made the Lord of the Pantheon no longer care about anything else. He blurted out everything he knew, whether true or false. And. There are rumors that after Emperor Zhou died, his body and the body of one of his subordinates suddenly disappeared shortly after their death, and the reason could not be found. But this news is just a rumor and is not very credible. But facing the Lord of the Pantheon who even brought up rumors, the shadow still uttered two words. Continue. Taichu Daoyu. Tianxian Holy State. 100 miles away from the Punishment Thunder Palace, while Ling Tian looked in the direction of the Punishment Thunder Palace, standing there in a daze. A slow and low voice of advice came from Huo Ling Tian. Give up, kid. The Luoxia Sword Fairy is personally in charge of the Thunder Penalty Palace. Even if I were in my prime, I would not be able to take anyone away from under her nose. Moreover, the Luo family has been plundered, and as far as I know, the Chaos Cult's hidden nails in the Chuyuan have lost contact in the past few days. The remaining power of this Saint Lord is already the limit to cover your existence from 100 miles away. If you take a few steps closer, you will definitely be discovered. Huo Ling Tian was now numb and depressed, and his voice seemed to have lost its confidence. Then my mother can never be rescued. The voice in Huo Ling Tian said with a look of disappointment. It's your indecision. If you hadn't been angry at that time, you could have taken the opportunity to rescue your mother and then head out of the territory immediately. Speaking of this, even he said a little dejectedly. Now all the passages are blocked. Even if the evil demons are attacking the Taisher Dao realm, you and I can't get through. Now we can't leave even if we want to. Huo Lingtian smiled bitterly twice. There is no way out. People are searching for me everywhere. I once had a grudge against Zhou Xingdou. Now the situation is like this. I will definitely die. But the remnant soul of the Holy Lord in his body said gloomily. No, there is a way out. Which way? Escape into the forbidden zone of life, and use the order of the chaos cult to seduce the dying emperor. The Xiantian Dao sect is now almost in ruins, and its disciples suffered heavy casualties in the incident. Luoxia's sword immortal Tian Zhou'er took away Jiushuan Peak. The leader of Zhoutian Peak, Ling Sanqiu, betrayed his sect and was killed by Tian Zhou'er. Fang Daoquan was also killed by Zhou Xingdou. The other 4 elders were seriously injured and fainted. Zhoutian Peak was almost destroyed. The inner and outer gates were also reduced to ruins. The elders and deacons were okay, but nearly half of them were killed or injured, and about 70% of the disciples died. Now there is no longer a lack of successors, but the Xiantian Dao sect is almost at a standstill. What's more, Zhou Xingdou's death dealt an almost devastating blow to Xiantian Taoist sect's reputation both outside and inside. The entire Xiantian Taoist sect is now shrouded in an atmosphere of ruin, and the survivors are all sad and sorrowful. Inside Xiantian Peak, in the deepest part of Xiantian Hall, in the darkness, Zhuangjizi kept coughing up blood. The sleeve of his left arm was now empty, and his whole body exuded a listless aura. At this time, an ethereal fairy figure appeared in front of Zhuangjizi. Zhuangjizi looked at the fairy figure, suppressed the urge to cough up blood, and said in a very deep voice. Although something unexpected has happened, the matter has been accomplished. You must ensure that the fortune of the Xiantian Dao sect prospers for an era. Chapter 343 Shao Tianzhua. Dark. Zhou Xingdou felt as if his consciousness was turned into chaos by a huge force, and he completely lost his sense of direction and time. There was only endless darkness before his eyes, as if it was a bottomless abyss, which made him feel extremely desperate and terrified. It was unknown how long it took before Zhou Xingdou gradually woke up from the chaos, and a trace of weak consciousness began to gather again. At this moment, he suddenly found a ray of light in the darkness before his eyes, like the light before dawn, piercing through all the darkness. Call! Zhou Xingdou sat up suddenly, his whole body covered in cold sweat, his heartbeat accelerated rapidly, and his breathing became abnormally rapid. Although this was not the first time he had experienced the feeling of death, the fear of death was still deeply engraved in his heart. At the moment of death, everything becomes meaningless. There is no consciousness, no thoughts, not even time. It felt like being trapped forever in an endless chaotic world, where every breath could be 10,000 years, 100 million years, or even countless epochs. This long and endless wait was enough to make anyone's heart collapse. Zhou Xingdou once swore that he would never experience that feeling again, but he never expected that he would eventually taste the taste of death again. But then, a wave of severe pain came over him, making Zhou Xingdou's hazy brain clearer. At this moment, he realized that he seemed to be alive again. Now, for Zhou Xingdou, these severe pains are actually a good medicine for him. At least it makes him feel clearly that he is still alive. But at the same time, countless questions also flooded into my mind. He was very sure that he was dead. After all, it was not the first time and he had rich experience of what it was like to die. Even if Zhou Xingdou was 2 realms higher, he probably wouldn't be able to take Yin Jinji's shot at his best, not to mention that his life force was exhausted and his body was broken at that time. And why did Yin Jinji suddenly appear and possess such powerful strength, using Lord Luoanju's quasi-emperor spear to trigger an unknown attack and kill himself? But at this moment, an extremely ordinary voice sounded, interrupting Zhou Xingdou's thoughts. Yeah, brother, you finally woke up. Zhou Xingdou's eyes narrowed, and with his still blurry vision he looked towards the source of the sound. This was a young man, who should be about the same age as Zhou Xingdou. His appearance was just as ordinary as his voice, but there was a sense of righteousness between his brows, and he emanated a power that Zhou Xingdou had never seen before. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Zhou Xingdou frowned, opened his lips and uttered in an extremely weak voice. Who are you? The very ordinary young man smiled, clasped his fists politely to Zhou Xingdou, and gave his name. Self-reliant cultivator Xiao Tianzhua. Zhou Xingdou looked at Xiao Tianzhua. His smile was very innocent and his expression was deliberate, not like someone who was deep and fake. At this time, Zhou Xingdou also noticed where he was. It was a very simple but not shabby bedroom. It seemed that sandalwood, which was full of life essence, was specially lit in the room. There was a slight scent of medicine in the room, as if there were a lot of panaceas being used in the room. Seeing that Zhou Xingdou didn't say anything, but instead looked at himself in the house in deep thought, Xiao Tianzhua smiled awkwardly and broke the silence. He slowly said, "It's strange, I just finished my retreat a few days ago and found you lying in my yard, so I carried you into the house to treat you." After saying these words, Xiao Tianzhua looked at Zhou Xingdou quietly, with a hint of concern in his eyes. Obviously, he was also full of curiosity and questions about this stranger who suddenly appeared in his yard. Zhou Xingdou also stared at the other person, trying to find more clues from his words and actions. The atmosphere between the two became silent again. Zhou Xingdou also let out a long breath at this moment, breaking the silence. His deep silver eyes looked at Xiao Tianzhua and he said calmly, "Thank you very much." Hearing this, Xiao Tianzhua immediately waved his hand and said, "Oh, why are you thanking me? I didn't do anything." But his face was filled with a very bright smile, as if Zhou Xingdou's very simple thank you made him extremely satisfied. After a while of laughing, Xiao Tianzhua's face suddenly darkened, and he was filled with guilt. He lowered his head and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't save your companion. She was already dead when I found you." Zhou Xingdou showed some doubts when he heard this. Companion. Xiao Tianzhua immediately pointed at Zhou Xingdou's side. Only then did Zhou Xingdou slowly realize that there was a person lying next to him. Seeing this person, Zhou Xingdou couldn't help feeling sad. Thanks. This also made him thank Xiao Tianzhua again. The person next to him was none other than Qin Yanjing. But this also made Zhou Xingdou a little confused. He was clearly lying in Tian Zhouer's arms when he died, so how could he appear in Xiao Tianzhua's yard now and be rescued by him? And why is Qin Yanjing here with me? Xiao Tianzhua also noticed Zhou Xingdou's absent-mindedness, and thought that he was sad because of the death of his companions, which made him look sad, and he said softly, "The dead cannot be resurrected, don't be too sad, brother." Xiao Tianzhua walked out the door and continued, "Just be quiet for a moment. If you need anything, just call me." After Xiao Tianzhua left, the house fell into silence again. Zhou Xingdou stroked Qin Yanjing's hair, and a look of confusion appeared on his face again. Because he just realized now that his dantian was now completely destroyed, just like before his death, his soul had disappeared, and his body had become fragile due to the emptiness of the source of life. In addition to the injuries on his body, he didn't even have the strength to stand up. After sitting up for only a short while, he felt a little tired and his injuries became more painful. But what surprised him even more was that there seemed to be no spiritual energy where he was at the moment. The environment in the Taichu Dao realm and the Taisher Dao realm was completely different, which made his heart sink. A fact is already before our eyes. He is probably not in Taichu Daoyu and Taisher Daoyu at this moment, and may not even be in Chuyuan. This also explains why he was in Tian Zhouer's arms before his death, but appeared in Xiao Tianzhua's yard after his resurrection. But who could allow himself to be taken away right under Tian Zhouer's nose, resurrected for myself, and thrown into Xiao Tianzhua's yard? Fortunately, Xiao Tianzhua is a kind person, otherwise his situation would be extremely dangerous. And with Qin Yanjing appearing here with him, everything goes without saying. Ding! Congratulations to the host for guessing correctly, it is this system. Chapter 344 Son of the World. Ding! Congratulations to the host for guessing correctly. This is the credit of this system and the record of all worlds. Zhou Xingdou's heart relaxed instantly, and he finally showed some joy on his face, because the sound of the system was very smart and it was not a program composed of the heavenly information and system information. This proves that today's system has awakened from its slumber. And the system acknowledged that his resurrection was the result of it and the record of all worlds, which was undoubtedly good news for Zhou Xingdou. At least now it seemed that there was no conspiracy behind his appearance here. Zhou Xingdou breathed a sigh of relief and asked the system. So it is me that you resurrected? Ding. To be precise, it is not a resurrection, but through the characteristics of the heavens traveling through time and the help of the record of all worlds, the host can reverse the flow of time in the moment of death and regain a little vitality. But after doing all this, the system has exhausted its power and cannot bring the host back. Only when the record of all worlds activates the crossing function can the host be brought away from the long river of time and come to this world. Thank you very much. A smile appeared on Zhou Xingdou's weak face, and he sincerely thanked the system. The system was not pleased with Zhou Xingdou's thanks, but explained. Ding. Host, there is no need to thank me. You and I have been in a symbiotic relationship for a long time. If the host dies, the system will disappear as well. After a pause, the system continued. Ding. I have some bad news and good news to tell you. Do you want to listen to them now or wait until your injuries get better? Zhou Xingdou lay down again at this time, and said to the system somewhat weakly. Tell me, is there any news worse than death? After getting Zhou Xingdou's permission, the system immediately said. Ding. In the process of rescuing the host with the system, the record of all worlds used all its strength and forcibly took the host through time, so that not only did the additional attributes and additional skills that the host had obtained disappear, but even the spirit of the record of all worlds fell into a deep sleep. Zhou Xingdou did not show much emotion when he heard this, and even felt indifferent, because to him, these additional attributes and skills of the record of beauties of all worlds were always dispensable. There is a slight effect of the bewitching skill, but as Zhou Xingdou becomes stronger and stronger, this skill is used less and less, so it has little effect on Zhou Xingdou in essence. Even if the record of beauties of all worlds was not there, it would not have much impact on Zhou Xingdou. He just needed to leave behind the martial arts world that he had collected. Seeing that Zhou Xingdou did not respond, the system continued. Ding. Although the system has restored a glimmer of life to the host's condition is still very bad, and the host's luck value has been exhausted by the system and returned to 0. The system said this, and instantly summoned Zhou Xingdou's panel. Name, Zhou Xingdou, odd number. Talent, Heaven Punishing Body, 7-star Peak, Natural Sword Heart, 4-star, Absolute Sword Vein, 6-star. Realm, None. Accumulated luck value, over 600,000, remaining luck value, 0. Kung Fu Treasures, Ziwei Taiwang Sutra, Part 1, Minor Success Peak, Divine Elephant Prison Power, Giant Elephant Perfection, Thunder Emperor Treasure, Minor Success, Luoxia Sword Classic, Proficient. Number of times you travel through the heavens, 0. Number of times the skill is fused, 0. System Warehouse, Universe Daytime Scripture, Phoenix Immortality Elixir *1, Great Movement Talisman *100, Luck Exploration Card *13, Innate Luck Stripping Card *3, Luck Clearing Card *1. Looking at the none on the upper realm frame and the reminder that the luck value is 0, Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Not only did the more than 80,000 luck points he originally had remaining completely return to 0, but all his cultivation also disappeared, which undoubtedly made all of Zhou Xingdou's previous efforts go to waste. But this did not make Zhou Xingdou feel sad for too long. After all, his dantian was shattered, his soul was destroyed, and the dissipation of his cultivation was already expected. As for the 80,000 luck points, it is indeed nothing compared to death. Even if it is 800,000 or 8 million, it is worth it. Ding. There is one last piece of bad news. Due to some unknown reasons, the system does not know where we are now, nor does it know how many stars this world has. Moreover, the connection between the system and Chuyuan mysteriously disappeared, and it was not clear how fast time flowed in this world, nor how much time had passed. If the host wanted to go back, he had to use the function of traveling through the heavens, so that the system could search the long river of time, locate the original node through the long river of time, and bring the host back. Listening to the system's report, Zhou Xingdou just felt a little headache. It seemed that he had really lost a lot this time. If he remembered correctly, the price of the number of times of traveling through the heavens in the system's luck value mall was 360,000 luck points. 360,000 luck points. His current condition is extremely bad. This is not going to save his life. By the time he has accumulated 360,000 luck points, it will take him a long time. Zhou Xingdou was silent for a long time before he said speechlessly. So there is no good news. Ding. Of course there are. For example, the host landed in this courtyard of Shao Tianzhua. It was not a coincidence but an intentional act of the system. Why? What's so special about Shao Tianzhua? Ding. This Shao Tianzhua is a protagonist with a good family background. He should be the son of this world. He has a pure heart and a sense of justice. He is an extremely kind person. Son of the world. Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. You know, the two people with the highest luck he has met now are nothing more than the sons of destiny, not unique ones. But the son of the world is different. There is only one son of the world in a world, and his value is much higher than that of the son of destiny. Ding. Yes, it is the son of the world, and it is definitely not the crudely made one of Chuyuan, with a devilish temperament. As the system spoke, it also released Shao Tianzhua's panel. Looking at Shao Tianzhua's panel, Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly, because Shao Tianzhua's panel was very different from the panel of the previous lucky person, and was extremely simple. Name, Shao Tianzhua. Chi numerology, 99999, still rising. Realm, 2-star primary. Identity, son of the world. However, Shao Tianzhua's luck is indeed frighteningly high, 99,999, which is the highest luck Zhou Xingdou has ever seen, and there is a line of small words behind the luck, still rising. This means that the luck number of 99,999 is not Shao Tianzhua's limit, but just the starting number? To this, Zhou Xingdou can only say, it's so horrible. However, his realm is only the early 2-star realm, and his strength is only equivalent to the 4th realm of Tongxian in Chuyuan. Zhou Xingdou doesn't dare to imagine to what extent his luck will increase if he is allowed to continue to grow. Chapter 345. Be careful to invite a wolf into the house. But Zhou Xingdou's questions also followed. Why doesn't he have innate luck and acquired luck? The system immediately gave an answer. Ding. The higher the level of things, the simpler and clearer they are. The so-called innate luck or acquired luck has no meaning in front of the son of the world. When Zhou Xingdou heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. If I kill him, will I be able to gain the chance to travel through the heavens and return to the beginning? But the system immediately stopped him. Ding. Of course it is possible, but the host needs to understand that in your current state, it is better to put killing aside for now and think about how to recover. What's more, although the system does not have the so-called restriction of clearing the luck value, killing the world child of this world in this world, let alone whether it can be successful, even if it succeeds, the gain will not outweigh the loss. The system has said this. How could Zhou Xingdou not understand what the system means? You mean you have a better way? Ding. Host, don't you want to accept a child of the world under your command? This is the son of the world. Not every world can give birth to one. Even if you look at the entire universe, it is a rare existence. In the future, he will definitely break free from the shackles of the acquired nature, and he has also saved the host's life. If he hadn't used a lot of good rare items, the host might not have awakened so quickly. What's more, such innocent hearts and kind-hearted children of the world are almost non-existent in the worlds that are now corroded by chaos, so this system came into being to take back these lucks. Now that I have discovered them, I can't help but feel a little bit of love for them. Hearing this, Zhou Xingdou gave up the idea of killing Shao Tianzhua. It was not because of the system's so-called love for talent, nor was it because the gain was not worth the loss. But as the system said, this Shao Tianzhua had spent a lot of valuable rare items on himself to wake himself up early. Anything that the system calls a good rare item must be worth a lot. Even though Shao Tianzhua is the son of the world, at his current level, those things must be very valuable to him. Although Zhou Xingdou was not a gentleman, he could not do such a thing as repaying kindness with enmity. Moreover, in his opinion, Shao Tianzhua had no ill intentions towards him, so it was indeed inappropriate to kill him. However, he also discovered the highlight in the system's words. Chaos eroded the heavens, and those with good fortune no longer existed. The system came into being. This sentence revealed a lot of information. But for Zhou Xingdou now, this is not the time to think about these things, he just joked to the system. You even have a heart for talent now. If you repair yourself a few more times, you will become a real entity. The system's tone was no longer calm, and it started to joke. Ding. It's hard to say. Host, would you like to reserve the gender and appearance of this system's future entity? The system becomes more and more emotional as it is repaired. This is a fact that Zhou Xingdou has long known, so he was not surprised that the system suddenly started to make jokes. Let's not talk about these useless things for now. The most important thing now is how I can recover to my full potential. Even if my cultivation cannot be restored, the source of my life must be restored at least once or twice in order to maintain my perfect divine body. Zhou Xingdou asked the system anxiously. It was hard for him to accept his current disabled state. Being in a different world with this broken body made him feel unsafe. His dantian was broken. Even if it recovered, his cultivation had been lost. Even if it recovered, he could only start over. But his physique is different. Although it is now in a dilapidated state, the foundation is still there. The 840 million giant elephant particles are still there. As long as the source of life is restored, his physical body can be restored to its peak state. With Zhou Xingdou's physical strength, even without any cultivation, he can still overwhelm the great sage-level strongmen, and he is immune to all kinds of attacks, which makes him feel more at ease in this strange world. Ding! Isn't there an immortality drug in the system warehouse? Although it is not enough for the host to recover the lost cultivation, it has been completely consumed by the long river of time. It is not a big problem to replenish the host's life source except for some waste. After the system said this, Zhou Xingdou finally remembered his Xinhuan immortal elixir, which was almost turning to ashes in the system warehouse. At this moment, he didn't care about whether it was wasted or not. After all, there was no use keeping the Divine Phoenix immortality elixir. Its greatest value to him was now. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou did not dare to hesitate at all, and in an instant he took the legendary Divine Phoenix immortality elixir into his hands. In an instant, an extremely rich and powerful life essence swept in like a surging wave, tightly enveloping the entire house. The richness of this life essence even exceeded Zhou Xingdou's imagination. It seemed to have its own consciousness and quickly condensed into layers of water mist that filled the air. Zhou Xingdou knew that time was running out, so he didn't delay at all. He raised his trembling arms with difficulty and put the extremely precious Divine Phoenix immortality elixir in his hand into his mouth without hesitation. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be shaken, and a clear and loud phoenix cry rang out between heaven and earth. This phoenix cry was like the sound of nature, resounding through the sky, and people couldn't help but be moved by it. At the same time, the originally rich life essence in the room underwent an amazing change the moment the Phoenix Immortal Elixir was swallowed. As if being pulled by some mysterious force, it turned into a group of rich and hot nirvana flames, rushing towards Zhou Xingdou with overwhelming force. These nirvana flames are hot and dazzling, possessing the immortal will of the Phoenix Nirvana. Although scorching, they are harmless. They quickly surround Zhou Xing and turn into a huge fire cocoon, locking all abnormal movements inside the cocoon. At this moment, Xiao Tianzhua outside the house looked at the hovering divine phoenix in the sky, smiled sincerely, and murmured to himself. This brother is so lucky. He has been reborn like a phoenix from the ashes. I'm afraid his injuries will heal soon. But at this moment, a brilliant light emerged from the ancient bronze ring on Xiao Tianzhua's hand, and a cold and noble female voice came from the light. Tianzhua, don't blame me for not reminding you. This person is definitely not a simple person. You have also wasted so many of my top-grade elixirs to keep him alive. Be careful not to let a wolf into your house. Xiao Tianzhua smiled helplessly and said softly. Why do you think so badly of people? I just know that I should do good things without worrying about the future. I will be happy if I can save one person. The cold voice softened a little at this moment, but still said mercilessly. With your character, you will be eaten to the bone by the world in the future. Xiao Tianzhua smiled lightly, but his eyes were filled with determination. He said slowly, "If I were not this kind of person, why would the senior choose me?" Chapter 346 Drugs. The effect of the immortality elixir is so powerful that it is unimaginable. In a moment, the nirvana fire cocoon suddenly burst into an incomparably brilliant flame, as if the whole world was illuminated. At this moment, the boundless phantom of the divine phoenix above the sky swooped down at an astonishing speed like a burning meteor, and suddenly rushed into the nirvana fire cocoon. Along with a buzzing sound, divine aura suddenly filled the sky and earth, and endless vitality began to revive. In just a moment, the vegetation within 1,000 miles began to grow wildly as if nourished by some mysterious force, and countless creatures cheered and rejoiced at this moment. Immediately afterwards, there was a crisp cracking sound, and the nirvana fire cocoon began to crack into pieces. In the endless fire of nirvana, Zhou Xingdou's figure gradually emerged. At this moment, he was surrounded by the phantom of the divine phoenix, sitting cross-legged in the sea of nirvana fire, with a ruddy complexion, like a fairy in the flames. The body that was originally covered with scars has now completely recovered. The body is pure and transparent, like glass, emitting a charming luster. The faint fiery red divine phoenix pattern climbed up his body, complementing his perfect body and making his body have a bit of uncanny beauty. At this time, the energy and blood contained in Zhou Xingdou's perfect divine body have recovered to its peak state, and it is still continuously emitting huge gurgling sounds, as if announcing his rebirth and return to the world. In a trance, Zhou Xingdou slowly opened his deep and mysterious silver eyes. In his eyes, the sea of nirvana was burning, as if it was going to swallow up the whole world. The huge elephant shadow and the true spirit of the divine phoenix flashed rapidly between his eyes, emitting a heart-pounding light. Suddenly, there was a rushing sound. The moment Zhou Xingdou opened his eyes, the nirvana sea of fire around him seemed to be attracted by some powerful gravitational force and suddenly flowed back into his body. The boundless phantom of the divine phoenix also turned over at the same moment and was sucked into Zhou Xingdou's dantian like a stream of light. Coo! 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 Then, the already surging qi and blood in Zhou Xingdou's body began to surge wildly. The gurgling sound became louder and louder, reverberating in his body like thunder. Just these gurgling sounds were enough to shake the heaven and earth, as if the whole world was about to topple over. Xiao Tianzhua, who was outside the house, was shaken by the vibration. If it weren't for the power burst from the ancient bronze ring that protected him, the huge roar alone would have caused him to explode and die. However, Xiao Tianzhua did not show any anger on his face. Instead, he looked surprised and laughed joyfully. Finally recovered. The heaven and earth continued to shake, but Zhou Xingdou did not stop because of his recovery of his divine body. Instead, he shouted to the system in his mind. "System, lend me 100 dragon elephant holy medicines, and I will return you double the luck value in the future." The system gave his answer in an instant. Ding! Double? Once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back. Just as the system finished speaking, Zhou Xingdou's body soared into the sky like a divine phoenix, and his whole body exuded a heart-pounding aura. With the blessing of the divine phoenix's true meaning, Zhou Xingdou instantly broke through the house and rushed straight to the sky. At this moment, it seemed as if a vast universe was boiling inside Zhou Xingdou's body. 840 million giant elephant particles surged wildly, each of them containing endless power. They collided and merged with each other, bursting out with millions of deafening ancient elephant roars. These sounds were like thunder, resounding throughout the world. At the same time, endless shadows of ancient elephants were galloping and roaring in the sky, as if they were going to crush the world to pieces. Around Zhou Xingdou, 100 dragon elephant holy medicines appeared one after another. These dragon elephant holy medicines emitted a dazzling light, and each one contained unimaginable powerful energy. Suddenly, the dragon elephant holy medicine began to burst out amazing Dharma lotus. In the Dharma lotus, majestic dragon and elephant images gradually emerged. These images were lifelike, as if they had life. They echoed with the true meaning of the ancient giant elephant particles on Zhou Xingdou's body, forming an unparalleled powerful momentum. Zhou Xingdou's eyes were flashing with sharp brilliance at this moment. The reason why he was fighting so desperately was because he wanted to use the power of the elixir of immortality and the power of the dragon elephant law and the dragon elephant holy medicine to break the giant elephant shackles of the divine elephant prison power that had bound him for a long time. Only in this way can he break through himself and enter the higher realm of dragon and elephant. There are thousands of types of elephants. A giant elephant becomes a cub, which turns into a dragon elephant, and a dragon elephant turns green. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou was about to transform his childhood ancient giant elephant particles into youthful dragon elephant particles. How do ancient elephant particles evolve into dragon elephant particles? Zhou Xingdou didn't know it before, but at this moment, when the 840 million giant elephant particles were all in turmoil due to the injection of the elixir of immortality, and when they reached their peak, he understood. Draw the power of the law and inject giant elephant particles to transform into the might of the dragon elephant. Now seeing the dragon elephant holy medicine again, Zhou Xingdou also understood why it was called the dragon elephant holy medicine, because it contained the power of the laws needed by the dragon elephant particles. This kind of law does not exist in the original world or the world we are in now, it only exists in the dragon elephant holy medicine. This is also the reason why Zhou Xingdou cannot borrow these 100 dragon elephant holy medicines from the system, because without this heavenly law, he cannot break the shackles. Use your spirit to guide your soul, use your soul to transform into an image, and in the blink of an eye, you will have supreme power. Zhou Xingdou's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared wildly, his voice shaking the sky. His voice echoed in the void like thunder, as if it was going to tear the whole world apart. As his roar rang out, the true shadows of dragons and elephants transformed from the hundreds of dragon elephant holy medicines rushed into Zhou Xingdou's body with overwhelming force, like a group of enraged giant beasts, carrying endless dharma flowers. In an instant, the power of the elixir of immortality in Zhou Xingdou's body burst out like a volcanic eruption, and the surging power flowed wildly throughout his body. At the same time, the divine elephant's prison-suppressing power was also stimulated to the extreme, and billions of elephant shadows appeared behind Zhou Xingdou. At this moment, these elephant shadows were stacked up one after another, converging into a shocking vision. It was an almighty divine elephant with the sacred heaven on its head and the Ganges like hell under its feet. Its body was incomparably huge, majestic and boundless, as if it was endless, and no one knew how big it was. Every time this supreme divine elephant sways, countless worlds will instantly fall into chaos. And when it roars softly, endless stars will fall like raindrops. Countless hells tremble at the feet of the divine elephant, and the sacred heaven fears its existence. But just this strange vision still exudes an endless aura of terror. Chapter 347 Breaking the Dragon Elephant. At the moment when the supreme divine image was condensed, Zhou Xingdou's body also emitted a dharma sound that resounded through the sky. This dharma sound sounded like both a dragon's roar and an elephant's roar, and contained unparalleled majesty and power. Along with the spread of this grand dharma sound, Zhou Xingdou's aura suddenly soared. His aura was turbid and heavy, but he seemed to have surpassed all things in the world and become an existence that suppressed the heaven and earth. Snap! With a clear sound, Zhou Xingdou's invisible shackles instantly broke. Endless dharma flowers shone like stars, illuminating the boundless void and lighting up the entire universe. In an instant, Zhou Xingdou's blood surged throughout his body like a volcanic eruption, penetrating the 8 wildernesses and 6 directions. His momentum was so majestic that it was enough to shake the heaven and earth. The heavy blood energy in him seemed to be able to suppress everything. Even if just a trace of blood energy leaked out, it could crush the space and shock the eternal void. At this time, the astonishing number of 840 million ancient elephant particles in Zhou Xingdou's body began to undergo miraculous changes. They overlapped and merged with each other, and each overlap was accompanied by the transformation of the giant elephant particles. In this process, the giant elephant particles gradually transformed into more powerful dragon elephant particles. Buzz buzz buzz. The void continued to vibrate and shatter, and with every giant elephant particle that successfully transformed into a dragon elephant particle, Zhou Xingdou's physique would become heavier. This transformation not only brings about an increase in strength, but also an overall improvement in his physical fitness. Fortunately, this world is not weak. If it were a world like the Wuhuan world, Zhou Xingdou could now crush the entire world with just his own weight. The power of the elixir of immortality in Zhou Xingdou's body was slowly decreasing. He sat high above the sky with his eyes closed, as if he was isolated from the world. Time passed minute by minute, and 10 days passed, but he still did not move. During these 10 days, many powerful beings in this world were attracted by the strange sights that shocked the heavens and the earth. They were full of curiosity about this unprecedented spectacle and wanted to come and explore it. However, when they approached where Zhou Xingdou was, they all stopped at the same time and finally chose to retreat. The reason was that the vision of the Supreme God was too shocking. Whenever someone tried to get close, the pair of empty elephant eyes would suddenly open and stare back. The look in its eyes was like an endless abyss, deep and mysterious. It seemed to be pulling people into hell, making people feel terrified and even a sense of impending death. Xiao Tianzhua also guarded below for 10 days. During these 10 days, he had been watching the vision of the Supreme God, thinking deeply. Gradually, he seemed to understand something, and he actually sat cross-legged and entered a state of enlightenment. A heavy aura continued to condense around him, forming a faint halo that enveloped him completely. And at this moment, Zhou Xingdou once again opened his silver eyes that were as deep as the starry sky. At this moment, it seemed as if billions of dragon and elephant sounds roared at the same time, deafening and earth-shaking. At the same time, the vision of the supreme divine elephant quickly escaped into Zhou Xingdou's body like a golden torrent. Immediately afterwards, the incomparably powerful energy and blood that originally spanned the 8 wildernesses in 6 directions was absorbed into Zhou Xingdou's body at an astonishing speed in the blink of an eye. Endless dharma flowers blossomed like colorful fireworks, but then quietly dispersed. The various strange phenomena in the 9 heavens gradually returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Zhou Xingdou stretched his body gently, and heard a series of crisp and pleasant bone-cracking sounds. He clearly felt that his body was filled with surging and vigorous life source and endless power. This feeling was simply wonderful to the extreme. What is even more amazing is that the 840 million ancient elephant particles that originally existed in his body have now completely disappeared. Instead, there are the same number of 840 million dragon elephant particles. That's right, within just 10 days, Zhou Xingdou not only successfully transformed the ancient giant elephant particles into dragon elephant particles without any damage, but also directly entered the realm of perfection of the divine elephant prison power dragon elephant. Even Zhou Xingdou did not expect this. He originally thought that even with the power of the 100 dragon elephant holy medicines, transforming 100 million dragon elephant particles was already the limit, but he did not expect to reach the peak directly. It can only be said to be a blessing in disguise. Zhou Xingdou's cultivation has been completely lost, but this has allowed his body to break free from the constraints of his realm. Even if his strength increases dramatically now, there is no foundation to shake it. The medicinal power of the divine phoenix immortality medicine is amazing. It can only be said that it is worthy of being the most precious and ultimate thing in Chuyuan. Even if it restores his own source of life, its consumption is just a drop in the bucket. The remaining medicinal power combined with the Lotus Sutra of the Dragon Elephant Holy Medicine can directly help him deduce the Dragon Elephant particles, allowing him to enter the realm of Dragon Elephant perfection. Not only that, the Divine Phoenix Immortality Elixir also contains a Divine Phoenix True Spirit, which now resides in Zhou Xingdou's empty dantian, bringing Zhou Xingdou extraordinary recovery ability and the meaning of nirvana for transformation again. Zhou Xingdou looked at his fists. Even he himself could not estimate how powerful his body was now with 840 million dragon elephant particles. But according to his estimation, when the giant elephant was perfected, it could defeat the great sage and defeat the half-step supreme being. Now that it has reached the realm of dragon elephant perfection, it may be able to fight against the creation lord who stands at the pinnacle of the supreme being. However, what made Zhou Xingdou even more curious was that with his current physique, he did not feel any rejection from this world, which proved that the upper limit of this world should be above the supreme. According to the system, 1 star is equivalent to the physical realm, 2 stars are the 4 realms of Tongshan, 3 stars are the 5 realms of Shinzon, 4 stars are the holy realm, and 5 stars are the 4 realms of Jizuan. In that case, this world would at least be a 5.5-star world, or even a 6-star world. It seems that this world is full of dangers. Even though I have achieved the perfection of the dragon elephant now, I still need to be cautious. Thinking of Zhou Xingdou's good mood due to his sudden increase in strength, he felt a little heavy. This is not the Chuyuan world. He cannot borrow any strength from others, and no one can protect him. Moreover, if one wants to return to the original origin, he needs to travel through the heavens, and 360,000 luck points is still a huge problem. The system seemed to have heard Zhou Xingdou's thoughts and suddenly reminded him. Ding! The host has a long way to go. It's not just 360,000 luck points. You still owe the system 20,000, no, 40,000 luck points. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Unfortunately, the 40,000 luck points he owes are no longer a big deal to Zhou Xingdou. He is not worried about having too much debt anyway. 36,000 and 400,000 luck points are of no importance to Zhou Xingdou now, because they are not so easy to collect. Chapter 348 Old Witch Shut Up. After talking to the system, Zhou Xingdou slowly descended from the sky and returned to Xiao Tianzuo's villa. But now he discovered that Xiao Tianzuo's villa was not in the downtown or the city, but in a mountain range. Although Zhou Xingdou's cultivation is gone, his soul no longer exists, and he has no spiritual consciousness to use. But just relying on his amazing perception and pupil power, he could sense that there was no human habitation in this area for thousands of miles, and there was no place where Xiao Tianzuo lived. This made Zhou Xingdou curious about the son of the world again, but what made Zhou Xingdou even more curious at this moment was that Xiao Tianzuo had actually entered the state of enlightenment, and the heavy power condensed in his body was 50% similar to his divine elephant prison suppressing power and the giant elephant realm power. Just because you saw me break through, you suddenly realized the power of the ancient giant elephant? The son of the world is really abnormal. Even Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Xiao Tianzuo's comprehension is truly astonishing. Even Zhou Xingdou now can't help but feel a little bit of appreciation for this son of the world. At this moment, Xiao Tianzuo also woke up slowly and came out of the state of enlightenment. The moment he looked into the eyes, he saw Zhou Xingdou's lonely, godlike figure. But he was not panicked, instead he showed joy and said, "Brother, your injuries have fully recovered, that's great." As soon as he said this, Xiao Tianzuo suddenly realized that it seemed inappropriate to address him like that. After all, the strength displayed by Zhou Xingdou at that time was far beyond his comprehension, so it was inappropriate to call him a brother. So, he quickly changed his words, clasped his fists and saluted towards Zhou Xingdou, saying, "No, it should be senior. Junior Xiao Tianzuo has met you." Zhou Xingdou naturally wouldn't get angry with Xiao Tianzuo over these trivial matters of address, not to mention that he was not much older than Xiao Tianzuo. "Did you just have an epiphany?" Zhou Xingdou's face was indifferent, and the purple aura in his silver eyes had disappeared due to the loss of his cultivation, but they seemed even deeper and more powerful, causing people to feel endless fear when they looked into each other's eyes. But Xiao Tianzuo was different. He didn't seem to be afraid of Zhou Xingdou's eyes. Instead, he scratched his head embarrassedly and nodded. "When I saw the vision when the senior was recovering, I realized something." Zhou Xingdou looked at Xiao Tianzuo, his eyes darkened, and his voice became colder. "You know, stealing someone else's skills is a deadly feud." Hearing this, Xiao Tianzuo's originally happy face suddenly froze, and then he looked around in panic, crying out in his heart that something bad had happened. He did not expect that his sudden enlightenment would actually trigger Zhou Xingdou's anger, and he did not do it on purpose. He had been watching over Zhou Xingdou for 10 days, staring at the picture of the divine vision, and entered a state of sudden enlightenment in a trance. He did not intend to learn from him secretly. Xiao Tianzuo hurriedly explained. "Don't be angry, senior. I just got enlightened accidentally. I didn't know I would understand your technique. I will destroy this energy now." At this time, the voice in the ancient bronze ring on his hand also snorted coldly and transmitted the message to Xiao Tianzuo. "Humph. I'll say you let the wolf in and were blind to save this man." At this moment, Zhou Xingdou looked at the ancient bronze ring in Xiao Tianzuo's hand and said in a slightly cold voice, "Shut up, old witch. You won't interrupt me when I'm talking." This stunned Xiao Tianzuo, who was about to destroy that power, and the voice in the ancient bronze ring. Because no one has ever been able to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two, no one has ever discovered the soul in Xiao Tianzuo's ring. However, he did not expect that he would be discovered by Zhou Xingdou today. Not only did he discover the existence in the ancient bronze ring, but he also overheard the voice in the ancient bronze ring transmitted to Xiao Tianzhua. How could they not be shocked? Zhou Xingdou didn't care about Xiao Tianzhua's shock and continued in a deep voice. What's the point of destroying that power? The enlightenment is in your head. You can rebuild it anytime you want. The deep voice that made people feel like they were falling into an icy cave brought Xiao Tianzhua back to his senses from the shock. Listening to Zhou Xingdou's words, Xiao Tianzhua's face also looked a little ugly. This you can't chop off my head, right? The soul in the ancient bronze ring was somewhat skeptical about whether Zhou Xingdou had really noticed her presence, and immediately shouted tentatively. Why should I be afraid of him? He is nothing but an ungrateful villain. At worst, I can detonate all my power and take you away. Zhou Xingdou looked at the ancient bronze ring in Xiao Tianzhua's hand again with great indifference, and said deeply. You can't take him away. Xiao Tianzhua suddenly spoke again at this moment. Why is it that necessary? Senior, do you know any method of erasing memory? I can cooperate and let you erase it yourself. Zhou Xingdou looked into Xiao Tianzhua's eyes, and the determination and a little helplessness in them proved that his words were not false. This reminded him. Do you know that if you let others invade your mind, all your memories and secrets will be revealed, and if you are proficient in the way of the mind, even modifying your memories is easy? Xiao Tianzhua's eyes were clear, and he still had no hostility or fear towards Zhou Xingdou. He smiled and said, I believe that Senior is not a bad person. After all, I have helped Senior. Senior should not hurt me. As he said that, Xiao Tianzhua immediately spread out his hands, closed his eyes, cleared his mind, and waited for Zhou Xingdou's action. The soul in the ancient bronze ring could no longer sit still and immediately began to revive the soul power in the ancient ring. But just as she was about to speak to stop Xiao Tianzhua from releasing his sea of consciousness, Zhou Xingdou showed a hint of joking on his face. Don't bother with that. I have a better way. As he spoke, the coldness on Zhou Xingdou's face dissipated, and his voice became a little gentler. If you accept me as your master, not only will you not need to give up your memories, I can also pass on this supreme technique to you. Zhou Xingdou's words undoubtedly caused Xiao Tianzhua and the soul in the ancient bronze ring to stagnate and freeze for a moment. The turn was a little too fast, and even with Xiao Tianzhua's overly normal brain, he was unable to process it for a moment. Zhou Xingdou showed no leniency towards Xiao Tianzhua and simply said, I'll only give you 10 seconds to think about it. To be honest, if Xiao Tianzhua had not really done him a favor, even if Zhou Xingdou was a genius, he would not have thought of accepting him as his disciple. If Xiao Tianzhua becomes his disciple, it would be considered as Zhou Xingdou repaying his kindness. If he is unwilling to take Zhou Xingdou as his master, Zhou Xingdou will not force him, but he also lacks luck. Although he has never dealt with the Son of the World, it may not be a bad idea to give it a try. He can only let the Son of the World suffer a little. The soul in the ancient bronze ring was the first to come back to its senses. Although Zhou Xingdou called her an old witch and scolded her several times, at this moment she immediately reminded Xiao Tianzhua. Quick! Perform the ceremony of becoming a disciple. Chapter 349, Become a Disciple. Xiao Tianzhua finally reacted after hearing the reminder from the ancient bronze ring. Now he had no time to think about it. He knelt down in confusion and kowtowed. Master, I am your disciple. Please accept me as your disciple. Zhou Xingdou's mouth curled up slightly, but he did not help Xiao Tianzhua up. Instead, he looked at the ancient bronze ring and said meaningfully, You have no objection. Zhou Xingdou knew about this kind of standard guide, who was basically equivalent to the master of a lucky person. And now that Zhou Xingdou wanted Xiao Tianzhua to become his disciple, the soul in the ancient bronze ring not only had no objection, but also reminded Xiao Tianzhua to become his disciple as soon as possible, which was a little beyond Zhou Xingdou's expectations. The soul in the ancient bronze ring naturally had no good words for Zhou Xingdou, who called her an old witch. This time, she did not communicate with Xiao Tianzhua alone. A crisp cold snort came from the ancient bronze ring. Why should I have any opinion? Xiao Tianzhua was not stupid either. He immediately understood what Zhou Xingdou meant, and then he looked up and explained. Master, you misunderstood. Senior and I are not master and disciple. Zhou Xingdou also looked at Xiao Tianzhua, but just said lightly. Knock your head well. Your master didn't ask you to explain. Xiao Tianzhua was stunned at first when he heard this, but then he looked happy, because Zhou Xingdou called himself his master, which meant he recognized him. Although it was Zhou Xingdou who asked him to be his disciple, Xiao Tianzhua was still surprised when he was accepted, because he really lacked a good teacher. What's more, even the elder in his own bronze ancient ring, who had always looked down on others, asked him to worship Master Zhou Xingdou, so the strength of his master must be extraordinary. Moreover, the strange phenomena in heaven and earth caused by Zhou Xingdou during these 10 days have proved his strength. The fact that Xiao Tianzhua was able to gain enlightenment from the phenomena also proves that Zhou Xingdou's martial arts method is indeed suitable for Xiao Tianzhua. So in the eyes of Xiao Tianzhua, who has now come to his senses, Zhou Xingdou is indeed the best choice for him to become his apprentice. Thinking of this, Xiao Tianzhua kowtowed 3 times and said happily, Thank you, Master, for accepting me as your disciple. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows at Xiao Tianzhua. Xiao Tianzhua was not too stupid, so he saved him from having to resort to some tricks. However, this act of directly worshipping himself as a master was still a bit hasty. After all, the difference between the title of master and the master can make a world of difference. Teacher, master, master, and master, these 4 titles are used from low to high. The teacher answers questions, the mentor guides, the master preaches, and the master teaches. A person can have many teachers, even masters. But there can only be one master and one teacher. The master is an elder whom one respects and teaches, while the teacher is a close relative like a father. Although it is just a title, it brings the relationship closer. Zhou Xingdou didn't care about this. After all, the system praised the son of the world and he was indeed qualified to be his disciple. At this moment, a cold snort came from the ancient bronze ring again. Humph. Don't be so ungrateful. If my martial arts were not unsuitable for Tianzhua, it would not be your turn to accept me as a disciple today. Zhou Xingdou could naturally tell that there was a woman in the ancient bronze ring. He has always been kinder to women. Moreover, he had just recovered from his injuries, his divine elephant prison power had improved by leaps and bounds, and he had also accepted a son of the world as his first disciple. He was in a good mood and did not argue too much with the soul. He just said lightly, I was originally thinking of helping you rebuild your body, but now it seems that's not necessary. The light of the ancient bronze ring suddenly stagnated after hearing this, and Xiao Tianzhua immediately raised his head and said in surprise, Master, do you have a way to help Senior rebuild his body? Zhou Xingdou glanced at Xiao Tianzhua calmly. Don't ask, don't beg, let your senior speak for you. For Zhou Xingdou, it is indeed not difficult to create a suitable body for a soul. Even though he has lost all his cultivation now, he has now perfected the divine elephant prison suppressing dragon elephant power, and possesses peerless bloodlines and talents such as the heavenly punishment body, the purple myrtle blood, and the absolute immortal veins. He has also cultivated a body of dominance, and his body contains the power of the divine phoenix immortal elixir. It can be said that Zhou Xingdou himself is a supreme medicine walking in the world, and every drop of his blood crushes the power of the stars. If he wanted, he only needed to separate a drop of essence and blood to create a supreme divine body, which was extremely suitable for the soul that had lost its body to take over. Moreover, a drop of essence and blood is nothing to Zhou Xingdou. Now that his life source is complete and there is no ominous invasion, the loss of a drop of essence and blood does not even require the use of the person's secret. Just relying on Zhou Xingdou's extremely abnormal recovery ability now, it will take only a cup of tea to recover. Although he didn't care about this drop of blood, he would not waste it on a woman who spoke to him unkindly. He has never been a kind-hearted person. After saying that, Zhou Xingdou no longer paid attention to Xiao Tianzhua and turned to walk towards the room whose roof he had broken through. Xiao Tianzhua also quickly stood up and talked to Zhou Xingdou, but he looked conflicted at this moment. Although Zhou Xingdou told him not to ask and not to beg, he couldn't just ignore the opportunity to rebuild his body when his senior who had helped him for so many years had the opportunity. He would not force or persuade his predecessor to ask Zhou Xingdou for help, so he racked his brains to think about how to ask Zhou Xingdou without making his moody master angry. Zhou Xingdou slowly walked into the house where he woke up. Although he broke into the house, he still controlled his movement to prevent the house from collapsing and dirtying Qin Yanjing's body. At this time, he also asked the system in his heart, "Why did you bring Qin Yanjing's body with you here with me?" The system did not interrupt and immediately replied, "Ding." When the system took the host back to the long river of time, it also guessed that it would run out of power, causing the host to fall into an unknown world. "Bring Qin Yanjing's body here. First, if her body still exists, the system will only revive Qin Yanjing in her physical body. After her physical body is resurrected, the host can have more protection in this unknown world. Second, isn't the host worried that after the system resurrects Qin Yanjing will no longer be the same Qin Yanjing as before? Now that there is a buoy like the flesh body, the system can resurrect the previous Qin Yanjing." Even Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but sigh at the comprehensiveness of the system. "That's thoughtful." Ding. "Host, you're welcome. You still owe me 40,000 luck points. Don't forget it." Zhou Xingdou selectively ignored the second half of the system's sentence and asked back, "How much luck is needed to revive Qin Yanjing and Luo Balian?" Naturally, he still remembered Luo Balian. After all, although this war slave was weak, he did provide him with a lot of information. In the end, he took the risk of sending him a message when the Luo family was attacking. He was discovered by Ling Sanqiu and was finally freed by him after being tortured by Ling Sanqiu. However, based on his understanding of the system, even if the war slaves summoned by the resurrection system itself cannot be resurrected in vain, and a certain amount of luck value is required. Chapter 350 Resurrection of Qin Yanjing. When it comes to luck value, the system becomes interested and starts to calculate carefully. Ding. The price of resurrecting a Saint Realm slave is 100 luck points, but Luo Balian was beaten to a pulp by the host and needs to be completely reshaped, so the price will double, which is 200 luck points. As for Qin Yanjing, although she was summoned by the host from the Saint Realm war slave, she is already at the Supreme Realm, so she needs to be resurrected at the cost of a Supreme war slave, 1,000 luck points. Zhou Xingdou naturally has no luck to consume now. If he opens the panel, his value is probably not just 0, but a negative number. But this did not affect his current intention to revive Qin Yanjing, and he immediately said to the system, "I'll owe you the money first, and I'll pay you back with the 100 dragon elephant holy medicines later." Hearing this, the system's voice became somewhat helpless and said, "Ding. This is the last time. The system is not an ATM. It cannot lend money to the host indefinitely." The communication between Zhou Xingdou and the system seemed long, but it was only the moment when he walked into the house from outside the yard. Moreover, the system was not the soul in the ancient bronze ring, and there was no possibility that its communication with Zhou Xingdou could be detected. So Xiao Tianzhua and the soul in the ancient bronze ring had no idea what was happening. Zhou Xingdou suddenly waved his sleeves, and a mysterious force gushed out. Qin Yanjing, who had long since passed away and been silent in the long river of time, actually slowly emerged in the air under the influence of this force. Her body was enveloped in a dazzling light, which was extremely mysterious, as if it contained endless mysteries and profound wisdom, making it impossible to analyze the mystery contained therein, let alone comprehend its true meaning. It is like the source of all things, and also like the destructive force brought about by the end of all things in the world. At this moment, in the center of the room, a light and shadow with the same origin as that ball of light suddenly appeared. However, it was as fast as lightning and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Then, countless bright red bloodlines gathered from all directions and quickly condensed into a human figure in the center of the room. When the light faded, a middle-aged man appeared before everyone's eyes. He had a dignified face and a resolute expression. He was wearing a suit of armor as black as ink, and exuded an extremely terrifying aura. This person was none other than Luo Balian, the war slave who was killed by Zhou Xingdou before. Luo Balian looked at his body in confusion, then showed a look of joy, and immediately knelt down towards Zhou Xingdou. "Thank you, Master, for resurrecting me. I am flattered." However, Zhou Xingdou was very calm about Luo Balian's resurrection. He just took a deep look at the black armor on Luo Balian, then raised his hand slightly to signal him to calm down, and then focused his attention again on Qing Yanjing, who was wrapped in mysterious light. In contrast, Xiao Tianzhua and the soul in the ancient bronze ring were filled with turbulent waves in their hearts. They knew very well that before this, there was only Qing Yanjing's body here, and there was no such person as Luo Belian. Not only that, Luo Belian also personally admitted that it was Zhou Xingdou who gave him a new life. This ability to revive life at will without relying on any objects can even revive a life with considerable strength. Such means are simply taking advantage of the fortune of heaven and earth and creating miracles. Even that soul who had seen a lot in the ancient bronze ring had never seen or heard of it before. This immediately dispelled the doubts of the soul in the ancient bronze ring about Zhou Xingdou's words, and also made Xiao Tianzhua extremely happy that his master was not bragging, and he could really reshape the body for his predecessor. But both of them understood that this was not the time to disturb Zhou Xingdou. Xiao Tianzhua even slowed down his breathing for fear of disturbing Zhou Xingdou. And Qing Yanjing, who was in that light, had a pale face that slowly turned rosy at this moment, and her breathing, which had stopped long ago, reappeared at this moment, and her delicate eyelashes also trembled slightly at this moment. Zhou Xingdou's deep eyes were also slightly moved at this moment. He still could not forget the scene of Qing Yanjing's death. Even though he knew that Qing Yanjing could be resurrected at that time, the feeling of powerlessness and the emotion of watching his woman die in front of him still drove him crazy at that time. He always felt guilty towards Qing Yanjing. To be honest, even though he had experienced several deaths, he was not a truly heartless person. Zhou Xingdou really didn't care about the death of others. Even when he sent Luo Belian to death, he didn't hesitate at all and there was no fluctuation in his heart. But Qing Yanjing is different. Although she is also a war slave summoned by the system, in Zhou Xingdou's eyes, she is no longer a tool, but a living person, and even his woman. Looking at Qing Yanjing's increasingly strong vitality, Zhou Xingdou's guilt slightly dissipated. Buzz buzz buzz. There was a constant hum between heaven and earth, as if endless power was surging. Suddenly, millions of mysterious spiritual seals gathered from all directions and condensed into a huge river, as dazzling as the Milky Way, pouring down from the sky and continuously pouring into Qing Yanjing's body. And at this moment, Qing Yanjing's originally weak life breath instantly rose to its peak state like a volcanic eruption. The mysterious light disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Qing Yanjing slowly opened her beautiful eyes that had been closed for a long time. There is Wushan and Badong, with the graceful face of a goddess. The dazzling golden light completely enveloped Qing Yanjing's figure, just like when Zhou Xingdou summoned her for the first time, like a bright star descending into the world. Her beauty and nobility are so dazzling that it is impossible to look directly at her. The golden light is so brilliant and dazzling. Not to mention Xiao Tianzhua, even Luo Belian couldn't help but lower his head at this moment, not daring to look directly at her brilliance. However, facing Zhou Xingdou, Qing Yanjing just smiled slightly, and that smile revealed a noble, elegant, gentle and virtuous temperament that was fascinating. Her eyes were full of tenderness and kindness, as if telling Zhou Xingdou that no matter what happened, she would always be by his side. "Haven't seen you for a long time." An extremely gentle voice echoed in Zhou Xingdou's ears. After Zhou Xingdou was stunned for a moment, the system's voice sounded in his ears at the same time. Ding! Qing Yanjing has fallen in love with the host, and the war slave mark on her body has automatically been removed. As the host wishes, she is no longer a tool. After a long period of cleansing with the host in the long river of time, even without the mark of a war slave, her heart has been occupied by the host, and there is no possibility of betrayal. The system didn't even look for her true spirit on purpose, her true spirit had always been attached to the host. Ding! Without the war slave mark, Qing Yanjing became independent, and the system could no longer seal her power. Now she has recovered her peak strength. Chapter 351 The Great Passage. Zhou Xingdou smiled slightly when he heard this, and whispered to Qing Yanjing. "Long time no see, Aunt Jing." Qing Yanjing fell from midair, her beautiful eyes fixed on Zhou Xingdou. Her warm and delicate hands gently stroked Zhou Xingdou's angular face, and she leaned her cheek on Zhou Xingdou's shoulder and said slowly, "In the endless river of time, my true spirit has gone through countless years. Those years have almost wiped out my memory. I look around and see nothing but darkness in you. Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but stretch out his hands and embrace Qin Yanjing's gentle and graceful body in his arms. He didn't say anything, because at this moment, the true spirits of the two who had gone through endless years together were intertwined at this moment, which was better than any words. Although Zhou Xingdou was not conscious at that time, but now hugging Qin Yanjing, he can still feel the vicissitudes of loneliness. This also allowed Qin Yanjing to finally occupy a place in Zhou Xingdou's heart. After a long time, Qin Yanjing raised her head, with a hint of teasing on her beautiful and mature face. "How should I call you now, my lord?" A trace of embarrassment flashed across Zhou Xingdou's face. Qin Yanjing was now free from the control of the system's war slave mark, so she naturally saw many things clearly, including the fact that she was abducted by the system. This was the first time Zhou Xingdou felt a little embarrassed, and his voice became very low at this moment. "It's up to you, you can call me whatever you want." Qin Yanjing couldn't help laughing, and said softly in a gentle voice. "You should still call me master. After all, you still have 2 wives in your heart. It is enough for me to have a place in your heart." Zhou Xingdou also coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment, looked at Luo Balian who was tiptoeing out of the house, and Luo Balian holding the confused Xiao Tianzhua in his hand, and quickly changed the subject. "Ahem, Tianzhua, this is your third master's wife, why don't you come and greet her?" After hearing this, Xiao Tianzhua's thoughts, which were originally stunned, started to work rapidly, and his brain almost burned out. After all, in his worldview, shouldn't it be a lifelong relationship for a couple? Why did the master ask me to meet the third master's wife? Could it be that there are also the first master's wife and the second master's wife? But Xiao Tianzhua still did it, because he had just recognized this master, and the look he gave him was a little scary, which made him tremble. He immediately bowed to Qin Yanjing and said respectfully, "Xiao Tianzhua meets third master's wife." Qin Yanjing also looked at Xiao Tianzhua with a little curiosity, and countless spiritual marks flashed across her beautiful eyes. Then she looked at Zhou Xingdou with some confusion and said, "He looks to be about your age." Zhou Xingdou naturally understood Qin Yanjing's meaning, but he just couldn't understand why Zhou Xingdou accepted an apprentice who was about the same age as him and looked extremely ordinary. "The one who is more accomplished is my teacher, and if we really talk about the years of soul, I am many times older than him." As he spoke, Zhou Xingdou looked at Qin Yanjing with a slightly teasing expression and said, "Besides, although I am not very old, I have taken Aunt Jing under my wing. It is normal to have her as my disciple." Qin Yanjing was not shy at all because of Zhou Xingdou's words. Instead, she nodded slightly and said, "That is indeed the case." The conversation between Zhou Xingdou and Qin Yanjing naturally blocked Xiao Tianzhua, but the soul in the ancient bronze ring still heard it, which made her curse inwardly. Lecher. However, at this moment, although Xiao Tianzhua still kowtowed respectfully, he took the initiative to speak. "Although I have become your disciple, I do not know your master's name. Tianzhua dares to ask you to tell me." This is what Xiao Tianzhua has always wanted to ask. After all, he has become a disciple. Even if the skills are not passed on, he needs to know who he is worshipping. This way, when others ask about his master in the future, he will have a name. Xiao Tianzhua's words also made Zhou Xingdou slightly raise his eyebrows. He was reluctant to let go of Qin Yanjing and walked towards Xiao Tianzhua with his hands behind his back. His voice was calm, but it was like the mighty power of heaven exploding in Xiao Tianzhua's heart. "My name is Zhou Xingdou." Zhou Xingdou was also a new teacher, and he indeed forgot to tell Xiao Tianzhua his name, and it seemed that he should also pass on his skills to him. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou's fingers moved slightly, and his fingertips instantly stretched towards Xiao Tianzhua's crown. An incomparably grand and heavy dharma sound, like a huge bell, suddenly exploded in Xiao Tianzhua's ears. At the same time, Zhou Xingdou used his own powerful qi and blood to deeply engrave all the true meaning of the giant elephant chapter of the divine elephant's prison-suppressing power into Xiao Tianzhua's body. Use the essence to attract the spirit, and use the spirit to form an image. In a blink of an eye, the power of the giant elephant, the human body and bones, are composed of 840 million particles. If its potential power can be fully stimulated, then every tiny particle will contain the terrifying power of an ancient giant elephant. The mantra of the divine elephant prison-suppressing power, like the sound of a huge bell, kept echoing in Xiao Tianzhua's ears. The complicated and endless true meaning also exploded in his mind. In an instant, Xiao Tianzuo's aura suddenly condensed, and he actually entered into an extremely mysterious state of enlightenment in a kneeling posture. In this state of enlightenment, Xiao Tianzuo seemed to be in a chaotic world, surrounded by endless mysterious atmosphere. His mind was completely immersed in it, and he began to fully comprehend the true meaning of the divine elephant prison power. And those originally complicated and obscure formulas and true meanings now became clear in his eyes, as if they were flashes of inspiration, making him suddenly enlightened. As time went by, Xiao Tianzuo's understanding of the divine elephant's prison suppressing power became deeper and deeper, and his aura became stronger and stronger. He felt as if some wonderful changes were taking place inside his body. There were faint tremors of particles, as if trying to break free from the restraints and release unparalleled power. At this time, Zhou Xingdou was standing quietly by the side observing. He was somewhat impressed by the fact that Xiao Tianzuo could enter the state of enlightenment so casually. This so-called son of the world was indeed extraordinary. Roar! Suddenly, an elephant roar sounded from Xiao Tianzuo's body, and the hell vortex true energy unique to the divine elephant's prison suppressing power condensed on Xiao Tianzuo's body at this moment. However, Zhou Xingdou was not too surprised. After all, he had taught Xiao Tianzuo all the true meaning of the divine elephant's prison suppressing power in the giant elephant chapter. What's more, Xiao Tianzuo had entered the state of enlightenment at this moment. If he still cannot cultivate the divine elephant prison suppressing power, then Zhou Xingdou should really consider whether or not to expel this new disciple from the sect. As for whether it was a bit hasty to pass on the divine elephant prison suppressing power to Xiao Tianzuo, Zhou Xingdou didn't think so. After all, he only passed on the giant elephant chapter of the divine elephant prison suppressing power. The subsequent dragon elephant, Yuan elephant, and even the highest divine elephant could not be cultivated by relying on oral formulas alone. Just as Zhou Xingdou was paying attention to Xiao Tianzuo's changes, the system's prompt sound suddenly rang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming the only master of the Son of the World, Xiao Tianzuo. You have been blessed by the will of the world and have obtained a luck value of 60,000. Chapter 352, Dao Soldier's Original Embryo. Ding! Congratulations to the host for letting the world's son Xiao Tianzuo sincerely become his apprentice, becoming Xiao Tianzuo's only master, and gaining the world's will and luck, and obtaining the luck value, 60,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the system reward, Dao Soldier's Original Embryo. Ding! The host teaches Xiao Tianzuo the supreme technique, which greatly increases Xiao Tianzuo's luck and gains luck value, 20,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the system reward, the Dao Realm of the Heavens. Zhou Xingdou was stunned by the continuous system reminders. He looked at the reminder screen in front of him, and the numbers on it made him a little frightened. What shocked him even more was that luck points were not only obtained by depriving people of luck and killing evil demons, but could also be obtained in this way. 60,000 luck points plus 20,000 luck points, he obtained 80,000 luck points just by accepting Xiao Tianzuo as his disciple and passing on the giant elephant chapter of the divine elephant prison suppressing power. This is almost catching up with Xiao Tianzuo's own luck, not to mention there are two rewards. Tao Soldier Embryo, a thing conceived naturally in the heavens, it is the embryo of the innate Tao Soldier. Although the host sacrifices and refines it into a lifelong Tao Soldier, its potential is incomparable to that of divine materials. The Dao Realm method of the heavens, the cultivation system of the heavens that best fits all Daos, is divided into 12 Dao realms and is known as the easiest method for transcendence. Looking at the descriptions of the two rewards, Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but like Xiao Tianzuo more and more. The system was right. Killing Xiao Tianzuo would not be worth it, and he would make a fortune by taking him as his apprentice. After all, before this, he had never thought of such a way to gain luck and rewards. This method was much easier than his hard work and various ways to kill the lucky person. However, the system's subsequent reminder immediately interrupted Zhou Xingdou's thoughts. Ding! Host, don't think too much. The reason why you can get luck points and rewards from Xiao Tianzuo is entirely because this boy has a simple mind. Although the host has some hidden secrets, the divine elephant prison suppressing power is a supreme external skill. Even the giant elephant chapter is already earth-shattering and awe-inspiring, and it is also a rare method throughout history. You also passed on all the true meanings of the giant elephant chapter to Xiao Tianzhua, and Xiao Tianzhua was naturally grateful. A host taught him everything he knew, and he completely recognized you as his master when he was overwhelmed with gratitude. This attracted the blessing of the world's will and destiny. If it were someone else, it might not be the case. After listening to the system's explanation, Zhou Xingdou came back to his senses and cut off the thought. Just as the system said, someone else might not be as sincere as Xiao Tianzhua. Think about the children of destiny he met before, each one of them was like an ungrateful wolves. Lin Fan is the best example. Not only is he ungrateful, but he has always wanted to kill me. From this perspective, it is not an exaggeration for the system to have such a fondness for this son of the world. After all, there are not many people who know how to be grateful nowadays. Just as Zhou Xingdou fell into deep thought, Xiao Tianzhua's epiphany was about to end. At this moment, Xiao Tianzhua's breath became unusually thick and heavy, and the blood in his body became increasingly strong, as if it was about to burn. Behind him, the shadow of an ancient giant elephant gradually emerged. Suddenly, a dull loud noise was heard, as if the entire space was shaking. Xiao Tianzhua's body made crisp crackling sounds. The stone slab under him could not withstand such powerful force and it cracked and shattered into countless pieces. However, Xiao Tianzhua did not stand up at this moment, and still remained kneeling on the ground in worship. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the tall and majestic Zhou Xingdou in front of him with a firm and respectful gaze, his eyes full of respect and gratitude. My disciple Tianzhua, thank you for teaching me the skills. Tianzhua is grateful. Xiao Tianzhua's voice was sincere and honest, without any falsehood. After saying this, he wanted to kowtow again to express his gratitude. However, he apparently forgot that he now possessed extraordinary strength. When he stretched out his arms, the ground beneath him actually sank more than 3 inches. Zhou Xingdou was very familiar with the divine elephant's prison-suppressing power. Even though he had no spiritual awareness now, he could discover by perception alone that tens of thousands of giant elephant particles had condensed in Xiao Tianzhua's body. A giant elephant particle contains a force of 10,000 pounds. Xiao Tianzhua's strength at this moment is still over 100 million pounds. This is naturally an extreme surge for Xiao Tianzhua, and it is normal that he cannot control the strength for a while. Zhou Xingdou raised the corner of his mouth slightly, looked at Xiao Tianzhua and said slowly, I have just mastered the divine elephant prison suppression force and I have obtained tens of thousands of particles. This is not bad. However, compared to these tens of thousands of particles, Zhou Xingdou appreciated Xiao Tianzhua's gratitude to him more. At least it made him feel that he had not raised an ungrateful person. But then, Xiao Tianzhua's face tensed, and he bowed his head again and said, Master, you have taught me the supreme technique, which is a great favor to me. I shouldn't ask for anything more, but I have to be bold and ask Master to help me, Senior Jie Zhong, rebuild his body. Zhou Xingdou's face, which originally had a hint of smile on it, suddenly became gloomy. The temperature in the entire room seemed to drop sharply in an instant, making everyone present feel a bit of a chill, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely tense, even reaching freezing point. No one dared to speak easily. Even Luo Balian couldn't help but feel a chill. However, Xiao Tianzhua buried his head deep in the ground, not daring to look up at Zhou Xingdou's face. His face was filled with deep guilt, and his voice was slightly trembling but revealed an incomparable firmness. If there were no Senior Jiezhong, there would be no Xiao Tianzhua today. I know that Master Hong Tian has been very kind to me, and I feel ashamed of it. Now, this action is undoubtedly ungrateful and shows that I am arrogant because of my master's favor. When I was young, I was supported by a senior in the precepts. Although we are not master and disciple, nor are we related by blood, she has long been a close relative in my eyes. I cannot watch my close relative's life coming to an end right before my eyes and do nothing. Zhou Xingdou looked at Xiao Tianzhua, his silvery white eyes were filled with an extremely cold look. Xiao Tianzhua, do you know the expression an inch is an inch? Even the soul in the ancient bronze ring was shocked by Xiao Tianzhua at this moment, and the cold tone now revealed emotion and helplessness. Tianzhua, why do you have to do this? I am satisfied that you have this intention. Why do you have to do this now? Even in the mind of the person involved, Xiao Tianzuo's behavior was very unwise. As soon as he became Zhou Xingdou's disciple, he was taught the supreme martial arts, which was already a great blessing. Just based on this point, even if the soul in the ancient ring had some complaints about Zhou Xingdou, they had to admit that he was a very generous master. But then Xiao Tianzuo turned around and asked Zhou Xingdou to rebuild his body. Although he was very touched, it was indeed extremely inappropriate. Chapter 353, Asking for Master's Help. Please help me, Master. Xiao Tianzuo did not listen to the advice of the senior in the ancient bronze ring. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes, and there was no doubt that he was struggling in his heart as well. How could he not know that this was wrong? He hated himself more than anyone else. But he also couldn't just ignore the chance of resurrection of his senior who had helped him so much. Maybe he could wait a while before bringing it up, so it wouldn't seem so unpleasant. But he couldn't wait, and he was even more afraid that Senior Jie Zhong couldn't wait any longer. He also knew that with Senior Jie Zhong's arrogant character, he would never take the initiative to ask Zhou Xingdou for help. Master, please help me. Xiao Tianzuo kept knocking his head, tears of pain flowing from the corners of his eyes. The rebukes and advice from the ancient bronze ring in his ears, Zhou Xingdou's indifference, and the guilt in his heart all tormented his heart. Even Qing Yanjing looked reluctant at this moment and wanted to persuade Zhou Xingdou beside her, but Zhou Xingdou raised his hand to block her words. Zhou Xingdou looked at Xiao Tianzuo with no change in expression and snorted coldly. Since you want to kowtow so much, then I will grant your wish. As Zhou Xingdou finished speaking, a mysterious and solemn music of the underworld suddenly sounded between heaven and earth. This melody seemed to come from the netherworld, carrying endless pressure and profound power. At this moment, a barrier formed by the power of Hades suddenly appeared under Xiao Tianzuo. This barrier emitted a dark light, like an indestructible fortress. Xiao Tianzuo knocked his head against the barrier condensed by the power of the god of the underworld without hesitation, and an indescribable pain immediately came from his forehead. The body, which had originally become extremely strong by creating tens of thousands of particles due to the cultivation of the divine elephant prison suppressing power, now felt like it had hit a steel wall. Severe pain came from Xiao Tianzuo's forehead, but he did not stop his actions. Instead, he gritted his teeth and continued to knock his head down hard, repeating, Master, please help me. Each collision made a dull thud, like the roar of thunder, and the sound echoed in the room, deafening. A moment later, Xiao Tianzuo's forehead was broken and blood flowed out, staining the ground red. But he seemed to completely ignore his own blood, still kowtowing firmly, constantly begging Zhou Xingdou for his help. This scene made the soul in the ancient bronze ring unable to remain calm any longer, but she also knew that she could not persuade it to stop, so she shouted to Zhou Xingdou urgently. Fellow Daoist Zhou. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Zhou Xingdou's extremely cold voice. This is a matter between us, master and disciple. No need for others to interfere. Zhou Xingdou's tone was icy cold, leaving no room for negotiation. His eyes were like knives, staring at Xiao Tianzuo closely, his face like ice that had never melted. No matter how pitiful Xiao Tianzuo looked at the moment, he was not moved at all. Then Zhou Xingdou looked at Xiao Tianzuo again and said coldly, I'm going to be in seclusion for a while now. If you want to kowtow to me, you can do it until I come out. His voice was calm as water, yet it carried an irresistible majesty. Zhou Xingdou then looked at Luo Balian and snorted coldly. You are here watching him knock. Luo Balian's body trembled, and he immediately knelt down and said yes respectfully. After giving Luo Balian the order, Zhou Xingdou left without any hesitation, taking Qing Yanjing with him. However, Zhou Xingdou did not go far. He and Qing Yanjing randomly found a mountain near Xiao Tianzuo's courtyard and landed there. Qing Yanjing also asked Zhou Xingdou with a puzzled look on his face. In fact, you are not angry at all, and you seem to admire him. The true spirits have been fighting in the endless river of time. Although Qing Yanjing may not be the person who knows Zhou Xingdou best, it is not difficult for him to analyze whether Zhou Xingdou is really angry or just pretending to be angry. Zhou Xingdou's handsome face, which was as beautiful as black ice and never changed, also showed a faint smile at this moment. No one will hate a person who is grateful for the favor. Although in Zhou Xingdou's heart, Xiao Tianzuo's behavior was a bit over the top, after all, he had already told him not to beg for mercy. If the soul wanted to reshape its body, it needed to come and beg in person. However, if viewed from another perspective, investing in someone like Xiao Tianzuo who is deeply affectionate and grateful is undoubtedly a very wise choice. Perhaps most people are not willing to become such a person, but everyone, regardless of good or evil, hopes to have someone like Xiao Tianzuo around them, even Zhou Xingdou himself. Xing Yanjing was still a little confused and asked again. Then why do you still want to stay in seclusion and let him keep knocking? I just want him to realize that no one in the world has the responsibility and obligation to treat him well unconditionally. More importantly, I want him to clearly realize that repaying a favor is not an easy thing. After saying this, Zhou Xingdou stood steadily on the top of the mountain with his hands behind his back, overlooking the courtyard in the wilderness in the distance, and said meaningfully. Besides, I also want to see if he is really that determined. Xing Yan stood quietly beside Zhou Xingdou, with a touching smile blooming on her beautiful and mature face. I'm glad you have such consideration. However, before she finished her words, she keenly felt Zhou Xingdou's hand quietly climbing up her waist. This sudden action made her smile. This little man seems to have matured a lot, but his nature is still hard to change. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows, shifted his gaze away from the courtyard, and instead stared at Xing Yanjing, the graceful and gentle woman beside him. Finally, he showed a little bit of teasing. Aunt Jing, you're really pretending. You actually knew what I was thinking from the beginning, and you even pretended to be confused and asked me for an explanation. Xing Yanjing's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a gentle and graceful look. Really? Could it be that the master doesn't like it? Xing Yanjing emphasized the word master, which made Zhou Xingdou curse her in his heart as witch. Then he hugged Xing Yanjing's delicate body tightly in his arms without hesitation. At this moment, thunder rumbled in the sky, rolling incessantly. Black clouds covered the sky, and heavy rain fell in an instant, making the world full of vitality. And on the top of this deserted mountain within 1,000 miles, an incomparably huge formation stood up like a pillar supporting the sky, covering the entire world and isolating all things in the world from outside. No one knew what happened in the formation. Bang! 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 In the deserted wilderness, in the courtyard washed by heavy rain, loud bangs continued to be heard. Xiao Tianzuo was still kneeling on the barrier formed by the power of the god of the underworld. His forehead was covered in blood. The barrier that had been constantly hit was already soaked in blood, with bits of flesh and blood scattered around. But Xiao Tianzuo still showed no signs of stopping, and kept kowtowing and shouting. Please help me, Master. Chapter 354, The Terror of Dao Realm Law. After a long time, Zhou Xingdou exhaled deeply, and his restless blood finally slowly returned to a calm state, and his tense muscles also relaxed a lot at this moment. However, his retreat in practice will not stagnate like this. Of course, this retreat is not just for the sake of having fun with Xing Yanjing. In fact, he hadn't even had time to take a closer look at the things he had just obtained in the system warehouse. For example, the Dao Soldier's original embryo and the Dao Realm Laws of the Heavens. Just by looking at these entries and names, you can tell that they are definitely not ordinary things. The original embryo of the Taoist soldier is a treasure bred naturally by the heavens, and it is also the embryo of the innate Taoist soldier. Although Zhou Xingdou didn't know what the innate Taoist soldiers were, as long as they were related to the word innate, they must be very important. Zhou Xingdou had successfully cultivated the Bing secret for a long time, but because he had yet to refine his only source weapon, the Bing secret had never been truly useful. Now that this soldier's original body has appeared, it has saved Zhou Xingdou a lot of trouble. Originally, Zhou Xingdou was extremely reluctant to use weapons. After all, his peerless divine body might not be able to be defeated by ordinary weapons, and he also preferred to use his fists. But it was during the battle with Ling Sanqiu that he understood the importance of weapons. Although he had reached the peak of Quasi-Emperor with the help of the mighty power of the stars at that time, he did not have a single weapon that suited him. Moreover, in that kind of battle, his strong physique could only be considered an advantage, but he could not use his fists to block Ling Sanqiu's blade. If he had a handy weapon in his hand at that time, he would not have been suppressed by Ling Sanqiu, and he would not have been so injured. This also gave him the idea of refining the only source weapon. This weapon's original embryo could solve his urgent needs. The original embryo of a Taoist soldier has a great advantage. It is already in the embryonic state of a congenital Taoist soldier, so there is no need for a weapon refiner to refine it. Zhou Xingdou only needs to use the secret method of the word soldier as the only source weapon to refine it into shape. Moreover, the potential of this weapon's original embryo is incomparable to any divine material. After being refined into shape, it will grow with Zhou Xingdou's cultivation and strength. There is no need to invest materials to refine and upgrade every time a realm is broken. As long as the ritual is successful, no matter how much power Zhou Xingdou can mobilize, this unique source weapon will be able to burst out with the ultimate power of this force. The value of this Taoist weapon alone is even far greater than that of the Emperor's weapon. But the only problem now is that Zhou Xingdou has no cultivation now. Although his divine elephant prison suppressing power has now reached the perfection of the dragon elephant, Zhou Xingdou's combat power is estimated to be comparable to that of the Lord of Creation, but there is still no energy in his dantian and meridians. Even though his divine elephant prison suppressing power can mobilize endless qi and blood, draw in the power of the god of the underworld, and generate the vortex qi of hell, in a sense, Zhou Xingdou is still a mortal without a foundation in Taoism. At least when it comes to refining the only source weapon, it won't work without cultivation. This also made Zhou Xingdou focus on the second reward of the system. The Tao realm method of the heavens is systematically known as the most suitable cultivation system among all the heavens, and the easiest method for transcendence. Zhou Xingdou didn't know what transcendence was, but just a few words were enough to prove the power of this cultivation system. Zhou Xingdou did not have any hesitation about the Tao realm of the heavens and immediately extracted it. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, deafening waves of Taoist sounds suddenly came into Zhou Xingdou's mind. These sounds are like the bell of the universe, ancient and profound, containing endless mysteries and insights. At the same time, countless abstruse, complex and all-encompassing information flooded into his mind like a tide and was deeply imprinted in it. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou suddenly realized and finally understood the cultivation system of this Tao realm of the heavens. Completely different from the initial stage cultivation method in the Chuyuan system, which focuses on tempering the body, the starting point of this set of Zhutian Tao realm method is forging the soul. The so-called soul casting is to create a spiritual platform in the dantian that can communicate with the heaven and the earth, so as to absorb the powerful energy from nature and integrate it into oneself. The soul forging stage is divided into 9 major levels, and each time you break through a level, you need to build a soul platform connecting heaven and earth. When all 9 spiritual platforms are cast, it means that a solid foundation for stepping into the Great Road has been successfully laid. However, although the practice process of the 9 levels of soul forging seems ordinary, once it is practiced to the perfect state, the subsequent development becomes extremely strange and abnormal. After the 9 spiritual gates, there are the 12 Tao realms, also known as the 12 heavens of Tao realm. After the soul is forged to perfection, the real beginning can only be achieved by merging the 9 spiritual platforms of heaven and earth into one to forge the foundation of the Tao realm of the heavens. It is also a key step to formally step into this Tao realm system. The first level of the Tao realm is called the power of heaven and earth. When the 9 spiritual platforms of heaven and earth merge into one, they will turn into a Tongtian Tao platform. With the help of the power of the Tongtian Tao platform, you will be able to connect with the outside world. Just a thought will allow you to reach the sky. With a thought, one can explore the situation of heaven and earth within a radius of tens of millions of miles, and all changes of all things in the world will be fully understood through the Tao platform. Not only that, in the first level of this Taoist realm, one can also communicate with the power of heaven and earth through the Tian Tao platform. With a wave of the hand and a move, heaven and earth work together. Just a thought can bring about violent storms, and just a thought can freeze the mountains and rivers in an instant. Just reading the description of the first level of this realm in his mind made Zhou Xingdou gasp. He not only lamented the horror of the Tao realm of the heavens, but also the gap between the 9 gates of soul forging and the first level of the Tao realm. If the 9 gates of soul forging in the physical realm and the profound realm of Chuyuan are not much different, then the first level of this realm can be said to be directly against the will of heaven. Zhou Xingdou may regard other descriptions as exaggerated, but he is extremely familiar with the means of communicating with heaven and earth and drawing the power of heaven and earth. In the Chuyuan system, the reason why the Saint realm is so different from the previous realms and is extremely overwhelming is because the Saint can communicate with the power of heaven and earth. In a sense, the first level of this realm is not much different from the Saint of the initial stage. This is exactly what made Zhou Xingdou marvel. In the Chuyuan system, not to mention the stalemate between the 9 gates of soul forging and the physical realm, even if it is like the 4 realms of Tongshan and Chuyuan, the leap between the 4 realms of Tongshan and the Holy Realm is as different as the difference between a firefly on rotten grass and the bright moon. In between are the 5 realms of Shinzan, namely, True Man, Mighty Power, Prince, True God and God King. These are the 5 great realms. This leap is no longer a simple metamorphosis, but a real leap from a microorganism to a giant elephant. What's even more terrifying is that this realm of the heavens does not require the conversion of energy. No matter which world it is in, no matter how different the energy is, whether it is spiritual energy or demonic energy, it will not affect cultivation. Chapter 355 Relatively Perfect. It's terrifying. Even if Zhou Xingdou didn't interpret the follow-up of the first level of the Tao realm of the heavens, this change alone made Zhou Xingdou extremely interested in the Tao realm of the heavens. But out of caution, Zhou Xingdou still asked the system with lingering fear. System, is this heavenly Tao realm law much stronger than the Chuyuan system? The system immediately explained. Ding! In fact, the cultivation system of a world that has reached the level of Chuyuan is not as weak as the host thinks, and the Tao realm of the heavens is not as powerful as the host thinks. Because no matter how powerful the system is, it can only allow the host to reach the peak of 6 stars. Even the realm of the heavens is the same, the final destination is 6 stars. Compared to the ethereal nature of the Tao realm law of the heavens, the Chuyuan system is more suitable for most people to practice step by step. Although the Tao realm law of the heavens has a huge realm span, not everyone can practice it. And the host should not underestimate the system of his own world. Although the top of the Chuyuan world is also 6 stars, the unique Tianqin Emperor realm is no match for even the 12th level of the Tao realm of the heavenly Tao realm. So in the entry of the Tao realm law of the heavens, it is not said that it is the strongest system in the heavens, but it is indeed the most inclusive system, the system with the fastest promotion, and the system that is easiest to achieve transcendence. It can only be said that each has its own strengths. There is no strongest system. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. The heavenly Tao realm law is only compared to a relatively perfect system. Zhou Xingdou nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. It must be said that after the second repair, the system became much more useful. It was no longer as clueless as before, but instead like a good teacher. This also allows Zhou Xingdou to communicate more with the system. However, after listening to the system's analysis, Zhou Xingdou became a little hesitant. If the Tao realm of the heavens was far stronger than the Chuyuan system, then he would not hesitate. But now, after listening to the systematic analysis, Zhou Xingdou realized that the gap between the two was actually not that big, and that the Chuyuan system itself had a deep foundation, and Tian Xan was also very important to Zhou Xingdou. But just when Zhou Xingdou was a little entangled, the system's voice sounded in his ears. Ding! Host, why are you hesitant now? With your previous temper, shouldn't you have wanted them all? The system's words made Zhou Xingdou laugh. These are not 2 techniques or 2 treasures. These are 2 choices of cultivation systems. Different techniques will conflict with each other, not to mention 2 most fundamental cultivation systems. How could he not know that hesitation was not his character? But even if he was extremely bold, it was unprecedented to practice 2 cultivation systems at the same time. This was no longer a matter of courage, it was a matter of life and death. What's more, he is still in this strange world with no one to protect him. If an accident happens, no one will save him. How dare he be the first in the world? The system was silent for a while, and finally gave its own suggestion. Ding! The system suggests that the host cultivate the Tao realm of the heavens, and then find a way to make the 2 systems compatible after returning to the Chuyuan. After all, the Tao realm of the heavens is the most tolerant. If the host cultivates the Chuyuan method first, it is likely that the Chuyuan method will not be able to cultivate the Tao realm of the heavens again due to its domineering nature. Zhou Xingdou pondered for a while and felt that the system's suggestion was indeed reasonable, but he still said with some worry, "That makes sense. But can the skills I have be used to cultivate the Tao realm of the heavens?" The cultivation techniques of Zhou Xingdou, except for the supreme external skill of divine elephant prison suppressing power, all come from Chuyuan and may not be compatible with the Tao realm of the heavens. Ding! Host, you will know after trying it. There was a hint of smile in the system's voice, which made Zhou Xingdou feel that the system seemed to know something vaguely, and the reward of the Zhutian Tao realm method in his own hesitation seemed to be within the system's expectations. This made Zhou Xingdou raise his eyebrows slightly, but he didn't say much. He could feel from the system's words that the system really wanted him to practice the Tao realm of the heavens. However, he did not refuse. When the system was asleep, he learned from the program generated by the system itself that the system was in great need of Chuyuan's Tian Xin. Now that I am so supported in practicing the Tao realm of the heavens, I am afraid there really is a way for me to practice both systems. Otherwise, considering how much the system values Tianxin, the Tao realm of the heavens would not even appear in the rewards. Thinking that Zhou Xingdou also had a tacit understanding with the system, he did not ask too much. He just immersed his mind in the information of the 9 levels of soul forging in the Tao realm of the heavens in his mind. Although this was the first time that Zhou Xingdou was walking through the system of the Tao realm of the heavens, the most basic 9 levels of soul forging still couldn't stop him, not to mention that the 9 levels of soul forging had some similarities with Chuyuan's Chuyuan Realm. In just a moment, Zhou Xingdou understood the true meaning of the 9 gates of soul forging. Then Zhou Xingdou did not delay and immediately put his internal skills into practice. The first thing he thought of was the 99 Profound Heavens creation book that he read when he was crowned as a Taoist. Because this technique is the most gentle one Zhou Xingdou possesses, it is ever-changing and highly inclusive, and its performance is extremely similar to the Tao realm technique of the heavens. But unfortunately, the 99 Mysterious Heavens creation treasure book seemed incompatible with the power contained in this world. Even if Zhou Xingdou tried to use the 99 Mysterious Heavens creation treasure book to absorb the energy of this world, he was unable to condense the spirit platform for the 9 gates of soul forging. However, Zhou Xingdou was not in a hurry. He then tried to use the Luoxia Sword Classic to draw the energy into his body, but just like the Zhou Xin Tian Creation Classic, even though he was able to draw the energy into his body, the energy was constantly blending in his dantian and could not take shape. After trying several times, Zhou Xingdou was still stuck at the stage of condensing the first spirit platform. Even though he used qi and blood control to forcibly condense the spirit platform, after the qi and blood dissipated, the spirit platform collapsed instantly. Now Zhou Xingdou undoubtedly only has one last choice, which is the Zhou family's inherited martial arts, Ziwei Taiwang Sutra. To be honest, the reason why Zhou Xingdou put it last was because he felt that the Ziwei Taiwang Sutra had the least chance of being able to cultivate the system of the Tao realm of the heavens. Although the Ziwei Taiwang Sutra never showed its power in Zhou Xingdou was very clear that this martial art was actually extremely domineering. In the early Yuan dynasty, Ziwei Taiwang Sutra was extremely picky and never absorbed any messy power. Even the spiritual energy had to be extremely pure spiritual energy and star power to make it work. But at this point, the only thing left that he hadn't tried was the Ziwei Taiwang Sutra. Combined with the system's words, how could Zhou Xingdou not understand? His own bloodline technique, Ziwei Taiwang Sutra, was probably the most suitable technique he had ever found for the realm of the heavens. At this moment Zhou Xingdou immediately used the Ziwei Taiwang Sutra's mental method. The Great Luo Heavenly Palace, the Purple Star Palace. High as the North Pole, above the center of the sky. The golden wheel is blazing, the jade bowl is deep in the sky. Xuanji Yuhong coordinates the 7 political systems, and governs the heavens and the earth. The sun, moon, and stars are in accordance with the 4 seasons, and they move along the purple ecliptic. The master of all phenomena, the ruler of the heavens. Chapter 356, Breakthrough in Tao Realm. Buzz. As Zhou Xingdou practiced the Ziwei Taiwan Sutra, a loud buzzing sound was heard. The sound was deafening and echoed through the sky, as if the entire universe was shaken. In an instant, there was silence between heaven and earth, and time seemed to have frozen. The wind was rising and the clouds were surging, changing unpredictably. The originally clear sky was instantly covered by endless starlight, dazzling and dazzling. At this moment, the mountain where Zhou Xingdou was located became the focus of the whole world. Countless energy torrents gathered from all directions, like surging waves, and continuously flowed towards Zhou Xingdou. These energies did not come from Zhou Xingdou's own guidance, but were attracted by some mysterious force and spontaneously gathered towards him. The energy thousands of miles away became extremely active at this moment. They seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and rushed madly towards the direction where Zhou Xingdou was. Crash! Countless energies gathered above Zhou Xingdou's head to form a huge vortex, like a towering mountain hanging upside down, majestic and powerful. Above the sky, countless stars are shining brightly, as if the Milky Way is hanging upside down, which is beautiful beyond words. The starlight from those stars poured down like a waterfall and directly poured into Zhou Xingdou's body. The power of the stars and the energy of this world poured into Zhou Xingdou's dantian frantically, and spontaneously began to blend and condense. Boom! With a loud roar, Zhou Xingdou's whole body shook, and an extraordinary and ethereal aura quickly rose from him. This breath gushed out from every pore of his body like surging waves, forming a powerful aura. In his dantian, the sea-like star power and mysterious energy are boiling, as if about to set off an earth-shaking energy storm. And suddenly, in the boiling energy storm, a spiritual platform of heaven and earth was established. This sacred platform of heaven and earth is like a towering mountain, soaring into the clouds and majestic. It was glittering with purple starlight, like the brightest star in the night sky, and it seemed that meteors were constantly passing through it, leaving behind colorful trails. Boom! 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 Immediately afterwards, Zhou Xingdou's body vibrated 8 times in succession, and each vibration represented that a spiritual platform of heaven and earth was condensed in his dantian again. These heavenly and earthly spiritual platforms are taller and more spectacular than the last. They echo and connect with each other, forming a huge and mysterious system. In a short while, all 9 spiritual platforms of heaven and earth were successfully condensed. However, these 9 spiritual platforms of heaven and earth do not exist independently, but are stacked on top of each other. The stacked heaven and earth spiritual platform is like a 9-treasure exquisite tower, supporting the sky, exuding a mysterious, ancient, and magnificent atmosphere. Each layer of the tower body is shining with a unique light, reflecting each other, which is dazzling. Zhou Xingdou was slightly stunned as he looked inward at his dantian. He was not shocked that he had established 9 spiritual platforms of heaven and earth so quickly and reached perfection in the 9 levels of soul forging. It was just that it was all too easy. He didn't even have the intention to condense these 9 spirit platforms. He had only started the Ziwei Taiyuan Sutra and hadn't even put it into full operation. However, in the blink of an eye, he had caused such a huge energy storm and created 9 spirit platforms. But even so, how could the 9th level of soul forging satisfy Zhou Xingdou? Even though it is a brand new system, it is only equivalent to the realm of the physical realm and the profound realm. For Zhou Xingdou, it is no different from a useless person. What's more, the soul forging realm was simply unable to allow Zhou Xingdou to witness the magic of the Tao of the heavens. No matter what, you have to enter the first level of the Tao realm, where heaven and earth work together. As soon as Zhou Xingdou thought about it, the exquisite tower composed of 9 spirit platforms sank with a loud bang. The 9th spirit platform on the top layer sank into the 8th spirit platform. Zhou Xingdou also felt that the weak power in his dantian had nearly doubled. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou had a flash of inspiration in his mind and understood the true meaning of breaking through the 9 levels of soul forging. Building 9 heaven and earth spiritual platforms and 1 sky-reaching spiritual platform, isn't it? What are the 2 meanings of simplifying into complexity and simplifying into complexity? Once he understood this, Zhou Xingdou's mind suddenly became clear, as if he had already figured out the method to break through the realm. At this moment, he didn't even need to practice the Ziwei Taiyuan Sutra deliberately, his body naturally exuded a powerful aura. At this time, the spiritual platform of heaven and earth, which originally had only 8 layers, began to sink continuously. The number of layers of the spiritual platform of heaven and earth, which originally had 8 layers, continued to decrease: 7 layers, 6 layers, 5 layers. As the spiritual platform of heaven and earth merged, waves of energy rose from Zhou Xingdou's body, like surging waves. These air waves intertwined and entangled with each other, forming a huge aura that distorted the surrounding space. At the moment when the 9 spiritual platforms of heaven and earth were completely united, bursts of golden light suddenly rippled across the sky. These golden lights contained the endless will of heaven and earth, as if they were mysterious powers coming from the depths of the universe. They pierced through the sky above Zhou Xingdou and shot out a huge beam of light. This pillar of light that reaches the sky is like a bridge connecting heaven and earth. It is filled with divine aura and dazzling. It completely enveloped the top of the mountain where Zhou Xingdou was, bathing the entire mountaintop in golden light. Zhou Xingdou himself, under the illumination of this beam of light, sat cross-legged in the void and slowly rose. His figure grew higher and higher, gradually moving away from the ground. During this process, Zhou Xingdou's state of mind became more and more calm, like a clear lake with no ripples at all. He seemed to have merged with the whole world and felt an unprecedented tranquility and transcendence. Even if he closed his eyes at this moment, Zhou Xingdou could still clearly perceive the changes in the world. He could see the tiny veins on a young grass thousands of miles away. He could also see through the layers of houses and trees and see the young man in the courtyard who was still kowtowing devoutly. At this moment, the world became exceptionally transparent, and Zhou Xingdou understood clearly the weaknesses and heaviness of every corner, as well as all the truths flowing between heaven and earth. At this moment, he is like a god who monitors the heaven and earth. With just a thought, he can see through everything within a radius of tens of millions of miles. No secret can escape his eyes. When Zhou Xingdou entered this mysterious state, a stream of light shot out from his dantian and hit the golden light that opened up the sky and the earth. Buzz! A magnificent golden Taoist platform dotted with stars emerged from the flowing light. As soon as the platform appeared, it aroused a buzzing sound from heaven and earth. The will of heaven seemed to be alarmed at this moment, and countless streams of light spread and circulated between heaven and earth, like the veins of heaven and earth, engraved on the surface of the platform. Zhou Xingdou, who was in the state of monitoring the heaven and earth, suddenly felt that the power in his body was like a torrent, rapidly increasing and changing exponentially. Chapter 357, Heaven and Earth Join Forces. But compared to the sudden increase in power in his dantian, what shocked Zhou Xingdou more was that his understanding of the world also soared at this moment. Even if Zhou Xingdou didn't admit it at this moment, his understanding of the laws of heaven and earth had even surpassed that of the time when he broke through to become a saint. Maybe at this moment, I am not as strong as I was when I was a saint, or even as good as I was when I was a sage, but my understanding of the heaven, earth, and the Tao is almost overwhelming. Zhou Xingdou opened his deep silver eyes at this moment. Because he had cultivated to the first level of the Tao realm and regained his cultivation, the rolling purple energy once again filled his eyes. All kinds of strange phenomena in heaven and earth, at the moment Zhou Xingdou opened his eyes, suddenly poured into the Tongtian Daotai sitting high in the sky. Zhou Xingdou slowly raised his bright and deep eyes, staring at the Tongtian Daotai in the distance with a gaze like a torch. His fingers moved slightly, as if containing endless Taoist meaning. As he moved, the magnificent Taoist platform that dominated the heaven and earth seemed to be awakened, and instantly burst into dazzling light. The Taoist platform transformed into a stream of light at an astonishing speed, like a meteor across the sky, and fell accurately into Zhou Xingdou's dantian. The moment the Tongtian Daotai entered his dantian, Zhou Xingdou immediately felt that he had established an unprecedented wonderful connection with the entire world. This feeling made Zhou Xingdou feel a little strange, because this was something he had not experienced when he broke through the holy realm. This made Zhou Xingdou raise his eyebrows slightly and look towards a distant mountain. In an instant, as soon as the thought came to his mind, the sky and the earth were filled with wind and clouds, thunder roared, the earth fire erupted, and the wind howled. All kinds of powerful forces of heaven and earth gathered together in an instant, forming a terrifying energy vortex that tightly enveloped the huge mountain that was 10,000 meters high. The mountain was on the verge of collapse under the impact of this powerful force, and was completely destroyed in the blink of an eye, turning into countless fine powders that floated in the air. This scene made Qing Yanjing, whose face was flushed, a little stunned. She woke up when Zhou Xingdou caused the strange phenomenon, but she did not disturb Zhou Xingdou. Of course, he was not surprised because Zhou Xingdou destroyed the mountain. After all, when these strong men made a move, the void of space would be destroyed, so destroying a mountain was nothing. But how could he not see that Zhou Xingdou was using the power of heaven and earth to induce celestial phenomena and thus erase the mountain? This was exactly what surprised her. Not to mention that Zhou Xingdou was still a person without any cultivation just now. His ability to control the celestial phenomena and strike accurately without affecting an inch of land or flowers near the mountain showed that Zhou Xingdou's control over the power of heaven and earth had reached the pinnacle. Others may not understand this, but Qin Yanjing now fully understands the horror of this matter. Because communicating with the power of heaven and earth, mobilizing the power of heaven and earth, and completely controlling the power of heaven and earth are completely different concepts. Although this kind of celestial attack is not very strong, it reveals the control over the power of heaven and earth. It is like Zhou Xingdou giving orders to the will of heaven and earth, and the will of heaven and earth controls the power of heaven and earth to attack on Zhou Xingdou's behalf. This kind of control over the power of heaven and earth is something that even a great sage, let alone a saint, may not be able to do. Zhou Xingdou looked at the empty space that was erased without leaving any trace, and finally smiled a little, saying softly, "Interesting." Feeling the strange and unique power of the Dao realm in his body, Zhou Xingdou finally understood the essential difference between the Chuyuan system and the Dao realm of the heavens. The Chuyuan system emphasizes gravity and lightness, so when it moves, it is like a reckless man splitting the sky, but the force is huge and heavy. The Dao realm of the heavens emphasizes Dao over force, and has a deep understanding of the heaven, earth, and Dao. It borrows power from heaven and earth, and its Dao force is exquisite, with the power of a little force moving a great object. Moreover, he could clearly feel that although he had reached the first level of the Tao realm, the power of heaven and earth was one. But if he puts aside the use of the power of heaven and earth, he will definitely not be able to defeat himself who is at the Saint realm. Moreover, the first level of the Dao realm of the heavens has almost no effect on the physical strength. In other words, if one puts aside his divine elephant prison suppressing power and his innate physique and other things, after he is cultivated to the first level of the Dao realm, his physique will not be much stronger than when he reached the 9th level of soul forging. In this respect, it is indeed not as good as the original system that takes both spirits and bodies into consideration. However, even after breaking through the first level of the Dao realm, Zhou Xingdou felt that he seemed to still have enough energy to reach a higher level. After all, at this moment he had not even fully practiced the Ziwei Taihuang Sutra. But he did not intend to continue breaking through, not because he found it troublesome, nor because his realm was not stable. On the contrary, there was no such thing as unstable cultivation in the realm of the Tao of the heavens, and there was no so-called distinction between the early, middle and late stages. There was only a difference in the level of perception and use of the power of the Tao, and there was no other difference. It was simply because he was afraid that his new stupid disciple might knock himself to death. At this moment, Qin Yanjing had also sorted out her clothes, and walked towards Zhou Xingdou, slightly surprised, and said, "The power in you seems to be a little different from before." In fact, there is not only a difference in strength. When Qin Yanjing stared at Zhou Xingdou, there is always a wonderful feeling in her heart. She found that Zhou Xingdou seemed to exude a more charming charm, and his temperament became more and more complex. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou stood quietly on the top of the mountain. His originally handsome and extraordinary face no longer had that extremely cold expression, but instead had a hint of transcendental charm. The aloof, noble and unattainable him in the past now has a more ethereal temperament, and people no longer feel that he is extremely overbearing and difficult to approach. He was just standing there simply, yet he was like the focus of heaven and earth, as if the whole world was revolving around him and all things were silently protecting him. The energy and vitality of this world seemed to be attracted to him, and they continued to flow towards him. Unfortunately, in the battle with Ling Sanqiu, Zhou Xingdou's Heavenly Thunder Emperor armor was damaged. Now the divinity of the Heavenly Thunder Emperor armor is gone. Not only can it not bring out Zhou Xingdou's elegance, it also makes this extremely beautiful picture in Qin Yanjing's eyes have some flaws. Zhou Xingdou did not hide anything from Qin Yanjing, and smiled slightly. "I built another very interesting system." As he spoke, Zhou Xingdou also felt that there was something wrong with Qin Yanjing's gaze on him, and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "I have flowers on me." Qin Yanjing frowned slightly, shook his head and said, "No, I just think you should replace this tattered armor. It looks really ugly now." Qin Yanjing's words also made Zhou Xingdou lower his head and pay attention to his heavenly punishment Thunder Emperor armor for the first time in a long time. Just as Qin Yanjing said, the heavenly punishment Thunder Emperor armor had already become extremely gray, and there was a large piece of it broken on the chest. It turns out that this magical object from heaven and earth has been completely damaged. Chapter 358, Refining the Taoist Embryo. Looking at the dilapidated Heavenly Thunder Emperor armor, Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but sigh. This armor was made by him using the power of heaven to trick the source of lightning from heaven. It had accompanied him in battles for quite some time, but it could not hold out in the end. In fact, Zhou Xingdou still likes this armor very much. Although it can no longer keep up with him, it is indeed very close-fitting and feels as if nothing is on his body when he wears it. It is very convenient. It's a pity that the level of the punishing Thunder Emperor armor is ultimately useless to me now. My physique alone is much stronger than that of the punishing Thunder Emperor armor. Even if it was repaired, it would be useless to Zhou Xingdou. Even if he nurtured it, the advancement would be extremely slow, and he was reluctant to abandon it. Now we can only put him into the source of heavenly punishment lightning and let him repair himself. When the time is right, we will let him see the light of day again. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou shook his head slightly. He raised his hand lightly and waved it casually, as if he was directing the operation of the entire world. As he moved, the slightly tattered Heavenly Thunder Emperor armor that originally covered him slowly peeled off from his body as if being pulled by some mysterious force. At the same time, a dazzling light burst out from the vertical lines between Zhou Xingdou's eyebrows. This ray of light was exactly the source of Zhou Xingdou's heavenly punishment thunder, full of destruction and magnificent divine power. Under the shining light, the Heavenly Thunder Emperor armor began to gradually shrink, and finally turned into a ball of energy flashing with lightning, and sank into the vertical lines between Zhou Xingdou's eyebrows. When the punishing Thunder Emperor armor disappeared, Zhou Xingdou immediately exuded a new aura. A noble dark purple cloud robe quietly emerged, as if it had always been there but had been covered up before. This cloud robe was glowing with a faint purple light all over, and was dotted with countless shining spots like stars. These starlights are like lively elves, roaming and playing on the cloud robes, giving people a dreamlike feeling. The moment Zhou Xingdou put on this noble cloud robe, purple air filled the air and rose up. As it surged, it seemed as if countless living creatures evolved. They circled and danced around Zhou Xingdou, forming a magnificent picture. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou was like a fairy above the clouds. His temperament became more ethereal and transcendent, as if he had transcended the constraints of the earthly world. However, within this otherworldly temperament lies an incomparable sense of dignity that makes people feel awe. This piece of clothing was what Zhou Xingdou found in the Xingdou Palace when he returned to Taisher Daoyu. It seemed to be left to him by his mother, so Zhou Xingdou put it in his storage ring. Now that the Emperor's armor of thunder was damaged, he might as well put on the clothes his mother left for him. I have to say that his mother has a good taste. This purple robe is dreamy, but that's all. Because apart from looking good, this purple robe has no other magical effects. It cannot even block any attacks. Instead, it will allow external attacks to pass through the clothes and directly hit the flesh to prevent the clothes from being damaged. This is also the reason why Zhou Xingdou has never worn it. There is no difference between wearing it and not wearing it. However, now that Zhou Xingdou's divine elephant and the prison-suppressing dragon elephant have reached perfection, his physique is no less powerful than that of the supreme weapon, and he also has the strongest defense method of protection from the god of the underworld. Ordinary protective gear is not only useless, but will also affect his dominant body's ability to absorb attack energy. On the contrary, this purple robe, which is indestructible and seems to be there and not there, is just right for Zhou Xingdou to use now. When Zhou Xingdou looked at Qin Yanjing again, he saw a hint of obsession in her beautiful eyes. She tilted her head slightly and looked at him in a daze with a smile. However, Zhou Xingdou did not wake up Qin Yanjing. Now that he had reached the first level of the Dao realm and had achieved cultivation, he naturally had to take out the Dao soldier's original embryo and refine it in his Dantian system, extract the Dao Bing Yuan Tai. As soon as Zhou Xingdou finished speaking, a mysterious and strange substance suddenly appeared in front of him. This substance was neither gold, jade, stone, nor wood, and it exuded an incomprehensible supreme aura. The moment it appeared, Zhou Xingdou felt as if the world around him had frozen, and all moral laws had become silent. In front of this mysterious substance, everything in the world pales in comparison and loses its original brilliance and charm. It is difficult to identify the material of this mass of matter, and it is filled with a powerful aura that even Zhou Xingdou cannot understand. However, at this moment, Qing Yanjing, who had been staring at Zhou Xingdou, suddenly came to her senses. She narrowed her eyes slightly, revealing a hint of surprise, and murmured to herself, "What on earth is this substance? Why does the Futu Zuta in my body feel fear in front of it?" Zhou Xingdou was shocked when he heard Qing Yanjing's words. He frowned, stared at Qing Yanjing, and asked doubtfully, "Is Futu Zuta afraid?" Others don't know, but Zhou Xingdou is well aware of the power of the Futu ancestral tower. It is the sacred object of the ancient Futu clan where Qing Yanjing belongs. It is also the strongest heritage of the ancient Futu clan, and has been passed down for tens of millions of years. Moreover, before the death of every great elder of the ancient Futu clan, he would enter the Futu ancestral tower and sit in meditation, integrating all his cultivation into the Futu ancestral tower. If its full power were to burst out, some Chuyuan imperial soldiers might not be able to match it. Otherwise, how could Qing Yanjing, with his supreme state, have suppressed Luoanju, who was at the 4th level of quasi-emperor, and made him unable to raise his head? This weapon has not been sacrificed yet and is still in the embryonic state, but it has already caused fear in the Futu Zuta, which has already proved its strength. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou felt an irrepressible excitement and anticipation in his heart. His eyes were fixed on the mysterious Taoist embryo, as if he could see endless possibilities through it. He took a deep breath, carefully stretched out his fingers, and approached the group of Taoist soldiers. When Zhou Xingdou's fingertips gently touched the Daobing Yuantai, his originally tense nerves suddenly relaxed. Because he did not feel the slightest resistance, but instead felt like he was touching a warm and soft object. Zhou Xingdou was a little surprised by this unusual smoothness, but he did not hesitate for too long and decided to let nature take its course. However, before Zhou Xingdou could actively practice his skills and store the Taoist soldier's embryo into his dantian, this mysterious substance automatically merged into his body like flowing water. It passed through the skin, muscles and meridians unhindered, going upstream and heading straight for Zhou Xingdou's dantian. Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly, feeling this wonderful and incredible scene. He clearly felt the trajectory of the Daobing Yuantai flowing in his body, as if it had merged with his life force. But then, in Zhou Xingdou's sea of consciousness, the ancient word of killing that had been dormant for a long time, like a stunning divine weapon, suddenly revived at this moment. Chapter 359 Leave it to time. The moment the secret of the word Bing was revived, a mysterious and powerful force poured into the dantian like a torrent. The Taoist soldier's original body, which had been quietly suspended in it, suddenly changed and boiled violently. It was no longer as calm as water as before, but began to roll and stir violently, as if to turn the entire dantian upside down. At the same time, on the outer layer of the Dao soldier's original body, a series of gilded ancient runes were like agile fish, constantly shuttling and interweaving. These runes exuded a palpitating aura, and they tightly wrapped around the Dao soldier's original body, forming an indestructible shield. What surprised Zhou Xingdou even more was that although this soldier's embryo kept rolling, it actually did not cause any substantial damage to his dantian. It seemed more like it was jumping for joy. This also made the process of refining the Taoist warrior's original fetus extremely smooth. Zhou Xingdou was originally worried that this extraordinary creature would resist or object, but the reality was completely the opposite. This group of Taoist soldiers seemed to be very obedient to the secret method of refining the word soldier, and it was even easier than refining a holy weapon. Under the continuous practice of the secret of the soldier character, the changes in the Dao soldier's original embryo became more and more obvious. It gradually became more solid, and the originally vague outline gradually became clearer. It can be seen that it is gradually forming a solidified form. Although it has not yet taken shape, one can already feel the endless potential and majesty contained in it. But then, a difficult problem appeared in front of Zhou Xingdou. So what kind of weapon does he want to refine this weapon essence into? Sword? But although he had the vein of the ultimate sword, he knew no other sword skills except the one move of the heaven-punishing sword. And to be fair, he didn't like swords, he just liked sword immortals. Zhou Xingdou had no interest in other weapons. The only thing he was good at was his fists, but making boxing gloves took away the fun of using his fists. Thoughts were surging like the tide, and Zhou Xingdou suddenly recalled the mysterious and magnificent picture of 100 soldiers that appeared in his mind when he first successfully cultivated the secret of the word soldier. In the painting of 100 weapons, a pair of bronze armors caught his attention. Although he had never seen such weapons before, it was deeply imprinted in his heart. What is puzzling is that Zhou Xingdou couldn't even understand what the purpose or special abilities of the pair of bronze armors were, but at that moment, an impulse surged in his heart, prompting him to determine without hesitation that this pair of armors was the ideal form for him to use for sacrifice and refining the only source weapon. This intuition is so strong that it seems like an innate instinctive reaction. When he made up his mind to choose this pair of armor as his weapon, the Taoist soldier's embryo, which was tightly wrapped in countless golden runes and was undergoing sacrifice and refining, suddenly split into two parts at this moment, and began to rapidly merge and deform into the appearance in Zhou Xingdou's memory. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou also came out of the state of introspection into his dantian. It takes time to refine the only source weapon. Now that the form has been confirmed, the rest can only be left to time. What's more, if he continued to procrastinate, his newly accepted disciple might really knock him to death. Qin Yanjing didn't ask much about Zhou Xingdou's Taoist soldier's original embryo just now. After all, in her eyes, whatever Zhou Xingdou took out was normal. Zhou Xingdou didn't say anything else. He looked at Qin Yanjing and smiled slightly. Let's go. A day has passed. My silly disciple should know that it is not easy to repay a favor. And in that isolated, uninhabited, vast and boundless wilderness, there is a courtyard standing alone. At this moment, Xiao Tianzhua was still constantly hitting the barrier formed by the power of the god of the underworld with his forehead, again and again, as if he was tireless. His blood flowed from his forehead like a fountain, flowing continuously, and soon the entire floor in the room was dyed bright red. The strong smell of blood filled the air, making people sick. At this time, Xiao Tianzhua's forehead had been smashed into a bloody mess, and one could even vaguely see the white bones inside. His entire body was soaked in his own blood, as if he had just been fished out of a pool of blood. With such a huge blood flow, even Xiao Tianzhua, who has now cultivated the divine elephant prison suppressing power, finds it difficult to support it. His face was as pale as a piece of white paper, without a trace of blood, and his originally loud voice became vague and weak, as if it would drift away in the wind at any time. However, despite this, Xiao Tianzhua still did not stop kowtowing. Every time he kowtossed, he would mutter to himself, "Please master, help me." This sentence seemed to be his last hope and the only motivation for him to persevere. Luo Belian stood at one side, looking at Xiao Tianzhua with a slight emotion in his eyes, but he did not stop Xiao Tianzhua. He just watched quietly, and occasionally when Xiao Tianzhua could no longer hold on, he secretly gave him a glimmer of life. Otherwise, let alone other things, the recoil force of the barrier condensed by the power of the god of the underworld would have made Xiao Tianzhua faint. However, this is not because Luo Belian feels sorry for Xiao Tianzhua. Even if a person like him is moved by Xiao Tianzhua's persistence, he still will not feel any sympathy. Born into the chaos cult that buried a hidden nail in the Chuyuan, the Luo family has seen too many lives and deaths, and their compassion has long been worn out. Even if Xiao Tianzhua was not Zhou Xingdou's disciple, he would not even be moved at all, and the only reason he gave him life was because of Zhou Xingdou. He was not stupid, so he naturally understood that Zhou Xingdou asked him to watch here so that Xiao Tianzhua would not knock him to death. But even with the life force that Luo Belian secretly brought in, it could only ensure that Xiao Tianzhua would not die from constant kowtows. The severe pain of each kowtow was always clear. The flesh and blood would reorganize and break apart again, and the wound would be kowtowed again as soon as granulation tissue grew. This kept Xiao Tianzhua in a state of torment that was no less than torture. The soul in the ancient bronze ring knew that it could not persuade Xiao Tianzhua, but it did not dare to look at Xiao Tianzhua in such a state and blocked all contact with the outside world. At this moment, Xiao Tianzhua's spirit was extremely numb. After a day and a night of torture, his mind was no longer clear and his eyes were a little blurry. He continued his actions entirely by instinct. He firmly believed that as long as he was sincere enough, his master would be impressed by him. Just as Xiao Tianzhua numbly raised his head again and cowed out heavily, an extremely ethereal and indifferent voice sounded in his ears. "That's enough, get up." This sentence was like a shot of adrenaline, which suddenly made Xiao Tianzhua's mind clear, but it did not stop Xiao Tianzhua's determination to continue bowing his head. Bang! Master promised me, I will get up again. Chapter 360, The Miraculous Power of Tao. At this moment Luo Belian immediately took over the conversation. Stupid, since the master asked you to get up, it means he agreed to it. Xiao Tianzhua was slightly stunned when he heard this, but his head did not stop knocking, instead it knocked faster. Thank you, master, for your help. Thank you, master, for your help. Bang! 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 The continuous crashing sounds in Xiao Tianzhua's grateful words made Zhou Xingdou shake his head and sigh. Get up and answer. The system was indeed correct in its judgment of the person. This son of the world was indeed a good man. After this test, Zhou Xingdou was very satisfied with his disciple Xiao Tianzhua. After saying that, Zhou Xingdou raised his palm slightly, and a dazzling light burst out from his palm. In an instant, Xiao Tianzhua, who was kowtowing continuously, suddenly felt an extremely gentle force, like a gurgling hot spring, tightly wrapping his entire body. This magical and warm power seemed to have endless healing power, making Xiao Tianzhua feel unprecedented comfort and relaxation. Then, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the forehead that had caused him excruciating pain was no longer painful, and the bloody wound healed completely in the blink of an eye, becoming white and plump without leaving any trace. Not only that, the feeling of weakness caused by excessive blood loss gradually dissipated under the nourishment of this gentle Taoist power. At this moment, Xiao Tianzhua felt warm all over, as if he was being illuminated by the warm spring sun, and he felt extremely comfortable. The tense nerves that had suffered from the pain for a day and a night were finally released at this moment, allowing him to enjoy the rare peace and tranquility. Gradually, Xiao Tianzhua's eyelids became heavier and heavier, and before he knew it, he fell into a deep sleep. And at this moment, the ground that was originally flooded and soaked with blood seemed to be cast under a spell, and all the blood disappeared without a trace in an instant. Not only that, the roofs that had been destroyed beyond recognition and the floors that had been trampled to pieces were miraculously restored to their original appearance in the blink of an eye of Zhou Xingdou, as if nothing had happened. This is the power of the legendary Tao Realm system of the heavens. When a practitioner reaches the Tao Realm, he will be able to generate miraculous Tao power. Although it is currently impossible to create something that does not exist at all like the void creation, it is easy to use it to repair some damaged things, and the effect is excellent. It is no exaggeration to say that this kind of Tao force, compared with the energy of the Chuyuan system, although it may be slightly inferior in combat, its diverse and all-encompassing characteristics are superior. Qin Yinjing was also shocked by the wonder in front of her. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she stared at the mysterious Taoist power flowing continuously from Zhou Xingdou. She couldn't help but sigh. This kind of power is almost like destiny. Zhou Xingdou looked at the wisps of Taoist power lingering in the air and also sighed. Yes, except that it is not as extreme as the law of creation, it is almost a kind of creation. The application of Taoist power is not just for fighting and healing. It is also applicable to the growth of vegetation, taming exotic animals, and other external methods. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a creation. However, Zhou Xingdou was not trying to show off his Taoist power. He placed Xiao Tianzhua, who was soundly sleeping, on the bed beside him and took off the ancient bronze ring on Xiao Tianzhua's hand. After Zhou Xingdou took off the ancient bronze ring, he looked at the ring with narrowed eyes and said, "Since you have awakened, why are you silent?" To be honest, he didn't have a good impression of the existence in this ring. If it weren't for Xiao Tianzhua, he would probably have to keep trying to lure the soul in the ring for a while. Zhou Xingdou originally thought that the soul in the ring was still close to the outside world, but when he took the ancient bronze ring from Xiao Tianzhua's hand so easily, he knew that the soul in the ring had awakened. The ancient bronze ring also glowed in Zhou Xingdou's hand, and a cold female voice rang out from the light. "Oh, how dare I say anything? If Brother Zhou is in a bad mood, won't Tianzhua be tortured by you again?" Hearing this, Zhou Xingdou sneered. Anyone could hear the dissatisfaction and sarcasm in the words of the soul in the ring. In an instant, he tightened the ring in his hand, and the ancient bronze ring suddenly began to vibrate. If it weren't for my disciples' like ability, I would have wiped you out long ago. Zhou Xingdou's expression was extremely cold, and his icy words seemed to come from the netherworld, revealing a chilling chill that made people feel terrified. This chill was like a sharp sword energy, instantly penetrating the ancient bronze ring and piercing deep into the soul. The soul in the ancient bronze ring suddenly felt as if it had fallen into an icy cave. However, what shocked the soul even more was that Zhou Xingdou did not directly hurt her soul. However, the ancient bronze ring that he had lived in for thousands of years began to show fine cracks under the tremendous force in Zhou Xingdou's hands. These cracks spread like a spider web, as if they would collapse and shatter at any time. The soul in the ring knew very well how strong the ancient bronze ring was, but at this moment it easily cracked in Zhou Xingdou's hand, which was undoubtedly a strong warning. She realized that although Zhou Xingdou did not directly attack her soul body, he made his attitude to her clear. In this way, those who disrespected him would be punished. Zhou Xingdou looked at the silent bronze ancient ring, dispersed the power in his hand, and said indifferently, "No matter how arrogant you were in the past, what your identity was, or what your background was, you are now just a wisp of spirit. You are nothing in front of me. For this kind of old grandfather who was always with you, he is nothing more than a remnant soul of some great man who passed away. He might have been very glorious during his lifetime and admired by hundreds of millions of people. That is why he cannot understand the situation and still remains arrogant." But Zhou Xingdou wanted to tell her that a remnant soul had no right to be arrogant. Not to mention that she was dead. Even if she were alive, Zhou Xingdou would not be afraid of her. Zhou Xingdou's threat seemed to calm the soul in the ring, but the voice was not respectful, just no longer so sarcastic. "I am sorry for being so abrupt, but if you have any conditions for rebuilding my body, please tell me directly." The soul in the ring naturally didn't believe it. She thought Zhou Xingdou was showing off his power just because of her disrespectful words. In her opinion, Xiao Tianzuo's coma and the current situation were all done intentionally by Zhou Xingdou just to negotiate terms with her. "My disciple has already paid the price for you. Since I have promised him, I will not break my promise. Even if you do nothing, I will still rebuild your body for you." However, this time the soul in the ring did misunderstand Zhou Xingdou, but Zhou Xingdou didn't care about it, because this also happened to remind Zhou Xingdou. Chapter 361, Almost Closed World. Zhou Xingdou's words made the soul in the ring hesitate for a moment, as if wondering if he had really misunderstood this person. But Zhou Xingdou's next words made her sneer in her heart. Zhou Xingdou looked at the ancient bronze ring, smiled slightly, and said in a long voice, "But..." Although the soul in the ring was disdainful in his heart, the opportunity for resurrection was right in front of him, and he couldn't help but feel a little anxious, interrupting Zhou Xingdou's drawn-out voice. "But what is it? Just tell me directly." Zhou Xingdou's mouth curled up slightly. He said slowly, "Before I rebuild your soul, I have a few questions for you." The soul in the ring was a little confused about Zhou Xingdou's request to ask a few questions, but still answered briefly, "Please speak." Zhou Xingdou did not interrupt and asked directly, "Where is this place?" A day and a night had passed since he came to this world and woke up, but he still had no understanding of this world, and didn't even know what it was called. Of course, Zhou Xingdou could ask Xiao Tianzuo, but although Xiao Tianzuo was the sun of the world, his realm was too low, and he probably didn't know much. Anyone who can act as a portable grandfather is like an encyclopedia. By learning these things from the soul in the ring of the portable grandfather in the world, one can naturally obtain the most reliable and accurate information. The ring soul paused for a moment, then said calmly, "Desolate sky, Qingmu Mansion, Zhouyuan Mountain Range." Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. Desolate heaven? Is that the name of this world? Zhou Xingdou's words caused the ancient bronze ring to tremble instantly, and the soul in the ring suddenly said in shock, "You are indeed from another world." Zhou Xingdou seemed very interested in the reaction of the soul in the ring and asked, "So what if they are from another world?" Moreover, from listening to the voice of the soul in the ring, he should have guessed long ago that he was from another world, but he only confirmed it just now. "It's nothing, it's just that my world is almost closed, people inside can't go out, and people outside can't come in. I didn't expect that there would still be people from other worlds. The soul in the ring explained, but her tone was no longer cold. Instead, it was mixed with a hint of admiration, as if being able to enter this world was an extremely remarkable thing. Hearing this, Zhou Xingdou rubbed his chin and murmured. Nearly closed. It was indeed an accident that he came to this world. In fact, he had made plans in the past few days. If he could not accumulate 360,000 luck points, he could break through the boundary and explore the periphery of this world. If it really doesn't work, he will rush back to Chuyuan from the chaos. After all, with his current physical body, it is not too difficult to cross the sea of chaos. But now the words of the soul in the ring undoubtedly negated Zhou Xingdou's plan. The soul in the ring saw that Zhou Xingdou looked strange, so he took the initiative to ask. Are you thinking about how to get out of my world? Zhou Xingdou did not hide it, nor did he need to. Yes, I came to this world by accident, and I will leave soon. The soul in the ring sighed slightly after hearing this, and then advised. I advise you to give up this idea. Zhou Xingdou frowned and asked. Why? Logically speaking, he could come in, but the soul in the ring was so sure that it couldn't get out. This undoubtedly made Zhou Xingdou curious. The soul in the ring did not hide anything and explained calmly. You don't know, although our world is almost closed, there have been people from other worlds who have entered before, and most of them may even be more powerful than you, but without exception, they all eventually died in this world. That's why I guessed that you were from another world, but I didn't stop Tianzhuo from becoming your disciple, because you can't leave. Zhou Xingdou did not show any dissatisfaction or anger at the ring soul's arbitrary answer. He just raised the corner of his mouth and said, Yeah. For Zhou Xingdou, it was just the collapse of an idea of his own. It was not worth his nervousness or despair. Everything was backed up by the system. Although 360,000 luck points were difficult, it was not impossible to achieve. Although he would not be so crazy as to kill his own disciples, he did not believe that there was no other person with luck and destiny in this world except Xiao Tianzhua. As long as he has it, how can he not get the luck value? What's more, it seems that helping Xiao Tianzhua can also gain luck value rewards. It shouldn't take too long to save up the 360,000 for traveling through the heavens. The soul in the ring naturally saw Zhou Xingdou's disbelief, but did not argue, and just said lightly. I am just repeating the facts. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. If you can find a way to break the boundary, it will also benefit this world. Zhou Xingdou naturally would not waste time on this unnecessary topic, and then changed the subject and asked again. How are the realms of cultivation in this world divided? The 6 realms of refining the body, refining the essence, refining the method, refining the earth, refining the sky, and refining the Tao. The first 5 realms are further divided into 3 realms, and body refining is divided into blood refining, skin refining, and bone refining. Refining essence is divided into absorbing qi, absorbing spirit, and absorbing spirit. The refining method is divided into transformation of qi, transformation of spirit, and transformation of dharma. The refining site is divided into interior, exterior, dharma. Liantian is divided into dharmakaya, dongtian, and gadian. As for the Tao, there are only 2 realms, one is the starting realm, and the other is the final realm. The soul in the precept spoke eloquently, explaining the details of each realm. Zhou Xingdou nodded. It can only be said that all the systems in the heavens have something in common. Except for the Tao realm methods of the heavens, most of them start from the physical body and then begin to draw in and absorb qi. These 6 realms and 17 realms may look complicated, but they are actually not much different from the Chuyuan system. Even if one does not understand the strength and changes of these realms, Zhou Xingdou can locate the correspondence between the Chuyuan system and this world system just from the 2 realms of Dharmakaya and Dharmakaya. Because the names of these 2 realms are similar to those of the Chuyuan Great Sage and the Supreme, the Great Sage cultivates the Dharmakaya, and the Supreme achieves the Dharmakaya. It can be concluded by mere speculation that the refining of the earth in this realm is probably equivalent to the Holy Realm, and the refining of the sky is the same as the Supreme. Moreover, there are 2 realms of refining Tao above it, but I don't know whether they are equivalent to the quasi-emperor and emperor realms. If so, then this world is probably not much worse than Chuyuan, and the lowest is a 5.5-star world. He is now a perfect dragon elephant, comparable to the Lord of Creation, and still a 5-star peak powerhouse. Although he cannot dominate the world, he is still a powerful figure. But instead of guessing blindly, it is better to ask this soul in the world. I wonder, in your opinion, how far can I compare to your realm? As he spoke, Zhou Xingdou's cultivation was no longer restrained, and his impeccable body also emitted a hint of astonishing divine power. Facing Zhou Xingdou's pressure at such a close distance, the soul in the ring flashed, as if it was shocked by Zhou Xingdou's power. It was silent for a while before answering. I am only at the soul stage now, so my detection may not be accurate, but I feel that your cultivation should be at the earth refining stage, but your physical body seems to be stronger than the sky covering stage. Chapter 362: The Stormy Empress. His cultivation is comparable to that of Lian Di, and his body is stronger than Gai Tian. This is pretty close to Zhou Xingdou's own guess, but it also makes him more curious about the soul in the ring. Zhou Xingdou looked at the ancient bronze ring with a hint of interest, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. You can see that my body is stronger than that of the Gai Tian realm, which means that you are stronger than the Lian Tian realm. The soul in the ring was silent for a while, and hesitated for a long time before saying, "Yes, I was at the beginning stage at first." Zhou Xingdou secretly said in his heart, as expected, and then continued to ask. The Tao refining realm is already the pinnacle of your world. You, who are at the beginning realm, should not be an unknown person. If Zhou Xingdou's physique, which can defeat the Lord of Creation, is equivalent to the Gai Tian realm, then this Qi realm is probably equivalent to the quasi-emperor of Chuyuan. Zhou Xingdou's words seemed to touch the soul in the ring, causing it to sigh and speak with a slightly vicissitudes of life. I was once honored as the Queen of Desolate Heaven by the world, and the first dynasty of Desolate Heaven was founded by me. Stormy Empress? Zhou Xingdou's eyelids twitched when he heard the name, not because of the soul in the ring, but because of the title of the Empress of Desolate Sky, which only had one more character than the legendary Emperor of Desolate Sky. He felt that he already knew why Empress Huangtian died, and was afraid that she was not worthy of the title. But these things are not the point now. Although Zhou Xingdou was a little surprised by this title, he was more curious about why this empress who stood at the pinnacle of the world died. You are the most powerful force in the Desolate Heaven, and you are also honored as the Empress of the Desolate Heaven. Who can kill you? And with your ability, you must be able to revive yourself. How can you live in the ring and become Shao Tianzuo's predecessor? Zhou Xingdou's questions were somewhat gossipy, which made Qing Yanjing, who had been watching Zhou Xingdou quietly, prick up her ears and prepare to listen to the past of the Queen of Desolate Sky. But the Queen of Desolate Sky was very calm and did not hesitate to mention this matter. She said in a cold tone, I raised an ungrateful wolf, and was surrounded and killed by a pack of wild dogs. I also had some means of resurrection, but unfortunately they were all destroyed by that ungrateful wolf. My incomplete soul could only live in this ring for 10,000 years, and was eventually awakened by Tianzuo. Seeing that he had a kind heart, I decided to help him practice so that he could help me revive in the future. What an ungrateful bastard! When Zhou Xingdou heard this, a hint of emotion arose in his silver-white eyes that were filled with purple energy. He understood the ungrateful person too well. In a sense, he and the Queen of Desolate Sky had the same fate, but he was luckier. He was reborn into the past and had time to make up for his past mistakes and take revenge on the ungrateful person. This also aroused a trace of sympathy in Zhou Xingdou, and after a long silence, he spoke. I have finished asking my questions. What kind of body do you want? Empress Desolate Sky was stunned by Zhou Xingdou's direct question about what kind of body she wanted. She didn't react for a moment and said, Ah? Is that all? No need to ask me about my skills or secret techniques, or if there are any treasures left. Zhou Xingdou had a calm expression, with the corners of his mouth raised as if with a hint of disdain. I don't like those things. You can leave them to Tianzuo. What martial arts can rival his Ziwei Taiwan Sutra and Xinshan Jinyajin? He was too lazy to even study the 99 Mysterious Heavens Creation Manual. The inherited martial arts technique of the Holy Land of the Universe, the Universal Daytime Scripture, was almost gathering dust in his system's warehouse. He was too lazy to even take a look at it, so how could he possibly look down upon the martial arts technique of someone who was only equivalent to that of a quasi-emperor? As for treasures, those at the quasi-emperor level are okay, but they are of little use to him now. He has just switched to practicing the Tao realm of the heavens, and his cultivation level is only the first level of the Tao realm, which is only equivalent to the realm of a saint. It is not enough to trigger things at the quasi-emperor level. And when his cultivation reaches the level where he can trigger things at the quasi-emperor level, he will probably have accumulated enough luck points to return to Chuyuan. By then, he will probably be able to find even imperial weapons in the Zhou family's relics. Would he still need to covet the things of the Queen of Desolate Sky? Naturally, Queen Huangtian had no opinion on Zhou Xingdou's disdain. Instead, she felt some admiration for Zhou Xingdou. Although this man was moody, he was not a shameless villain. He selflessly passed on the supreme skills to Xiao Tianzhua, who had just become his disciple. Although he made things difficult for her, it was only because of her disrespect. The threat to her did not hurt her soul. Even the questions he asked were just common sense and gossip. Apart from being a little cruel and eccentric, he was still a human being. This made the Queen of Desolate Sky feel a little embarrassed, and the cold voice finally said, "Thank you very much. Don't thank me, thank my disciple instead. If it weren't for him, I would not only not save you, but I would also refine your soul." Zhou Xingdou's expression was extremely calm and his words were very sincere, which made Empress Huangtian, who had just felt grateful to Zhou Xingdou, speechless for a moment. She angrily cursed this man in her heart for having no emotional intelligence and not knowing how to speak. Seeing that the Queen of Desolate Sky was silent, Zhou Xingdou opened his mouth again and asked, "It's the same question again. What kind of body do you want? Male or female, beautiful or ugly, big or small, A or D?" The Empress of Desolate Heaven could understand what she said, but she was a little confused about the pronunciation of the two words "ad," so she asked, "What is ID?" Zhou Xingdou then realized that this was a word from his previous life in the mortal world. The monk did not understand the meaning, but it was a bit troublesome to explain it, so he said impatiently, "Forget it, just adjust your appearance yourself." After saying that, Zhou Xingdou's body suddenly erupted with an earth-shaking roar of blood and energy, as deafening as thunder. The majestic divine power that had originally permeated the silver-purple vertical lines at the center of the eyebrows disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by a drop of mysterious blood that sparkled with purple-gold light. As soon as this drop of essence blood appeared, it exuded an indescribable powerful vitality, quickly filling the entire room like a tide. Stimulated by this powerful vitality, the endless Taoist power in Zhou Xingdou's body gushed out like a volcanic eruption, and continuously injected into the drop of essence and blood. These Taoist forces contain endless power of creation, and in a flash they condense the drop of essence and blood into a lifelike human-shaped essence and blood, emitting a bit of agility, as if it was about to come alive. When the human figure was completely formed, Zhou Xingdou flicked his fingers without hesitation and slammed it into the cracked ancient bronze ring with a force as powerful as thunder. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou directly loosened the fingers that were pinching the ancient bronze ring, and the ancient bronze ring floated in the air without any assistance. The vitality overflowing in the room was also madly injected into the ancient bronze ring at this moment. In a moment, the ancient bronze ring, which was already full of cracks, was vibrating and humming wildly. The sky and the earth outside the house were shaking, and a strange phenomenon was about to rise into the sky, but it was suppressed by Zhou Xingdou in the blink of an eye. No one knows whether the enemy of the Queen of the Wilderness is still alive. If the phenomenon is too serious and is discovered by the enemies of the Queen of the Wilderness, it will be troublesome to come and eliminate the roots. Zhou Xingdou is not afraid of the Zhutian realm, but if it is an initial realm comparable to a quasi-emperor, it will be very troublesome for Zhou Xingdou. Therefore, out of caution, Zhou Xingdou naturally cannot allow any major anomalies to occur here. Chapter 363. If you look at me like that again, I'll kill you. This is not Chuyuan. He has no backing and must not act recklessly. Zhou Xingdou has this self-awareness. What's more, when he was in Xiantian Dao sect, he was stabbed to death by Yun Jinji under the protection of Tian Zhou. He had to be more cautious in this unfamiliar place. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the whole room seemed to tremble. The ancient bronze ring, which was already full of cracks, finally couldn't bear the weight and exploded instantly, turning into a dazzling crystal powder. However, in this powder-filled space, an amazing sight quietly emerged. I saw that the exquisite and tiny human-shaped essence and blood was like a mysterious treasure, floating in the air. At this moment, it looked even more magical and extraordinary than before, and so lifelike that people almost mistakenly thought it was a living creature. With the human-shaped blood essence as the center, countless purple-gold bloodlines extended in all directions like a spider web, like the muscle texture of the human body, interweaving into a complete body outline in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, a ball of cold and sharp energy gushed out from the newly formed body, like a dazzling light, tightly wrapping the entire body. This mysterious energy seemed to have a magical nourishing effect, making the newly condensed body gradually become fuller and tougher. Bathed in the divine energy, this body exudes a mysterious aura, as if it contains endless power and potential. Zhou Xingdou looked at the divine light with a slight smile on his face. Interesting, he actually used the blood power extracted from the essence to refine his own physique. Qing Yanjing also took a closer look at the divine aura and said slowly, "Her soul is relatively intact, and she has retained a lot of power. This is not a difficult task for someone of her level. But if she does this, it will make this body contain my blood and have a direct connection with me. In the future, it will feed back to my body when she practices. This is not a wise choice. It is better for her to condense her blood on her own." Zhou Xingdou shook his head. He also couldn't understand the actions of the Queen of Desolate Sky. Doing this was undoubtedly being controlled by others. However, he was the beneficiary, so he would not stop it. He just disagreed with this method. The moment Zhou Xingdou shook his head gently, the divine aura gradually dissipated, and finally a beautiful figure was revealed. Her hair fell behind her like a waterfall, as black as ink, soft and smooth. When the divine aura faded, her face appeared before everyone. Her eyebrows were straight and sharp, revealing a hint of murderous aura, which was very different from the gentleness of an ordinary woman. Her skin was unusually white and bloodless, but it was not a sickly paleness. Rather, it was an icy whiteness that made her delicate facial features appear particularly cold and austere, giving people a feeling of being difficult to approach, as if she was an icy beauty that was difficult to approach. She was wearing a light black men's gown of unknown origin, and she exuded a natural blooming and heavy aura, the kind of aura that only those in high positions could develop. This also confirms what the Queen of Desolate Sky said before. She did not lie. In a moment, the long eyelashes of Queen Huangtian trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her tightly closed eyes. Those were a pair of blood-red eyes filled with endless evil charm, as if containing endless murderous intent and bloody aura. Just one look and you will feel a strong sense of oppression, as if you were in a sea of corpses and blood, which is frightening. The pair of blood-red eyes turned gently and finally stopped on Zhou Xingdou. It was a cold look that looked down upon all living beings, without the slightest emotion fluctuation. And the bloodshot eyes were filled with the image of a sea of blood and corpses, as if Zhou Xingdou was just an insignificant prey. This look made Zhou Xingdou's face turn cold instantly. His pupils, which were originally filled with silver light, became extremely deep, as unfathomable as a bottomless abyss. Between his eyebrows, a silver-purple vertical line flashed with faint lightning, completely breaking his originally ethereal and detached temperament, and replacing it with an indifferent and ruthless divine power. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou was standing there alone, his noble purple robe fluttering, and there was no longer any trace of gentleness in his expression. The purple air surged wildly, sweeping over him like a raging tide, enveloping him completely. A supreme and indifferent aura rose from his body, which actually suppressed the aura of the Queen of Desolate Sky. At this moment, it seemed as if the whole world had turned upside down. It was no longer the Queen of Desolate Heaven, high above, looking down upon all living beings, but Zhou Xingdou, like the incarnation of God, treating all living beings as straw dogs. The Queen of Desolate Sky also became one of the countless living beings and was enveloped by Zhou Xingdou's aura. Zhou Xingdou just stood there quietly from beginning to end, exuding an incomparable majesty. Although he was clearly from another world, at this moment it seemed as if he was the master of this world. The aura of Queen Huangtian was broken, which immediately made her sober up. She instantly turned her eyes away from Zhou Xingdou, her brows lowered in surprise. You have to know that she is the empress of the Huangtian dynasty. It is almost impossible for her to be overwhelmed by the aura of a person from another world today. But when she thought of the blood power she had just refined, Empress Huangtian suddenly understood. Because the blood power extracted from a drop of Zhou Xingdou's essence and blood is even more gifted than her former desolate heaven divine body, this is why she chose to extract the blood power from Zhou Xingdou's essence and blood. Her current body is far superior to its previous one. As long as she can recover her cultivation, she will be able to break through the initial stage and enter the last stage of the Tao refining, the final stage of the Tao. How could a person with this kind of bloodline be an ordinary person? He must be the descendant of some top existence in the outside world, otherwise it would be impossible for him to have such terrifying bloodline power. Zhou Xingdou's aura also faded slightly, but his face was still a little cold. He looked at the Queen of Desolate Sky and said in a low voice, "I don't like that look. If you look at me like that again, I'll kill you." It's not that Zhou Xingdou likes to make a fuss, but because his blood and will instinctively hate this kind of look, especially as he becomes stronger and stronger, this reaction becomes more intense. No one can look down on himself. The Queen of Desolate Heaven let out a long breath, bowed and clasped her hands towards Zhou Xingdou. "I just recovered my physical body and was not able to recover for a moment. I am sorry for offending you, fellow Taoist." Empress Huangtian understood this point. After all, the strong have their own dignity. If her former self had been looked at in the same way just now, she would have been dissatisfied or even angry. What's more, the other party was the one who resurrected me and could be considered my benefactor. It was indeed inappropriate for me to stare at him like that just now. Chapter 364 Yuan Xiangzun Medicine. Zhou Xingdou's expression also eased slightly, but it was not because of the apology of the Queen of Desolate Sky, but because the voice of the system sounded almost at the same time as the Queen of Desolate Sky. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping the world's son Xiao Tianzhua to revive an important person on his cultivation path, which has benefited the world's luck and earned the luck value, 50,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Yuan Xiangzun Medicine *100. Yuanxiang Supreme Medicine, the system specially made a supreme medicine for the divine elephant prison suppressing power. Once the host breaks through and enters the Yuanxiang realm, taking one medicine can evolve into 1 million Yuanxiang particles. This was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for Zhou Xingdou. Even he did not expect that the resurrected Queen of Desolate Sky would also gain luck points from Xiao Tianzhua. Only 1 day and 1 night had passed, and in less than 2 days, Zhou Xingdou had obtained 2 luck points of 50,000 and 1 luck point of 30,000 from Xiao Tianzhua. Altogether, Zhou Xingdou has obtained 130,000 luck points from Xiao Tianzhua. Minus the 41,200 luck points that Zhou Xingdou owes, he now has 88,800 luck points. This has already returned to the number before he cleared his luck points. It is impossible to say that he does not feel happy at all. Then he also heard the apology of the Queen of Desolate Sky, and naturally he didn't bother to care about it, but still reminded coldly. "You used the power of my bloodline, I won't bother with you, but if you dare to pollute my Zhou family's bloodline, I will wipe you out from the 9 heavens to the 9 underworlds." Zhou Xingdou was not joking. Although it was only a tiny trace of blood power, it was still Ziwei blood, and he could not allow this blood power to spread. The Queen of Desolate Sky did not think that Zhou Xingdou's words were excessive. Such blood power was extracted by her, and Zhou Xingdou only gave a warning, which could be said to be extremely tolerant. Others are tolerant, so the Queen of Desolate Sky naturally has to know what is good for her and promises. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in love. If I get married in the future, I will consider you first and will never pollute your bloodline." However, her words immediately made Qin Yanjing frown slightly, but she didn't say anything in the end. She was not a jealous woman like the Holy Mother of the Universe, and she would not try to win favor because of someone else's words. Since the Queen of Desolate Sky had already made such a guarantee, Zhou Xingdou naturally no longer cared about it, otherwise it would seem that he was too stingy. But to be honest, he was not very interested in women like Empress Huangtian. As Empress Huangtian herself said, she was not interested in love and such women were boring. "I'm afraid he would be like a corpse lying in bed, without any feeling of pain." So Zhou Xingdou changed the subject and said, "What is your current level of cultivation? When will you be able to recover to your full potential?" Even though Zhou Xingdou restored the body of the Queen of Desolate Sky, her cultivation was gone, leaving only her soul. Even if she was resurrected, let alone practicing again, it would take time to restore her cultivation. The Queen of Desolate Sky did not hide anything and said slowly, "Your bloodline is very powerful, and you don't need me to rebuild my cultivation foundation. As soon as I took over this body, I recovered to the Dharmakaya realm of the Zhutian realm, but it will probably take more than a month to recover to its full potential. This speed is already extremely fast." If Zhou Xingdou had not prepared a physical body for her, even if Xiao Tianzhua had the ability to resurrect the Queen of Desolate Sky in the future, it would probably take years for the Queen of Desolate Sky to recover her full strength. Zhou Xingdou looked at the Queen of Desolate Sky and asked with a fixed gaze, "What are you going to do next, revenge?" A person whose soul has existed in a small object for thousands of years would definitely not be able to sit still now that he has regained his physical body. Moreover, he still has hatred, so it is impossible for him to stay with Xiao Tianzhua forever. The Queen of Desolate Sky nodded and then shook her head. "I have indeed thought about it, but my strength is not enough now. If I am discovered, I will definitely die. So I plan to go out for a walk this month or so, to look for the treasures that were left behind, and to get the latest news from those loyal subordinates." But the words of the Queen of Desolate Sky caused Zhou Xingdou to laugh disdainfully. "Loyal subordinate? 10,000 years have passed, what are you thinking about? Let's not talk about whether they have changed their hearts over the past 10,000 years. Even if they betrayed you, would they let go of those who are still loyal to you?" In Zhou Xingdou's opinion, the behavior of Empress Huang Tian was no different from seeking death. Zhou Xingdou even doubted how this woman managed to establish an empire. Now it seems reasonable that he died of betrayal. With his intelligence, even if he didn't die because of the betrayal of people around him, he would be killed by the enemy. The Queen of Desolate Heaven frowned slightly, and seemed to think that what Zhou Xingdou said made sense, but she was still determined to leave. "But then I have to find my previous cave treasure house. Otherwise, even if I recover my cultivation, I won't be able to reach the combat power I once had." Zhou Xingdou looked the Empress of Desolate Heaven up and down. To be honest, with her appearance and temperament, he found it hard to believe that such a person had an empty mind. But now he is in a good mood, and it is not recommended to say more. "If my guess is correct, the person who betrayed you must be the one who knows you best. If I were him, I would look for the cave treasure house you left behind after you die. Even if I can't touch the treasures in it, I will place some in it in case you come to take them after you are resurrected." After hearing Zhou Xingdou's speculation, the Empress of Desolate Heaven frowned, but still did not believe it. "Impossible. No one else knows where my cave treasure house is. There is no way she can find it." Zhou Xingdou glanced at the Queen of Desolate Sky and snorted coldly. "Madness. You are such an old witch and still so stupid. You people in the desolate world are really weird." Originally, the Queen of Desolate Sky didn't care about the word stupid, but Zhou Xingdou's words old witch still made the Queen of Desolate Sky look dark. If the man in front of her had not been kind to her and she had not extracted Zhou Xingdou's blood power on her own initiative, the Queen of Desolate Sky would have probably gone crazy. After all, no matter how old a woman is, she doesn't want others to say that she is old, and she doesn't want to hear others call her an old witch. Before the gloomy Empress Desolate Sky could speak, Zhou Xingdou spoke again. "Since you don't believe me, I will accompany you. If there is no ambush, I will defeat you in a fight. When you seek revenge, I will help you. But if there is an ambush..." Having said this, Zhou Xingdou paused, raised his eyes and looked at the Queen of Desolate Sky with a hint of amusement. The Queen of Desolate Sky felt a little uncomfortable when Zhou Xingdou looked at her, because she always felt that Zhou Xingdou's eyes seemed to be able to see through everything, and she was like naked in front of him. However, although Zhou Xingdou has not yet stated the conditions after his victory, the conditions he offered made Queen Huang Tian somewhat tempted. Not to mention that Zhou Xingdou's physique is stronger than that of Gai Tianjing, which allows him to restrain other enemies, allowing her to fight the ungrateful wolf without interference. Even Zhou Xingdou's endless magical methods might be able to help him in the battle in the starting realm. Chapter 365, Why are you pretending to sleep? The Empress' desolate sky was moved and asked, what if there is an ambush? Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows and said playfully, change your title. From now on, I will be called Emperor Huang Tian, and you will be called Concubine Huang Tian. The Queen of Desolate Sky nodded without hesitation. Can. Even Zhou Xingdou didn't expect that Queen Huang Tian would agree so readily. He suddenly felt that maybe his conditions were not enough or he didn't explain it clearly. The Queen of Desolate Sky seemed to feel that it was inappropriate for her to agree so quickly, so she explained. Anyway, if I get married, you will be my only choice, so what does it matter if I change my title to become your imperial concubine? The Queen of Desolate Sky did not lie, because her small brain really thought so. Just weighing the pros and cons, she would not lose out no matter what choice she made. If there was no danger, she could get a great help in her revenge. And if there was an ambush, as Zhou Xingdou said, Zhou Xingdou would go with her and naturally protect her. And even if she lost, she wouldn't suffer any loss, and she had already become Zhou Xingdou's imperial concubine, so wouldn't he help her in her revenge? This was a sure win deal, so how could he possibly refuse? Zhou Xingdou just felt that he was a little cheated, but when he thought of the previous rewards from the system, he did not regret it. After all, if he helped the Queen of Desolate Sky to get the treasure house of the cave, he might be rewarded with some luck points. But at this moment, Zhou Xingdou's eyebrows furrowed, and then he looked at Xiao Tianzhua, who was lying on the bed with a peaceful expression, and immediately said lightly, since you're awake, why are you pretending to be asleep? Everyone followed Zhou Xingdou's gaze and looked at Xiao Tianzhua, who had a peaceful expression, only to see that peaceful expression turn into a silly smile in an instant. Xiao Tianzhua also opened his eyes, sat up from the bed, scratched his head a little embarrassedly, but still looked at Zhou Xingdou with some doubts. How did Master find out that I was pretending to be asleep? Zhou Xingdou shook his head slightly and said, if you can't even tell when someone is pretending to sleep, how can I be your master? Xiao Tianzhua laughed awkwardly, then quickly got off the bed, knelt down in front of Zhou Xingdou and Qing Yanjing, and said respectfully, greetings to Master and Third Master's wife. Thank you, Master, for bringing Senior Huang Tian back to life. As he spoke, Xiao Tianzhua kowtowed 3 times, then turned to Empress Huang Tian and kowtowed again, sincerely happy. Congratulations, Senior, on rebuilding your body. At this point, Xiao Tianzhua raised his head and paused. After looking at his master Zhou Xingdou, his extremely ordinary eyes turned around before he asked cautiously again. Or congratulations to the 4th Master's wife. The Empress of Desolate Heaven, who had been watching Xiao Tianzhua kneel down to congratulate her, and whose bloodshot eyes were slightly moved by the sea of corpses and blood, suddenly turned dark. I didn't lose, stop yelling. The Queen of Desolate Sky is not a lovelorn girl. She has no real feelings for Zhou Xingdou. If she does have feelings, it is probably just some resentment. She admitted that Zhou Xingdou was indeed the best-looking and most handsome man she had ever seen, but she was not so superficial as to say that she liked him just because he was good-looking. Xiao Tianzhua scratched his head speechlessly. He couldn't understand it. Queen Huangtian had clearly said that she would not marry anyone else but her own master, so why was she still so taboo about these things? Didn't they just call Emperor Huang Tian and Empress Huang Tian? Zhou Xingdou also chuckled at Xiao Tianzhua's actions. She's right. Don't call her that. If you have to call her that, call her Master 99. Zhou Xingdou's words made Xiao Tianzhua's eyes widen and his jaw almost dropped. Ah! I have 98 wives. Even Qing Yanjing couldn't help but roll her eyes at Zhou Xingdou at this moment, but she had already gotten used to this when she was a war slave, and she didn't use any waist-pinching techniques, but just watched everything quietly. The Queen of Desolate Sky was also shocked that Zhou Xingdou already had 98 women. She instantly regretted her decision. Although she had never been in love and had never had any romantic relationship, it was hard for anyone to accept that she was the 99th woman in the world. Qing Yanjing couldn't stand it anymore, so she spoke up for Zhou Xingdou and explained to Xiao Tianzhua. You naturally don't have a 99th master's wife, but your predecessor can't take the 4th position. Qing Yanjing's tone was very calm. Although it sounded like she was mocking Empress Huang Tian, it was more like she was repeating the facts. This immediately made Empress Huangtian feel dissatisfied. She looked at Qin Yanjing with her evil bloodshot eyes and said coldly, "If you can't take the 4th place, how did you get to the 3rd place?" Qin Yanjing did not show the slightest fear or intention of retreating in the face of the hostility of the Queen of Desolate Heaven. She stood there calmly, like an unshakable mountain. Almost at the same time, billions of divine seals shone like stars between heaven and earth. Each divine seal contained endless mystery and power. They intertwined and converged with each other, forming an indescribable powerful imperial power. As the momentum continued to grow, Qin Yanjing's body began to radiate a dazzling light. Her skin became crystal clear, as if one could see the golden energy flowing through her skin. Her hair danced in the wind, like a fairy descending to earth. Her eyes were deep and sharp, revealing an otherworldly temperament. At this moment, she seemed to have transformed into a supreme god, controlling the life and death of all things in the world. Under the pressure of this mighty imperial power, the entire world trembled. Waves of mournful cries came from the void, as if expressing the fear and awe of this power. The face of the Queen of Desolate Sky suddenly became extremely ugly, her blood-red pupils shrank rapidly, and her face was full of shock. She cried out in shock. Refining Dao Realm. Zhou Xingdou stood aside, quietly feeling the imperial power emanating from Qin Yanjing. His brows relaxed slightly, and a hint of joy appeared on his face, because this was the first time Qin Yanjing showed his true strength in front of him after his resurrection. That imperial power was very familiar to Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou was very familiar with it because he had experienced it personally. 9 transformations of the quasi-emperor. When the system said that the war slave mark in Qin Yanjing's body had been removed and he had recovered to his full strength, Zhou Xingdou didn't take it too seriously. He thought Qin Yanjing would just jump 1 or 2 levels in the Supreme Realm, but he didn't expect it to be such a leap. It's no exaggeration to call it a surprise. I am 3rd because I can die for him, spend endless years with him, and give him everything I have. Qin Yanjing's divine voice resounded throughout the world. Her expression remained as calm as ever, but her divine voice had already expressed her dissatisfaction with the Empress of Desolate Sky. And you, not only are you of no help to him, you also don't have any feelings for him. How can you be his woman? You are only fit to be a toy. After Qin Yanjing said this, Zhou Xingdou felt something strange before Empress Huangtian could reply. It seemed as if these words were directed at him. Chapter 366, My disciple is definitely not a homosexual. The face of the Queen of Desolate Sky darkened, but what she didn't understand was how a powerful woman like Qin Yanjing could be willing to be Zhou Xingdou's woman, and not the only one. This person is a strong man at the peak of the initial realm, but he is only ranked 3rd. How powerful should the 1st and 2nd ones be? Could it be that they are in the final realm? Thinking of this, the Queen of Desolate Sky couldn't help but look at Zhou Xingdou again. Even though Zhou Xingdou had noble blood and a beautiful face, how could she make such a being willing to sacrifice his life for her? This made the already mysterious Zhou Xingdou even more mysterious in the heart of Queen Huangtian. Could it be that he really had some more special strengths? Bang! 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 At this moment, the sound of kowtow was suddenly heard, and Xiao Tianzhua pounded his head like garlic, making a vibrating sound, breaking the tense atmosphere between Qin Yanjing and Empress Huangtian. Senior Huangtian, 3rd Master's wife, please talk to me nicely if you have anything to say. Don't get angry. I kowtow to you. Xiao Tianzhua also had a headache. If he had known earlier, he might as well sleep a little longer. Now that his master's wife and his predecessor were about to have a conflict, it would be inappropriate for him to remain silent, and it would also be inappropriate for him to speak out to help anyone. That's enough. Zhou Xingdou sighed somewhat helplessly. To be honest, he was more helpless than Xiao Tianzhua. After all, Qin Yanjing was his woman, and he couldn't possibly scold her for such a small matter. There was no reason for him to scold Queen Huangtian. After all, she didn't say anything inappropriate. Zhou Xingdou now understood that the more women he had, the more he needed a wife. Otherwise, he would have nothing to do in the future and would just have to stay at home every day to deal with the problems in the harem. Fortunately, Qin Yanjing was quite obedient. After Zhou Xingdou finished speaking, he said no more. He restrained his aura, gave Empress Huangtian a cold look, and then stopped. The Queen of Desolate Sky was not stupid either. She was only at the refining heaven realm now. Facing a quasi-emperor 9 transformations, a strong man equivalent to the peak of the starting realm, she silently accepted the loss. Only Zhou Xingdou lifted up Xiao Tianzhua, who was kneeling on the ground with one hand, and slapped him on the head. My disciple cannot be a Kauta worm. From now on, you cannot kneel to anyone except your teacher and parents. You don't have to kneel to anyone. Xiao Tianzhua covered the back of his head where Zhou Xingdou had slapped him, laughed awkwardly twice, and quickly said yes. But how could he really be a Kauta worm? He just had no choice but to do this, as he didn't want to come into conflict with his master's wife and senior Huangtian. The number of times he kowtowed in the past 10 years combined was not as many as today. The Queen of Desolate Heaven also felt that she was bored, so she bowed to Zhou Xingdou. I just recovered my physical body and it will take some time to stabilize. I will stay in the side room for the next few days. If you want to continue the bet, feel free to contact me. After saying that, the Queen of Desolate Heaven turned around and was about to leave, but she didn't expect Qing Yanjing, who had already given up, to follow her and said calmly, "It just so happens that I can live in the same room with you today, and we can practice together." Queen Huangtian frowned slightly and looked at Qing Yanjing in confusion, not understanding why Qing Yanjing was like this. Qing Yanjing was as calm as ever, and slowly explained. Since you want to be my concubine, I will naturally take good care of you for the Lord, so that you don't pollute the bloodline of the Lord's family. As she spoke, Qing Yanjing glanced at Zhou Xingdou with a half-smile, which made Zhou Xingdou raise his eyebrows and immediately understood what Qing Yanjing meant. She was afraid that the Queen of Desolate Sky would sneak out to look for the treasure house in the cave, so she lived with her naturally to keep an eye on her. Of course, I guess they were also thinking about guarding against thieves in the middle of the night. After all, Zhou Xingdou, this rapist, looked very serious, but he had done a lot of nighttime roguish things. The Queen of Desolate Sky glared at Qing Yanjing with some dissatisfaction, snorted coldly and rushed out of the door. Whatever. Qing Yanjing was neither angry nor annoyed, as if nothing could touch her heart, and she just followed him. Zhou Xingdou cursed in his heart, if these two women slept together at night, then who the hell would he sleep with? Master, don't you want to go over and take a look? Xiao Tianzhua, who was held in Zhou Xingdou's hand, looked at Zhou Xingdou with some trepidation. After all, Senior Huang Tian and the third master's wife had just had a conflict, so this left the two of them alone without waiting for a big fight. Regarding Xiao Tianzhua's concerns, Zhou Xingdou was somewhat dismissive and said, "Don't worry, your third master's wife knows her limits." Zhou Xingdou already knew Qing Yanjing thoroughly. She was a sensible woman. The reason why she reacted like that today was because she was planting the seed in the heart of Empress Huangtian for her to become Zhou Xingdou's woman. If it were Luo Hani, she would probably get jealous and fight with Empress Huangtian, but Qing Yanjing would never do that. But Xiao Tianzhua still shuddered, and said with a look of fear, "Women are terrible." Hearing this, Zhou Xingdou looked at Xiao Tianzhua with a slightly strange look, then frowned. "Don't have such thoughts. If you like men, don't call me master in the future." Xiao Tianzhua waved his hands quickly and explained, No, I don't have any homosexual tendencies." Hearing this, Zhou Xingdou shook his head and let go of the hand that was holding Xiao Tianzhua. He just hoped that his disciple would not become a pervert because of him. Now when he thought about the two in the Wuhuan world, he couldn't help but feel a little sick. They made him feel disgusted. But at this moment he also noticed Luo Balian, who was standing in the corner and wearing strange black armor. He remembered this strange black armor clearly. The 120 supreme beings who attacked Xiantian Dao sect were all wearing this kind of armor. Zhou Xingdou didn't believe that the Luo family was really capable of producing 120 genuine supreme beings. Even if they were the secret agents of the chaos cult, it would be impossible. But now, seeing the strange black armor on Luo Balian, Zhou Xingdou understood where those 120 supreme beings came from. Luo Balian used to be just a saint, but after being resurrected this time wearing this strange black armor, the aura around him is already close to that of a supreme being. Is this black armor given to you by the Luo family? Luo Balian naturally couldn't hide anything, so he immediately revealed everything he knew. That's right. This Chaos Black Armor was issued to the Luo family Saint Realm when the Luo family was preparing to invade Xintian Dao sect. It can allow Saint Realm powerhouses to burst out with power exceeding that of a major realm. A saint is comparable to a supreme being, a supreme saint is comparable to a heavenly lord, and a great saint is comparable to a Dao lord. Also, there is a rune underneath it, which is for the Xinzang realm to use. It can make the Xinzang realm directly become a saint, but after using it, it will suppress people's rationality and make them dull. Hearing this, a gleam of brilliance flashed in Zhou Xingdou's eyes, and he burst out with a power that surpassed a major realm. This Chaos Black Armor was truly against the will of heaven, and it was no wonder that the Luo family had so many supreme beings. And that rune is probably what was used by the mysterious thousand saints. With these things, plus numerous arrangements, and Ling Sanxiu, who was at the peak of the quasi-emperor and could sacrifice his true spirit at any time to break through to the semi-emperor, the Luo family dared to take action against Xintian Dao sect on the day of his coronation. Chapter 367 4 Heavenly Holy Land. Now that he has calmed down, Zhou Xingdou can find that there were too many suspicious points that day. Yun Jinji's sudden appearance was beyond his expectations. What made him even more unbelievable was that he could actually control Luo Anju's quasi-emperor spear and pierce his heart with one shot. If it wasn't for the ominous quasi-emperor spear of Lord Luoan, if it was any other weapon, even if Zhou Xingdou was crushed to pieces, he would be able to reassemble his body and would never lose his life. And there is Xuan Jizi. Ling Sanxiu swore that Xuan Jizi could not come out, and this was absolutely not a lie. But when Zhou rushed back that day and was ready to kill Ling Sanxiu, she suddenly broke through the Taoist self-examination and walked out of the Xintian Dharma realm easily. He didn't come out earlier or later, but just at that time. The appearance of Xuan Jizi undoubtedly made Tian Zhou focus her attention on him, and she didn't come to Zhou Xingdou, otherwise Yun Jinji would not have succeeded. Of course, what Zhou Xingdou could not have imagined was that the King of Hell in the Palace of Hell was actually his uncle. The situation on that day was full of too many coincidences. If Xuan Jizi had appeared a little later, Hades would have broken through the strange black light a few breaths earlier, and he might not have been successfully attacked by Yun Jinji. Even if he had not exhausted his life essence in the battle with Ling Sanxiu, he would have been able to mobilize the mighty power of the stars in the sky to counterattack in time and mobilize strength in time to resist the ominous erosion, so as not to be completely corroded by the ominous in an instant and become incurable. His own death seemed to be a foregone conclusion. He perfectly missed all the right choices and pushed himself into the right position to be killed by Yun Jinji. Master, Master. While Zhou Xingdou was lost in thought, Xiao Tianzhua waved his hands and shouted at Zhou Xingdou in confusion. Zhou Xingdou's thoughts were also interrupted by Xiao Tianzhua, but he was not angry, because these questions had no answers. If Xiao Tianzhua did not wake him up, he would be obsessed. So Zhou Xingdou suppressed his thoughts the moment he woke up, and then looked at Xiao Tianzhua and asked, "How?" Seeing that Zhou Xingdou showed no dissatisfaction, Xiao Tianzhua spoke up. "I remember Senior Huang Tian once said that Master might be from another world, so I wanted to ask if Master has any information he needs, or if you want me to take you out to have a look." Zhou Xingdou's eyebrows slightly widened, and he said slowly, "Huang Tian has already told me most of the things, but you can also tell me about the situation in Huang Tian's world." Hearing this, Xiao Tianzhua frowned slightly and said, "Desolate World? This place isn't called Desolate World." Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows, thinking that the Queen of Desolate Heaven might be lying to him, and immediately frowned and asked Xiao Tianzhua, "Oh? But Huang Tian said this is Huang Tian, Qingmu Mansion, Zhouyuan Mountain Range." Xiao Tianzhua smiled immediately after hearing this, revealing an expression that said, "I see." "Oh, Master, you misunderstood. Desolate Heaven means Desolate Heaven Realm. Our world is called the Four Heavens Sacred Realm, which is divided into the Four Heavens Realm, Desolate Heaven Realm, Scarlet Heaven Realm, Spirit Heaven Realm, and Ancient Heaven Realm. Each realm is further divided into prefectures." Speaking of this, Xiao Tianzhua suddenly felt that he had betrayed Senior Huang Tian. He quickly said, "However, unless the people of the Four Heaven Realms are involved in matters of other heaven realms, they do call the world from their own heaven realm at other times, so they are also called the Four Heaven Realms." Senior Huang Tian is not wrong. Zhou Xingdou would not cause trouble to the Queen of Desolate Sky over such a small matter. After all, the name of the world didn't matter much. But he didn't think that the name of this world was so strange. The 4 heavenly holy lands are divided into 4 heavenly realms. Could it be that this world is composed of 4 small worlds? Moreover, the word Holy Land reminded Zhou Xingdou of what his grandfather Zhou Wuji said. His parents were in the Tiandao Holy Land. A holy land with the same name. Could it be that these 4 heavenly holy lands are related to the heavenly Dao Holy Land? Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou suddenly felt that it was extremely possible, because Queen Huangtian said that this world was almost closed, and even if someone came in, no one could ever go out. If this is the case, it makes sense that my parents are trapped here. This thought flashed through Zhou Xingdou's mind like a bolt of lightning, causing his heart to beat violently involuntarily. If his guess is true, then his parents are most likely in this mysterious and sacred 4 heavenly holy land. Although he has experienced 2 reincarnations, he still knows nothing about his biological parents, and even the vague figures in his memory are difficult to piece together. However, at this moment, this inexplicable throbbing surged into his heart like a tide, making him unable to control himself. It was a resonance that came from deep within his blood, as if telling him some unknown secret. This feeling was so strong that Zhou Xingdou's breathing began to become rapid. His face was slightly dazed, and his originally indifferent expression was now replaced by excitement. He couldn't help but ask, "Have you ever heard of the heavenly Dao Holy Land?" There was a hint of trembling and anticipation in Zhou Xingdou's voice, which made Xiao Tian's was slightly stunned. He had never thought that his moody master would have this side of him. Although he didn't want to disappoint Zhou Xingdou, he still shook his head and said, "Never heard of it." Because he had never heard of the heavenly Dao Holy Land, but he was somewhat curious about the word heavenly Dao, and couldn't help asking, "Master, why are you looking for the heavenly Dao Holy Land? What does heavenly Dao mean?" Listen carefully and it will sound powerful. Only then did Zhou Xingdou realize that he was a little too excited. What's more, everything was just speculation and not necessarily true. This immediately calmed him down, and he sighed, explaining the meaning of Xiao Tian's was heavenly Dao. The world must have rules, and these rules are the way of heaven. The so-called way of heaven refers to the rules and principles of all things. Everything has certain rules. Originally, the way of heaven is unconscious and is the natural law of the world. Since the beginning of time, worlds stronger than before have been constantly born in the heavens, and the original world has also been constantly becoming stronger. As the world becomes stronger and the rules become more powerful, it gives rise to those who go against the will of heaven. This also forces the world's rules to become more complete and grand, and in a sense stronger, allowing the rules of heaven and earth to give birth to a will to maintain the operation of the world's rules. Therefore, the way of heaven was virtualized and became what we call the way of heaven that governs the operation of the world and controls everything. Zhou Xingdou talked eloquently, not because he really understood the way of heaven, but this principle was so basic that as long as they were in an environment of cultivators, even an 8-year-old child could roughly understand it. Xiao Tianzhua listened very carefully, rubbed his chin, and nodded as if he understood. This also made Zhou Xingdou ask in some surprise, "Didn't that old witch Huan Tian ever teach you these things?" "That's not right. Even if she didn't tell you, you should have heard about it by now." Xiao Tianzhua shook his head blankly and said with certainty, "My disciple has never heard of these 2 words. There is no such word as heavenly Dao in the entire desolate heaven." Chapter 368, Accepting the Favor is Easy. Xiao Tianzhua's words made Zhou Xingdou frown slightly. There is no such thing as heaven's way? In this world, there are realms like Refining Heaven Realm and Refining Dao Realm which are equivalent to the Supreme Realm and Quasi-Emperor Realm. How is it possible that they don't even know the heavenly Dao? Even Zhou Xingdou was somewhat puzzled. Perhaps there are other words to replace the heavenly Dao, but you just don't know it. But Xiao Tianzhua scratched his head. "No, Master just explained to me the meaning of heaven's way. If there is a word that can replace it, I am not stupid, so how could I not know it?" "That's strange." Zhou Xingdou muttered twice, then asked the system in his mind. "System, there is no heavenly Dao in this world. The system did not answer immediately. After a moment of silence, it seemed to have found the answer and said in a slightly strange voice, "Ding. It's really strange. This world has rules, but the meaning of the way of heaven that we usually talk about does not exist in this world." At this point, the system paused, then slowly said, "It can be said that the operation of this world is extremely primitive. It is almost operated by the will of the world. This is probably the reason why Shao Tianzhua, the son of the world, exists in this world. Operated by the world's will instinctively." Zhou Xingdou was somewhat confused by the system's words. If the world has a will, isn't that the way of heaven? Why would it say there is no way of heaven? The system seemed to have heard Zhou Xingdou's doubts, and explained again. "Ding. The world will and the way of heaven are not the same thing. Even if there is no way of heaven in every world, there will be the world will. Relatively speaking, the world will does not interfere with the causal people at all. It only seeks two things, survival and star upgrade. Star upgrade means improving the status of the world. The way of heaven has to deal with many things. The way of heaven makes rules, which is actually a protection mechanism for all living beings in a sense. There are living beings before there are way of heaven, while the world will does not care about living beings. Unless it affects the origin of a world, even if it exterminates all living beings, as long as it can upgrade the world will not interfere. The way of heaven is different. The way of heaven is ruthless. It regards all living things, plants, and the world as straw dogs. It will curb those who go against heaven. Even if those who go against heaven are trying to upgrade the world, any restless factors are enemies of the way of heaven. Because the way of heaven comes from all living things, what it needs is stability, and then it will consider upgrading." Zhou Xingdou nodded slightly and asked the system again in his mind. The emergence of the heavenly Tao, in a sense, suppressed the will of the world. From what the system said, it could be seen that the effects of heaven's way in worlds will actually overlap, and there are even conflicts in some places. Ding. It can be said that the way of heaven is the manifestation of the will of the world that suppresses the rules and sentient beings. Zhou Xingdou now has some understanding of the world's will, but the lack of heaven's way gives him a headache. If there is no heavenly Tao, then there is no son of destiny. This is the crux of the problem. If there is no child of destiny, where can I go to grab luck? I still need 360,000 luck points to exchange for the number of times I travel through the heavens and return to the original origin. The system was not slow this time and responded immediately. Ding. There is no heavenly Tao in this world, so there will be no son of destiny, because the destiny is favored by heavenly Tao, but there are still people with good fortune here. There are 4 heavenly realms in this world, and the existence of sons of heavenly realms cannot be ruled out, which is the name of the son of the continent or the son of the realm here. Having said this, the system did not stop, but comforted. In fact, the host does not need to worry about the luck value. The children of the world around you are, in a sense, the enemies of other children of luck, just like the host. It's just that the host is active, while the children of the world are passive. This is a battle for the luck of one world. It is not only the host who needs luck. Other people with luck will also be drawn by luck and fight with the son of the world, trying to take away the world luck of the son of the world. Therefore, the host does not even need to look for them specially. As long as he stays by Shao Tianzua's side, those people with good fortune will come to him. This is undoubtedly good news for Zhou Xingdou. He now feels that accepting Shao Tianzua as his disciple is an extremely correct choice. At least for now, it seems that the benefits that accepting Shao Tianzua as a disciple can bring to oneself are far greater than killing him. This also made Zhou Xingdou look at Shao Tianzua at this moment, with an inexplicable smile on his face. He stopped talking about the way of heaven and changed the subject. I made you kneel for so long, and you almost lost your life. Do you feel resentful? Zhou Xingdou was very curious about what kind of answer the son of the world would give him, and he also wanted to know what kind of person he was in his eyes now. Shao Tianzua was slightly stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect Zhou Xingdou to ask him this. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly, not knowing what to say for a moment. But in the end he made up his mind, swallowed his saliva, sighed, and said slowly with a somewhat ashamed look on his face. It would be a lie to say I didn't have any. I did have some resentment at the beginning. Zhou Xingdou raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He didn't expect Xiao Tianzhua to be so direct. He thought Xiao Tianzhua would say that he didn't dare or couldn't do it, but he never thought that he would directly say that he had resentment. However, Zhou Xingdou also knew that Xiao Tianzhua had something to say next, so he did not interrupt him. Instead, he looked at him calmly, waiting for his answer. Xiao Tianzhua smiled bitterly, as if he was a little ashamed, and his voice became very low for some reason. I was thinking at that time, I had clearly accepted Master as my teacher, and I had saved Master, and many of the elixirs that were used to treat Master were also provided by Senior Huang Tian, so why couldn't Master bring Senior Huang Tian back to life? Zhou Xingdou did not blame Xiao Tianzhua for having a grudge against him. Instead, he nodded and said, "It's human nature. This emotion has nothing to do with one's character." Zhou Xingdou himself admitted that he had gone a little too far, but he did not regret it. Even if he knew in advance that Xiao Tianzhua would be resentful, he would still do so. But just like Master said, no one is born to be nice to me, and in fact, those pills didn't play any role in Master's recovery. Moreover, Master had already passed on the divine elephant prison suppressing power to me without reservation. I knew that Master was not a stingy person, and there must be other reasons for not agreeing to my request. As Xiao Tianzhua spoke, he gave Zhou Xingdou an embarrassed smile, as if it was a shameful thing for him to feel resentful towards Zhou Xingdou. Zhou Xingdou looked at Xiao Tianzhua and said with a half-smile, "Oh? Another reason? What reason?" Xiao Tianzhua rubbed his chin, looked at Zhou Xingdou cautiously, and then said cautiously, "I guess Master wanted to test my character, to temper my spirit, and to make me understand the truth." "What's the reason?" "It is easy to accept a favor, but difficult to repay it." Chapter 369, Even Dogs Don't Practice. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou couldn't help but look at his disciple differently. Although Xiao Tianzhua looked silly, he did see through Zhou Xingdou's intention. It is easy to accept a favor, but difficult to repay it. This is true of everything in the world. Accepting the kindness of others is an extremely simple thing, and it may even be a piece of cake for others. But when you repay the kindness, you may have to pay a huge price, and this price may be your life. Of course, Zhou Xingdou actually had another idea in mind, which was to suppress the arrogance of the Queen of Desolate Sky. Maybe Xiao Tianzhua saw through this thought, or maybe he didn't, but it didn't matter. "I hope you understand." Zhou Xingdou also showed a gentle smile to a man for the first time in a long time. "But I am more pleased with your honesty. In fact, there are many ways to answer this question. No or don't dare are the most appropriate answers for others, but Xiao Tianzhua's answer is more sincere, and Zhou Xingdou also hopes that his disciples are sincere." Zhou Xingdou was inevitably moved. Looking at Xiao Tianzhua's ordinary face, he said seriously, "You are my first disciple, and you may also be my last. I don't care how great your achievements are. Even if you are a waste, I won't care since I have accepted you." At this point, Zhou Xingdou paused and changed the subject. "But there is only one thing, do not lie to me, and do not keep anything to yourself. Honesty is the most important rule of the sect." Xiao Tianzhua also breathed a sigh of relief, and knelt down in front of Zhou Xingdou again, performing the etiquette of a disciple and saying, "Disciple Xiao Tianzhua, remember the Master's teachings." Zhou Xingdou raised his hand, and with a surge of Taoist power, he helped Xiao Tianzhua up from his kneeling position. "Get up. There's no need to be so polite in the future. Just show respect in your heart." From this moment on, Zhou Xingdou actually began to truly regard Xiao Tianzhua as his disciple and truly accepted this son of the world. After hearing Zhou Xingdou's words, Xiao Tianzhua was no longer so nervous and laughed twice. "Thank you, Master." Zhou Xingdou also looked dazed, but he didn't expect that he would actually accept his disciple. To be honest, he had never thought about accepting a disciple because he didn't need a future helper. From the beginning to the end, Zhou Xingdou didn't think that anyone could surpass him in the future. He also had no energy to teach others, nor did he know how to teach people how to practice. If Zhou Xingdou had not met Xiao Tianzhua due to various coincidences and interests, he would never have had this idea in his life. Looking at Xiao Tianzhua at this moment, Zhou Xingdou felt like he was seeing another lost version of himself. If he had no memories of his past life and had not been reborn, he might be a similar person to Xiao Tianzhua. A sense of vicissitudes arose in Zhou Xingdou's heart. It has been less than a year since his rebirth, but he feels like he has spent endless years and his mentality is still a little tired. You have your own path, and I have my own way. My way is only suitable for you. If others follow my way, they will undoubtedly become demons. In terms of cultivation, I don't have much to teach you. Zhou Xingdou said with a slightly vicissitudes of life that he had learned a lot of different things, and now he had to take a dual system approach. He himself was not sure if he could succeed in this path, so naturally he would not pass it on to Xiao Tianzhua. Moreover, even if he taught Zhu Yuan's skills to Xiao Tianzhua, it would have little effect on the system of this world. The only thing he could teach Xiao Tianzhua was the external skills and supernatural powers obtained from the system. Xiao Tianzhua shook his head very seriously and thanked Zhou Xingdou. I have benefited a lot from being able to learn Master's divine elephant prison suppressing power. I may not be able to fully comprehend it even if I spend my entire life on it. But Zhou Xingdou doesn't think so. Although the divine elephant prison suppressing power is powerful, internal training techniques are equally important. It would be fine if he didn't treat Xiao Tianzhua as his disciple, but now Zhou Xingdou has already accepted Xiao Tianzhua as his disciple. He has already taken so much advantage of this disciple, and it would be a bit unreasonable not to give him some benefits. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou said slowly. The divine elephant prison suppressing power is an external skill after all. Your internal training is a little weak. You still need to cultivate the internal skills as well. What level of internal skills are you practicing now? Xiao Tianzhua scratched his head, but did not hide it from Zhou Xingdou. After all, Zhou Xingdou had just said that the only rule of the sect was to be sincere and not hide anything. I am currently practicing the Earth Grade technique, the Taitsong Ju. Senior Huang Tian once said that this is the most suitable technique for me now. Zhou Xingdou frowned and said, Earth Grade? What level is this? Xiao Tianzhua was stunned for a moment, but then he reacted. Oh yes, Master is from another world. As he spoke, he explained the division of treasures and skills in the Four Heavens Holy Land. The Four Heavens Holy Land has unified the techniques and elixirs into 6 grades: Spiritual Grade, Yellow Grade, Mysterious Grade, Earth Grade, Heaven Grade, and Near Path. These grades basically correspond to the 6 realms of cultivation. Speaking of this, Xiao Tianzhua was even a little proud. My disciple's Taitsong Ju is also top grade among the Earth Grade ones. It is enough to support me until I reach the Dharma realm of the Earth Refining Realm. But Zhou Xingdou twitched his mouth and said, That's it. The Earth Refining Realm is equivalent to the Holy Realm of Chuyuan. To reach the peak of the Earth Refining Realm is just a great sage, which is not even as good as the Jifeng Sword Classic that Zhou Xingdou casually gave to the Lu family. At least, if one cultivates the Extreme Wind Sword Canon to perfection, one will be able to suddenly realize the Extreme Wind Law and enter the Supreme Realm. But Zhou Xingdou really had no choice. The exercises of the Chuyuan system definitely could not be practiced here. Abolishing Xiao Tianzhua's cultivation and asking him to switch to the Chuyuan system might also disrupt the path of this son of the world. Although Xiao Tianzhua understood that Zhou Xingdou was very powerful and would definitely look down upon the Earth Grade technique Taitsong Ju, he still explained. Master, please don't underestimate this land quality. There aren't many land quality lands in the entire Qingmu mansion. If someone spreads the news, I'm afraid a lot of people will try to steal my skills tomorrow. After hearing what Xiao Tianzhua said, if Zhou Xingdou wasn't trying to maintain his image, he would have wanted to spit on his disciple. Don't underestimate this skill. It can only be practiced to the level of a great sage. Even the dog raised by the Zhou family would pee on it if they saw it. Dogs won't practice this skill. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou snorted coldly. How could that old woman Huang Tian not have any heaven grade or Dao grade skills? She actually let you practice this kind of rubbish. But before Xiao Tianzhua could respond, a somewhat angry voice came from the other side of the wall. I'm right next door, I can hear you scolding me. Zhou Xingdou was not surprised, because he was originally speaking to the Empress of Desolate Heaven. I heard you, but you don't explain. The voice of the Queen of Desolate Sky became somewhat cold, but it was mixed with a hint of grievance. Why should I explain? Didn't I tell you long ago that my martial arts method is not suitable for him? Otherwise, it would be your turn to accept him as your disciple. Zhou Xingdou blinked, as if he remembered what Queen Huangtian had said, but he had not paid much attention to it and forgot about it for a while. However, he also asked with some doubt. What's inappropriate? The Queen of Desolate Heaven gnashed her teeth but did not dare to get angry. The martial arts I practice require men to castrate themselves if they want to practice it. If you're interested, I can show you. Chapter 370, Overacting. In response to the explanation given by the Queen of Desolate Heaven, Zhou Xingdou simply said, I have no interest in the human demon technique. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Xingdou could hear the whistling of the wind caused by the anger of the Queen of Desolate Sky, but he still didn't take it seriously, because Qin Yanjing was still looking at the Queen of Desolate Sky. As expected by Zhou Xingdou, the Queen of Desolate Sky just gnashed her teeth, and a few crisp stomping sounds accompanied her voice. I'm a woman, not a she-male, not a tranny. Xiao Tianzhua beside Zhou Xingdou wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. It was hard for him to understand why his own cold and emotionally stable senior Huangtian would jump up and down and lose control of his emotions after meeting his master. However, after a gentle cough, the voice of Queen Huangtian instantly calmed down. This also calmed down the Queen of Desolate Sky. Although she was no longer gritting her teeth and getting emotional, she still snorted and counterattacked Zhou Xingdou. Humph. Besides, you are his master, why don't you give him the skills? How can you still rely on me? Oh. Zhou Xingdou let out an oh in slight surprise, and this oh was extremely insulting, as if he was surprised that the Empress Huangtian had come to her senses and actually knew how to refute him. But the Queen of Desolate Sky didn't hear the insult in the question at all. She thought she had stumped Zhou Xingdou and achieved a temporary victory. She was smug for a moment and said proudly, You don't have any internal training techniques to teach Tianzhua, right? If you don't have any, just say so. Why are you making trouble for me? I won't laugh at you. A black line suddenly appeared on Zhou Xingdou's brow. He finally understood how this Queen Huangtian died. She deserved to be beaten to death for being so foul-mouthed. Qin Yanjing's chuckle could be heard from next door, as if she couldn't help laughing at Zhou Xingdou's rare humiliation. Zhou Xingdou now really wanted to break the wall that separated the two rooms in front of him with one palm, and then pick up the Empress Huangtian and give her a good beating. But the rare kindness of a teacher made him endure it and not bully his disciples' relatives and seniors in front of Xiao Tianzhua. But Zhou Xingdou still didn't let anyone off. This old witch who has lived for who knows how many years is really sharp-tongued. This immediately made Empress Huangtian jump up again. If Qin Yanjing hadn't been beside her, she would have stamped her feet long ago, but she also refused to give in and said, You attack people personally when you can't win an argument. You are unworthy of being a teacher. You just don't have the ability to get the skills for Tianzhua, so you are desperate. Zhou Xingdou was also speechless after being rebuked by the Queen of Desolate Sky. How could he have imagined that the Queen of Desolate Sky, who was so honest just now, would be so presumptuous at this moment just because they were separated by a wall? Can Xingdou tolerate this week? Boom! But Zhou Xingdou suddenly raised his palm, and a rumbling sound of blood and energy sounded. Endless airflow poured into the room, and the wall in front of him suddenly turned into powder, revealing the slightly stunned figure of the Empress Huangtian. Call out! Zhou Xingdou raised his hand and reached out, ignoring the distance and space, grabbed the collar of Empress Huangtian and pulled her in front of him. The Empress Huangtian was startled and the smile on her lips immediately disappeared. Her face was replaced with an extremely apologetic expression and a very serious posture. If Zhou Xingdou was not absolutely sure that it was the Empress Desolate Sky who had spoken just now, it would have been difficult for him to connect the current Empress Desolate Sky with the Empress Desolate Sky who had just spoken against him. Are you a dog? Why aren't you barking now? Zhou Xingdou grabbed the collar of the Empress of Desolate Sky, with purple energy surging in his eyes. Looking at the innocent appearance of the Empress of Desolate Sky, he became extremely angry. Xiao Tianzhua was not frightened by the conflict between Zhou Xingdou and Queen Huang Tian. He just shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent attitude. He realized that his senior Huang Tian was just looking for excitement, and he didn't want to be part of their play. He walked silently to the corner where Luo Balian was, and watched the two of them making a fuss. Although Empress Huang Tian was captured by Zhou Xingdou, her enchanting bloodshot eyes were very calm. However, she looked a little guilty and said with a hint of apology, "I have just been resurrected and I am a little emotional. I may have offended you unintentionally. Please forgive me." Facing the expression of the Queen of Desolate Sky, she felt like she was punching cotton. She sighed helplessly and said, "I can see that you are quite a contrast." After saying that, Zhou Xingdou glanced downwards, and a patch of snow white suddenly appeared under the collar of the man's robe that he had lifted up. "Wow, this dress is really big." Zhou Xingdou's exclamation made the Queen of Desolate Heaven realize that something was wrong, but she did not blush or show any shyness. She just said apologetically, "If you can calm down after reading it, then please read it more." Upon hearing this, Zhou Xingdou immediately loosened the collar of Empress Desolate Sky and couldn't help rolling his eyes. If Empress Desolate Sky wasn't a woman, he really wanted to kick her away. The Queen of Desolate Sky was somewhat surprised that Zhou Xingdou let go of her. She grabbed her collar and looked at Zhou Xingdou curiously and said, "Are you really not going to watch it? If not, I'll tuck it away." "Ha! Ha!" Zhou Xingdou clenched his fists at this moment, and the sound of bones clenching could be heard throughout the room. It was hard for him to imagine that the Empress Huang Tian, who had just left for a moment, had changed from the cold and majestic personality of a revered emperor to this state. He even felt like he was being harassed by a female hooligan. But at this moment Zhou Xingdou was a little at a loss. There was nothing he could do as he was really a person who was soft-hearted and not tough. With such an attitude of the Queen of Desolate Sky, he really couldn't bring himself to do anything to her. In a rage, Zhou Xingdou glared at Qin Yanjing and walked out of the room in anger. He felt that since Empress Huangtian could grasp his weakness so well, Qin Yanjing must have said something to her, otherwise she would not have changed so quickly. Qin Yanjing pursed her lips and smiled, which was indescribably tender, but in Zhou Xingdou's opinion, she did have some bad intentions. When the Empress of Desolate Heaven saw that she had just walked away with Zhou Xingdou in anger and had not bothered her, her evil blood-red eyes turned for a moment, and a rare smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She suddenly snorted and grabbed Zhou Xingdou, who was walking away with Zhou Xingdou in anger. "Why are you so angry, Mr. Zhou? Isn't it enough that I admit my mistakes?" Zhou Xingdou felt somewhat helpless as he was dragged by him. He sighed with regret and said, "Well, tell me what you want to do." He doesn't recognize me, the Queen of Desolate Heaven, just for fun. When things are abnormal, there must be something wrong. The Queen of Desolate Heaven must have other intentions in her attitude. Isn't Mr. Zhou looking for a technique for Tianzhua? I do know of a Taoist technique that is extremely suitable for Tianzhua. The Queen of Desolate Sky smiled as beautiful as a flower, without a trace of coldness on her face, and spoke as wantonly as a prostitute. Zhou Xingdou frowned, raised his eyebrows, and said with purple eyes, "You're overacting. Tone down a little." The smiling face of the Queen of Desolate Sky suddenly disappeared, and turned into a cold expression again. She pouted and said, "No, this is not okay, that is not okay, what kind do you want?" Chapter 371 Great Palm Heaven Technique. Zhou Xingdou was relieved to see that the Queen of Desolate Sky had returned to normal, and then gave instructions. "You could have restrained yourself by 50% and become charming but not vulgar." Empress Huangtian wanted to roll her eyes at Zhou Xingdou's words, but she held back and said calmly, "Let's talk about it next time. Did you hear what I just said?" Zhou Xingdou no longer pretended to be deaf and dumb. Looking at the reaction of the Queen of Desolate Sky, he cursed her in his heart, but a hint of amusement rose in his eyes, and then he asked, "Where is the Da-level technique suitable for Tianzhua?" This matter was brought up by the Empress of Desolate Heaven, so there was no need for her to hide it. It is in the wilderness south refining palace, not far from the Qingmu palace. At this point, Empress Huang Tian frowned and said, "But it already belongs to someone else. That person is a casual cultivator, and after so many years, I'm afraid his cultivation has already reached the beginning stage." Hearing that Nanlian Mansion was also a starting stage for independent cultivators, Xiao Tianzhua, who had been quietly sitting in the corner, suddenly looked a little ugly and said abruptly, "Senior, you are not talking about the heavenly king Zheng Tian, are you?" The Queen of Desolate Heaven nodded, approving Xiao Tianzhua's guess. "Yes, his name is indeed Zhang Santian, but he used to be called Zhang San. He only changed his name to Zhang Santian later. I'm afraid he got the title of Heavenly King because of that technique." Zhou Xingdou frowned slightly, not because of how powerful the King of Heaven was, nor because he was at the starting realm, but because this man was called Zhang San and then changed his name to Zhang Santian. This made him doubt whether the people in this world were all mentally abnormal. Xiao Tianzhua still looked grim and said, "The Tao quality that the senior mentioned that is most suitable for me, could it be the untold secret of the Heavenly King, the achievement that made him famous, the Great Heavenly Mastery Technique?" "Yes, it is the Great Palm Heaven Technique." After saying that, Queen Desolate Sky looked at Zhou Xingdou, as if waiting for Zhou Xingdou's decision. Although Zhou Xingdou was still unable to defeat Lian Dao, Qing Yanjing was at least comparable to the peak of the starting realm. As long as Zhou Xingdou lets Qing Yanjing take action, with Zhou Xingdou's assistance, he will have some chance of dealing with the King of Heaven Zhang Santian. Zhou Xingdou did not agree immediately, but stared at the Queen of Desolate Sky, his thoughts turning as if he was thinking about something. Before Empress Huang Tian could speak again, Xiao Tianzhua immediately shouted, "Absolutely not." Xiao Tianzhua's urgent shout immediately made everyone look at him. And Xiao Tianzhua immediately explained. Zhang Santian, the Heavenly King, is at the pinnacle of the initial stage, just one step away from reaching the final stage. The two generals Yin and Yang under Ji Tianzuan once came to Desolate Heaven to capture him, but in that battle, General Ji Yang died, and General Ji Yin fled from Desolate Heaven in a hurry. As he said this, Xiao Tianzhua showed fear on his face. Those were the two generals of Yin and Yang. Although they were only at the beginning of their career, they were able to escape from the hands of a Taoist master, but they died at the hands of the Heavenly King. The Queen of Desolate Heaven was also stunned when she heard this, and said in disbelief, "How is that possible? Before I died, Zhang San was just a kid in the Dharmakaya realm. If I hadn't been busy gaining the power of the Heavenly Combination realm to enter the Taoist realm, I could have easily crushed him to death." Zhou Xingdou frowned even more tightly when he heard this, then looked at Xiao Tianzhua and asked, "How do you know that?" Xiao Tianzhua took a deep breath, a bit of pain appeared in his eyes, and he smiled bitterly. "I am originally from Nanlian Prefecture. My hometown was destroyed in the battle and all my relatives and friends died. That's why I fled to Qingmu Prefecture." Xiao Tianzhua's tone was extremely calm, so calm that it seemed as if what he was talking about had nothing to do with him, but anyone could see the pain hidden in his heart. At the same time, Zhou Xingdou also looked at the Queen of Desolate Sky, and saw that she also had a confused look on her face. Then he realized that Xiao Tianzhua's past was probably something that even she didn't know. The two probably met after Xiao Tianzhua had escaped. Moreover, if Empress Desolate Sky had not set her sights on King Palm of the Sky today, Xiao Tianzhua would have been worried that Zhou Xingdou and Empress Desolate Sky would be in danger. He would never have mentioned such past events, but buried them in his heart, waiting until he had the real strength to take revenge himself. As he spoke, Xiao Tianzhua raised his head and said very seriously, "That's why I said it's absolutely impossible. The Heavenly King is too powerful. After Ji Yang died, Ji Tianzun did not avenge him. Instead, he reconciled with the Heavenly King. That is the end of the Heavenly Realm. The existence standing at the pinnacle of the entire world cannot do anything to the Heavenly King. Master and seniors must not take any risks." Xiao Tianzhua's words were extremely firm. If he had not just promised Zhou Xingdou that he would no longer kneel casually, he would probably have knelt down and kowtowed to Zhou Xingdou and Empress Huang Tian to calm down. To be honest, Zhou Xingdou had not originally planned to target the King of Heaven. Because of his strength at the peak of the initial realm, it would be risky for Qing Yanjing to face him. Zhou Xingdou didn't want Qin Yanjing to die for him again, so he planned to take it step by step. He would first find a suitable heavenly-grade magic for Xiao Tianzhua. With Xiao Tianzhua's identity as the son of the world, even if Zhou Xingdou didn't intervene, Xiao Tianzhua would probably be able to obtain the Great Palm heavenly art. But now, hearing that Xiao Tianzhua still had such a hatred for the King of Heaven, and yet was trying hard to persuade his master not to take risks again, Zhou Xingdou's heart was moved. The Queen of Desolate Sky lowered her eyebrows. She understood the strength of the Supreme Lord of Heaven and the two generals of Yin and Yang better than Zhou Xingdou and others, so she understood the value of this Supreme Lord of Heaven now. As Xiao Tianzhua said, the risk was too great, and she also felt it was unlikely. He is so strong now, let's just forget about it. No. This cannot be allowed. Zhou Xingdou spoke in a cold voice, interrupting the words of the Queen of Desolate Sky. Without waiting for the Queen of Desolate Sky to speak, Zhou Xingdou looked at her and immediately asked. After 10 days, how strong can you recover? Although Empress Huangtian was doubtful, she still replied. 10 days later? At best, I can recover to the Gai Tian realm. Zhou Xingdou's eyes were filled with purple energy as he looked at his disciple and said. 10 days later, I will let you take revenge with your own hands. Xiao Tianzhua was startled and stepped forward quickly. Master, absolutely not, the risk is too. But before Xiao Tianzhua could finish his words, Zhou Xingdou disappeared with a wave of his sleeves. Xiao Tianzhua looked anxious, and hurriedly looked at Qin Yanjing, and finally knelt down with a plop. Third Master, please persuade Master. I have no intention of looking down on you, but the risk is too great right now, and I don't need to change my skills urgently. Qin Yanjing's face remained calm. She did not frown because of Zhou Xingdou's decision, nor was she embarrassed by Xiao Tianzhua's kneeling. She just said calmly. I cannot change what your master has decided. You just need to wait for your revenge in 10 days. Xiao Tianzhua's face was filled with extreme anxiety and he was almost crying, with endless regret in his heart. He understood that Zhou Xingdou made the decision out of hatred for him, and he regretted that he should not have told what happened in the past. But if he had not told it at that time, he would have violated the teacher rules that Zhou Xingdou set for him. Be sincere and don't deceive. Chapter 372, Spirit. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou returned to the top of the mountain again. He stood on the top with his hands behind his back. His expression was indifferent and cold. The gurgling of blood in his body caused the heaven and earth to tremble. He was indeed a little impulsive in this matter. After all, this was not the Chuyuan world, and there was no one to support him. Qin Yanjing was no longer a war slave of the system. If he died again, there would be no chance of resurrection. But he still chose to take action, not only for the Great Palm heavenly art, but also to fight for that breath. Because he found that his spirit had weakened a lot since he came to this world. When Xiao Tianzhua told him about how powerful the King of Heaven, Zhang Santian, he was actually shaken. He wanted to not provoke the King of Heaven first and take his time later. A quasi-emperor who had no background and didn't even show up actually made him give in. This was something Zhou Xingdou was extremely unwilling to see happen to him. Today he is afraid of the independent quasi-emperor, tomorrow he is afraid of the friends of the quasi-emperor, and then he is afraid of the family that possesses the quasi-emperor. He becomes more and more fearful step by step, and in the end he becomes cautious at every step. At that time, one's spirit will be completely destroyed. Even if it wasn't for Xiao Tianzhua's hatred, he still had to fight for himself. He couldn't retreat, or his invincible state of mind would be broken. But Zhou Xingdou still left himself some wiggle room, which was to set the time 10 days later. 10 days later, his Taoist soldier embryo will be completely refined successfully. Moreover, during these 10 days, he decided to comprehend once again the divine elephant prison suppressing power in the Tao realm law of the heavens, and strive to make breakthroughs in each of these 10 days. At this time, Qin Yanjing appeared beside Zhou Xingdou, and her gentle voice rang in Zhou Xingdou's ears, soothing Zhou Xingdou's body and mind. You are a little anxious, but I am here. Even if the Heavenly King is really powerful, I can protect you and get away safely. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Zhou Xingdou remained silent, his pair of silver-white eyes filled with purple energy slightly closed, and then he said decisively. No, I want to rely on my own strength. I can't bear the pain of losing you again. Qin Yanjing hugged Zhou Xingdou from behind and said with some distress. But 10 days is too short. It's not that she didn't believe that Zhou Xingdou couldn't make rapid progress in 10 days, but she was afraid that Zhou Xingdou would pay too high a price and bear too much pressure. Zhou Xingdou held Qin Yanjing's hand and said to himself, "That's enough. That's enough." As he spoke, a gleam appeared in Zhou Xingdou's eyes, which showed a determination and desire that had never appeared in his eyes before. But Zhou Xingdou did not just force it. He still had to make the necessary plans and safeguards. He then said to Qin Yanjing, "You don't need to worry about me for the next 10 days. Watch the Diana recover her strength. Before you go find her heavenly king, you should first look for her cave heaven treasure house and try to help her recover her strength." Qin Yanjing smiled slightly, as if she was happy that Zhou Xingdou was not carried away by the situation, and said softly and gently, "Yes, I understand." After Qin Yanjing left, Zhou Xingdou sat on the top of the mountain. The whistling wind rang in his ears, making his black hair dance wildly. He hasn't felt this kind of urgency for a long time. After all, he was too comfortable in Chuyuan. Those crises seemed dangerous, but they were only seemingly so, because there was always someone to support him. Even Zhou Xingdou has always been very clear that he cannot die. But with the Zhou family leaving Chuyuan and Xiantian Dao sect in danger, Zhou Xingdou was shot dead by Yin Jinji under the protection of Tianzhou. His long-standing sense of comfort was finally broken. Even if there is a system that can break through the long river of time and resurrect oneself, can this resurrection system always do so? What's more, I don't even know where the system is now, and it's an almost closed world. Who can save me and support me here? The only one he can rely on now is Qin Yanjing, but Zhou Xingdou is not shameless enough to always stand behind a woman. In the past, when he was not as strong as he is now, he could pull back the Holy Mother of the Universe who was blocking him when facing the attack of the ninth ancestor of the universe, and said to her, "I don't have the habit of letting women stand in front of me." Indeed, it was his uncle Qin who gave him the confidence at that time, but he was still sharper and more arrogant than he is now. Become stronger. This thought has been lingering in Zhou Xingdou's mind, but there is always a sense of comfort that makes his urgent need to become stronger become an empty thought. Until now, he had never relied on himself for cultivation, and most of the divine elephant prison suppressing power was enhanced by the dragon elephant holy medicine. He had never even made up his mind to practice with all his strength for a single day. Those so-called retreats are just to organize what they have gained, practice a little, and then retreat for 2 or 3 days in a proper manner, and then come out immediately. This was who he used to be, an immortal genius who was pushed to the pinnacle of sainthood by external forces. Now he wanted to see how far he could go in his current situation if he practiced with all his strength for 10 days and put aside all extraneous thoughts. Can he crack the mystery of the Yuanxiang? Can he deduce the laws of the heavens to a level that surpasses the power of the most powerful saints or even the great saints? The moment his distracting thoughts were gone, Zhou Xingdou immediately immersed himself in a state of ecstasy. In his body, the Ziwei Taiyuan Sutra began to slowly operate on its own, and the clear sky suddenly became dim. Billions of stars in the starry sky flashed with dazzling light, as if lighting up the whole world. Countless stars poured down from the sky like a waterfall, converging towards Zhou Xingdou on the top of the mountain. The starlight and star power blended with each other, and in the blink of an eye, ancient and mysterious runes swirled and intertwined around Zhou Xingdou, forming a huge and sacred ancient star. Then, the second, third, fourth until the 108th ancient star gradually condensed into shape, and the entire world fell into silence. Although Zhou Xingdou was sitting quietly on the top of the mountain, he seemed to be in an endless starry sky. He was like the master of this starry sky, and everything was under his control. At this moment, countless dragons and elephants were galloping and roaring in the void. The sound was deafening, as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. Between Zhou Xingdou's eyebrows, a silver-purple vertical line suddenly shone, containing endless divine power that shook the world. A ray of divine light pierced through the clouds and shot into the sky, causing rumbling thunder to sound between heaven and earth. In an instant, thousands of thunders roared across heaven and earth. Almost at the same time, the source of the punishment lightning burst out like a meteor, with the momentum of destroying the world, and rushed into the thousands of thunders that fell between heaven and earth. At this moment, the originally violent thunders became docile, like subjects paying homage to the monarch, and surrounded the source of the heavenly punishment thunder, forming a huge vortex of thunder and lightning. As time went by, the source of the heavenly punishment thunder was bathed in thousands of thunders and lightnings, constantly absorbing the energy essence therein, and finally transformed into an extremely majestic heavenly punishment thunder dragon. Chapter 373 Ziwei Taiwan Sutra Part 2. This heaven punishment thunder dragon was different from the previous ones. Its body had completely turned purple, emitting an endless noble aura. Every scale was flashing with dazzling lightning, making people dare not look directly at it. Its eyes are cold and majestic, as if it is a god of punishment who controls heavenly calamities. All thunder and lightning seem to originate from it. It is the master of thunder. At the same time, amazing changes also occurred in Zhou Xingdou's dantian. A clear and pleasant phoenix cry suddenly sounded, resounding through the sky. Then, a phantom of a mighty divine phoenix rushed out from Zhou Xingdou's dantian, spread its wings, and flew into the sky. Billions of nirvana fires fell between heaven and earth like a meteor shower, bringing endless vitality to the entire world. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou's aura became stronger and stronger. The remaining power of the immortality medicine turned into a continuous flow of energy, pouring into Zhou Xingdou's body. These energies continued to accumulate, and eventually triggered an earth-shaking explosion. Countless energy torrents gathered together and turned into a group of thick mist, filling the sky and the earth. Zhou Xingdou, who was sitting cross-legged, felt that he was in silence, and the various strange phenomena outside his body seemed to have nothing to do with him. Zhou Xingdou only felt a powerful force surging from deep within his body, causing his blood to begin to boil. His heartbeat became faster and faster, and every beat seemed to be playing a passionate piece of music. He looked down at his arm and found that the blood vessels on it had suddenly appeared like mad dragons, with purple gold blood flowing inside and constantly making a gurgling sound. The boiling of blood, like boiling water, constantly surged in his body, releasing infinite energy, making Zhou Xingdou a little dazed. Because this was beyond his expectations, the boiling of blood was not under his control, nor was it intentional on his part, but a sudden abnormality. Then Zhou Xingdou felt the scene before his eyes change. Then comes dark, endless darkness. And suddenly a ray of light flashed in the endless darkness, or rather it was not a ray of light, but a river of blood. That was his bloodline. The purple gold blood was boiling, and contained countless star powers. Zhou Xingdou was sure that this was not the star power he absorbed, because these star powers, too dazzling, too old, too sacred. An extremely ancient breath seemed to be blowing towards me, a breath that was the origin of everything in ancient times. This is definitely not the star power nurtured by the stars in this world, and it has absolutely nothing to do with Chuyuan, and it is not even like the great power of the stars in the sky contained in the deepest part of Zhou Xingdou's body. It is a kind of power that comes from deep in the blood, and it is the power inherited from the ancestors of the Zhou family. Crepe myrtle blood. Zhou Xingdou's heart skipped a beat, and he understood instantly that this river of blood containing the endless power of ancient stars was his Ziwei blood. Now he understood completely that his Ziwei blood was about to awaken, and this place of endless darkness was not somewhere else, but inside his body. The purple gold blood river emitting faint starlight was the only light in the darkness. In an instant, countless blood rivers appeared, filled with endless darkness, crisscrossing each other, emitting the power of stars, and flowing endlessly. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou only felt that his body was like the universe, and the purple gold blood was like countless galaxies spreading throughout his body. As soon as Zhou Xingdou had this thought, a huge light source suddenly appeared in the endless darkness covered by the galaxy. Buzz. After a buzzing sound, the light source ignited countless fires of nirvana, like a flaming red sun, and suddenly endless energy and blood erupted from it. How could Zhou Xingdou not understand at this moment that the huge light source like the sun, which ignited countless fires of nirvana and caused not only the blood and energy to erupt, was none other than his heart? The moment Zhou Xingdou's heart appeared, it completely pierced the darkness. It was no longer like the sun, but a sun itself, like an endless ancient wheel that had lived in the dome for a long time, illuminating all the lands of China. Next, his spleen quickly appeared, revealing a bright white light, neutralizing the swaying light of the heart-young sun, and it looked like a bright moon. Endless galaxy, sun and moon in the same sky. Before Zhou Xingdou could think, the sun, moon, stars and rivers rang out in unison, and an extremely grand, ancient and profound voice resounded in his ears. The 7 stars in the sky are majestic and brilliant, commanding the other stars, mediating the flow of qi, and deciding life and death. Their power is extremely great. Daluo Heaven Realm, the North Pole of the sky, in the Purple Palace, the North Pole Emperor, governs the Big Dipper, examines the numbers of disasters, governs Fengdu, and restrains the ghosts and demons. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou's mind suddenly became clear. How could he not know that this was the next chapter of his Ziwei Taiwan Sutra? Every time that majestic voice uttered a word, a purple gold ancient character of supreme nobility would be imprinted on Zhou Xingdou's body, blood, bones, brain and everything else. Zhou Xingdou outside the body did not open his eyes, but he also followed the majestic voice. The mantra that sounded extremely simple to Zhou Xingdou was extremely obscure when it came out of his mouth. No one and no object could understand its meaning, and it sounded like a child's babble. And at the moment he chanted the last word of the second part of the Ziwei Taiwan Sutra, he seemed to see in a trance an almighty figure that dominated the heavens. That figure was boundlessly vast, boundlessly majestic, boundlessly sacred, boundlessly terrifying, boundlessly ancient, and boundlessly noble. This is a figure that Zhou Xingdou cannot imagine or guess. Even if it is just a vague figure, it may be the most powerful existence he has ever seen in his 3 lifetimes. What that figure exuded was the source of the Ziwei blood in his body, and he was also the ancestor of the Zhou family. Unfortunately, it was just a glimpse and the figure disappeared, but what followed was a force as surging as a raging sea. At this moment, Qing Yanjing, who was watching the Empress Huangtian sitting cross-legged to recover her strength, seemed to have realized something. Her expression changed instantly, and she moved to the top of the mountain where the skyscraper formation had been established by her in an instant. But at this moment, the huge formation was constantly shaking, and the patterns hidden in the formation seemed to be impacted by extreme force and were all revealed. Moreover, the impact force is not caused by an outsider, but by the power being released from inside the formation to the outside. Qing Yanjing knew who was in the formation, but she didn't expect that Zhou Xingdou would be able to shake the formation in just over a day. She set up this formation herself, how could she not know how powerful it is? Not to mention Zhou Xingdou, whose physique is comparable to that of the Lord of Creation. Even if 7 or 8 quasi-emperors below the 4th transformation came, they would not be able to break through the formation set up by him, the Grand Master of the Holy Formation. But now Zhou Xingdou has done it, and this formation seems to be unable to hold on. Chapter 370 For the Terror of Ziwei Blood. Snap! All I heard was a clear and crisp sound, resounding through the sky, as if the heaven and earth were shaking. Everyone looked closely and saw that a tiny crack had appeared on the originally perfect formation, and a trace of terrifying and ultimate energy and blood gushed out from it. As that trace of blood and energy gushed out, an extremely terrifying and frightening aura swept across the heaven and earth. This breath is as hot and violent as a volcanic eruption, and as deep and mysterious as a deep-sea whirlpool. It carries endless pressure and power, and seems to swallow up the entire world. In just a moment, the earth began to shake violently. The trees in the mountains and forests were uprooted and flew wildly in the air. The land seemed to be under great pressure and broke into pieces. This scene was like the end of the world, and it made people feel extremely scared. Empress Huangtian, who was sitting cross-legged in the courtyard to recover her strength, was also startled at this moment. She suddenly opened her extremely charming blood-red eyes and shouted "Not good" in a hurry. In a tenth of a second, Queen Huangtian picked up Xiao Tianzhua, who was chatting with Luo Belian in the garden, with one hand, and used a force to transform it into a protective divine light, which protected Xiao Tianzhua completely. And at the moment when the Queen Desolate Sky picked up Xiao Tianzhua, the courtyard where he had lived for many years collapsed in an instant and was crushed to silence. Luo Belian escaped in the moment of silence, but his face was still filled with shock. Suddenly, he felt a sweetness in his throat and spat out a mouthful of black blood. At the same time, the space exploded inch by inch, revealing a dark void that spread over hundreds of miles of mountains and rivers in an instant. When the 3 of them reacted, they discovered that the central area of Zhouyuan Mountains had completely disappeared. Everything was annihilated in the black void. Only a mountain covered by a large formation remained, standing there abruptly. At this moment, Qin Yanjing frowned and kept waving billions of spiritual seals in his hands to bless the formation that was about to collapse. If she had not reacted quickly, and if she had not been a powerful quasi-emperor now, it would only take her a breath to strengthen the formation, causing the blood and energy to leak out only a little, and then she would be able to strengthen the huge formation. I am afraid that many innocent lives will die in Qingmu Mansion today. The formation was stabilized again, and peace returned to the world. The Queen of Desolate Sky finally came to her senses. Looking at the dark void around her, she felt a sudden chill in her heart. Although she has not recovered, she is still the highest person in the outer realm of Qinjianjing. Her soul in the initial realm makes her no better than Xiao Tianzhua and Luo Balian. Why all this happened just now? A trace of blood. A trace of Zhou Xingdou's blood. It could destroy 100 miles of space, and this was just an unconscious outburst of qi and blood without anyone activating it. Even if she was at her prime, let alone a trace of energy, even a drop of blood would not be enough to achieve this. And Zhou Xingdou before would definitely not be able to reach such a state, so there is only one possibility. Thinking of the Queen of Desolate Sky throwing Xiao Tianzhua towards Luo Balian, she moved to the side of Qin Yanjing, who had just put down her jade hand, and looked at the formation that was operating at its peak and covering everything, and said in a tone full of surprise, "Could it be that his physique has improved again?" Qin Yanjing's frown did not relax because he stabilized the formation. Instead, a trace of worry appeared on his face. It should be that the formation is filled with an extremely terrifying light and blood. I can't see through it, and I don't know what's going on. At this moment, Zhou Xingdou, who was inside the formation, was wrapped in the terrifying light of qi and blood, but he seemed to be suffering terrible torture. The dragon elephant particles throughout his body were constantly exploding and reorganizing. The power of the stars was no longer gentle, but became extremely violent, washing over his internal organs. All his flesh, blood, bones and skin were constantly being destroyed and restored at this moment. The complete Ziwei Taiwan Sutra was too overbearing. The moment he finished reading the next chapter, an extremely overbearing and dominant energy surged in his body. His incomparable and magical power of Taoism was like a small ant in front of it and could not stop it at all. But this power is by no means malicious, but an extremely domineering control, which is derived from the Ziwei Taiwan Sutra. He not only needs to control his inner cultivation, but also his own supreme external skill, the divine elephant Zhenyu, to control everything below. How can the inner training, which is only comparable to the first level of the Tao realm of a saint, control the outer training, which is comparable to the Lord of Creation? That is Zhou Xingdou's revived Ziwei blood. Zhou Xingdou now instantly understood the function of this Ziwei blood. This function is too primitive and extremely simple, without any roundabout or complicated applications. That is the explosive realm. Yes, the reorganization of Zhou Xingdou's body particles has nothing to do with the divine elephant's prison-suppressing power, nor is it because he has stepped into the Yuanxiang realm. It is just because his cultivation has now been deduced by this power to the 6th level of the Tao of the Heavens, where all laws return to one. That's right, in a short period of time, this power directly pushed himself from the 1st level of the Tao realm to the 6th level of the Tao realm, crossing 5 major realms in one day. And the abnormal transformation it brought to himself is the root cause of his current pain. There are 12 levels in the Tao realm. The 3rd level is comparable to the Great Sage, and the 7th level is comparable to the Lord of Creation. Now that he has entered the 6th level of the Tao realm, Yu Chuyuan has become a powerful being comparable to the Tao Zun realm. But every minute and every second of this period felt like a year to him. The 2nd level of the Tao realm is called the immortal body. The magic of this realm lies in the incredible degree to which it strengthens the physical body. Once you enter this state, every cell in your body will be injected with tremendous and endless vitality, as if you have become an immortal being. This powerful life force makes the practitioner's body indestructible. Even the power contained in a drop of blood is enough to crush a towering mountain. When breaking through this immortal body, Zhou Xingdou's muscles and bones felt as if every inch of them were pierced by billions of steel needles. Even if this could bring benefits, Zhou Xingdou would have no complaints, but what made him helpless was that this immortality was just a metaphor. The effect of this level of realm is actually useless to Zhou Xingdou. This immortal body just sounds powerful. His recovery ability had already been enhanced countless times, and coupled with the baptism of the Divine Phoenix Immortal Elixir last time, it was even more powerful than the effect brought by the second level of the Dao realm. Moreover, this state of mind has almost no effect on his current physique, but he still has to experience endless pain in the flesh and blood. The pain of the second level of immortality had not yet ended, and Ziwei blood pushed him to the third level of the Dao realm, where he could focus on everything. This level is to evolve 10,000 selves in the sea of consciousness. Each self is independent, and the thoughts will not conflict with each other, allowing the power of one's calculations to reach its peak. But Zhou Xingdou was still in the agony of the second level of immortality. This was equivalent to thousands of him suffering the horrible pain of flesh and blood at the same time, and Zhou Xingdou almost fainted from the pain. Chapter 375 Heaven and Earth Baking Furnace. Fear. The great terror between life and death has always lingered in Zhou Xingdou's heart. The torture he endured in just a moment was comparable to the sum of his entire life. The complete Ziwei Taiwan Sutra and the awakened Ziwei blood were too overbearing. Although Zhou Xingdou suffered endless pain, his progress with every breath was fast enough to rival others' thousands of years of hard practice. In just a moment, he broke through the fourth level of the Dao realm and achieved the control of heaven and earth. The fourth level, Dharma Heaven and Earth. At this level, the physical body can be as big as a pillar that supports the sky, or as small as a mustard seed. The most beneficial thing in this level is the Dharma body, which has been completely materialized and can be separated from the main body and autonomously absorb the power of heaven and earth to fight. The Dao realm of the heavens does not require the cultivation of Dharma images. At the fourth level, it rises up and directly opens up its Dharma body. Dharmakaya is the symbol of the Supreme Being of the first origin. Condensing the Dharmakaya can be regarded as the first summary of one's own path. This may also be the reason why the Ziwei Taiwan Sutra governs everything inside and outside. Suddenly, among the myriad of divine lights behind Zhou Xingdou, a towering Dharma body rose up. This was the summary of the laws of the power of heaven and earth. An extremely domineering aura rose from the Dharma body. Let this Dharma body be gathered by the law of law and the power of heaven and earth. The colorless and blurred body also suddenly took shape at this moment. He wore an imperial crown that was as bright and scorching as the sun, his purple hair fell 3,000 feet long, and his face was as handsome as Zhou Xingdou's, but his eyes were as dazzling as the stars in the universe. The tall and majestic figure was clad in a purple imperial robe with dragon patterns and starlight. He stood between heaven and earth with both hands holding a giant sword that exuded a will to cut off all things. Beside him sat a thunder dragon that roared loudly, a dragon elephant roared wildly, and 108 ancient stars orbited outside his body. The moment this Dharma body condenses, it has the momentum to control the heaven and earth, from the stars in the 9 heavens competing with each other to the surging underworld in the 9 netherworlds. The power of the Dharmakaya was so great that even Zhou Xingdou, who was enduring this inhuman torture, was shocked. The Dharmakaya was so powerful that if he did not use any unorthodox means, he would probably be no match for the Dharmakaya. Moreover, the magical power of the Dao realm he gained from breaking through the fourth level allowed his Dharma body to separate from the main body and absorb the power of heaven and earth to fight independently, without the need for Zhou Xingdou to replenish it specifically. This can be called against the will of heaven. Before Zhou Xingdou could sort out what he had gained, he was once again swept up by the overbearing power of Ziwei blood and broke through, stepping into the fifth level of the Dao realm, with no gap between the two realms. The fifth level is where there is no gap between the two worlds. When practitioners reach this level, their bodies will possess an unimaginable power that can open up a void passage in an instant. This void channel is not a space crack in the ordinary sense, but a channel that can cross boundaries. The practitioners only need to tear the void, then quickly drill into it, and find the correct coordinates through keen perception. Once the target location is determined, they only need to fully mobilize the energy in their bodies and jump at an astonishing speed to reach the destination in the blink of an eye. Zhou Xingdou suddenly had an epiphany. The two realms inseparable looked very similar to teleportation, but in fact it transcended the methods of teleportation by too much, otherwise it would not have been possible to become the magical power of the fifth level of the Tao realm. Even if the method of teleportation reaches its peak, it can only span across the Chuyuan province at most. However, when the Tao realm is at such a great distance away, the method of teleportation is of no use at all, not to mention that there is the edge of the universe in between. Therefore, in the Chuyuan, let alone the Supreme, even the Quasi-Emperor cannot cross the Tao realm in one breath. There is no such restriction in the 5th level of the Tao realm, where the two realms are inseparable. As long as the Tao power is sufficient, it is easy to cross the Tao realm in an instant. Even if Zhou Xingdou reaches the peak of the Tao realm, it is not impossible to reach another world from one world. But at this moment, the power brought by Zhou Xingdou's Ziwei blood has reached its peak. Zhou Xingdou has no time to continue thinking. His physique and Taoist power have undergone a qualitative change at this moment. There seemed to be a sound of shackles being broken between heaven and earth, and Zhou Xingdou suddenly felt an extreme burning sensation in his dantian, and his surging blood and energy boiled even more. At this moment, the thousands of cells in his mind transformed into pure spiritual power, and rushed into Zhou Xingdou's dantian along with the boiling blood. At this time, the hell furnace in Zhou Xingdou's body began to undergo wonderful changes. The originally tangible objects gradually dissipated and became invisible and intangible. However, in this process, it did not really disappear, but continued to evolve and condense invisibly, and finally reformed a new form. A huge copper-colored furnace. This furnace looks magnificent and exudes a mysterious and majestic atmosphere. Above the furnace, the yin and yang energies are constantly generated and destroyed, blending with each other to form a unique balance. This balance makes the energy flow inside the furnace smoother and makes the entire furnace full of vitality. The yin and yang energies rotate endlessly, and while rotating, they are like a blazing yin and yang fire burning in a furnace like charcoal, releasing endless heat and light, as if it can melt everything in the world. And it not only looks grand, but now it is also immeasurable and can accommodate infinite things. Because this is the final advancement of the divine elephant's prison-suppressing hell furnace, the heaven and earth baking furnace. The so-called heaven and earth furnace is to use the natural forces of heaven and earth as tools and regard the entire heaven and earth as a huge furnace. In this furnace, nature becomes the craftsman and yin and yang become the fuel. All things can be refined and turned into the purest energy. When Zhou Xingdou starts operating this furnace of heaven and earth, it will transform into countless copper-colored torrents, surging between heaven and earth. Wherever these torrents passed, all living things were refined, the sky and earth were burned, and before they knew it, the torrents turned into furnaces again, completely covering everything. But at this moment, this furnace of heaven and earth was not created to refine all things, but to refine Zhou Xingdou himself. How could Zhou Xingdou not understand at this moment? The 6th level of the Tao realm is where all things return to one. Concentrate all your strength, condense it to the extreme, melt your spirit, body and energy into one, and completely blend the inside and the outside. This step is no longer something that can be achieved by the overbearing energy burst of Ziwei blood. Zhou Xingdou needs to refine the essence of qi by himself and fuse qi, blood, spirit, and Taoist power into one. Zhou Xingdou knew without thinking that the pain of melting himself like this must be far greater than when he broke through to the state of single-mindedness, and he would probably not be able to withstand that kind of pain. But Zhou Xingdou could no longer retreat at this moment. He would die sooner or later, so it was better to melt him as soon as possible. Besides, I only have 10 days and can't delay any longer. Thinking of this, Zhou Xingdou summoned the heaven and earth baking furnace, gritted his teeth, tiptoed, and rushed into the heaven and earth baking furnace with a blazing fire. The moment Zhou Xingdou jumped in, the heaven and earth furnace closed completely as the fire roared. However, before the heaven and earth furnace closed, an extremely intense groan of pain came out of it, which made all living things shudder. Chapter 376 Monkey-like Man. The sun and the moon rotate, time flies by. Even for the 4 heavenly Holy Land, 10 days was just a blink of an eye. During the past 10 days, no one had even discovered that the center of the Zhouyuan Mountains in Qingmu Prefecture had turned into nothingness. What's more, with the shadow of Zhou Xingdou's divine elephant picture that day, the strong men who came to investigate the strange phenomenon of the divine phoenix before had already listed the Zhouyuan Mountains as a place that could not be trespassed. Now, with the protection of Qing Yanjing, a great formation master at the peak of the quasi-emperor level, Zhou Xingdou would not be able to break through her formation protection unless he cultivated to the level of becoming an emperor. However, compared with the tragedy within the formation, the 100 miles of void have been extremely peaceful for the past 10 days. Qing Yanjing sat upright on the formation. Although he closed his eyes to practice, most of his mind was still focused on the formation below him to prevent the previous situation from happening again. Although there was no place to stand in the void, with her as the Grandmaster of Formations, it was not difficult for her to easily set up a mountain and river spirit gathering formation. This also gave Xiao Tianzhua, who had the lowest cultivation level, a place to stand. The Queen of Desolate Sky was also focused on recovering her strength. During these 10 days, no one had disturbed her except for the time when she was startled by that trace of blood. However, his condition was extremely strange. Although he was sitting cross-legged in the mountain and river spirit gathering formation, there was no movement of his body absorbing energy, and he was not even breathing, as if he was a person who had died in seclusion. If Luo Belian hadn't pulled Xiao Tianzhua aside to explain, Xiao Tianzhua would have almost thought that his predecessor had gone possessed and died. He cowed out in pain and prepared to find a place to bury the Empress Huang Tian. After these 10 days, the relationship between Xiao Tianzhua and Luo Belian became extremely close. I wonder if it was because Zhou Xingdou truly recognized Xiao Tianzhua as his disciple that Luo Belian loved him as well. During these 10 days, Xiao Tianzhua was almost inseparable from Luo Belian. Even when he went out of Zhouyuan Mountains to gather information, he wanted Luo Belian to go with him. Luo Belian never resisted, and even helped Xiao Tianzhua with his confusion about cultivation from time to time. Although the systems of Chuyuan and the Four Heavenly Holy Land are slightly different, they basically lead to the same goal. Xiao Tianzhua also benefited a lot. From this point of view, Luo Belian is much more qualified than Zhou Xingdou, the real master. Today, Xiao Tianzhua and Luo Belian once again walked out of the Zhouyuan Mountains to inquire about the news of the Huangtian Emperor dynasty and the great King Zheng Santian. However, because today was exactly the 10th day, Zhou Xingdou might come out of seclusion. Even though the two had not found out any valuable information, they did not stay in the city for long. They left Qingmu Prefecture before noon and returned to Zhouyuan Mountains. Lao Luo, you have such a high level of cultivation, why do you still make me run so miserably? Can't we just go back with a teleport? Xiao Tianzhua was covered in sweat and his body kept leaping among the mountains. In the Four Heavenly Holy Land, only those who are at the alchemy realm can fly. Xiao Tianzhua, who is at the spiritual refining stage, can only step on the air. However, the energy consumed by stepping on the air is too great. Xiao Tianzhua at the spiritual refining stage cannot step on the air for too long. It is far less easy than running fast. Fortunately, he had cultivated the divine elephant prison suppressing power and opened up tens of thousands of giant elephant particles. His speed and endurance had already surpassed countless realms. Otherwise, running back to the Zhouyuan Mountains from Qingmu City would take a long time and would tire him to death. Behind him, an old man in black armor was walking in the air calmly, smiling at the sweaty Xiao Tianzhua and said, "You have a high level of comprehension, but your talent is not particularly outstanding. You are far inferior to the master. Even though you have learned the master's skills and the power contained in your body is far beyond your realm, you still find it difficult to control it. You need to move your body more to slowly stimulate control." In fact, compared with Qingmu Mansion, Xiao Tianzhua's talent is not bad, but he is not only one level lower than Zhou Xingdou, but even Luo Belian's talent was higher than his when he was young. Moreover, his cultivation level is too short after all. Even though his comprehension is extremely high and he has created tens of thousands of giant elephant particles when he cultivated the divine elephant prison suppressing power, he is unable to bring out the power of tens of thousands of particles at all and needs a lot of adaptation and polishing. However, during these 10 days, Luo Belian also got to know Xiao Tianzhua, so he added with a smile, "Don't worry, the master has not come out of retreat yet. If he did, I would not let you waste time here and would take you back immediately." Xiao Tianzhua was naturally not lazy, but he was afraid that he would not be able to catch up with his master when he came out of seclusion because his speed was too slow. Now that he had Luo Belian's guarantee, he no longer complained, but his speed did not slow down because of Luo Belian's guarantee. Instead, it kept speeding up. The power under his feet was so great that with every leap, the mountain was deformed. Luo Belian nodded slightly upon seeing this. He was indeed very optimistic about Xiao Tianzue, not only because he loved him, but also because he recognized his character and tenacity. Also, since he had no children in his life, it was inevitable that he would take care of Xiao Tianzue, who was close to him. Just as he nodded, Luo Bailian's expression suddenly changed, his flying body stopped in midair for an instant, and he immediately turned his head to look behind him. Xiao Tianzue seemed to have sensed something as well, so he stopped leaping and looked behind him, but his pupils suddenly shrank at this moment, his body trembled, his face turned pale, and he actually showed a look of fear. However, Xiao Tianzue and Luo Bailian were looking in the direction of a mountain. On the mountain that originally had a terrifying person on it, there was now an extra figure. The figure was not tall, seemingly less than 5 feet tall, probably less than 1.6 meters. However, no one would laugh at him because of his height, because that less than 5 feet tall body exuded a terrifying power that made people tremble with fear. The figure, less than 5 feet tall, is a man with a pointed face and a thin body. If he were not wearing a white bagua robe and had a terrifying aura, he would probably be mistaken for an ugly monkey. But his aura that could solidify heaven and earth made it impossible to belittle him. Although he stood there like a monkey, people felt that he was the center of heaven and earth. All things were born and died according to his thoughts. Invincible. Although Luo Bailian was not as frightened as Xiao Tianzue, his expression was not too good either, because he could feel that he might not be able to survive a single move in this man's hands. Even though he was now comparable to the Supreme with his chaos black armor, he was definitely not a match for this monkey-like man. The monkey-like man looked expressionless. He looked at Luo Bailian, who was facing a formidable enemy, and Xiao Tianzue, who was stunned, and said calmly, "This king has been restless for the past 10 days. After some calculations, I found that I was doomed to die. I didn't expect that this doom would only be caused by you 2 ants." The man's voice was not noisy, but rather pleasant, which was inconsistent with his appearance. The sound was not loud, but Luo Bailian and Xiao Tianzue, who were not close to each other, could hear it very clearly, as if it was a whisper in the ear. Hearing this voice that he dared not forget day and night, the fear and shock in Xiao Tianzue's eyes instantly dissipated, replaced by an extreme scarlet, and his face became extremely hideous. The Great Palm Heavenly King Zhang Tian Tian. Chapter 377. You Can't Stay. As Xiao Tianzue spoke out the real name of the monkey-like thin man who seemed to be the only one in the world, time seemed to pause and Luo Bailian's eyes suddenly opened wide. Skillful. What a coincidence! Today is the 10-day period that Zhou Xingdou mentioned, but before Zhou Xingdou came out of seclusion, this big palm king actually took the initiative to come to them. But then Luo Bailian quickly raised his hand, but not to the big palm king who was standing on the mountain peak, but grabbed the back of the collar of Xiao Tianzue, who was looking at the big palm king with a look of shock, anger, and resentment. Hurry up! Alert Mistress Jing that the Great Palm Heavenly King is coming. A voice sounded in Xiao Tianzue's ears, and before Xiao Tianzue could react, the chaotic black armor on Luo Bailian's body flashed a strange black light, and his arms instantly exerted tremendous force, throwing Xiao Tianzue straight towards the center of Zhouyuan Mountains like a javelin. But Zhang Santian, the big palm king standing on the top of the mountain, did not make any movement, but his pointed and monkey-cheeked face showed a hint of cat and mouse play. Do you think that I just sealed this void so that it cannot be moved? That pleasant and cold voice sounded again, but before the words were finished, there was a loud bang. Xiao Tianzue, like a javelin, did not ride the wind and waves to be thrown into the center of Zhouyuan Mountains, but smashed into an invisible wall. He groaned, blood flowed out of his mouth, and his face suddenly turned extremely pale. Luo Bailian's face changed again. He originally thought that the feeling of spatial isolation was just a blockage of the void, so he wanted to use brute force to throw Xiao Tianzue back, and he would try to stop the big palm king. But now it seems that this is not just a blockade of the void, but a complete separation of space, or they seem to be in the Zhouyuan Mountains, but in fact they are already in another space. The one who suffered the most was Xiao Tianzue. Before the two sides started fighting, he was injured by his own man Lao Luo. If he had not cultivated the divine elephant prison suppressing power, his body would have exploded into a bloody mist when he hit the invisible wall just now. Bang! Xiao Tianzue fell from the air like a bloody man, and Luo Bailian hurried to catch him. Looking at Xiao Tianzue's chest with more air breathing in and out, he hurriedly used his strength to heal his wounds with some apology. When the great king Zhang Santian saw Luo Balian treating Xiao Tianzuo's injuries as if he was turning a blind eye, an amusement appeared on his pointed and monkey-faced face, but he did not stop him. Because in his eyes, these two people were just like ants. There was no difference between an ant in its prime and an ant with missing limbs. If he didn't like them, he would just crush them to death with one finger and they would not be able to cause any trouble. But what made him even more curious was why these two ants had made him uneasy for 10 days and brought about a fatal disaster to his life. The strange black light on the old man in black armor did make him feel a little ominous, but that level of black light was not enough to affect him. And that kid who was injured before he even made a move was just a mere essence refinement. How could he possibly put himself in danger of death? While he was doubtful, Zhang Santian's great palm heavenly art was silently used in an instant, and a trace of divine will gathered in the dark. Unlike the previous time when it pointed at the two people, this time the trace of divine will was directed directly at Xiao Tianzuo, whose breathing had just calmed down. Is it really this kid in the refining essence realm who caused my death? Zhang Santian couldn't help being a little dazed and secretly complained in his heart. Who is he? Zhang Santian, the great Palm King, is now the #1 master in the wilderness heaven. He fought against the two Yin and Yang generals under the two supreme heavenly lords alone and won, and also killed the supreme Yang general among them. Even the local tyrant Desolate Heaven dynasty that controls the entire Desolate Heaven, if that pair of dogs and bitches do not join forces, they will not be able to suppress themselves. At most they can only have a slight advantage. Besides the deceased queen of Desolate Heaven, he is the one who has the best chance to merge into the heavenly realm, enter the final Tao realm and achieve the status of heavenly lord. If it weren't for the guidance of heaven, he really couldn't believe that his death was actually caused by a kid who hadn't even reached the perfect level of refining essence. He never doubted that the great palm heavenly art would make mistakes. He relied on the guidance of the great palm heavenly art to rise from a small casual cultivator to his current position where he could turn danger into safety and be successful in everything. In this case, I cannot let you stay. Now that he already knew the answer, Zhang Santian would not waste words or be curious anymore. Any existence that threatens him must be eliminated as quickly as possible. Boom! In 1,000th of a second, Zhang Santian, who was at the top of the mountain, showed a hint of ferocity in his eyes, and with the tip of his toes he rushed towards Luo Balian, who was only a few feet away from him. For him, this kind of threat to his existence from a fate perspective must be carefully crushed by him personally, and he must not be careless. Luo Balian's expression tightened instantly as he felt the rapidly approaching terrifying aura. He let go of Xiao Tianzuo without any hesitation, nor did he have any intention of dodging, even though the terrifying figure rushing towards him was countless times stronger than him. Luo Balian's chaotic black armor flashed with black light, and he rushed towards Zhang Santian with an ominous black light. Tear. This was a battle without suspense. No matter how violent the ominous black light was, it was torn apart by the terrifying figure in an instant. When Luo Balian appeared again, his throat was already pinched by Zhang Santian's thin hand. His black armor was torn, and white bone spurs were exposed on his bloody and twisted limbs. In fact, with Zhang Santian's strength, he could easily smash Luo Balian into pieces with just the impact, and the reason why Luo Balian was still alive was all thanks to the strange power exerted by his black armor. Interesting power. Zhang Santian looked at the broken black armor on Luo Balian's body, with a hint of obsession in his eyes. He had never seen this form of power before. Just now, he just felt something ominous when he saw it from afar, but when he tore it apart with his own hands, he realized how powerful this black light was. It was ancient, strange, and ominous, but it seemed to contain the oldest will in the world. He was able to tear apart the black light not because the black light was too weak, but because Luo Balian was too weak. Only now did he realize that Luo Balian was only a cultivator comparable to the earth refining realm, and only comparable to the first stage of the earth refining realm. The only reason he could possess the power of the heaven refining realm was due to the power of the black light on the black armor. This is why Zhang Santian let Luo Balian live. He even had a feeling that if he could master the ominous power on the black armor, he would no longer need to strive to reach the Tao End realm, or even surpass the Tao End realm. As soon as this thought came to his mind, a hint of fanaticism appeared on Zhang Santian's face. Stepping into the end of the Tao and surpassing the end of the Tao, this is something that everyone in this world wants to do. And for Zhang Santian, who has been at the peak of the initial realm for a long time but has not been able to reach the heavenly realm, it is an even greater temptation. The temptation of this kind of power, let alone him, even the other 3 heavenly realms who have already reached the heavenly realm, would never be able to resist it. As expected, Zhang Santian is extremely lucky, and today is the day he will turn death into success. Chapter 378 The King Cannot Be Humiliated. Lao Luo. Xiao Tianzhua barely stood up and looked at Luo Balian, whose black armor was broken and whose limbs were twisted in Zhang Santian's hand. He was extremely sad and angry. Looking at the big palm king, Xiao Tianzhua's eyes became more and more bloodshot, but he knew more clearly that he could not possibly defeat Zhang Santian. Powerless anger and hatred towards Zhang Santian were intertwined at this moment. Why? Why is it that every time I am happy, this person will destroy everything? A village appeared before his eyes, the small mountain village that was originally in a difficult situation, but raised him, a wild child who was picked up, with food from hundreds of families. The village chief rubbed his head with a kind face, and Grandma Yang often gave him a handful of fried soybeans as a snack. Mr. Liu, who taught himself to